Super Devouring System Chapter 1112 to Chapter 1194. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Mu had a lofty status, but this didn't mean that he could casually use the family's items, because there were still 3 people watching over him. After Yi Xian devoured the 200,000 soul crystals, his strength and soul strength greatly increased. Then, he began to control Zhao Mu's cousin. Soon, this person was also controlled by him, and then Yi Xian sent him back. After repeating this, Yi Xian quickly controlled the 10 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family. At the same time, he directly broke through to the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Then, Yi Xian used the same method to lure out the 2 5th-level manifestation realm experts in the Zhao family, and then controlled them. However, it still couldn't make Yi Xian break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The difference was too great. Although the Zhao family is the head of the 4 great families, their properties spread over more than 10 cities. The Zhao family actually doesn't have a lot of things. Yi Xian returned to the Zhao family and pondered in his heart. Fortunately, the 4 upper families were relatively close. It only took half a day's journey, so Yi Xian decided to go to the Qian family next door. You too, go inform the Zhao family's great master and tell him to be on guard. Don't let Mo Shui assassinate him, Yi Xian reminded the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people in front of him were the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Zhao family. They were both at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and their status was second only to the Zhao family's great master. Mo Shui seemed to be a peerless assassin in his previous life, and his assassination methods were probably not that easy. In his eyes, even a 6th-level manifestation realm expert would die without a doubt as long as he found the opportunity. Moreover, this Mo Shui had strict requirements for himself. If he failed in one attack, he wouldn't attack again. However, Yi Xian heard him muttering to himself before that he had never failed in his thousands of years as an assassin. This time, it's really too dangerous. Although I was lucky enough to survive, if I were to face this Mo Shui again, who knows what he'll do? Yi Xian was very worried. This was the first time that this revenge quest had appeared, and the rewards were quite generous. As long as he killed Mo Shui, he would receive 3 Devour points. If he had 3 Devour points, he could strengthen his Gemini bloodline thrice and increase his strength by 30%. If he could gather 2 more points, Wei Zhentian would be able to level up again. At that time, he would truly be able to achieve the return of all swords. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Just as Yi Xian was about to move, the system suddenly notified him. He could use his trump card again. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Instead of going to the Qian clan, he might as well kill his way to the blood-clad sect. With his speed, it would take less than a day for him to reach the blood-clad sect from Golden Flame City. I've decided. Let's go to the blood-clad sect. Yi Xian thought to himself. He broke through the void and returned to Golden Flame City. It had only been a day since Mo Shui had awakened his inherited memory. However, during this time everyone in Golden Flame City had left with their luggage. Yi Xian was too lazy to care about this and rushed to the blood-clad sect. The blood-clad sect was comparable to the combination of the 4 great clans. There was a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert in the sect. However, Yi Xian was already at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. With the return of all swords, what could he do against a 7th level of the manifestation realm expert? As long as this trip went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he did not have much time left. Although nothing happened to the Zhao clan when he left, it did not mean that the other 3 clans were safe. Perhaps the other 3 clans had already been annihilated, therefore, he had to seize every second to destroy the blood-clad sect before Mo Shui did. Young master, I've broken through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. While Yi Xian was on his way to the blood-clad sect, Luo Luo sent him a message. In just a few days, Luo Luo had broken through from the 1st level of the manifestation realm to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. This talent was definitely unique. Be careful. Mo Shui was a rebirth realm expert in his previous life. He might be able to break through once in a day. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. The rebirth realm was after the immortality realm. This meant that Mo Shui was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. After living for so many years, his comprehension of realms was definitely extremely deep. It was definitely not something that Yi Xian and the others could compare to. In his previous life, Mo Shui spent 200 years to break through to the immortality realm, and another 1,000 years to break through to the rebirth realm. In this life, he might not even need 500 years to return to the rebirth realm. This was the strength of a rebirth realm traveler. After half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the blood-clad sect's territory. The blood-clad sect was powerful and had superb assassination techniques. They could be considered the overlord of this area. The four great clans did not want to have a conflict with the blood-clad sect, but the blood-clad sect had gone too far. Therefore, the four great clans rose up to resist. Yi Xian disguised himself as a blood-clad sect protector, concealed his presence, and approached. That Mo Shui reincarnated, but he might have returned to the blood-clad sect. If we meet, it will be a tragedy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he arrived at the blood-clad sect's mountain gate. The blood-clad sect's mountain gate was guarded by 2 second-level manifestation realm disciples. Yi Xian walked over and directly asked, "Has the young sect master returned?" When the 2 guarding disciples saw Yi Xian wearing a protector's uniform, they nodded in unison and said, "He's back." This answer also shocked Yi Xian. "Then is the young sect master in the sect now?" Yi Xian asked again. "The young sect master returned yesterday, but he left again," one of the disciples replied. "Yes, yes. Moreover, after the young sect master returned, I heard that even the old sect master was alerted. He was also very respectful to the young sect master." The other disciple said in surprise. "Very respectful." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This meant that Mo Shui had revealed that he was a reincarnator. A reincarnation realm expert was a colossus to the blood-clad sect. Even if the blood-clad sect was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger, it was impossible for a reincarnation realm expert to appear. Therefore, the blood-clad sect must have worshipped Mo Shui like a god. Although Mo Shui had reincarnated, this new body of his still had relatives. His father was the blood-clad sect master, so it was natural for him to return and take care of him. However, since Mo Shui had left the blood-clad sect, perhaps he had already started to make his move. Wait, Mo Shui returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than mine. Yi Xian thought of this problem and immediately swallowed his saliva, his heart trembling slightly. He had spent more than half a day to come from Golden Flame City, but Mo Shui had returned yesterday, and his speed was even faster than his. Regardless of whether Mo Shui was at the 5th or 6th level of the manifestation realm, Yi Xian could not see through him. After all, the former was a reincarnator. Next, Yi Xian had to face another problem. Should he infiltrate and gather information, or should he just kill his way in? The Blood Cloth sect had an old man at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. If he directly killed his way in, he would definitely be beaten up. However, if he used the Eye of Control to infiltrate, he could control the experts of the Blood Cloth sect one by one, just like the Zhao family. Immediately, Yi Xian made his decision. Infiltrate. Yi Xian pretended to be the Blood Cloth sect's protector and entered the Blood Cloth sect. The Blood Cloth sect's elders were at the 4th and 5th level of the manifestation realm. These people were Yi Xian's targets. As expected of the local tyrant, there are so many experts. Yi Xian had just entered the Blood Cloth sect when he felt over 100 auras, some of which were extremely powerful. When these auras were added together, it was enough to make his heart palpitate. Currently, there were nearly 100 4th-level manifestation realm experts in the Blood Cloth sect, and there were more than a dozen 5th-level manifestation realm experts. They were even stronger than the 4 great families combined. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were huge amounts of experience. Using the Eye of Perception, he directly found the nearest 4th-level manifestation realm Blood Cloth sect elder and controlled him without a second thought. Currently, Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so he only needed a glance to control a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. "Give me all of your wealth." Yi Xian gave the 4th-level manifestation realm elder an order. "Yes, master." The Blood Cloth sect elder nodded and handed the universe ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian checked it. As expected, there were not many things. The elder had probably used them all up or given them to his disciples or family. After all, strength was the key. There was too much wealth that was not used. It seems that even if I control all of the 4th level manifestation realm blood cloth sect elders, I might not be able to break through, Yi Xian pondered. He was currently at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Although he could control a 5th level manifestation realm blood cloth sect elder, he might need to use some methods, such as beating him up. Forget it, let's kill all the 4th level manifestation realm elders first. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He directly stabbed the blood-robed sect elder to death with his sword and put away the corpse. The blood cloth sect was an assassin force, and the people inside were proficient in the art of assassination. However, no one would have thought that Yi Xian would actually infiltrate the blood cloth sect and assassinate them. Mo Shui had already left last night. Perhaps he had already arrived at the nearest 4 great clans and started his massacre. Therefore, Yi Xian could not afford to be careless. This was because he knew that after Mo Shui helped the blood cloth sect clean up the trouble, he would probably leave. This was Yi Xian's first and last chance. If he wanted to kill Mo Shui and complete his revenge mission, he only had one chance. He had to succeed. Very soon, Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the blood cloth sect, relied on the Eye of Control to continuously assassinate these blood cloth sect elders. In less than half an hour, several dozen 4th level manifestation realm blood cloth sect elders were secretly assassinated by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not obtain much spoils of war. Now that all 4th level manifestation realm elders have fallen, perhaps someone will notice. I must move faster. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in a corner of the blood cloth sect, thought in his heart. His next target was the blood cloth sect elders in those halls. These elders were extremely wealthy. If he succeeded, he could break through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, it was not so simple to control these 5th level manifestation realm elders. Since this was the case, then Yi Xian did not need to control them and directly assassinated them. This was because he was currently disguised as a blood cloth sect elder. The blood cloth sect is an assassin force. After accepting an assassination mission in the Hall of Experience, I will go to the Alchemy Hall to receive the reward, Yi Xian thought in his heart as he walked towards the blood cloth sect's Alchemy Hall. The blood cloth sect's Alchemy Hall had a total of 3 5th level manifestation realm elders overseeing it. However, as long as these 3 elders did not gather together to play fight the landlord, then Yi Xian could assassinate them one by one. Yi Xian entered the Alchemy Hall and directly walked towards the back of the Alchemy Hall. It just so happens that the 3 elders are separated. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. This way, it would be easier for him to move. Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the elder whose aura was weaker than the other 2. Who is it? An aged voice came from inside. Elder Chang, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian disguised his voice as an elder. It's you. Come in. Elder Chang recognized this voice and responded. The person Yi Xian was currently disguised as was the first 4th level manifestation realm elder that he had assassinated after entering the blood cloth sect. His name was Jiang Qingxin and he was the nephew of this elder Chang inside. With this layer of relationship, the assassination would not be too big of a problem. Yi Xian walked into Elder Chang's residence. At this moment, the latter was in front of an alchemy cauldron and carefully grinding materials. Why are you looking for me? Elder Chang asked without even raising his head. Uncle, it's like this. I picked up a treasure map some time ago, but I can't understand it, so I want to let Uncle see if you have any clues. Yi Xian still used the same method to approach this Elder Chang. Give it to me. This Elder Chang did not seem to be very interested and only spoke slowly. Yi Xian frowned and walked over. At the same time, he handed over the treasure map in his hand. Uncle, I heard that this is the treasure map of the Lin family from several hundred years ago. Yi Xian hurriedly added. The Lin family? Hearing this, Elder Chang finally stopped what he was doing and raised his head in shock. Several hundred years ago, the Lin family was a great force that was comparable to the Bloodcloth sect. However, because they provoked a nether passage realm powerhouse, they were annihilated. Elder Chang started to become interested. He took the treasure map that Xian handed over and glanced at it. However, he did not have any clues. Of course, he could not tell. After all, this was casually drawn by Xian. It would be strange if he could tell anything. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Xian pretended to be curious and asked. "This is a pill formula that the sect master gave me. It's called the Jade Blood Golden Pill. I'm refining a type of supplementary pill for the Jade Blood Golden Pill," Elder Chang replied casually. "Advancement pill?" Xian was shocked. The refining material for the Jade Blood Golden Pill was actually a supplementary pill. This was very rare. Generally, refining pills directly used the raw materials to refine. However, the Jade Blood Golden Pill required supplementary pills in addition to the raw materials. Hence, it was called an advancement pill. That's right, it's an advancement pill. This Jade Blood Golden Pill is a divine pill for our Blood Cloth sect. As long as I can successfully refine it, our Blood Cloth sect might have a Nether Passage Realm powerhouse. Nether Passage Realm. Xian muttered in his heart. Currently, the Blood Cloth sect only had one expert at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm, which was far from the Nether Passage Realm. "Uncle, is Lord Mo Shui really a reincarnator?" Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. "Of course, how else do you think the Jade Blood Golden Pill came about? Lord Mo Shui's awakening is our sect's great fortune. Even if Lord Mo Shui leaves in the future, our Blood Cloth sect will continue to prosper." Elder Chang subconsciously answered, then suddenly raised his head and asked in shock, "Strange, how do you know about this?" "You shouldn't have the authority to know about this." Cough, Xian immediately smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The fact that the Blood Cloth sect's young sect master Shui had become the current Mo Shui was only known by the elders at the 5th level of the Manifestation Realm and the successive sect masters. Logically speaking, Jiang Qingxin shouldn't have the authority to know, so how did he know? Forget it, since you know, you should understand the importance of this matter. Lord Mo Shui is a reincarnator, a super expert at the rebirth realm in his previous life. This matter must not be leaked, or else Lord Mo Shui will be in danger if those powerful sects find out. Elder Chang didn't think too much about it and solemnly reminded Jiang Qingxin because he suddenly recalled that Jiang Qingxin's father was also a 5th level Manifestation Realm elder. Jiang Qingxin should have heard about Mo Shui from his father. Yes, I will definitely keep my mouth shut." Xian blushed with shame. After a pause, he continued, "Now that Lord Mo Shui has awakened his inherited memories, his cultivation has probably improved by leaps and bounds. I wonder if he has reached the Nether Passage Realm." "Are you kidding? Although a reincarnator was a super expert in his previous life, there are many things that he can't use now. Moreover, martial artists mostly rely on cultivation resources to cultivate. How can it be so easy to break through?" Elder Chang coldly snorted. "In that case, Lord Mo Shui is only at the 5th level of the Manifestation Realm?" Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was good news for him. Every rebirth realm expert is a super expert who has lived for thousands of years. Their strength is also obtained through thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Although their cultivation speed after reincarnation is hundreds or thousands of times faster than us, it is not possible for them to break through overnight. However, Lord Mo Shui gave the sect master the Jade Blood Golden Pill formula so that he could refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill and quickly recover his strength. It is said that as long as this pill is refined, Lord Mo Shui will be able to quickly recover to the Nether Passage Realm, or even break through to the Fulfillment Realm and establish natal palaces. After Elder Chang finished speaking, Xian shuddered violently. Fulfillment Realm. As expected of a reincarnator. He can break through to the Fulfillment Realm with just a random pill. If he can refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill this time, then I probably won't have another chance. Xian thought inwardly. He was only at the 5th level of the Manifestation Realm. He was still far from the Nether Passage Realm, let alone the Fulfillment Realm. If this mission failed, then he probably wouldn't have another chance. This was because once Mo Shui escaped, he probably wouldn't be able to find him. At that time Mo Shui would hide and bitterly cultivate. Therefore, he had to succeed in one go. I heard that Lord Emo Shui went out again. Where did he go? Yi Xian asked again. He went to annihilate the 8 great families. These 8 great families are really courting death. Do they really think that our blood cloth sect hasn't sent out experts because we are afraid of those 4 6th level manifestation realm experts? We just want to give our disciples a chance to gain experience. Elder Chang cursed angrily and continued, this time, Emo Shui personally went out because the 8 great families have the key to the transrealm teleportation formation. Transrealm teleportation formation? Hearing this name, Yi Xian was shocked. Why did he mention the transrealm teleportation formation? Lord Emo Shui was originally from the glazed light sacred ground. Therefore, after we refine the jade blood gold pill, Emo Shui will return to the glazed light sacred ground, Elder Chang continued to answer. I see. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Emo Shui to be from the glazed light sacred ground. It just so happened that he was also going to the glazed light sacred ground. After Emo Shui obtained the 3 keys, he could kill Emo Shui and save a lot of effort. Now that Yi Xian had finished asking his questions, and Emo Shui's realm and movements were more or less grasped, it was about time for Elder Chang to be on his way. I can't understand your treasure map right away. Take this and show it to your father. The most important thing now is to refine the pill. I can't delay. As Elder Chang spoke, he raised his head and handed the treasure map in his hand to Yi Xian. However, at this moment, whoosh! A ray of sword light pierced straight into his heart. Elder Chang looked at Yi Xian in shock. He couldn't understand why his nephew would attack him. In the next moment, he realized what had happened. 5th level of the manifestation realm, the Jiangqingxin in front of him was an imposter. However, by the time he realized what had happened, his heart had already been torn in half by the sword aura, and he died instantly. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly went over to collect Elder Chang's corpse and belongings. There are quite a lot of things, but I still have a long way to go before I can break through. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to check Elder Chang's Qian Kuan ring and found a pill formula in it. It was the Jade Blood Golden Pill. The Jade Blood Golden Pill was a divine pill to the Blood Cloth sect. 1 pill could increase one's cultivation by 100 years. However, it was not very useful to Yi Xian. Although he had learned the Jade Blood technique, it was useless because the Jade Blood technique needed to be continuously circulated. Even the disciples of the Blood Cloth sect would have to cultivate it for a few years. The Blood Cloth sect had the materials to refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, so even if he consumed it normally, he wouldn't gain much from it. There were 3 elders in the alchemy hall. Now that one of them had been assassinated, Yi Xian was going to assassinate the other 2. Then, he would ransack the entire alchemy hall. Elder Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian arrived at the 2nd elder's residence and shouted. Then, someone opened the courtyard door and let Yi Xian in. What happened next was needless to say. Yi Xian used the treasure map method to get close to Elder Yuan. Then, he suddenly attacked when Elder Yuan was studying the treasure map. Puff! A cold gleam flashed and Elder Yuan fell to the ground. Yi Xian hurriedly put the corpse into his Qian Kuan ring. Not enough. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt helpless. It seemed that he had to assassinate the 3rd elder in the alchemy hall. The 3 elders of the alchemy hall were all busy refining the Jade Blood Gold Pellets auxiliary pill. However, this auxiliary pill was nothing much, so they all refined it in their own courtyards. Yi Xian approached this elder's residence and prepared to use the same method to assassinate him. However, just as he used the same method to enter the last elder's courtyard and was about to speak, suddenly, an aura swept into Yi Xian's sensing range. This aura was the strongest in the entire Blood Cloth sect. 7th level of the manifestation realm. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. The entire Blood Cloth sect only had 1 person at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, who was the previous sect master. Why did the old sect master come to the alchemy hall? The old sect master's arrival gave him a huge fright. A 7th level manifestation realm expert had just landed in front of him. When Elder Song felt this powerful aura, he also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the old sect master. Elder Song, how is it? The blood-clothed old sect leader glanced at Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian was disguised as Xianxia. Although he was also an elder in the blood-cloth sect, he was not worth mentioning in front of the old sect master. Therefore, the old sect master had to be more discreet. I should be able to refine the auxiliary pill within 3 days. Elder Song answered honestly. Very good. The old sect master nodded in satisfaction and asked, where did the other 2 elders go? Them? Elder Song was stunned for a moment and shook his head, I'm not sure either. At this moment, the old sect master's attention fell on Yi Xian. From the beginning until now, he felt that something was amiss. After carefully sizing him up, he asked, Elder Jiang, did something go wrong with your jade blood art cultivation? Why is your aura so strange? Hearing this question, Yi Xian's heart trembled violently. An expert was an expert, he immediately noticed it. Old sect master, I have indeed encountered some problems in my cultivation recently, but I can solve them myself. Yi Xian quickly replied. Oh, that's good. The old sect leader of the blood-clad sect nodded. He then looked at Elder Song and said, Elder Song, do your best. I'll be leaving first. The jade blood golden pellet was related to the future of the entire blood-clad sect, so the old sect master personally supervised it. The moment he finished speaking, he transformed into a gust of wind and left Elder Song's residence. Seeing the old sect master leave, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of the old sect master, the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was too long, so he wanted to save it for Mo Shui. If he used it here, how was he going to deal with Mo Shui? Elder Jiang, I have something urgent to do right now. If you don't have anything too important, then let's talk about it next time. Elder Song said with a frown. Then, all right. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then quickly left. He originally wanted to use the same method to assassinate Elder Song. However, when Elder Song finished speaking, he realized that the old sect master of the blood-clad sect did not leave. Instead, he was observing him from afar. If not for the eye of perception, he would not have discovered the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. Fortunately, he had the eye of perception, or else he would have been exposed. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect is said to have assassinated a 7th-level manifestation realm expert when he was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. He is extremely sharp. He is probably suspecting me now, Yi Xian thought to himself. If he did not suspect him, why would the old sect master secretly observe him? Therefore, he must have given himself away and caught the old sect master's attention. Although he was wearing a mask and his voice was Xianxia's, it was very difficult to change a person's habits. The most important reason was the jade blood technique. The aura on his body was too strange. The 2 elders and Elder Song did not discover it because they were at the same level as Yi Xian. However, the old sect master was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. He was 2 levels higher than Elder Song and Yi Xian. After leaving Elder Song's residence, Yi Xian also walked towards Xianxin's residence. At the same time, he felt that the old sect master was following him closely. Almost all of the 4th-level manifestation realm elders of the blood-clad sect are dead. The old sect master has probably already discovered, Yi Xian hesitated. He wondered if he should directly expose himself and assassinate the old sect master of the blood-clad sect. However, just as he was pondering, Xiao! An ear-piercing sound rang out. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He could feel the old sect master following behind him rapidly flying towards him. So he directly attacked to test me? If that's the case, then let's fight. Yi Xian shouted angrily in his heart. Brilliant eye. In an instant, Yi Xian was enveloped by the brilliant golden armor. His aura skyrocketed. Heartbreak sword art. He turned around and directly stabbed at the old sect master. What a guy. You really aren't Elder Jiang. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect shouted in a low voice and attacked to disperse the sword. Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at the old sect master. He asked, how did you discover me? Intuition. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect coldly replied. He continued, the sect is now missing dozens of elders. It was you who assassinated them, right? That's right. It was all my doing. If you hadn't appeared, Elder Song would have already died at my hands. Yi Xian admitted it immediately. Hearing this, the old sect master felt his face heat up slightly. A sense of shame arose spontaneously. Our blood-clad sect is proficient in all kinds of assassination methods. However, someone managed to infiltrate our sect and assassinate so many of our elders. This is truly a disgrace. However, I am very curious about your disguise technique. If you can hand it over, I will leave you with an intact corpse. The old sect master of the blood-clad sect spoke with a confident expression. After all, he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Even if he didn't make a move, he reckoned that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to walk out of the blood-clad sect alive. Although the blood-clad sect had lost so many elders, there were still more than 10 people in the upper echelon. 3 of them were at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. While the 2 were talking, a large number of blood-clad sect disciples gathered around. What? Elder Jiang was actually someone else in disguise? How is this possible? It can't be wrong. He admitted it himself. No wonder so many elders are missing. They were all assassinated. For something like this to happen to our blood-clad sect, it's simply too inconceivable. Where did this person come from? Not only is his disguise technique amazing, his assassination methods are also extremely powerful. He didn't leave any traces behind. If it wasn't for the old sect master, he would have assassinated our elders. The surrounding blood-clad sect disciples and protectors were all shocked. Alright, since you want to die so early, I'll fulfill your wish. The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader bellowed. Although he was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm and Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, it was nothing for an assassin to bully the weak. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from behind him. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out, causing the blood-cloth sect's old sect leader to pause. He turned his head and saw many corpses falling from the sky. The ones who attacked were actually the 3rd level of the manifestation realm protectors of the blood-cloth sect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood-cloth sect disciples had fallen. Accomplices? The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader was shocked. There were actually people who had sneaked in, but he did not notice them in the surroundings. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of the other 5th level of the manifestation realm elders. Those protectors would probably be dealt with soon. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Just now, he had looked around and controlled a few protectors to create such a scene. Even if these protectors were all dead, he could continue to control them. After all, with his current eye power, controlling 100 people was not a problem. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. The old sect leader did not attack but continued to ask. He wanted Yi Xian's disguise technique very much because even he did not have evidence to prove that Yi Xian was a disguise. If he could master this disguise technique, then the blood-cloth sect would be awesome in the future. Chance my ass. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly stabbed his sword at the old sect leader several times. Mo Shui had already left last night and was very likely at the 4 major clans now, so he had to be quick. If that's the case, then I'll personally send you on your way. The old sect leader bellowed and attacked as well. He estimated that he could find what he wanted from Yi Xian's universe ring. After all, Yi Xian was currently in disguise. Bang! A wave of air swept through the air. Facing an opponent 2 levels higher than him, Yi Xian had to use his trump card. However, the target of this trump card was not the blood-clad sect's old sect master. Instead, it was the elders that had hurried over. 6th level of the manifestation realm, 2 of them. Yi Xian sensed 2 auras that were slightly weaker than the old sect master. He immediately fled, leaving the old sect master behind as he dashed towards the 2 of them. What incredible speed! Stop him for me. The old sect leader of the blood-cloth sect thought that Yi Xian was going to escape, so he quickly shouted. The 2 6th level manifestation realm martial artists who had arrived late were also former sect masters of the blood-cloth sect. When they heard this, they also attacked the madly running Yi Xian. 12 blood pillars, trap him. The two of them unleashed their divine arts at the same time. A total of 24 blood pillars appeared and smashed towards Yixian. This move again? Yixian narrowed his eyes. Back then, the blood-clad emperor had used this move to trap him, but he had used the Eye of the Void to kill the blood-clad emperor instead. Unfortunately, this time, he did not leave behind a void tracker behind the two 6th level manifestation realm martial artists. Therefore, the move from that day could not be repeated. Tsk tisk, I'll let you assassins see my ability. Yixian sneered and allowed himself to be trapped by the blood pillars. At the same time, when the surrounding people lost their vision, he directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not leave the blood-clad sect. Instead, he went to a deserted corner. Then, he quickly changed his clothes and appearance, once again disguising himself as a blood-clad sect disciple. As long as he did not take the initiative to approach the old sect master and the 6th level manifestation realm martial artist, no one should discover him. In the distance, the old sect master and the other two 6th level manifestation realm martial artists quickly swept over to take a look and said in unison, "How is this possible?" Yixian was not trapped within the 12 blood pillars. Instead, he had directly disappeared. Not only is that brat's disguise skill amazing, he actually disappeared in front of me. What is his background? The blood-clad sect master was extremely shocked. Although Yixian had disguised himself once again, the battle in the air had not yet ended. Corpses fell from the air one after another, all of them blood-clad sect disciples. The blood-clad sect's guardians who were controlled the first time had already been killed by the elders who rushed over. However, as long as Yixian swept the blood pillars again, many people would be controlled again. At this moment, there were already hundreds of blood-clad sect disciples that had fallen. Find him. That brat must still be in the blood-clad sect. Find him. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he was blowing his beard. What a joke. How could a cooked duck fly away? The dignified blood-clad sect had actually been infiltrated by someone. Furthermore, dozens of elders had been assassinated. In the end, this person had even escaped from under the eyes of so many people. If this matter were to spread, the blood-clad sect would lose all face. The blood-clad sect master was certain that Yixian was still in the blood-clad sect because of his outstanding intuition. He had indeed guessed correctly. However, there were thousands of disciples in the blood-clad sect. How could he possibly find Yixian? During the time when the blood-clad sect's experts were investigating, Yixian had already hidden himself far away. He had been watching the blood-clad sect for over 10 minutes, but he was unable to find anything. However, in these 10 minutes, over 100 people had betrayed them and killed their own sect members. The blood-clad sect master was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He did not understand what had happened. Why did so many people betray them? One must know that these traitors were all true blood-clad sect's guardians and disciples. They were not Yixian's companions in disguise. I don't have much eye power left. I'd better rest for a while. When the blood-clad sect master thinks that I've left, I'll deal with the remaining elders in one fell swoop. Yixian hid in a corner and looked at the blood-clad sect that was already in a mess. Half an hour later. Sect master, we haven't found him. Sect master, we haven't found him in the back mountain either. Sect master, all the corpses of the dead have been buried. A red-haired middle-aged man stood in the air. He was the current sect master of the blood-clad sect, as well as the blood-clad son of Heaven's father, Xueli. Just now, he had arrived late and missed the battle. As the sect master, he was very angry. Lord Mo Shui had just left, and an expert came in to assassinate him. Could the two be related? Xueli thought to himself. Although the blood-clad son of heaven was his son, ever since Mo Shui had awakened his inherited memories, he no longer dared to call him Mo Shui. Being able to give birth to a reincarnator was a supreme honor. After that, the blood-clad sect searched for more than an hour, but there were no clues. Therefore, they gave up. Everyone, listen up. This person is good at disguising himself. If you notice anyone else acting strangely, report it immediately. Xueli shouted loudly. Yes. At this moment, Yixian, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard this. Luolua's charm may be seen through by others, but my eye of control has no weaknesses. Let's see how you deal with it. He waited for a while before letting Luoluo charm the Zhao family members. As for himself, he also left more than 10 spots empty. Then, he continued to control them and gave them a certain order. As for himself, he rushed towards the alchemy hall. 2 of the 3 great alchemy elders in the alchemy hall had fallen, leaving only Elder Song. Therefore, Elder Song had a 6th-level manifestation realm bodyguard. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian's footsteps paused as he thought to himself, a 6th-level manifestation realm martial artist? Compared to the Blood Cloth sect's old sect leader, his strength is too weak. It shouldn't be a problem to kill him before the others react. When he thought of this, Yi Xian approached Elder Song's residence and ruthlessly stabbed his sword at the 2 people. Heartbreak sword technique. Whoosh! A cold light pierced through the air and directly attacked the 6th-level manifestation realm expert. This 6th-level manifestation realm expert was also a century-old monster. When he heard this piercing sound, he immediately raised his hand. Bang! Yi Xian's attack was defeated. Found you. This 6th level of the manifestation realm expert immediately charged out. Yi Xian had used the heartbreak sword technique once before, so he recognized it. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to set up an ambush by himself. After experiencing the previous incident, the entire Blood Cloth sect was silent. The commotion here had already alarmed the surrounding people. The Blood Cloth sect's old sect leader would probably arrive soon. After stabbing out with his sword, Yi Xian immediately turned around and fled. The expert at the 6th level of the Wansheng stage also condensed his true qi and Wansheng force to form 12 blood pillars. You still want to run? Stay here. An explosive shout was heard. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 12 blood pillars again. However, his attention wasn't on the 12 blood pillars, but on the 6th level manifestation realm expert's position. We're here. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Boom. 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 Yi Xian nimbly dodged the pillars of blood, but he was trapped within them. The 6th level manifestation realm expert from the Blood Cloth sect had a solemn expression. Because Yi Xian had disappeared in front of everyone's eyes just now, he hastily activated the 2nd stage. Buzz. A gigantic blood-red bell materialized and descended, connecting seamlessly with the 12 blood pillars. Not only that, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet had turned into a sea of blood. Now, he was trapped alive, however, right when that 6th level manifestation stage expert heaved a sigh of relief. Hua! Suddenly, a crack appeared on his back. Then, Yi Xian leaped out, clad in a dazzling golden armor. Golden dragon capturing hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. Yi Xian stretched out his hands, and 2 large golden hands appeared. What? The 6th level manifestation stage expert couldn't react in time and was directly caught. Die. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly stabbed out with the Skyquake sword. Whoosh. Poof. The sword ray entered the opponent's head, instantly tearing it apart. Success. When the sword ray shot into the opponent's head, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. At the same time, he also felt a powerful aura enter his sensing range. Bastard, stop. The voice of the Blood Cloth sect's old sect master sounded, but it was already too late. At this moment, Yi Xian had already taken off the dead person's universe ring. There were only 3 6th level manifestation stage experts in the Blood Cloth sect, and all of them were the sect masters of the Blood Cloth sect. Among them, one was out, so there were only 2 left in the sect. But now, one had actually died, and he was ambushed within the Blood Cloth sect. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, the system notified. Currently, Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage. Even Yi Xian didn't expect that there would be so many forging materials in the universe ring of this manifestation stage expert. Yi Xian reckoned that the other party should be in charge of the weapon refining hall, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many forging materials. Although he couldn't break through, Wei Zhentian had risen to the 6th level of the manifestation stage. Coupled with the undying attribute, how could he be afraid of the Blood Cloth sect's old sect master, who was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage. Wei Zhentian, go. Yi Xian directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. In the next moment, the Skyquake sword transformed into a green armored war god and charged towards the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master. What? The Bloodcloth sect's old sect master was shocked. It was clearly a sword, how could it transform into a person? No matter what you are, die. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect master roared furiously and launched an attack at Wei Zhentian. However, his attack didn't have much effect on Wei Zhentian. It didn't break through his defense? He was shocked once again. He was at the 7th level of the manifestation stage, and his full force attack was enough to heavily injure a 6th level manifestation stage expert. However, he actually couldn't break through Wei Zhentian's defense. It was like seeing a ghost. But fortunately, he didn't use his divine ability just now. 12 blood pillars, smash him to death. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect master finally used his divine ability. He quickly condensed 12 blood pillars and smashed them towards Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian transformed again and returned to his Skyquake sword form, easily dodging these attacks. Now, it was Yi Xian's time to attack. He directly took out the longsword he obtained earlier and aimed it at the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master, launching a series of attacks like a storm. Heartbreak sword technique. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. Whether it was the Dragon Catcher Hand or the Heartbreak Sword technique, they were both divine abilities that required a large amount of true qi. No one present dared to use them casually like Yi Xian. Yi Xian's battle intent had already been aroused. As long as he killed the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master, he would definitely be able to break through to the 6th level of the manifestation stage. At that time, he would have the ability to face Mo Shui. Let's fight. His violent shout fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, the Bloodcloth sect's disciples and guardians had all surrounded him. In their hearts, the Bloodcloth sect's old sect master was the strongest. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's violent attacks, he actually seemed to be a little powerless. He was being suppressed. One man and one sword suppressed the strongest person in these disciples' hearts. Master, I'll help you. At this moment, another explosive shout sounded out from the horizon. Another 6th level manifestation stage expert from the blood-clad sect flashed over. Haha, you came at the right time. Yi Xian laughed loudly and directly changed his target, attacking his opponent. Don't come over. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader hurriedly reminded. However, the other party did not listen to his order. Master, let's work together and kill this kid. The 6th level manifestation realm expert shouted loudly. Forget it, let's do our best. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader gave up on persuading him. After all, even he was not confident in killing Yi Xian. However, he was too naive. Come over here. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, his attacks suddenly weakened and he retreated step by step. It was not that he did not have enough true qi, but that he had some sort of plan. That's right, he wanted to use the Eyes of the Void to kill the 6th level manifestation realm expert who was in his way. However, he did not know if the Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader saw how he killed the enemy. However, he was certain that this Bloodcloth sect expert who had just killed his way over absolutely did not know about the Eyes of the Void. Seeing Yi Xian retreat, the Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader was astonished. What's wrong with this kid? Has his true qi dried up? This was his first thought. However, with his killer's intuition, he felt that Yi Xian was faking it. However, his disciple did not think so. This person thought that Yi Xian was at the end of the line, so he stepped into Yi Xian's trap step by step. At this moment. Not good, leave that place. The Bloodcloth sect's old sect leader suddenly thought of something and hastily shouted. What? His disciple was stunned. He turned his head and realized that the words were directed at him. However, it was already too late. Eyes of the Void. Golden Dragon Catcher Hands. Yi Xian swiftly broke through the void and arrived behind the 6th level manifestation realm expert, then fiercely clawed. The opponent was instantly caught by 2 dragon catcher hands. The powerful force squeezed his bones until they cracked. Bang! This person used the power of manifestation to shake, but he did not disperse the two golden dragon catcher hands. One must know that Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, and he was very close to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. In addition, his soul force was comparable to the 6th level of the manifestation realm and the Eye of Glory's golden true qi. Unless one was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, it would be impossible to break through the bindings so easily. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He aimed at the man's head and stabbed out like lightning. Stop. We can talk this out. The blood-clad old sect leader panicked and shouted anxiously. However, the sword light had already pierced through the air. Pooh! The sword beam entered the 6th level of the manifestation realm expert's head and instantly tore it apart. Another expert had fallen just like that. Brat, I want you dead. When the sect leader of the Blood Cloth sect saw that his disciple had died, he flew into a rage. He immediately channeled a large amount of true qi and aimed it at Yi Xian as he struck out a palm strike. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly transformed into a huge shield. Bang! Wei Zhentian withstood the palm strike. There were some cracks on the surface of the shield. From this, one could see how powerful this palm strike was. If Yi Xian had been hit by this palm strike, the brilliant golden armor would have been shattered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. Ding! The host has broken through and is currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded again. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he recalled Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian was cracked from the attack, it was immediately repaired after being recalled by Yi Xian. This was because it was a Dharma treasure and was undying. 6th level of the manifestation realm? How is this possible? The blood-clad old sect leader was shocked again. When Yi Xian was at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, he had already assassinated dozens of elders. Among them were 2 6th level manifestation realm experts from the blood-clad sect. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, wouldn't he be able to kill him as well? If I don't kill you, today will be the day of my blood-clad sect's destruction. The blood-clad old sect leader looked at Yi Xian, whose aura had skyrocketed, and suddenly made a difficult decision in his heart. Scarlet blood storm. Suddenly, a surge of true qi gushed out and condensed into a blood-colored cloud above the blood-clad old sect leader's head. This is it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had seen this move before when he fought with the blood-clad emperor. It was the Scarlet Blood Storm that destroyed more than half of Golden Fire City. However, it wasn't Golden Fire City that was beneath his feet, but the blood-clad sect. Was the blood-clad sect's old sect leader planning to destroy the entire blood-clad sect? I see. You know you can't defeat me, so you want to sacrifice the lives of others to increase your own strength? Yi Xian immediately reacted. If that was the case, then he couldn't let the blood-clad sect's old sect leader succeed. Wei Zhentian, go and disperse it. Yi Xian directly threw the skyquake sword in his hand towards the blood-colored cloud. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian turned into a huge windmill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a violent wind whistled. The blood-colored cloud above his head was blown away by the violent wind and immediately dispersed. What the hell is this thing? No one understood what was going on. Not only could a sword transform into a god of war, but it could also transform into a huge shield. Now, it had transformed into a strange thing and dispersed the blood-colored cloud. This was already beyond everyone's understanding, however, the surrounding people suddenly reacted. As blood-clad sect's disciples, how could they not know what this move was? Oh no, it's the Scarlet Blood Storm. Run. Old sect leader is so ruthless. He actually wants to use our blood as bait to kill the enemy. Go quickly. The group of blood-clad sect's disciples immediately dispersed. Back in Golden Fire City, Yi Xian had seen the Scarlet Blood Storm. However, the blood-clad emperor was only at the 5th level of the manifestation realm at that time. Now, the person who used this move was a 7th level manifestation realm expert. Its power was at least 10 times stronger than before. If this move was successfully executed, the surrounding people would probably be swept in immediately and dismembered by the wind blades. Kill them! The blood-clad sect leader immediately shouted. These words were said to the group of 5th-level manifestation realm elders in the surroundings. However, he forgot about Yi Xian's methods. Eye of control. Eye of control. Eye of control. Yi Xian continuously executed the Eye of control to control the elders. In the end, none of them made a move, including Mo Shui's father in this life, who was also the current sect leader of the blood-clad sect, Shuili. The blood-clad sect leader was in despair. Now, he was isolated and without help. The surrounding disciples had all fled, and the remaining elders were controlled by Yi Xian. What should he do? Could it be that the heavens want my blood-clad sect to perish? The old sect leader wanted to cry but had no tears. Yesterday, when he found out that Shui was a reincarnator, he was almost scared to death. At that time, he felt that the blood-clad sect could finally flourish. But now, Mo Shui had only left the blood-clad sect for less than a day, and the blood-clad sect had suffered such a heavy blow. Most importantly, he probably wouldn't live past today. Brat, if I, Xianxia, don't die, I will kill your entire family. The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader shouted. This time, he did not want to risk his life. He wanted to escape. As long as he could escape and find Mo Shui, he could take revenge. However, was it really that easy to escape from Yi Xian? It's too late to escape now. Help me with everything you have. Yi Xian shouted as well. Then, the group of 5th-level manifestation realm sect leaders and elders used their own manifestation strength to support Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed increased by 50% and he caught up with Xianxia in an instant. Die, old man. Yi Xian approached Xianxia and stabbed him with his sword. Get lost. Xianxia gathered his remaining true qi and struck out with his palm again. However, Yi Xian's heart-shattering sword gathered all his true qi at one point and had a strong penetrating power. This kind of attack was specifically used to counter palm techniques. Poof. With a muffled sound, Yi Xian broke through the palm technique and flew towards Xianxia. Rip. The long sword stabbed into Xianxia's left chest and pierced through his heart. Wang. At this moment, Yi Xian's long sword shook and shattered Xianxia's heart. Gulp, Xianxia's eyes widened. Before he died, he reached out his hand and prepared to smash Yi Xian's head. Unfortunately, he could not do it. The blood-cloth sect's old sect leader, Xianxia, died. Rip. Another crisp sound was heard. Yi Xian pulled out the long sword in his hand. This matter had finally come to an end. Survival of the fittest. That Mo Shui will join you soon. Yi Xian's eyes shone as he took the universe ring from the corpse. The number one person in the blood-cloth sect must have a lot of wealth. However, he was disappointed. So little. Did he use it or hide it? Yi Xian frowned because he saw that Xianxia had even fewer items than his disciple. A 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist wouldn't be so poor. Come here. Immediately, Yi Xian gave orders to the blood-cloth sect's elders and sect leader who were at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian looked through the universe rings of these people one by one, but the items were still pitifully few. Your blood-cloth sect is an assassin faction. How can you be so poor? Where are the things? Yi Xian asked in dissatisfaction. Master, everything has been taken away by Mo Shui. Blood-cloth sect Master Shuili replied. Mo Shui? After his reminder, Yi Xian immediately reacted. It turned out that Mo Shui had taken everything away. However, the current blood-cloth sect was empty. Thus, he naturally wanted to take everything clean. With the help of these elders, Yi Xian emptied the entire blood-cloth sect. At the same time, Wei Zhentian broke through again and reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm. I'm afraid even Mo Shui didn't expect that the moment he left, the blood-cloth sect would be destroyed by me. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. That day, after Mo Shui killed him, he left without looking back. Therefore, in Mo Shui's eyes, Yi Xian was a dead man. However, it was this dead man who destroyed the Blood Cloth sect. "You guys, follow me back to the Zhao family," Yi Xian said to the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts. "Yes, master." Everyone nodded. Although these 8 people weren't strong and Yi Xian could kill them all by himself, their manifestation realm strength could still give Yi Xian some boost. Mo Shui was a reincarnator and was at least at the rebirth realm in his previous life. Facing such an enemy, Yi Xian didn't dare to relax. Otherwise, why would he hide his trump cards? He didn't use the innumerable swords or the Overlord's limitless sword, he hid his trump cards to deal with Mo Shui. Immediately, he broke through the void and brought the 8 5th-level manifestation realm experts back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family was still as peaceful as when he had left, but they had secretly increased their vigilance by quite a bit. After Yi Xian brought the 8 experts back, he asked directly in his mind, "Luo Luo, did anything happen during this time?" "Nothing, young master," Luo Luo replied through voice transmission. "Oh." Then, Yi Xian rushed to the spirit spring and gave the treasures to Luo Luo. Then, he rushed to the only 6th-level manifestation realm expert in the Zhao family. "What? 6th-level manifestation realm?" The Zhao family's ancestor, who was overseeing the Zhao family, suddenly opened his eyes. Previously, he was warned that the Zhao family might face a life-and-death crisis, so he was very careful. Now that he felt this aura, his entire body shook, and he immediately rushed out of the house to meet it. This aura didn't belong to Mo Shui, but Yi Xian. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian attacked the Zhao family's ancestor with his eyes from afar. The latter's mind trembled, and he was about to counterattack, but his back was hit hard. Pooh! The Zhao family's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to understand why he was ambushed. He turned around and found that the attackers were actually the 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts from the Zhao family. Why, the Zhao family's ancestor couldn't understand, but he understood in the next moment. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian was currently at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, and like the Zhao family's ancestor, the Zhao family's ancestor was directly controlled by Yi Xian under the mental attack and ambush. "Gather everything in the Zhao family and give it to me." Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Zhao family's ancestor. Although the Zhao family's items were no longer attractive, it was still better to increase their strength. After all, they were about to face a colossus. Reincarnator, Mo Shui. "Yes, master." The Zhao family's ancestor immediately led the other 3 5th-level manifestation realm experts and ordered them to gather all of the Zhao family's belongings. As long as they successfully killed Mo Shui, then Yi Xian would bring them 10 times, or even 100 times the benefits. Luo Luo still needs 1 or 2 days to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, but this girl said she learned a new move. "I wonder what it is?" Yi Xian thought in his heart and hurriedly asked. "Others can use the power of manifestation on your body to increase your speed, but this move of mine can directly increase the strength of your soul." Luo Luo answered. "Directly increase the strength of my soul? How much can it increase?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "Oh, with young master's current realm, I can increase the strength of your soul by 30%. Luo Luo answered again. 30% of the strength of the soul. With a 30% increase in soul strength, Yi Xian's Wanxiang strength would increase as well. Not only that, the increase in soul strength would also increase the effects of Burning Eye, Eye of Illusion, and Eye of Control. Yi Xian asked curiously, "Very good. What's this skill called?" "Eye of Charm." "Isn't this skill supposed to increase the power of charm? Why is it increasing my soul strength?" Yi Xian found it very strange. "It can be used to charm or increase soul strength, but you need to rest for a while after using it," Luo Luo explained. "Since it can be used, then you should continue to cultivate. If you can break through before Mo Shui comes, then our chances of winning will be higher," Yi Xian advised. "Okay." After a while, the entire wealth of the Zhao family fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Although many of the Zhao family members were dissatisfied, after hearing that they would be returned tenfold, they were very willing to hand over the things. These things were all recorded. After Yi Xian killed Mo Shui and completed his revenge mission, he would return them tenfold. 10 times the price wasn't much to Yixian. However, killing Mo Shui would allow him to obtain 3 Devour points. This was a huge purchase. No matter what, Mo Shui had to die. Before Mo Shui killed his way to the Zhao family, Yixian quickly left and prepared to go to the nearest Qian family to take a look. If the Qian family was safe, then Yixian would take control of them. If the Qian family was destroyed, then it would be a warning. Yixian didn't know much about Mo Shui. He didn't know when Mo Shui would kill his way to the Zhao family, so Yixian had to be fully prepared. With Yixian's current realm, it would only take him a few hours to reach the Qian family. He only hoped that Mo Shui wouldn't kill his way to the Zhao family in these few hours. It would be best if the Qian family was safe. This way, his chances of winning would be higher. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Halfway to the Qian family, he suddenly sensed that someone he controlled had died. Luo, someone died. What's the situation? Yixian asked anxiously. Ah? I'm fine. Luo hurriedly replied. Yixian's brows were tightly furrowed as he carefully sensed for a moment. The person who had just died was a 5th-level manifestation realm expert of the Zhao family. Right now, everyone in the Zhao family at the 4th level of the manifestation realm and above were his and Luolua's subordinates. This 5th-level manifestation realm expert couldn't have died for no reason. Then, there was only one possibility, Mo Shui. It must be Mo Shui. Yixian shuddered and hurriedly tore through the void to return to the Zhao family. However, when he stepped into the void gate, he sensed that a second person had died. Only Mo Shui could kill so many people at such a speed. After all, Mo Shui was also a peerless assassin in his previous life. When Yixian returned to the Zhao family, he hurriedly used his eye of perception to sense the situation. His eye of perception and spiritual sense were enough to cover the entire Zhao family. However, he couldn't find any unfamiliar aura. The blood-robed Tianzi was originally at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, so Mo Shui was at least at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, or even the 6th level. However, Yixian couldn't find him. What a powerful concealment technique. As expected of a rebirth realm assassin. Yixian swallowed his saliva and hurriedly gave orders to everyone. At the same time, he flew into the sky and used his eye of revelation to scan. However, he had just flown up. Xiao. A cold light swept over. Time? Yixian widened his eyes and hurriedly dodged to the side. Pooh. With a muffled sound, Yixian's chest was directly penetrated. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't hurt his heart. Although his heart was no longer his vital point, the Eye of Eternity was his secret. If he didn't expose this secret, it might save his life at a critical moment, or even turn the tables. The cold light that pierced his chest came from a corner of the Zhao family. The moment Yixian was hit, he hurriedly used his Eye of Revelation to look. As expected, he found a figure in a shadow. If one looked with the naked eye, they definitely wouldn't be able to see it. Even with the Eye of Perception, they couldn't sense this aura. This figure seemed to be one with the wall. If someone were to stand in front of it, they might not be able to discover it. Why is it you? A familiar voice sounded, and the person in the corner slowly walked out. This person was Mo Shui, a rebirth realm assassin. Just now, he felt Yixian's aura, so he directly killed him. However, he didn't expect Yixian to avoid him. What he didn't expect was that the person he killed was Yixian, whom he thought was dead. Yixian was actually still alive? No, impossible. I clearly pierced his heart. They must be twins. Mo Shui couldn't believe that he had failed and hurriedly found an excuse for himself. However, at this moment, Yixian spoke. You said that if I didn't die, it would be my ability. Yixian looked at Mo Shui and said coldly. It's really you? You didn't die? Mo Shui asked in shock. Who was he? In his previous life, he was a peerless rebirth realm assassin. Ever since he made his debut, he had never failed once. Not even once. However, this time, he actually broke the record. Of course I didn't die. Yixian coldly replied. Are you joking? The person I killed that day was only at the 4th level of the manifestation realm, and you are already at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. You should be his twin brother, Mo Shui said with a frown as he gripped the spear in his hand. Indeed, even if it was other people, they would probably think so too. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm when he killed the blood-clad emperor. After breaking through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, he was killed by Mo Shui, who had awakened his inherited memories. In just a few days, he actually broke through from the 4th level of the manifestation realm to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even Mo Shui himself couldn't do it. I don't have a twin. That day, you failed. I also benefited from the disaster and broke through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian said. Mo Shui fell silent when he heard this. At this moment, their conversation fell into the ears of the surrounding people. Immediately, this group of people quickly evacuated the area, including the Zhao family. At the same time, the experts also quickly rushed over. I didn't expect that after thousands of years of never failing, I would break the record after reincarnating. My words still count. If I, Mo Shui, want to assassinate someone, I won't do it again if they can survive my attack. Mo Shui was also someone who had experienced great storms. Only by admitting his mistakes could he become stronger. That won't do. I belong to the Zhao family. I can't just sit by and watch you kill your way into the Zhao family. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that's the case, then I have a reason to attack you again. Mo Shui smirked. Although Yi Xian was once his enemy, as an ace assassin, he had to abide by his own rules. However, he still wanted to kill Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had helped him break his own record. Now, he finally had a reason to kill Yi Xian. This way, he could avoid having a heart demon in the future. However, just as Yi Xian finished speaking, he noticed that there was a familiar figure amongst the people surrounding him. Xueli? Mo Shui was shocked to see the father of this body's reincarnated body. Master Mo Shui, please stop. We have some connections with the Zhao family. They are willing to take out the key to open the transrealm teleportation formation. Xueli hurriedly said. Stop? Mo Shui murmured and smiled evilly, although you are the father of this body of mine, do you think that you can order me around like this? No one can interfere with what I want to do. I can take what I want myself. As soon as he said this, Yi Xian knew that his sneak attack plan would not succeed. Just now, he wanted Xueli to persuade Mo Shui so that he could launch a sneak attack. After all, against such an enemy, it was reasonable to use underhanded methods. But now, it seemed that this plan would not work. Mo Shui was a reincarnator. Only his parents in his previous life were his parents. He did not care about his parents in this life. Even if they all died, it would not matter. However, before Yi Xian could speak, Mo Shui said, Brat, you must have used some method to control them, right? Boom. This sentence gave Yi Xian a fright. An assassin's intuition was terrifying. The blood-clad sex-old master, an experienced assassin, saw through his disguise. Mo Shui was a rebirth realm cultivator, so he could see through it with a single glance. How amazing. Not bad. Yi Xian did not intend to hide it either, because the ambush plan had already failed. What was the point of hiding it? Today, I'm going to destroy the Zhao family. Originally, I wanted to kill them one by one and get back to the feeling. Now that I see you guys gathering here to seek death, I can only send you on your way. Mo Shui revealed a cold smile again. As long as Yi Xian did not attack, then he could let Yi Xian live. After all, he had his own rules. However, if Yi Xian wanted to die, he wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. Although you are a reincarnator, you are only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. What can you do? Yi Xian had a confident expression on his face, but in Mo Shui's eyes, this was blind confidence. Mo Shui had already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. Even if his realm was the same as Yi Xian and the Zhao family's ancestor, his strength was not to be underestimated. The atmosphere between the two parties was tense, and a battle could break out at any time. At this moment, the people of the Zhao family had already been evacuated, and the entire Zhao family could be used as a battlefield. Kid, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Emo Shui could not help but ask again. In his eyes, even people of the immortality realm were ants, let alone Yixian, a kid who had not even reached the netherworld realm. Truly, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Cut the crap. Attack. Yixian did not plan to waste his breath on Emo Shui. Emo Shui was his mission boss. If he did not kill Emo Shui, how could he complete his revenge mission and get the 3 Devour points? After receiving Yixian's order, the surrounding people all used their manifestation strength on Yixian. In an instant, Yixian's speed nearly doubled. This battle was between him and Emo Shui. Only he was going to fight Emo Shui, not the others who were going to besiege Emo Shui. Kid, the great Emo Shui, was killed by you. I'm going to feed your corpses to the dogs. Emo Shui was successfully enraged by Yixian. He clenched his fists and charged toward Yixian. At the same time, Yixian activated his Eye of Revelation and scanned the area. Ding. Dark Haste has been successfully copied. Ding. Host has learned Dark Haste. This Emo Shui was a reincarnator, which meant that he had countless divine abilities in his mind. At this moment, the Dark Knight Haste that Yixian was charging at was a high-grade Wanxiang level divine ability. As a result, Yixian speed soared again. Emo Shui, today is the day you reincarnate. Die. Yixian quickly landed on the ground and used Burning Eyes and Eyes of Illusion on Emo Shui. Kid, I'm a reincarnator. Do you think soul attacks will work on me? Emo Shui's cold voice floated over. Indeed, a reincarnator's soul was extremely strong. Although it was not at the peak, it was not something that could be hurt by soul attacks of this level. As soon as he finished speaking, Emo Shui had already arrived in front of Yixian like a ghost. He raised his blood-red sword and stabbed it into Yixian's heart. Last time, he had failed. This time, in a face-to-face situation, there was no way he would fail again. Good chance. Emo Shui personally came. This was a great opportunity for Yixian because his heart was not a vital part. Even if it was destroyed, it would only cause internal injuries. However, Emo Shui did not know this. Luo Luo. Yixian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Luo Luo was already in the crowd. When she heard Yixian's order, she quickly used her newly learned Eye of Enchantment. A pink true chi gushed out and condensed into a pink demonic eye above Luo Luo's head. This pink Eye of Enchantment was aimed at Yixian's back. In the next moment, Yixian's soul strength skyrocketed. At the same time, his all-creation strength also increased. What, the Eye of Enchantment? When Emo Shui saw this Eye of Enchantment, his body trembled. He actually gave up on attacking and quickly retreated. This scene was something that even Yixian did not expect. Emo Shui was frightened by the Eye of Enchantment and was forced to retreat. However, Yixian would not let go of this opportunity. Heartbreaking swordsmanship, die. While Emo Shui was not far away, Yixian quickly stabbed his sword into Emo Shui's heart. Do you think you can hurt me with this attack? Emo Shui came back to his senses. Facing Yixian's attack, he did not care at all. He directly spread out his all-creation strength and dispersed the attack. Pung. With a muffled sound, Yixian's heartbreaking sword technique was defeated. A reincarnator is indeed not that easy to kill. Yixian sighed in his heart. His previous attack was merely a test attack. Otherwise, he would have immediately used the Eye of Devastation to kill Emo Shui. But now, Emo Shui's Wanxiang strength was extremely strong, much stronger than Yixian's. It would not be easy for Yixian to break through his defense. Although the Eye of Devastation is effective, it is also one of my trump cards. I have to use it when I am confident. If it fails, Emo Shui will be on guard. Yixian thought in his heart. At the same time, he did not understand why Emo Shui was scared away by the Eye of Enchantment. I didn't expect that there would be a noble fox bloodline here. She even comprehended the Eye of Enchantment. Little fox, are you also a reincarnator? Emo Shui looked at Luo Luo with fear. There were two situations for people who had inherited memories. First, there was an expert in their ancestors. This was the inherited memory passed down by their ancestors. Second, they were a reincarnator, so they had inherited memories. However, Yi Xian knew that Luo Luo was not a reincarnator. After Luo Luo awakened her inherited memories, she did not have memories of her previous life. Why don't you guess? Luo Luo giggled. Humph, so you are not a reincarnator. Mo Shui was sure. The reason why he was so afraid of the Eye of Enchantment was because of this Eye of Enchantment before he reincarnated. In order to avoid being hunted down, he had no choice but to reincarnate. Now, after seeing that Luo Luo could also use the Eye of Enchantment, the hatred from his previous life immediately surged out. He has his eyes on Luo Luo. Yi Xian noticed Mo Shui's soaring killing intent and could not help but tremble. The two of you are already on my kill list. Now, I will show you my true strength. When Mo Shui finished speaking, his killing intent skyrocketed once again. This killing intent made everyone present tremble, fear creeping into their hearts. What kind of killing intent was this? How many people did he have to kill to be able to condense such killing intent? Mo Shui was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, even if he did not use his manifestation strength, his killing intent alone could immobilize a person at the 5th level of the manifestation realm. This alone was not something Yi Xian could do. Come. Yi Xian did not care so much and threw the Sky Shocker sword in his hand. And Luo Luo Luo. 10,000 swords soared. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword turned into thousands of swords, densely flying towards Mo Shui. But Luo Luo. Mo Shui sneered. His figure flashed as he directly flew towards Yi Xian. As an assassin, he was particular about killing with one strike. Even if he was in an army of 10,000, he could still take the enemy's head. Mo Shui's manifestation strength was extremely powerful due to the high number of people. After being strengthened, his speed surpassed Yi Xian's. One had to know that Yi Xian had the help of other experts. Come. Yi Xian shouted. He immediately transformed into the golden armored war god and stabbed Mo Shui with his sword. Heartbreak sword technique. The cold light brushed past Mo Shui's body. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shui arrived in front of Yi Xian. For an assassin, attacking a vital point was a must. Although Yi Xian wore the brilliant golden armor, Mo Shui was still a peerless assassin. If he could not kill Yi Xian with one strike, then he did not deserve his reputation. Kid, it's time to go. Mo Shui raised his hand and stabbed at Yi Xian's head. At the same time, he used the manifestation strength to bind Yi Xian. In terms of the power of Wanxiang, Yi Xian wasn't a match at all. Even with the support of Luo Luo's Eyes of Enchantment, it wouldn't be enough. Gotcha. It easily pierced through the brilliant golden armor, then pierced through Yi Xian's forehead, piercing through it. Last time, Mo Shui thought he missed, but this time, he saw Yi Xian's head being pierced. There was no way he could not die this time. He had seen many people like Yi Xian. They were all newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They thought that they could be arrogant because they were geniuses. Most of the missions he had taken were to assassinate these so-called geniuses. He had even killed those with higher realms than him. Compared to these people, Yi Xian was nothing. Therefore, Mo Shui was very calm. It was as if he had just stepped on an insignificant ant. Then, he focused his attention on Luo Luo. The person who had injured him and forced him to reincarnate was not Luo Luo, but he had deep resentment. Therefore, he wanted to kill Luo Luo so that the Fox clan would have one less super genius. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice under the brilliant golden armor. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Dissection. What? Mo Shui, who was close at hand, trembled, but he was still caught off guard. Fortunately, he had used his all-creation strength and genuine chi to protect himself from the beginning. Bang! The Eye of Nirvana was very powerful. After all, the Heavenly Eye clan had evolved several times. This attack directly broke through Mo Shui's manifestation strength. Then, the Eye of Dissection shot into Mo Shui's right eye. Sizzle! A faint sound was heard. Mo Shui's right eye was rapidly withering. It was being swept away by the chi in his body. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shui's right eye was dissected. The entire eye socket was empty. It was very terrifying. Even Mo Shui did not expect this scene. Why was Yi Xian, who he had already determined to be dead, able to attack again? Why? Mo Shui could not figure it out, but there was no need to. Since Yi Xian could not die even after his head was pierced, then his entire body would explode. How dare you injure my eye? All of you, die! Mo Shui roared at the sky. The eye was very important to an assassin. However, he was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm, so it was easy to repair it. If he was in the rebirth state, losing an eye would require extremely precious heavenly and earthly treasures. That was because his cultivation level was high. When Mo Shui finished speaking, a surge of energy surged in his body, as if it was about to burst out. Feeling this energy, Yi Xian's face became extremely gloomy. At such a close distance, he would probably have to bear all the damage. Even the entire Zhou clan would be destroyed. Myriad swords returned to origin, trap. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already controlled the heaven-shaking swords to help. When Mo Shui gathered his energy, the thousands of heaven-shaking swords all enlarged dozens of times and fell down like meteors. Boom! 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 Spiritual sword formation, thousands of giant swords surrounded Mo Shui. At the same time, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and arrived outside the spiritual sword formation. He then put Luoluo into the demonic space. The moment Luoluo disappeared, Mo Shui finally exploded. A dangerous aura spread out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. This was the loudest sound Yi Xian had ever heard. Boom! The spiritual sword formation collapsed. This explosion was like the original, razing the entire Zhao family to the ground. Not only that, but there were also countless lives in the Zhao family. Although they had already started evacuating, there were tens of thousands of people in the Zhao family, so it was impossible for all of them to leave. These people were all blown to pieces by Mo Shui's attack. In addition, all the 5th level manifestation realm experts were killed, including Mo Shui's father, Shueli. Even Yi Xian himself was seriously injured and spat out blood. At this moment, there were only 3 figures left in this terrifying crater. Mo Shui, Yi Xian, and the 6th level manifestation realm Zhao family's ancestor. No, if Yi Xian hadn't asked the others to use the manifestation realm strength to help the Zhao family's ancestor resist, he would probably have died. Pfft, Yi Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Mo Shui's attack was too powerful. Even the spiritual sword formation was blown to pieces. If it weren't for the spiritual sword formation, he would have been blown to pieces. At that time, not only would the entire Zhao family be gone, but the destroyed area would at least be 3 times larger. This power was at least 10 times stronger than before. Looking at the pitch-black abyss below his feet, Yi Xian had no intention to fight. Previously, he was only able to fight Mo Shui with the manifestation realm strength support from Luoluo and more than 10 experts. But now, the only person he could control was the Zhao family's ancestor, and Wei Zhentian also died from that attack. Fight? What's there to fight? A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Even if they were on the same level, Yi Xian was no match for him. Mo Shui's disintegration was only a result of his carelessness. If they continued to fight, Yi Xian would have no chance of winning. However, just as Yi Xian was in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out. What a tough brat. You didn't die even after that. Fine, let me cut you into 8 pieces. Let's see if you can still survive. Mo Shui said as he dashed out again. Yi Xian was alarmed. He prepared to tear open the void and leave. Could he not do this revenge mission? In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor of the Zhao family was pierced through the heart by Mo Shui. Just as the void gate opened, Mo Shui looked at Yi Xian, whose golden armor was in tatters, and sneered, Brat, I know you have an escape technique. Do you think it will work in front of me? Yi Xian frowned. He found that the void gate, which was not fully opened, had already closed. How was this possible? Mo Shui, was careless once. There won't be a second time. That's why I set up the void lock formation. Let's see how you can escape now. Mo Shui sneered as he slowly approached Yi Xian. Just now, the void lock formation was not fully set up, so the void could still be used. However, now that the void lock formation was fully set up, the void could not even open a small hole. Yi Xian was like a turtle in a jar. He could not escape. Not only that, but he also began to regret coming to find trouble with a reincarnator. Whether it was the explosion or the spacelock array, with his eye of revelation, he couldn't see how Emo Shui had used them. A reincarnator was indeed a reincarnator. Although Emo Shui was only at the 6th level of the Wanxiang realm, his strength was at least at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. No, Yi Xian would rather deal with someone at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm than make an enemy out of Emo Shui. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them to me. Emo Shui looked at Yi Xian with his only eye. His right eye had been disintegrated by Yi Xian's eye of disintegration. The entire eye socket was a terrifying black hole. Yi Xian was in despair. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. It seemed that his original body and clone were going to die this time. His speed was not as fast as Emo Shui's, and he could not use the Void Eye. His only trump card was the Overlord's limitless sword. However, even the innumerable swords could not do anything to Emo Shui. What use was the Overlord's limitless sword? Seeing Yi Xian's ashen face, Emo Shui continued, "At this point, you can only blame yourself for provoking me. Fine, let me send you on your way." When Emo Shui finished speaking, Yi Xian quickly turned around and left. As long as he could leave the range of the spacelock formation, he would have a chance to level up. Even if he had to split up, he had to escape. Emo Shui did not know that his eyes were his weakness. As long as he split into two, Emo Shui might think that the other one was a puppet and give up on chasing. This way, he might be able to minimize his losses. You think you can escape from my grasp? Emo Shui turned into a ray of light and swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's clone had a solemn expression and retreated to the left and right. Puppet? Such a thought flashed through Emo Shui's mind. He carefully sensed and found that the aura of Yi Xian's original body and clone was almost identical. Not bad, quite clever. Although I don't know which one is the original body, I'll just kill them both. Emo Shui did not think further and chased after Yi Xian's original body. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Yi Xian and stabbed into Yi Xian's throat. Gulp, Yi Xian's throat was pierced and blood spurted out. However, this was not fatal to Yi Xian. Not dead yet? Let's do it again. Emo Shui sneered. His hand turned into a ray of cold light and in the next moment, Yi Xian's head was thrown up. An ordinary person would definitely die if their head was chopped off, but Emo Shui had learned his lesson. He would not stop until he smashed Yi Xian's entire body into pieces. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. An extremely strong aura suddenly broke into Yi Xian's sensing range. At the same time, Emo Shui also felt this aura. What? Emo Shui's body trembled. He was about to blow up Yi Xian's head when he suddenly stopped and turned around. In the distance, a ray of platinum light entered Emo Shui's eyes. This ray of light was rapidly approaching him. What a strong aura! Emo Shui was shocked. While he was still in shock, this ray of light had already swept past his light. Yo, young man, you're in big trouble again? A childish voice entered Yi Xian's ears. This voice was familiar to Yi Xian, and it was extremely familiar to him. It's you? Yi Xian suddenly saw hope and couldn't help but exclaim. The newcomer turned out to be the mini sky dragon that he had met in the land of the dead a few days ago. You're still alive. Emo Shui turned his head to look at Yi Xian's flying head and raised his hand, ready to smash it into pieces. But at this moment, whoosh, a platinum light flashed and Emo Shui's body trembled. He looked down at his chest and found that it was empty. The golden light directly blasted a big hole in his chest, and his beating heart was clearly visible. Senior, please spare my life, Emo Shui panicked. He knew that the platinum sky dragon in front of him had the strength to kill him instantly. It was not easy for him to reincarnate and awaken, so he couldn't die here. If it weren't for a special reason, I would have killed you already. Now get out of here. The mini sky dragon said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Emo Shui almost killed him, so how could he leave like this? However, he had been saved twice by the mini sky dragon, and the mini sky dragon seemed to be afraid of something, so it let Emo Shui leave. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Yes, 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 I'll leave now. Mo Shui didn't dare to delay and hurriedly turned around and left. As if his boat was on fire, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian began to repair his body. He looked in the direction where Mo Shui left, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had to kill Mo Shui with his own hands for the revenge mission. Now that Mo Shui had escaped, this mission had to be delayed for a while. However, now that Mo Shui had left, it was uncertain whether he could find Mo Shui again. What if the next time he saw Mo Shui, he was even stronger? After all, Mo Shui was a reincarnator, therefore, Yi Xian didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and cupped his fists. Senior Dragon, thank you for saving my life. I only heard that there is a transrealm teleportation array here. I didn't expect you to be here as well. The mini sky dragon didn't expect to see Yi Xian again either. It rushed over and continued, I can't kill that samsara traveler. Otherwise, a powerful expert will descend and I'll be beaten back to my original form. I don't have the ability to fight with such an expert. If that happens, I'll be doomed. Although Yi Xian couldn't understand this, he was lucky enough to survive because of this, so he naturally couldn't ask for too much. Senior Long, you're being too serious. It's all thanks to Senior's help this time. Otherwise, I would have been dead for sure. Yi Xian thanked him again. This mini sky dragon had already saved him twice. He was thinking that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay these two favors. I just happened to pass by. Come, give me some more blood. I've finished all of it. The mini sky dragon extended a small claw. No problem. Without saying anything, Yi Xian took out a blood bottle from the devouring space and gave it to the mini sky dragon. It had to be said that his luck was really good. If it wasn't for the dragon egg using his blood to hatch, allowing him and the mini sky dragon to have the same kind of bloodline, he would have been miserable. The mini sky dragon held the blood bottle with two claws. After drinking a few mouthfuls, it couldn't help but sigh, not bad, not bad. Your bloodline has improved a lot. Why don't you follow me back to the Life Saint sect? Life Saint sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Senior Dragon, did you establish the sect? No, but even the sect master of the Life Saint sect has to call me senior when he sees me. The mini sky dragon said indifferently. Then where is this Life Saint sect? Yi Xian asked again. Life Saint sect, but it's a little far from here. That little Luli girl actually brought me to the Punlai divine land. I'm going to kill her. At the mention of Fairy Luli, the mini sky dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, itching to kill Fairy Luli 100 times. At this time, Yi Xian remembered the mini sky dragon's words just now. The latter seemed to want to go to the Luguang sacred land. Then, Senior Dragon, you want to go to the Luguang sacred land and then use the transrealm transmission array to go to the Life Saint sect? Yi Xian asked. Yes, how about it? Do you want to go to the Life Saint sect with me? As long as you follow me, you can break through to a realm you can't even imagine in the future, the mini sky dragon replied. A realm he couldn't even imagine, although this was very tempting. The distance from the Luguang sacred land to the Life Saint sect of the Life Saint sect was very long. However, Yi Xian had more important things to do at the moment, and that was to kill the Yin Yang ancestor and rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Therefore, it was impossible to follow the mini sky dragon. Senior, I'm sorry, but my wife has been taken away. I can't leave. Yi Xian directly refused. The mini sky dragon was surprised and asked, Oh, who took her? Someone called the Yin Yang ancestor, Yi Xian replied, Have you heard of him, Senior Dragon? Never heard of him. He doesn't sound like a good person. The mini sky dragon shook its head. Yi Xian felt that this was normal. This mini sky dragon was an existence that even the reincarnator Mo Shui was afraid of. At its peak, it must be stronger than the reincarnation state. As for the Yin Yang ancestor, Yi Xian estimated that it should be at the nirvana state or longevity state. The gap was too big, so it was understandable that the mini sky dragon had never heard of him. If Senior Dragon wants to go to the Luguang sacred land, I know where the transrealm transmission array is. Moreover, the Yin Yang ancestor who took my wife is also in the Luguang sacred land. At this time, Yi Xian opened his mouth again. Although the 8 great families have sealed the transrealm transmission array, at least 4 keys were needed to use it. However, with Xian's current realm, he could directly break through the seal and use the transrealm transmission array. Oh, is that so? That's good. I don't have to look for it myself. The mini sky dragon said and wanted Xian to take it away. Xian paused for a moment. Now that the revenge mission had not been completed, he could not find Mo Shui for a while. Moreover, he could not defeat the latter. Mo Shui was not afraid of him, but the mini sky dragon. Therefore, this revenge mission was unlikely to succeed. Senior Dragon said that we can't kill Mo Shui for the time being, so I'm afraid we can only give up on this mission. Xian sighed in his heart and said, Senior Dragon, I'll take you to the transrealm transmission array. Okay, let's go. Without saying anything, the mini sky dragon grabbed Xian's shoulder with its little dragon claw. In an instant, the two of them turned into a stream of light and left the sky. Now, it was time for Xian to leave the Punlai sacred land. With the mini sky dragon escorting him, even if Mo Shui had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to trouble Xian. However, Xian forgot that Mo Shui was originally going to the Luguang sacred land. Xian was in charge of leading the way while the mini sky dragon led the way. At this moment, Xian finally understood how powerful the mini sky dragon was. The mini sky dragon's speed was so fast that even he felt fear. He didn't know how much of a difference there was between him and the mini sky dragon. He estimated that the mini sky dragon was at least at the ethereal opening realm. The mini sky dragon had been beaten back to its original form by Fairy Luli. After hatching, it found Xian and scared away the deathly eye. Xian couldn't help but guess what level of ethereal beast the mini sky dragon was. It was terrifying that it was born at the manifestation realm or ethereal opening realm. In less than half an hour, under Xian's guidance, the two finally arrived at the transrealm teleportation array. This transrealm teleportation array was built in an underground palace. Without Xian's guidance, even the mini sky dragon wouldn't have found it so easily. Xian had inquired about the transrealm teleportation array before. To teleport to the glazed light sacred ground from this array, it cost 200,000 soul crystals, and that was the price of a single person's ticket. A man and a dragon required 400,000 soul crystals. This wasn't much to the previous Xian. However, in order to fight Mo Shui, he had spent all his savings, so he couldn't afford it. Fortunately, the mini sky dragon had a lot of good things, including countless soul crystals, so he didn't have to worry about the teleportation fee. The mini sky dragon arrived outside the palace and slashed open the transrealm teleportation array's gate with its claws. Xian hurriedly followed in. Then, he saw a strange array that was 100 meters wide. Kid, do you have anything else to do? This teleportation array is one way. If you want to come back, you have to find another teleportation array. The mini sky dragon floated to the center of the transrealm teleportation array and turned to speak to Xian. The two sacred grounds were very far apart, and this transrealm teleportation array was one way. If Xian was teleported to the glazed light sacred ground, it wouldn't be so easy to come back, even with the eyes of the void. It's fine. Xian shook his head. However, there was one regret in his heart, which was that he didn't kill Mo Shui and cause the destruction of the entire Zhao family. Since there's nothing else, let's go. The mini sky dragon took out some soul crystals and activated the transrealm teleportation array. Hoo. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the transrealm teleportation array, and the entire transrealm teleportation array began to rotate. Xian focused his gaze and realized that the objects around him were beginning to disappear bit by bit. In the end, he could only see the rotating array formation. Above his head was a starry sky. He had no idea where it came from. 10 seconds later, those things reappeared. However, they were no longer the same as before. Instead, they were brand new. He had already left the Punlai Divine Land and arrived at the Luguang Divine Land. Alright, we're here. The mini sky dragon floated over and said, Boy, I have high hopes for you. Are you sure you don't want to be with me? Senior Long, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a huge grudge to take, Xian refused again. Not bad. You're loyal. The mini sky dragon nodded in satisfaction. Then, it stretched out its dragon claw, tore off a piece of platinum scale from its body, and handed it to Xian. This dragon scale is for you. You can find me when you come to the life-sacred land in the future, the mini sky dragon said to Xian. Thank you, senior. Xian received the platinum-colored dragon scale. He knew that this was a keepsake that the mini sky dragon had given him. Alright, I have to go. When I return to the life-sacred sect and recover my peak strength, I'll definitely find that little girl Luli and settle the score. The mini sky dragon cursed angrily. Then, it turned into a stream of light and left the teleportation palace, disappearing without a trace. Xian looked at its departing figure and fell into deep thought. He had to plan his next steps carefully. Now that Mo Shui had escaped, and he couldn't kill him, his revenge mission had failed. Moreover, he had already teleported to the Luguang Divine Land. Next, he had to look for news of the Yin-Yang Temple. Right, Mo Shui was a member of the Luguang Divine Land in his previous life. He's also coming to the Luguang Divine Land. At this time, Xian suddenly remembered this matter. Since Mo Shui was a member of the Luguang Divine Land, then Mo Shui might also use the cross-realm teleportation array to teleport to the Luguang Divine Land. Let's go quickly. Now that Senior Long has left, if I meet Mo Shui, I'll definitely die without a complete corpse. Xian shuddered. He had just arrived and didn't know anything about the Luguang Divine Land. Therefore, after leaving the cross-realm teleportation array, he randomly chose a direction and left. He estimated that the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor was at least a Nirvana realm expert, or even an Immortality realm expert. Therefore, Xian's current strength was far from enough. However, he still felt that he should gather some information first. He ran wildly in a direction. 10 minutes later, he saw a small city. No, it should be a mountain villa. This mountain villa looked slightly bigger than the Zhao family. After Xian saw it, he immediately rushed over. He had to figure out which part of the Luguang Divine Land he was in and ask if he had heard of the Yin-Yang Temple. However, when he got closer, he realized that something big had happened here. Ah, don't kill me, spare me, Shui Tu, all of you will die a horrible death. One by one, cries and roars fell into Xian's ears. What's going on? Xian's footsteps paused. He focused his eyes and realized that a battle had broken out in the mountain villa. No, it should be a massacre. Dozens of people rushed into the mountain villa and killed crazily. Even the women and children were not spared. Is it a bandit group? Xian immediately reacted. To be on the safe side, he slowly approached and felt the opponent's realm first. He rushed outside the mountain villa. Using his eye of perception and spiritual sense, he sensed that there were many 6th-level manifestation realm experts in the mountain villa. Some had even reached the 7th level of the manifestation realm, and one of them was even at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He did not expect that even a bandit group here was stronger than the Blood Cloak sect. It seemed that he had come to a higher level place. Right now, my 10,000 swords return to origin is cooling down, but I still have the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword. Wei Zhentian is at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Together with the people in the mountain villa, there shouldn't be a problem. Xian thought for a moment, then rushed in with the Skyquake sword. Although he had robbed before, he would occasionally lend a hand. Of course, the main reason was that his strength was too weak and he needed to improve as soon as possible. He charged in and used his eye of perception to lock onto dozens of people with strong killing intent. Heartbreak sword technique. Xian approached a 6th-level manifestation realm bandit and directly stabbed with his sword. At the same level, no one could block his attack. In an instant, the sword ray sank into the bandit's back and tore his heart apart. Then, Xian immediately went over and put away the universe ring and corpse. Haha, as expected of a bandit. You're very rich. Xian couldn't help but laugh loudly. This 6th-level manifestation realm bandit had at least 1,000,000 soul crystals worth of items in his universe ring. After he devoured all of these items, his cultivation base improved by a large margin. Then, he quickly rushed out and continued to kill these bandits. These bandits were all bare-chested and only wore a red pauldron. While killing these bandits, Xian also learned that they were called the Bloody Massacre Bandits. The leader was called Bloody Massacre, and he was also the 8th level manifestation realm expert. This manor was called Hu Manor, and there were only 3 7th level manifestation realm experts in the manor. The difference in strength between Hu Manor and the Bloody Massacre Bandits was huge. If Xian didn't interfere, the manor would definitely be destroyed. While killing the bandits, Xian also sensed that there were several experts fighting in the distance. They were all 7th level manifestation realm existences. However, Xian didn't immediately rush over to join the battle. Instead, he killed the 6th level manifestation realm bandits first. A brawny man fighting in the air in the distance felt something strange and turned his head to look. He discovered that some of his brothers were missing. He diverted some attention to size up and finally found Xian. Second brother, there's a thorn in the side. Go kill him. The brawny man said to a scholarly man. He thought that Xian was a hidden expert in Hu Manor. All right. The scholarly man gripped his longsword tightly and immediately rushed out. Brat, how dare you kill my brothers? You're courting death. The scholarly man swooped down and pointed his longsword at Xian's head. A 7th level manifestation realm, huh? Perfect, I'll start with you. Xian narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could easily kill this scholarly man, but the leader of the Bloody Slaughter Bandits, Bloody Slaughter, was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, so he was prepared to control this scholarly man and use him to launch a sneak attack on Bloody Slaughter. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Xian hurriedly used a soul attack. What a fellow. He even knows how to use soul attacks. You're courting death. The scholarly man took 2 steps in the air and arrived in front of Xian, thrusting out his sword again. His longsword had killed many 7th level manifestation realm martial artists, let alone Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, Xian was no ordinary person. Dragon Capturing Hand. Xian grabbed at the air and directly captured the refined man. Then, he punched the refined man in the chest. Pooh. The scholarly man spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul strength was about the same as Xian's, so he had already failed to kill Xian with that strike. Ding. Control successful. When the system notification sounded, Xian secretly glanced over and realized that Bloody Slaughter did not look over. Bang. The scholarly man quickly dispersed the dragon capturing hand and stabbed Xian in the heart. Rip. After a crisp sound, the scholarly man took Xian's universe ring and left. Bloody Slaughter had fought 3 7th level manifestation realm martial artists by himself, and by the time the scholarly man returned, he had already killed the 3 7th level manifestation realm martial artists of the Hu family village. Haha, second brother, you're one step too slow. Bloody Slaughter laughed loudly. Bloody Slaughter was very confident in the scholarly man's strength. It was a piece of cake for him to kill a 6th level manifestation realm martial artist. However, he did not notice that the scholarly man's gaze was slightly off. Big brother, are we still following the old rules? The scholarly man asked while holding his longsword. That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Xuetu ordered. The entire Hu family village had a population of several tens of thousands, but Bloody Slaughter was a bloodthirsty person. To him, human lives were not even comparable to a piece of delicious roasted meat. At this moment, Xian had already killed more than 10 people. There were still close to 26th level manifestation realm bandits left. However, he now focused his attention on Bloody Slaughter. As long as he killed Bloody Slaughter, the remaining bandits would not be a problem. He quietly approached Bloody Slaughter. All the bandits he encountered along the way were all controlled by his eye of control. I heard that a spirit spring was discovered under the Hu family village. Second brother, remember not to kill them all. You have to ask for the entrance. Bloody Slaughter suddenly said to the scholarly man. Yes, big brother. The scholarly man nodded in response. When Bloody Slaughter turned around and was about to kill the other bandits of the Hu family village, he immediately made his move. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the scholarly man stabbed his sword into Bloody Slaughter's back. What? Bloody Slaughter's reaction was quite fast. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital points, so he did not immediately die. However, what he did not understand was why his sworn brother, who had followed him for more than 10 years, would sneak attack him. Bang! Before Bloody Slaughter could counterattack, the scholarly man channeled a surge of true chi and detonated it in Bloody Slaughter's body. This attack directly injured Bloody Slaughter. Bloody Slaughter was furious. His manifestation realm strength surged out and directly forced the longsword out. Then, he waved his large hands at the scholarly man's face. "You dare to betray me? You're courting death." One was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The scholarly man was instantly sent flying by Bloody Slaughter and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bloody Slaughter did not follow up with another attack because he wanted to ask the scholarly man why he did this. However, at this moment, Bloody Slaughter, whose body was in chaos, suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. A mental attack, Bloody Slaughter immediately reacted. However, he knew that his second brother would not use this kind of method, so it was naturally someone else. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air entered his ears. He turned his head and saw a long sword shooting towards him from his right. At the same time, a person wearing golden armor flew up into the sky from his left. Insignificant skill. Get lost. Bloody Slaughter roared loudly and fiercely threw a punch at Xianxia. Blood explosion fist. Golden dragon catcher hand. Xianxia also grabbed at the air and condensed a large golden hand to block this attack. Xianxia's strength was considered quite good to be able to block an all-out attack from an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation realm with his 6th level of the manifestation realm cultivation base. Now, the leader of the Bloody Slaughter group, Bloody Slaughter, was besieged from 3 sides. Even though his cultivation base was high, it was of no use. "Second brother, why did you betray me? Could it be that you want to exchange my head for a reward?" Bloody Slaughter looked at the scholarly man who was rushing towards him and could not help but shout. Xuetu thought that the scholarly man wanted to kill him and bring his head to exchange for a reward. Then, the scholarly man would become the leader and continue to lead the bloody massacre bandits. However, he was wrong. The scholarly man did not answer his question. Instead, he infused Xianxia's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Xianxia's speed skyrocketed. Whoosh! 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 Xianxia attacked Xuetu as he ran. With the help of the divine tree of life's bloodline, he continuously used his supernatural powers, including the blood explosion fist that Xuetu had just used. "Damn it! What are you doing?" Xuetu was besieged by 3 parties and immediately shouted. These words were naturally said to the group of bandits below. However, he didn't know that when Xianxia flew high into the sky, he controlled all of the remaining 20 bandits, not leaving a single one behind. These bandits were not only watching from the sidelines, but they were also infusing Xianxia's body with the power of 10,000 mammoth. In an instant, Xianxia's speed skyrocketed again. It was a pity that this battle was in the air. If they were on land, Xianxia's speed would have skyrocketed by 90%. If that was the case, Xuetu's head would have been chopped off long ago. However, even if the battle was in the air, Xuetu would not be able to survive for long. Damn it. I, Xuetu, am actually going to die in this place. I can't accept this. Xuetu roared at the sky. After using supernatural powers to block Xianxia's attacks multiple times, his true chi was already exhausted. Whoosh whoosh. When Xianxia saw that Xuetu was at the end of his rope, he once again threw a punch at Xuetu's blood explosion fist. The shadow of the fist pierced through the air and landed on Xuetu's body. Immediately, the blood on Xuetu's body boiled. Then, his entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Countless pieces of flesh scattered in the air, creating a bloody rain. Xuetu, who was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, was dead. Xianxia immediately rushed over and put Xuetu's interspatial ring and head into his interspatial ring. Not enough for a breakthrough. Just a little more. Xianxia frowned slightly and immediately ordered the other bandits to hand over the items. Ding. The host has broken through and is currently at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 consecutive system notifications caused Yi Xian to be unable to help but smile. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Should we return to the teleportation array and ambush Mo Shui? This plan was not impossible. However, Mo Shui was severely injured by the mini sky dragon, so he had to find a place to heal. Moreover, even though he was a member of the Glazed Light Sacred Land, there was no need for him to return to the Glazed Light Sacred Land so quickly. Perhaps he would first look for materials in the Punlai Sacred Land, then refine the Jade Blood Golden Pill, and then come back after breaking through to the Ethereal Opening Realm. Therefore, the plan to ambush Mo Shui was instantly thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. After killing Shui Tu, Yi Xian directly stabbed 20 times and killed all the remaining bandits. Only a refined man at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm and another bandit remained. At this moment, the Hu family village was littered with corpses. The number of dead had reached thousands. These bloody slaughter bandit gang members killed without batting an eyelid. After killing their way into the Hu family village, they attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, they used a wide range of abilities. More than half of the entire Hu family village was destroyed. However, compared to the huge crater that Mo Shui created, this was nothing. The spirit spring at the Zhao family village was destroyed by Mo Shui. Just now, Shui Tu said that there is another spirit spring under the Hu family village. It is probably of a higher level than the one at the Zhao family village. Yi Xian's heart moved as he immediately swept his gaze over. There were still many people from the Hu family village around, so he directly controlled a 6th level of the Manifestation Realm person. Your Hu family village's disaster has been resolved by me, so I won't take advantage of the situation. Just tell me where the entrance to the spirit spring is. Yi Xian said to this Hu family village expert. Master, please follow me. This Hu family village expert directly led Yi Xian to an inconspicuous corner of the Hu family village. The entrance to the spirit spring was actually a well. Very good. You can arrange the matters of the Hu family village yourself. Without another word, Yi Xian brought the scholarly man and another person into the well. This well was a completely different world. The spirit spring was inside, and there was a special formation that controlled the heaven-earth yuan qi in this hole. Yi Xian sensed it and found that although the spirit spring was smaller than the one at the Zhao family village, its quality was twice as high. It's a pity that this spirit spring is formed through the cycle of heaven and earth. Once taken away, it will lose its spirit qi. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and then released Luo Luo from the physical space. Ah, such abundant heaven-earth yuan qi. Luolua's beautiful eyes lit up the moment she appeared. If she cultivated here, it would be twice as good as the one at the Zhao family village. Then, Yi Xian gave the heaven-earth treasure he left behind to Luo Luo. I can break through to the 6th level of the Manifestation Realm in 3 days. Luo Luo patted her small chest and said. Good. Then you can cultivate first. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. Right now, he was only at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm. After 3 days, Luo Luo could break through to the 6th level of the Manifestation Realm. At that time, he could use the Eye of Charm to strengthen his soul. His strength would probably be able to dominate the Manifestation Realm. In order not to disturb Luo Luo, Yi Xian brought the scholarly man to the side. This scholarly man could be considered to have forsaken the darkness for the light and was controlled by Yi Xian. The latter took him in because he wanted to ask some questions. Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Sacred Hall? Yi Xian went straight to the point. No. The scholarly man shook his head without hesitation. As expected, Yi Xian had already expected this answer. The Yin-Yang Sacred Hall was at least a Nirvana realm force. The Yin-Yang Patriarch was at least at the Nirvana realm, or even the Immortal realm. Any one of his disciples could sweep through countless forces. The scholarly man was only at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm, so it was normal that he had not heard of it. Then you stay here and guard Luo Luo. If you can't, then kill yourself as an apology. Yi Xian gave the scholarly man an order. Next, he was going to leave the Hu family village and go to the nearby city to get some things. Luo Luo couldn't leave, so he could only let the scholarly man guard her. However, he had located her here once. The 3 7th level Manifestation Realm experts in the Hu family village had all died in battle. The 6th-level manifestation realm expert outside had some status in the Hu family village. Now, there were only 3 6th-level manifestation realm experts left in the entire Hu family village. In addition, Luoluo was about to break through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm, so there shouldn't be any problems. Even if there was, Luoluo could send a voice transmission to Yixian, and the latter would immediately break through the void and rush back. If Imo Shui came to the glazed light sacred ground and saw this bandit, he would not hesitate to kill him. At that time, Yixian would know that Imo Shui had come. Soon, Yixian left the Hu family village and headed to a nearby main city. With his ability, there were too many ways to level up. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the manifestation realm, he had to quickly break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm. That way, he might be able to complete his revenge mission, however, not long after he left. Yixian, who was rushing to the main city, suddenly felt something and could not help but raise his eyebrows. One of the people he controlled had died. It's the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group. Yixian's eyes widened. The second leader of the Bloody Massacre group was the scholarly man. Yixian asked him to guard the well, but now, he was dead. There was no one in the Hu family village who could kill him, so it must be an outsider who killed him. The scholarly man was guarding the well, and now that he was dead, Luoluo might be in danger. Eye of the Void. Without saying anything, Yixian immediately broke through the void and directly teleported to Luoluo's side. Coincidentally, someone came down from the well. At the same time, Luoluo had just broken through to the 4th level of the manifestation realm. "Young master, why are you back?" Luoluo asked with a smile. "Someone killed the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group," Yixian replied indifferently. At that moment, a person entered his sight. It was a middle-aged man in black with a calm expression. After seeing Yixian, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. "It's not the Bloody Massacre group?" The middle-aged man looked slightly surprised. "Who are you?" Yixian went straight to the point. "And who are you?" the middle-aged man asked back. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Even though the middle-aged man had intentionally suppressed his aura since he'd snuck in, Yixian was still able to sense that this man was an expert at the 8th level of the manifestation stage. Could it be the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group? A thought suddenly flashed through Yixian's mind. However, if the middle-aged man in front of him was the third leader of the Bloody Massacre group, why did he kill the scholarly man as well? "If you want to find Xuetu, go ask Hu family village." "I've already killed Xue Tuesday." Yixian was the first to speak. "You killed him?" The middle-aged man was very astonished because he felt that Yixian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while Xuetu was infamous and had killed many martial artists at the same level as him. What ability did Yixian have to kill Xuetu? However, when he thought of the second leader of the Bloody Slaughter group, he immediately understood that the Bloody Slaughter group had died from a sneak attack. "Is Xuetu's item with you?" the middle-aged man asked again. "Why should I answer your question?" Yixian's heart trembled as he narrowed his eyes. He guessed that the middle-aged man must have taken a fancy to something among Xuetu's belongings. "I originally wanted to spare your life, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then I'll kill you." The middle-aged man didn't say anything else and directly charged at Yixian. Logically speaking, it was easy for an 8th-level manifestation realm martial artist to deal with a 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist. However, when the opponent was Yixian, common sense couldn't be followed. "If it was before, I would have to be wary. But now that I've broken through, do you think you can kill me?" Yixian roared furiously in his heart and stretched out both his hands. His left hand formed a claw and his right hand formed a fist. Dragon capturing hand. Blood explosion fist. The middle-aged man originally thought that Yixian was easy to bully, but he didn't expect Yixian to be able to use two divine abilities at the same time. His strength was most likely not to be underestimated. Not only that, but a burning sensation surfaced in his heart. A soul attack. Yixian was actually multitasking. He endured the pain and easily avoided the dragon capturing hand and blood explosion fist. Then, he swept in front of Yixian and stabbed out with his sword. But how could he have known that Yixian deliberately let him come here? Rip. The longsword pierced Yi Xian's heart. At the same time, Yi Xian threw out another punch. Blood explosion fist. Bang. Yi Xian's punch landed on the middle-aged man's chest. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's blood boiled. Many parts of his body burst open, and blood spurted out. He was indeed very shocked by Yi Xian's strength. If this blood explosion fist was a little stronger, it might have been able to kill him. However, he definitely didn't expect that Yi Xian, whose heart he had pierced, could still reveal a strange smile. I have control. Ding. Control successful. The moment the middle-aged man let down his guard, Yi Xian took advantage of it and controlled him. He became Yi Xian's servant. Who are you? Yi Xian asked as the middle-aged man was controlled. Lu Yu, a bounty hunter. I've been chasing the bloody massacre bandits for half a month. The middle-aged man replied. A bounty hunter, Yi Xian muttered. The bloody massacre bandits were notorious, so many cities had wanted them. These bounty hunters were the ones who accepted these bounty missions. However, Yi Xian didn't think that Lu Yu was simply here to kill bloody massacre. You're not just looking for bloody massacre for the bounty, right? Yi Xian asked again. Yes. I heard that bloody massacre has a treasure map, so I accepted the mission. Lu Yu nodded and replied. Treasure map? What's that? Yi Xian suddenly became interested and couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he quickly searched the devouring space to see if there was a treasure map like Lu Yu said. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly took out a sheepskin scroll and handed it to Yi Xian. You have one too? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He took the sheepskin scroll and looked at it, but he couldn't find any clues. Yes. There are a total of 3 sheepskin scrolls. I have one, Bloody Massacre has one, and the last one is in the hands of the Thunder Light City's city lord. Lu Yu nodded. Thunder Light City's city lord, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The city he wanted to go to was called Thunder Light City. I originally wanted to kill Bloody Massacre and bring his head to the Thunder Light City's city lord to cooperate with him. Lu Yu continued. I see. Yi Xian finally understood. However, there was still one thing he didn't understand, so he asked, what kind of treasure are these 3 treasure maps for? I'm not very sure either. That's why I want to exchange for a reward from the Thunder Light City's city lord or get a position in the city lord mansion. Lu Yu shook his head and said. He was only at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, while the Thunder Light City's city lord was a top expert in this area. It was said that he had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm, so he wanted to work under the Thunder Light City's city lord. Alright, I understand. Since the second leader of the Bloody Massacre group had been killed by Lu Yu would replace him and become Luolua's bodyguard. One was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, while the other was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian was relieved. This time, he could go to Thunder Luster City to try his luck. Thunder Luster City was quite a distance away from Hu Village. Even if Yi Xian rushed at full speed, it would still take him more than 2 days. Coincidentally, the cooldown of the 10,000 ancestral swords had been restored. This way, he would have the confidence to talk to the city lord of Thunder Luster City. However, after a day, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The bandit I sent to the cross-realm transportation array is dead? Yi Xian's eyes widened. With the bandit's speed, it would take him at most an hour to get there from Hu Village. Now, a day had already passed. Therefore, the bandit was most likely killed by Mo Shui. After all, not everyone could find the cross-realm transportation array. Not everyone could take out 200,000 spirit crystals. Even more so, not everyone would want to leave their home and come to the glazed light sacred land. Mo Shui, you're finally here? Yi Xian looked in a certain direction and revealed a murderous intent. It had only been 2 days since the mini sky dragon had appeared, but Mo Shui had actually come to the glazed light sacred land. He was really relentless. However, Yi Xian regretted that he didn't know what Mo Shui's current realm was. Back then, Mo Shui was at the 6th level of the manifestation realm. However, he had almost wiped out Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian had also almost been killed. Yi Xian was at the 7th level of the manifestation realm now, but he still wasn't confident that he could kill Mo Shui. However, as long as he broke through to the 8th or 9th level of the manifestation realm, he might succeed. Although Mo Shui is a reincarnator, the blood cloth sect was destroyed by me. His jade blood golden pill was not refined successfully. As long as I continue to break through, I will have a chance to complete my revenge mission. Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickened his pace and headed towards Thunder Luster City. The Thunder Light City was an unremarkable city in the glazed light Holy Land, but it was still several times bigger than the Golden Flame City. After spending more than 2 days, Yi Xian finally arrived at Thunder Light City not long after the cooldown of 10,000 returning swords was over. Immediately, he walked towards the City Lord Mansion. He had the head of the Blood Slaughter Group and the head of the second leader of the Blood Slaughter Group in his interspatial ring, which could be exchanged for 10 million soul crystals. As for the 2 treasure maps, he reckoned that he could exchange them for a decent reward. The reason why Lu Yu knew that the Thunder Light City Lord possessed the 3rd treasure map was because the Thunder Light City Lord had announced it himself. If anyone had the other 2 pieces, they could come to him for cooperation or give him the treasure map. Lu Yu had mentioned before that the reputation of the Thunder Luster City's City Lord was not bad. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried about anything as he headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. The strength of this Thunder Luster City was very strong. The road was filled with manifestation realm experts, and there were quite a number of 6th and 7th level manifestation realm experts. Yi Xian did not hold back as he disguised himself and went over to control all the experts below the 7th level of the manifestation realm. The Blood Slaughter Bandit group had a notorious reputation for killing and robbing. Although Yi Xian also robbed, he did not kill. He was considered a bandit with morals. Unfortunately, his eye of control could only control 25 people. Moreover, it was more casual as he did not kill these people. Soon, he found the City Lord's mansion. Who are you? When Yi Xian arrived in front of the City Lord's mansion, a guard stopped him. I am here to complete the bounty mission. Blood Slaughter and his second brother, Zhang Heng. Yi Xian did not say anything as he took out Blood Slaughter's head. Blood Slaughter? When this name entered the ears of these people, it made their hearts tremble. The leader of the City Lord's mansion team was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. He felt that Yi Xian was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, so how did he kill Blood Slaughter? However, to be able to break through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm at such a young age, he might be a genius nurtured by some major force. Quickly, please come in. The leader hurriedly led Yi Xian in. Blood Slaughter was infamous, but he was not the highest on the bounty board. He was only ranked 5th. There were 4 even more terrifying villains ahead of him. These 4 villains were all 9th level of the manifestation realm experts. Until now, no one had been able to cut off their heads. At the same time, only those who completed these 4 missions would be able to receive an audience with the City Lord. Therefore, the person who received Yi Xian this time was only the City Lord's mansion's chief steward. Lord Chief Steward, someone completed the bounty mission to kill Blood Slaughter. The leader of the guards led Yi Xian into the City Lord's mansion and arrived at a large courtyard. When Yi Xian approached the City Lord's mansion, his perception eye had already sensed that there were quite a few experts inside. There were more than 10 at the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm and 3 at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. One of the auras was even stronger than the 3 9th level manifestation realm experts combined. Nether Passage Realm, it must be the Thunder Light City's City Lord. At this time. Creak. The courtyard's door opened and a grey-clothed old man walked out. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment and said, "You completed Blood Slaughter's bounty mission?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and immediately threw the 2 heads over. The City Lord's mansion's chief steward was also a 9th level manifestation realm expert. He carefully sized up the 2 heads and discovered that they were indeed Blood Slaughter's and his second brother's. Very good, these 2 fellows have finally been executed. The City Lord's mansion's chief steward nodded in satisfaction and said, "The total reward for those missions is 13 million soul crystals. However, if little brother still has that blood explosion fist that Blood Slaughter comprehended himself, I can purchase it for another 7 million soul crystals." Blood explosion fist? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyebrows raised. He had already copied down this blood explosion fist with the Eye of Revelation, so he earned another 7 million soul crystals. I have already memorized this blood explosion fist. I can copy it down without missing a single word. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took out a pen and paper, starting to copy down the blood explosion fist on the paper. In less than a minute, Yi Xian had copied it down and handed it to the City Lord's Mansion's chief steward. As a 9th-level manifestation realm expert, the City Lord's Mansion's chief steward naturally had the ability to distinguish the authenticity of this blood explosion fist. Alright, 20 million soul crystals. This is little brother's bounty. The City Lord's Mansion's chief steward did not waste time and directly took out 20 million soul crystals from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. 20 million soul crystals was an enormous amount even for an 8th-level manifestation realm martial artist. However, the losses caused by the bloody butcher bandits were 10 times greater than this amount. 20 million soul crystals. Although it is not enough for me to break through, it can greatly increase the strength of my soul. Yi Xian took the items and threw them into the devouring space. He was prepared to exchange all the soul crystals for ores and devour them. This way, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. He might even be able to fight Mo Shui alone. What is your name, little brother? The City Lord Manor's chief steward asked curiously. Xuetu had been wanted for almost a year, but no one had ever completed this mission. Now that Yi Xian, a 7th-level manifestation realm martial artist, had completed it, Yi Xian definitely had some ability. This one is Yi Xian. However, I am from a humble family, so I won't reveal it. Yi Xian replied. A humble family. The City Lord Manor's chief steward squinted his eyes. This meant that Yi Xian did not have the support of a large faction and had relied on his own experience to reach this level. This kind of person was not bad. Of course, the reason why he chose to believe Yi Xian was because of the latter's resolute expression and the murderous intent that occasionally leaked from his body. This was clearly something that could only be tempered through many battles. Then, little brother, are you interested in joining my Thunderlight City Lord Manor? With your strength, you will definitely be able to obtain a rank 1 consecrator position. The City Lord Manor's chief steward inquired. He was trying to rope in Yi Xian. After all, even the Thunderlight City Lord's son was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm when he was Yi Xian's age. Alright. Yi Xian immediately agreed. After joining the City Lord Manor and contributing 2 treasure maps, not only would he be rewarded, he might even be able to join the expedition team. He would leave after the matter was over. This was his plan. After hearing Yi Xian's reply, the City Lord Manor's chief steward nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the City Lord Manor would be able to produce another expert in the future. With Yi Xian's aptitude, he could at least break through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. He might even be able to catch up to the Thunderlight City Lord and reach the Nether Passage realm. At this time, Lord Steward, I heard that the City Lord is looking for 2 treasure maps. I just happen to have obtained 2. Please take a look. Yi Xian suddenly took out 2 treasure maps. One was Lu Yu's, and the other was obtained after killing Xue Tuesday treasure maps? The City Lord Residence's chief steward raised his eyebrows. He had recently collected quite a number of them, but they didn't match the one that the Thunderlight City Lord had. He took the 2 treasure maps and looked at them, frowning slightly. There were a total of 3 pieces to this treasure map. If the 3 pieces were not stacked together, he would not be able to see anything. Therefore, he still had to look for the last piece and piece it together to take a look. However, he could tell that the 2 treasure maps that Yi Xian had obtained were the same. As the manager of the City Lord's mansion spoke, he returned the 2 treasure maps to Yi Xian and led the way. Yi Xian nodded and followed him. The Thunderlight City Lord had already broken through to the Nether Passage realm and was very powerful. Soon, the City Lord Manor's chief steward brought Yi Xian to the residence of the Thunderlight City Lord. City Lord, I have an important matter to report. The City Lord Manor's chief steward shouted from outside. Soon, the door was opened by an all-creation force. Then, a burly middle-aged man walked out, holding a baby girl in his arms. This person was Thunderlight City Lord, Lei Guang. He was the one who built Thunderlight City and was also the strongest person in Thunderlight City. Uncle Xia, what's the matter? Lei Guang asked as he played with his little granddaughter. City Lord, this little brother is Yixian. He is a newly joined first-grade consecrator. He completed the bounty mission of killing Shui Tuesday, the City Lord Manor's chief steward introduced. Lei Guang raised his eyebrows when he heard the name Shui Tuesday. He looked at Yixian in surprise. Not bad, not bad. You are young and promising. Welcome to my City Lord Manor. Thank you, City Lord. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists and said. He then took out the 2 treasure maps and said, City Lord, I have 2 treasure maps here. They might be what you are looking for. Originally, Lei Guang was secretly rejoicing over the addition of a young and promising expert to the City Lord's mansion. Now that he heard this, he couldn't help but use the power of Wanxiang to lift up the little girl in his hand. He personally walked in front of Yixian and received the 2 treasure maps. Then, he took out a treasure map from his interspatial ring and compared it to the one on the map. It was a perfect match. What? It actually matched? Lei Guang was extremely shocked. He had recently found dozens of treasure maps, but none of them matched up with this one. Now, the 2 maps given by Yixian actually matched. Thousand Tree Sect. It is indeed the treasure map of the Thousand Tree Sect. Lei Guang's eyes lit up. Hearing this, the City Lord Manor's chief steward was also shocked. The Thousand Tree Sect was an ethereal realm force 1,000 years ago. It was 10 times stronger than Thunderlight City. They were good at using their all-creations force to cultivate heaven and earth treasures. The sect was very rich, but they were targeted by someone and the entire sect was destroyed. This treasure map was the ruins of one of the branches of the Thousand Tree Sect. However, no one knew if there was anything good in it. Alright, little brother. Where did you get these 2 treasure maps from? Lei Guang asked in surprise. I got one from Bloody Butcher, and I got the other by chance when I was training, Yixian answered casually. Lei Guang was not interested in where the treasure maps came from. He pondered for a moment and asked, no matter what, your 2 treasure maps match with mine. What do you want? Soul crystals, heaven and earth treasures, or forging materials are fine, Yixian continued to answer. He did not know how much these 2 treasure maps could be exchanged for. I will accept these 2 treasure maps at the price of 20 million soul crystals each. A total of 40 million soul crystals. What do you think? The Thunderlight City Lord was a generous person and gave a good price. After Yixian heard this, his eyes lit up. He said, thank you, City Lord, 40 million soul crystals. Adding the 20 million soul crystals from before, that was a total of 60 million soul crystals. If these items were given to other people, they could at least forge 2 or 3 level 9 Wanxiang realm experts. However, Yixian's experience to level up was much higher than normal people. These 60 million soul crystals were only enough for him to break through to level 8 Wanxiang realm. Alright, I have 10 inner demon pills here, which is equivalent to 10 million soul crystals. You will need them in the future. After the Thunderlight City Lord finished speaking, he threw a black bottle to Yixian. Inner demon pills? At that moment, the Thunderlight City Lord went to study the Thousand Tree Sect's treasure map, while the City Lord Manor's chief steward gave the remaining 30 million spirit crystals to Yixian. Of the 30 million spirit crystals, 20 million were exchanged by Yixian for ores and treasures. After that, Yixian stayed in the City Lord Manor. After the City Lord Manor's chief steward left, Yixian did not hesitate to devour all the ores and spirit crystals. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. The system notification sounded. Not only that, but Wei Zhentian had also broken through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm, reaching the bottleneck. If Yixian did not break through to the ethereal realm, Wei Zhentian would be stuck there forever. My soul strength is much stronger than before. My strength has increased by at least 3 times. Yixian's confidence suddenly exploded, and he suddenly had the urge to look for Imo Shui. It had only been 3 days since the battle. Although Imo Shui was a reincarnator, he had just broken through from the 5th level of the manifestation realm to the 6th level of the manifestation realm, so he should not have broken through so quickly. Now, Yi Xian was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm, and with Wei Zhentian, they should have the strength to deal with him. Unfortunately, he did not have any traces of Mo Shui. He did not know which corner of the world Mo Shui was jumping around. If he went out to look for him, it would be a complete waste of time. Anyway, the revenge mission has no time limit. I will leave these 3 devour points for now. My mission now is to break through. Yi Xian did not think about Mo Shui's problem anymore. While the Thunder Light City's city lord was looking for the treasure, Yi Xian returned to the Hu family village to give the top-grade treasures to Luoluo. Luoluo was already at the 5th level of the manifestation realm, but compared to Yi Xian, her realm was too far apart, so Yi Xian let her break through first. A day later, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he purposely went to look for the city lord manor's chief steward to ask some questions. When Steward Xiao the city lord's manor saw Yi Xian, he was shocked and said, "Yi Xian, you actually made a breakthrough in a short day?" "Yes, Manager Xia. When I killed Shui Tu that day, I was already on the verge of breaking through. Now that I've obtained a heavenly treasure and refined it, I've broken through the shackles," Yi Xian replied solemnly. "You were able to kill Shui Tu when you were at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. Now that you've broken through to the 8th level of the manifestation realm, your strength is probably comparable to a 9th level manifestation realm martial artist." The city lord's chief steward narrowed his eyes and said, "You came at the right time. The city lord has already deciphered the location of the treasure map. Are you interested in joining the exploration team?" "Oh?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and said, "Thank you very much. I was just looking for a place to test my skills." "Alright, then you'll be part of the expedition team. This time, the city lord's mansion is going all out, with the city lord leading the team. However, you have to be prepared. This 1000-tree sex branch is not so easy to break through. Moreover, there might be enemies," said the city lord's chief steward. "Enemies?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He knew that the enemies that the city lord's chief steward was talking about were not the dangers in the treasure ground, but humans. "That's right. This treasure ground happens to be under Rakshasa City. Our Thunder Luster City and Rakshasa City don't have a good relationship, but this treasure ground happens to be under Rakshasa City. Therefore, we have to make contact with Rakshasa City." The city lord's chief steward nodded. "It's good to have enemies." Hearing that, Yi Xian thought to himself. Only then could he level up. The expedition team will depart tomorrow. We will first join forces with the 3 big families of Thunder Luster City to head to Rakshasa City. Then, we will discuss the details with the other party. The city lord's chief steward continued. "Understood." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he left immediately. In Thunder Luster City, other than the city lord's chief steward, there were 3 big families. These 3 families all had level 9 Wanxiang realm experts. This trip to the 1000-tree sect would be quite dangerous. Therefore, at least level 8 Wanxiang realm experts were needed. The total number of people added up was less than 20. Soon, the next day arrived. Yi Xian arrived at a gathering place in the city lord's chief steward. Currently, there were already many people there. This time, the city lord's chief steward of Thunder Luster City was led by the ethereal passage realm expert, Lei Guang's son, Lei Ming, and chief steward Xia. Lei Ming was already at level 9 Wanxiang realm and was not weak. Other than that, there were 3 other level 8 Wanxiang realm consecrators. Including Yi Xian, there were 4 of them. Is he Yi Xian that we just recruited a few days ago? Not bad indeed. He's already at level 8 Wanxiang realm at such a young age. He's much more powerful than us. Indeed. This kid has a strong murderous aura. It's obvious that he has been honed by fighting all the way. He's not like those aristocratic family disciples who rely on refining treasures to level up. Their combat strength is low. I heard that he killed Shui Tu when he was at level 7 Wanxiang realm and obtained a treasure map. He broke through to level 8 Wanxiang realm these few days. His strength is probably not weaker than ours. The 3 consecrators of the city lord's chief steward discussed softly. When Lei Guang saw that Yi Xian had arrived, Yi Xian slashed towards the sky. Immediately after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a purple double-headed flying dragon, Lei Guang's mount. It was a rank 1 level 9 heaven-connecting beast, which corresponded to level 9 Wanxiang realm. Lei Guang led the crowd to receive the experts from the other three big families. In Thunder Luster City's Hellion family, a few people leaped into the sky after seeing the double-headed flying dragon fly over. "Thank you, City Lord." The leading old man cupped his fists towards Lei Guang. This time, Lei Guang had taken the initiative to invite the three big families to work together and didn't accept a single cent. This Lei Guang was considered pretty good among the experts that Xian had seen. Very quickly, the three big families all climbed onto the back of the double-headed flying dragon. Each of the three big families had a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert and 2 level 8 Wanxiang realm experts. In total, Thunder Luster City had 1 Nether Passage realm expert, 4 level 9 Wanxiang realm experts, and 10 level 8 Wanxiang realm experts. Soon after, the double-headed flying dragon flew towards Luosha City. Presumably, the city lord of Luosha City wouldn't know that the precious tree sect branch from 1,000 years ago was right under their feet. Luosha City was quite a distance away from Thunder Luster City, but the double-headed flying dragon was extremely fast. They arrived at Luosha City in a short 2 days. They entered Luosha City first, but with so many experts entering together, they would definitely attract the attention of the city guarding general. However, this didn't matter. After all, Lei Guang had originally wanted to discuss matters with the city lord of Luosha City. With such a large group of experts hurrying towards the city lord's residence, they would soon arrive. But at this moment, the city lord of Luosha City had already personally come out to welcome them. He had received news that a large group of experts was heading towards the city lord's residence. "Lei Guang, what are you doing in my Luosha City?" Rakshasa City and Lei Guang City were both built by Rakshasa and Lei Guang personally. Moreover, they were both named after them, so they were quite similar. However, it was just their names. It was already a miracle that they did not start a fight when they met. "Rakshasa, I have a business here that I would like to discuss with you." Lei Guang went straight to the point. "Business? Is there a need to bring so many people to discuss business?" Rakshasa said fearfully. Although the rumors said that Lei Guang had a good character, what if he was just pretending? "Because I know that you will definitely agree to this business. If you are interested, come up." Lei Guang said confidently and flew into the sky. Hearing this, Rakshasa hesitated for a while before following him. He was also an ethereal realm elite. Although he had never fought with Lei Guang before, he was confident that he could win against Lei Guang if they were on the same level. When the two of them flew into the sky, Lei Guang said softly, "Rakshasa, I have a map here. It's the ruins of the Thousand Tree Sect 1,000 years ago. Are you interested?" Thousand Tree Sect? Rakshasa had heard of this force before, but he doubted Lei Guang's words. "That's right. Thousand Tree Sect. This is the treasure map. I spent 2 years to collect it. I brought people here this time to prepare for an adventure. If you are interested, we can work together." Lei Guang went straight to the point. "Work together? He's actually looking for me to work together?" Rakshasa was surprised. "Since City Master Lei has such intentions, why don't you state your conditions first?" 100 million soul crystals. Lei Guang replied without thinking. This price was actually quite reasonable. After all, he spent 40 million soul crystals to buy the 2 treasure maps from Xian. Together with his own map, it would be 60 million. Now, he only offered 100 million soul crystals, which was already very fair. This should not be a problem for the city master of Rakshasa City. The city master of Rakshasa City was still doubtful. However, if it was really the ruins of the Thousand Tree Sect, even if it was just a branch, it was definitely worth the soul crystals. "Alright, I'll believe you this time. Here are 100 inner demon pills." The city master of Rakshasa City took out a bag from his yin and yang ring and threw it over. "Wow, you actually have so many inner demon pills." Lei Guang's eyes lit up. Previously, he had given Xian 10 inner devil pills in exchange for 10 million soul crystals. That was because he had obtained the other 2 pieces of the treasure map, so he was very happy. Otherwise, he would not have given the inner devil pills to Xian. "Now, you can tell me the location of the Thousand Tree Sect's branch ruins. If you lie to me, don't even think about leaving Rakshasa City today." The Rakshasa city lord said with a gloomy expression. Everyone knows my character. Take a look at these 3 treasure maps. Lei Guang didn't say anything else and directly tossed the treasure maps to Chu Feng. Luo Sha took a look at it, but he could only decipher the words Thousand Tree Sect. As for the specific location, he did not quite understand. I also spent 1,000 years searching for information before I was able to decipher the treasure map. Since you and I are cooperating this time, I will tell you directly. Lei Guang paused and said, this is the ruins of the Thousand Tree Sect. It's right below your Rakshasa city. The difference is less than 100,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers was considered very long on Earth. After all, the equator was only 40,000 kilometers. However, 100,000 kilometers in this world could be covered in 10 minutes for someone of Lei Guang's level. What? It's right under my Rakshasa city's territory? Luo Sha was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he had been tricked. No wonder Lei Guang brought so many people over. It was right under his feet. However, if he did not make this deal with Lei Guang, he would not have known. When the time came, Lei Guang could search for it himself. All in all, these 100 inner devil pills were worth it as long as Lei Guang did not lie to him. Alright, since that's the case, I'll send people to start digging immediately. Luo Sha squinted his eyes and quickly returned to Rakshasa city. He asked people to decipher the treasure maps while he asked people to search everywhere. At the same time, Yi Xian and the rest were not idling around. They were also searching everywhere. Yi Xian, who had the transformer Wei Zhentian, searched at an explosive speed. Even Lei Guang might not be as fast as Wei Zhentian. Half a day later. Found it, I found it. A martial artist bellowed at the sky as he continued to attack the sky. Very quickly, the surrounding people gathered over. Yi Xian was the same. The person who sent the signal was a level 8 Wanxiang realm expert from Thunder Light City. When he saw Lei Guang coming over, he immediately said, City Master, I found a formation below, but I can't break it. Alright, the Thousand Tree Sect's branch faces east. Continue searching. Lei Guang nodded in satisfaction. Another half a day passed. Father, we found the entrance. A young man shouted. He was Lei Guang's son, Lei Long, who was at level 9 Wanxiang realm. Then, Thunder Light City and Rakshasa City gathered their men. The 2 ethereal realm experts met again. It's really below. City Master Lei, when are we going down? Luo Sha asked in surprise. When City Master Luo Sha is done with the gathering, we can set off. Lei Guang replied. Alright, 10 minutes is enough. Luo Sha did not say anything else. He immediately returned to Rakshasa City and started gathering the experts in Rakshasa City. If they were to really compare, Rakshasa City was stronger than Thunder Light City. This was because there were 4 big families, and each of them had a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert. However, Lei Guang and Luo Sha were the same. They were confident that they could win against each other. Soon, Luo Sha gathered a group of experts. They had a few more experts than Thunder Light City. City Master Lei, I'll say this first. I've already paid 100 inner demon pills. We'll split the rest equally. Luo Sha said. Alright, we'll split equally. Lei Guang agreed immediately. Both parties were similar in strength, so splitting equally was the best. A win-win situation could only last a long time. After all, the Thousand Tree Sect was more than 10 times stronger than the 2 cities. Even if it was a branch, they could not be underestimated. Both parties reorganized their teams. Then, they expanded the entrance and went down together. Yi Xian mixed in with Thunder Light City's team. He was secretly laughing in his heart. In the previous day's search, he had controlled a few Rakshasa City martial artists. They were all at level 8 Wanxiang realm. His eye of control was undetectable. No one knew that 6 of them were already his servants. His strength was second only to the 2 city masters in these 2 teams. When the time came, even if Rakshasa City betrayed him, Thunder Light City would not be afraid. The strength of all creations was a very special energy. It could move mountains and fill seas. What was even more amazing was that it could grow plants and use them to attack. The disciples of the Thousand Tree sect all cultivated a martial art called the withered wood technique. Hence, the strength of all creations could be used to plant treasures. It could even be used to refine strange creatures such as tree demons for protection and battle. These tree demons might not necessarily die even after 1,000 years. Hence, in this operation, everyone had to pay attention to these tree demons. Very quickly, Thunder Light City and Rakshasa City arrived at the entrance of the Thousand Tree sect. The entrance was already blocked by densely packed plants. These plants were very tough. Even a level 9 Wanxiang realm martial artist would find it hard to leave a mark on them. The Thousand Tree sect requires a special entrance method to enter. Otherwise, the plants at the entrance will attack us. After the Thunder Light City Lord finished speaking, he made a few hand seals, and a strange Wanxiang force passed through. Then, the plants at the entrance started retracting their vines, revealing a path. Thunder Light City Lord, you've really put in a lot of effort, Rakshasa City Lord said in surprise. Of course, it took me half a year to find this entry-level incantation. Lei Guang grinned. Although the treasure location was only pieced together a few days ago, Thunder Light had already guessed that the map belonged to the Thousand Tree sect. Hence, he had already started collecting clues. Since the entrance was open, everyone continued on their way. However, ever since they came down, they were extremely alert. After all, with their strength, if it was 1,000 years ago, they might not even be able to beat the outer sect disciples of the Thousand Tree sect. They followed the entrance and walked straight for a while. Then, they arrived at a strange place. In front of them, there were countless tree holes. They were densely packed like a beehive that had been enlarged countless times. Thunder Light City Lord, what is this? Rakshasa City Lord looked at the countless tree holes that were surrounded by countless vines and could not help but ask. This is called the Lost Forest. It's a place that the Thousand Tree sect uses to defend against foreign invaders. This lost forest is crisscrossed. After entering, one's spiritual sense will be greatly reduced. It's extremely easy to get lost in here. Thunderlight explained. Simply put, it's a huge maze. Rakshasa City Lord squinted his eyes. A maze was nothing. They had plenty of time. However, what if there was danger in the lost forest? Father, what do we do next? Thunderlight asked. I have no idea. We can only solve it slowly. Thunderlight shook his head. Rakshasa City Lord snorted. Thunderlight City Lord, do you really have no idea or are you pretending? What do you mean by that? Thunderlight said unhappily. Lei Guang, you've specially gathered information about the Thousand Tree sect. Don't tell me you don't know how to solve this lost forest? Rakshasa City Master narrowed his eyes and asked. Lei Guang retorted. I do have some understanding of the Thousand Tree sect, but this lost forest can only be solved by the disciples and elders of the Thousand Tree sect. Even if the people from the Thousand Tree sect came, they might not leave. Furthermore, the Thousand Tree sect has been destroyed for thousands of years. Where am I going to find a solution? The city lord of Luosha City raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Previously, he had suspected that Lei Guang had a route through the lost forest. However, after listening to Lei Guang's explanation, he felt that it made sense. The lost forest was used to defend against foreign things to prevent outsiders from sneaking into the Thousand Tree sect. Moreover, the branch sect and the main sect might not be the same. Even if the main sect leader of the Thousand Tree sect came, he might not leave. If that's the case, let's each send a few people in to investigate. The Rakshasa City Lord suggested. All right. Lei Guang immediately agreed. Not only were there no benefits in the lost forest, there was also the possibility of danger. Therefore, exploring the lost forest was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Therefore, not many people wanted to go. However, to prove Lei Guang's innocence, Lei Long took the initiative and said, Father, I'll go. All right, be careful. Lei Guang nodded. As for the Rakshasa City's side, they also sent a level 9 Wanxiang realm expert in. Lei Guang and Rakshasa were both ethereal realm experts. The two of them could not be sent out. After all, what if someone had evil thoughts and suddenly turned back to kill the others? Therefore, they could only let others explore the path. Lei Long and the Rakshasa City Level 9 Wanxiang Realm expert randomly found 2 tree holes and entered the lost forest. After a while, there was a rumbling sound coming from inside. There is indeed danger inside, but it doesn't seem to be very big, Lei Guang muttered. The sound came and went, which meant that Lei Long was not in danger yet. About half an hour later, Lei Long walked out of the tree hole. Lei Long, how is it? Lei Guang asked. Father, there is indeed danger inside. It's the branches of some tree demons. However, after thousands of years, these tree demons are extremely weak and pose no threat to me. We can all enter, Lei Long reported. When everyone heard that, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a branch of the Thousand Tree sect, it was several times stronger than Thunder Light City and Rakshasa City combined. If it was at its peak, any random tree demon would be stronger than Rakshasa and Lei Guang. Luckily, this Thousand Tree sect had been destroyed for thousands of years. However, this Lei Long was from Thunder Light City, so the Rakshasa City's side did not believe it. After more than 10 minutes, the Rakshasa City expert who went to explore returned. City Master, there is danger inside, but it won't be a problem. The Level 9 Wanxiang Realm expert said. Alright. The Rakshasa City City Master nodded. He turned and said, Lei Guang, since this is the case, why don't we go our separate ways? This way, we won't have to split the things we get. Rakshasa, you mean that if we go our separate ways, whether we get the good stuff will depend on our luck? Lei Guang asked. That's right. Our cooperation ends here. The rest will depend on our own abilities. Rakshasa nodded. Alright. Lei Guang agreed. The news that Lei Long brought back made him heave a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he would not be able to pass through this lost forest with his own strength. However, he did not expect that the tree demon's strength would be greatly reduced. As long as they were given some time, they would be able to pass through this lost forest. Anyway, this ruin did not have a time limit. They had plenty of time. Now, it would depend on the efficiency of both parties. Whoever passed through this lost forest first would be able to get the treasures first. At that moment, both parties randomly found 2 tree holes and went in. Previously, they had marked all the tree holes in an attempt to pass through the lost forest. Unfortunately, this lost forest was not so easy to pass through. Xianxia followed Thunder Light City's team and entered the tree holes to explore. After entering, he did feel that the range of his spiritual awareness had shrunk. However, the range of his eye of perception did not shrink. This meant that he was more powerful than Lei Guang in this lost forest. Let's mix in first. When the time comes, we will find a chance to leave and act on our own. Xianxia thought in his heart. He had the eye of perception, so his efficiency was faster than Lei Guang's team. As long as he was the first to pass through the lost forest, then the treasures would be his. At that time, he could at least break through to the Level 9 Wanxiang Realm or even the Nether Passage Realm. However, what he did not know was. After a while, the third team entered the Thousand Tree Sect ruins. There were a total of 6 people in this third team, all of whom were dressed in night clothes. Their strength varied. Some were in the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm, while others were in the Ethereal Realm. Big brother, you're here. Luo Sha said to the middle-aged man leading the team. This middle-aged man was the Ethereal Realm elite in this team. At the same time, he was Luo Sha's twin brother, Luo Sha. Little brother, has the team from Thunderluster City entered? Luo Sha took off his scarf and asked. Yes. With Big Brother's help this time, the treasures of the Thousand Tree sect will definitely be ours. Not only that, but the entire Thunderluster City. Luo Sha nodded. This time, his luck was pretty good. His brother happened to be passing by Luo Sha City, so he called him along. This time, I even brought a few experts from the underworld. Thunderluster will definitely die this time. Luo Sha's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous glint. The underworld was an assassin organization that spread all over the world. Luo Sha was one of the assassins in the underworld. With Big Brother's help, there will definitely be no problem. Luo Sha also revealed a confident smile. However, at this time, he suddenly felt that the strength of the person behind Luo Sha was too weak. He asked, Big Brother, why is there another 7th level manifestation realm? Luo Sha's team had a total of 6 people. Excluding Luo Sha, there were 4 9th-level Manifestation Realm elites. However, the last one was only at the 7th level, which made Luo Sha feel very strange. Don't underestimate him. He's the newest assassin in the underworld. He's very strong. Even if he's only at the 7th level of the Manifestation Realm, he can defeat the 2 9th-level Manifestation Realm elites behind you. Luo Sha smiled slightly. What? Luo Sha was shocked. A 7th-level Manifestation Realm elite could defeat a 9th-level Manifestation Realm elite. Was this a joke? When the 2 consecrators behind Luo Sha heard this, they were extremely displeased. After all, they were being looked down upon. However, the one who said this was the Luo Sha city's mayor's brother, Luo Sha. He was an ethereal realm elite, so they could not say anything. However, if Yixian was present, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the genius Luo Sha was the target of his revenge mission, Mo Shui. At the same time, Mo Shui did not know that Yixian had entered. Although he was a reincarnator, he had no cultivation resources and his cultivation speed was slow. Although his mind was filled with so many cultivation methods and divine abilities, if his realm was not high enough, he would not be able to cultivate them. Since the 2 sides had met up, the next step was to carry out the cleanup plan. The assassins from Rakshasa City and Underworld Palace joined forces and entered the tree hole in Thunderluster City. The Lost Forest was crisscrossing, and inside it was a huge maze. Therefore, the other families in Rakshasa City had already split up. Not only that, the Thunderluster City was also doing the same. The team from Thunderluster City was completely unaware that they had already been targeted by a group of well-trained killers. At this moment, somewhere in the Lost Forest. Father, this place is really too complicated. My map has overlapped with each other. Lei Long could not help but ask. As for the other 3 great clans, they had already spread out and were exploring on their own. This way, they would be more efficient. If they happened to be able to make it out, it would be their own ability. Yixian belonged to the City Lord Manor, and he had been walking in the middle, so he had no chance to leave. However, he had the Eye of Perception, which would automatically draw a map of the place he scanned. He was very confident that he could make it out of the Lost Forest within an hour. It's too complicated. I have spent so much time, but I still haven't found a way to break the law of the Lost Forest. However, we have plenty of time. Perhaps we can make it out after wandering around a bit more. Lei Guang said. However, this team of theirs had 7 people. Lei Guang, Lei Long, Manager Xia, and Yixian, the 4 8th-level Manifestation Realm martial artists. It was a bit of a waste for 7 people to walk the same path. City Lord, why don't we split up? One of the 8th-level Manifestation Realm consecrators suggested. That's right. Although the 7 of us moving together is safer, the efficiency is too slow. If Rakshasa City were to make it out first, the items would be in their pockets. Another person agreed. Lei Guang paused and nodded. That's fine. Let's split up into 4 teams. Everyone looked at each other. 7 people, 3 teams. It was possible to split up. Lei Guang was in the Nether Passage realm, so he alone was enough. Lei Long and Manager Xia were in the 9th level of the Manifestation realm. If the 2 of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat Rakshasa City, but they could delay them for a while. As for Yixian's group of 4, they were all in the 4th level of the Manifestation realm. They would be fine as long as they formed a team of 2. Although they might have to bring along a burden, this was exactly what Yixian wanted. Don't forget, he still had the Eye of Control. Little brother Yi, please advise us. A consecrator of the City Lord's estate cupped his fists towards Yixian. He had been assigned to be with Yixian. Please advise us. Yixian also cupped his fists. Then, the City Lord's estate group split up into 4 groups and left. Yixian led this consecrator into another tree hole. However, they hadn't walked for long. Eye of Control. Yixian suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. This 8th level of the Manifestation Realm consecrator was caught off guard by Yixian. Yixian took off his universe ring without another word. Unfortunately, this person naturally wouldn't bring too many things with him when he came out for training. Master, let me lead the way. This 8th level of the Manifestation Realm Consecrator suggested. No need. I won't use you as cannon fodder. Find a fork in the road yourself. I'll move on my own. Yi Xian directly shook his head. This person was still a consecrator of the city lord's estate. He only controlled this person because he wanted to move on his own. Yes. This consecrator nodded and then left by himself. Then, it was time for Yi Xian to show off his skills. With the eye of perception, he had already recorded the places he walked and scanned. He knew which paths were connected and which paths led to the front. Previously, he had actually sensed other people, but because he was moving with Lei Guang and the others, he couldn't make a move. Now, if he encountered someone else, he wouldn't hold back anymore. However, not long after he moved on his own. What? Someone died? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was shocked. He sensed that when he was searching for the entrance to the Thousand Tree Sect ruins, one of the Rakshasa city martial artists he controlled had died. Who killed this person? Was it another family clan in Rakshasa city, the city lord's estate, or someone from Leiguang city? He couldn't figure it out. However, before he came down, he controlled 6th level of the Manifestation Realm martial artists. Now that one was dead, he controlled another one just now, so there were still 6 of them. However, not long after he left, he sensed that another person had died. Ever since we entered the Lost Forest, the sounds have been incessant. After all, there are still tree demons blocking the way. Were they killed by humans or stabbed by tree demons? Yi Xian was very puzzled. At this time, a sharp vine suddenly shot towards him. With his eye of perception, he noticed the vines when they were growing wildly. Rip! This vine was easily cut off by Yi Xian. The defense of the tree demons in the Lost Forest would be weaker than the vines on the road, so he could cut them down. However, the vines around the road were very tough. Even the 2 Nether Passage Realm experts, Lei Guang and Rakshasa, might not be able to cut them off. Whatever, let's continue forward. Finding the treasure is the most important thing. Yi Xian did not think too much and continued forward. He did not give orders to the others anyway, so they could not blame him for their deaths. However, he didn't walk for long before he discovered a corpse in another passageway. Out of curiosity, he also rushed over. The dead person was a martial practitioner from Rakshasa city. He was actually stabbed in the heart and died. Yi Xian looked at the corpse with a slightly surprised expression. He felt that the killer was a bit powerful because the dead person was at the 8th level of the Manifestation Realm. Although the range of the soul was reduced in the Lost Forest, it was not easy to silently kill an 8th level Manifestation Realm martial practitioner. However, when he thought of the 2 Nether Passage Realm experts inside, he did not think much of it. However, at this time... Suddenly, a figure stepped into his perception range. This was a 9th level Manifestation Realm expert, and Yi Xian was sure that he was not from Thunder Brilliance City. Since that was the case, he might as well kill him first and prevent Rakshasa City from turning on him. Since both sides were no longer cooperating, he might as well strike first and gain the upper hand. Immediately, Yi Xian used the map to circle in front of the enemy and then hid in a corner. This 9th level Manifestation Realm expert was completely unaware of the danger ahead, but he was a well-trained assassin. He would not be careless under any circumstances. He slowly approached while Yi Xian used the eye of perception to monitor his every move. Almost there. Yi Xian closed his eyes and calculated. Right now, Yi Xian was only 100 meters away from this 9th level Manifestation Realm expert. As long as his opponent turned the corner, Yi Xian would be able to attack. Just as he turned the corner, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Swish! A vine stabbed at him. It's just a piece of 1,000-year-old wood. Break for me. This 9th level Manifestation Realm expert swung the longsword in his hand and easily cut it in half. However, just as this sharp vine fell to the ground, a voice rang out. Huff huff. Another piercing sound rang out. But this time, it wasn't the vines that were attacking. Instead, it was Yi Xian who charged out from around the corner. Heartbreaking swordsmanship. Swish. The sword light pierced through the air, catching this martial artist off guard. However, his reaction was still considered fast, and he directly avoided his vital points. Pooh! The sword light pierced into his chest, but it didn't hit the left side of his chest. However, the heartbreaking sword technique exploded after it entered his body. Although it didn't tear his heart apart, it still severely injured him. Who? This 9th level manifestation realm expert didn't expect to be ambushed. If he hadn't faced his opponent directly, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. By the time he saw clearly, Xianxia had already fiercely clawed at him. Dragon capturing hand, a giant true energy hand directly grabbed this 9th level manifestation realm expert. The enormous grip crushed his bones until they creaked. Die for me. Xianxia didn't care who his opponent was and punched out again. This move was Xuetu's signature move, Blood Explosion Fist. Bang! This 9th level manifestation realm expert couldn't break free from the dragon capturing hand's restraints and was directly hit in the head by the punch. His head instantly exploded, and brain matter and flesh flew everywhere. Die! Immediately, Xianxia swiftly swept over and took off his universe ring. There were quite a few good things inside. Just the soul crystals alone were worth 10 million. Adding the other things, the total value was around 30 million soul crystals. It was a little abnormal for a single person to carry so many things. People who came out for training usually wouldn't bring too many things. They would either give them to their family or hide them for themselves. However, the person in front of him actually brought so many things. Wasn't he afraid of losing them all when he died, or maybe he didn't have any family and thought that if he lost his life, what was the point of keeping these things? But at this moment, what's going on? There are so many poisons and concealed weapons inside. Is this person an assassin? Xianxia glanced at the corpse curiously and noticed that the victim was wearing black tights. Moreover, he recalled that the victim's face before his head was blown apart was very unfamiliar. No, this person isn't from Rakshasa City or Thunderlight City. I haven't seen him before. Xianxia suddenly reacted. Where did a 9th level manifestation realm expert come from if he wasn't from Rakshasa City or Thunderlight City? When they came down, they had clearly sent people to bury the entrance and even had people guarding outside. Then, could it be that this 9th level manifestation realm assassin was a passerby and noticed something fishy, so he snuck in? This made sense, but Xianxia felt that things were not so simple. However, the most important thing now was to leave the lost forest first. Otherwise, the good things would be snatched away by others. At that moment, he turned around and continued on his way. The other people's spiritual senses were only left with 1/5 after entering the lost forest. It was the same for Xianxia. However, his eye of perception was 5 times stronger than his spiritual senses. With this outstanding ability, he walked out of the lost forest in less than 10 minutes. The Thousand Tree sect is indeed quite capable. If I didn't have the eye of perception and my spiritual sense, I wouldn't be able to walk out even if I walked for a day. Xianxia shuddered. If he was trapped in that godforsaken place for a whole day, his head would probably explode. No matter what, he was out now. The Lost Forest was the Thousand Tree sect's first checkpoint to defend against foreign invaders. After this checkpoint, there was a sea of vines. This sea of vines was originally filled with countless poisonous insects. The Thousand Tree sect's disciples had to spread some insect repellent on themselves before they could pass through. However, Xianxia did not have such things on him, so he had to go through it himself. Wei Zhentian, transform into a set of armor. Xianxia immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a set of grey armor and enveloped Xianxia completely, including his eyes. Wei Zhentian was a 9th level manifestation realm expert and an Earth King. His defense was amazing. Even poisonous insects could not break through his defense. This Thousand Tree sect branch was not weak, and there were many ethereal opening elites. Although it had been abandoned for thousands of years, Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He moved at a moderate speed. There might be dangers in this sea of vines. With his level 8 manifestation realm, even with Wei Zhentian, he would fall into an abyss of no return if he was not careful. Luckily, he had positioned himself at the entrance and exit of the Lost Forest. If there was any danger, he would immediately break through the void and leave. The sea of vines was huge, and there was no end in sight. Xian walked for half an hour and was still inside. At this moment, whoosh! A sudden gust of wind made Xian stop in his tracks. He looked in the direction of the wind and saw a huge black shadow. It was densely packed, and there were at least 1,000 of them. What the f***ck, what is this? Xian raised his eyebrows. As the distance was very far, he could only use the eye of revelation to see roughly. The shadow was about the size of a fist and was completely black. This group of black shadows approached quickly, and Xian quickly avoided them. However, this group of ghostly things had their eyes on Xian. f***ck, they have their eyes on me. Xian swallowed his saliva. This group of ghostly things was faster than him. Unless he used the eye of the void, he would not be able to avoid them. However, it was not easy for him to come here. If he could not even get past this, he might as well just go home. Eye of Glory. Xian immediately took out the golden armor of glory. Under Wei Zhentian's armor, he clenched his fists and waited quietly. When the group of ghostly things approached, he realized that it was actually a group of mosquitoes. A group of mosquitoes the size of a fist, and there were thousands of them. Seeing this, Xian could not help but shudder. This group of mosquitoes had not yet sucked blood and were already the size of a fist. If they did, wouldn't they be bigger than a head? I don't care what you are. Die. Xian did not say anything and directly attacked this group of mosquitoes. Blood explosion fist. Golden dragon capturing hands. This swarm of mosquitoes flew into Xian's attack range, and Xian's attack swept straight towards them. Bang! Boom! When the blood explosion fist landed on the mosquitoes, it could blow them up, but it could only kill 2 or 3 of them. Due to the large number of giant mosquitoes and their high speed, Xian was immediately surrounded. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian had already transformed into a suit of armor to protect Xian. Clang! 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 These mosquitoes had extremely sharp beaks. A few of them landed on Xian's body and poked him with their beaks, but they were unable to break through Xian's defense. Haha, since you can't break my defense, then all of you can die for me. Xian laughed inwardly. Wei Zhentian was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. In addition, he had advanced twice, so his defense was indestructible. Although he did not know where the swarm of mosquitoes came from, he estimated that a few of them could suck a person dry. However, if they could not break through his defense, then it was useless no matter how strong they were. There was also an interesting martial art that was specifically used to deal with mosquitoes. Ding! The host has learned the manifestation divine ability, Mosquito Annihilating Palm. Mosquito Annihilating Palm was only a mid-level manifestation realm divine ability, but it was extremely harmful to mosquitoes. It was similar to the dragon's judgment of the 8 Desolation dragon slaying sword. In addition to the Eye of Glory, the power of the Mosquito Annihilating Palm would increase again. These strange mosquitoes were large in size and large in number. Xian could not be bothered to tangle with these mosquitoes, so he directly attacked in a frenzy. Huge golden palms struck out, and each palm could send several giant mosquitoes flying. As long as these mosquitoes were hit by the Mosquito Annihilating Palm, they would all die on the spot. In a short 10 seconds, this swarm of thousands of giant mosquitoes had all died in the sea of vines. In these 10 seconds, Xian had struck out at least 100 palms, which meant that he had continuously used his divine ability over 100 times. Even a 9th level manifestation realm expert would probably have more than half of their true chi depleted after continuously using a mid-level manifestation realm divine ability 10 times. However, Xian was only at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. It was fine even if he struck out 100 palms continuously, because his recovery speed was just right. Fortunately, the Mosquito Annihilating Palm was only a mid-level manifestation realm divine ability. If it was a high-level manifestation realm divine ability, Xian would probably have to spend more time. Even the Thunder Light City Lord and Rakshasa City Lord would find it difficult to deal with so many giant mosquitoes. If it were anyone else, they would most likely die. Xian could not help but think to himself. However, before he continued forward, he still collected the corpses of the giant mosquitoes. Unfortunately, these giant mosquitoes were not heaven-reaching beasts, but mutated beasts. Devouring them would not bring him much benefit. He began to move forward. Not long after, another large swarm of mosquitoes pounced on him. With the mosquito-annihilating palm, Xian easily exterminated the swarm of mosquitoes. What the hell is this place? Why are there so many mosquitoes? There's no human or beast blood to suck. How did they survive? Xian could not figure it out, but he did not think too much about it and continued forward. Soon, in the first hour after he entered the Sea of Vines, he finally saw the end of the Sea of Vines. However, right at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An unprecedented gust of wind blew and entered Xian's ears. He turned his head to look and saw another swarm of black shadows approaching. However, this time, it seemed to be much larger than the previous 2 times. It was almost a combination of the 2 times. F*CK, there are so many mosquitoes, and there's no benefit. What's the point of killing them? Xian cursed angrily in his heart. Only a fool would do such an arduous and thankless task. However, when this swarm of mosquitoes approached, Xian realized that this swarm of mosquitoes was twice the size of the previous ones. It was not that there were more mosquitoes, but that their bodies were bigger. This time, they might be able to break through Wei Zhentian's defense. Just as Xian was about to break through the void and return to the entrance to rest for a few seconds, he was shocked to find that there was a weirdo in this swarm of giant mosquitoes. It was a green creature mixed in with the swarm of giant mosquitoes. Xian focused his eyes and took a closer look. He found that it was a wood spirit. Wei Zhentian was an earth spirit, a type of exotic beast. There were also fire spirits, water spirits, wood spirits, and so on. At this moment, there was a wood spirit in this swarm of giant mosquitoes. How could a wood spirit control so many giant mosquitoes? Fine, then I'll clean them all up and capture the wood spirit. Although he did not understand why, Xian could not be bothered to care so much. He was confident that he could kill half of these giant mosquitoes before they pounced on him. Mosquito annihilating palm. Mosquito annihilating palm. Mosquito killing palm. Xian attacked crazily, sending out golden palm prints. However, these mosquitoes were larger than before and would not be killed so easily. Perhaps it was because Xian's realm was too low, or perhaps it was because the mosquito-killing palm was only an intermediate myriad manifestation superpower, so he could not kill this swarm of giant mosquitoes in one hit. You're just a bunch of mosquitoes. Let's see what you're capable of. Xian snorted inwardly. Since one attack wasn't enough, he would try twice. He had 2 hands, after all. The swarm of giant mosquitoes was almost as big as a human head. A few mosquitoes approached Xian and poked him with their sharp mouths. Kacha! Kacha! With 2 muffled sounds, Wei Zhentian's armor was destroyed, and so was the brilliant golden armor. The mosquito's sharp mouths pierced Xian's body and began to suck his blood. Let's see if you suck faster. My tree of life bloodline is more powerful. Xian didn't mind at all. At the same time, he used his sharp mouths to transfer his true qi and manifestation force. Bam! 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 The giant mosquitoes that were sucking his blood suddenly exploded. With the tree of life bloodline, Xian's speed at producing blood was truly heaven-defying. After all, the reward from the last random mission had allowed him to evolve his tree of life bloodline once. Xian's wounds kept healing, but the giant mosquitoes kept piercing his body and sucking his blood. Therefore, Xian didn't care about anything else. He directly told Wei Zhentian to protect his head with all his might. To be more precise, his eyes. The swarm of giant mosquitoes was smart. The moment Xian removed his defenses, 2 of the giant mosquitoes pierced Xian's heart with their sharp mouths. They thought that this would kill Xian and then suck his blood to their heart's content. But they were wrong, very wrong. Eye of Nirvana. Mosquito exterminating palm. Mosquito exterminating palm. Xian ignored the giant mosquitoes' attacks and continued to clean them up. At this moment, he was like a perpetual motion machine. He wouldn't die, his true qi wouldn't dry up, and he could continue to fight. The wood spirit in the center of the giant mosquitoes was very surprised. After realizing that things weren't going well, it turned around and left. What a guy. Your balls have been exposed and you still want to run? Yi Xian shouted angrily. From the very beginning, his attention had been on this wood spirit. This wood spirit was really too strange. It could actually control these giant mosquitoes. If he could control this wood spirit, he might be able to control a tiger to devour a wolf and destroy the entire Rakshasa city team. However, this wood spirit was an exotic beast, not a heavenly beast. Yi Xian's eye of control had no effect on it. You mosquitoes, get out of my way. Yi Xian immediately used his trump card and summoned a longsword. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic golden sword that was dozens of meters long was formed. Tyrannical Emperor's limitless sword. Shake. The gigantic golden sword descended, and the 1,000 mosquitoes in the air were all shaken to the ground by the immense pressure. Not only that, it had even shaken them to death. The tyrannical emperor's limitless sword was much more useful than the mosquito-exterminating palm. However, it required a cooldown time of 1 day. Now, Yi Xian was no longer in his way. He looked at the wood spirit in front of him and immediately chased after it. The flying wood spirit turned its head to look and was so scared that it lost its soul. Immediately after, the sea of vines below suddenly changed, and all the vines attacked Yi Xian. Petty tricks. Yi Xian snorted coldly in his heart. He cleverly avoided the attacks of the vines, then rushed toward the wood spirit and grabbed at the air. Dragon catching hand. A huge palm easily caught the wood spirit in the palm of its hand. Let's see how you're going to run now. Yi Xian quickly approached and caught the wood spirit. Chirp chirp, the wood spirit slapped Yi Xian's hand, but it couldn't break free. Wei Zhentian, translate for me. This wood spirit was an exotic beast, and so was Wei Zhentian. They should be able to communicate. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian could communicate in their minds, so naturally, they could translate. It said that I stepped into its territory and wanted me to leave immediately. Otherwise, it would kill me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. These were all translated by Wei Zhentian after he communicated with the wood spirit. Good fellow, you're quite arrogant. It's easy for me to kill you now. If you bring me to look for treasures, I can let you go. Yi Xian said. After Wei Zhentian finished translating, the wood spirit chirped a few more times. What? You're saying that there are no more treasures here? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He wouldn't believe this nonsense. He shouted angrily. If you keep spouting nonsense, do you believe that I'll kill you? Chirp chirp, alright, bring me to take a look. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Xian nodded. This wood spirit compromised and was willing to bring him around. It no longer controlled things to attack. Yi Xian held the wood spirit in his hand and left the Sea of Vines. After leaving the Sea of Vines, it was the 1,000-tree sect's branch. However, this place was already in ruins. Along the way, the wood spirit told Wei Zhentian that there was still a large number of wood spirits here. They were all reared by the 1,000-tree sect. The disciples of the 1,000-tree sect would usually sign a contract with the wood spirit to increase the effects of their nature powers on plants. Thousands of years ago, the 1,000-tree sect left in a hurry. These wood spirits had been staying here for thousands of years. Not only that, this wood spirit also told Yi Xian that it was the king of these wood spirits. Wood spirit king? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly surprised. However, after going around in a big circle and using his eye of perception, he really didn't feel anything useful. Other than the tree demons, there weren't even any treasures here. It really didn't look like a treasure ground. However, at this moment. What? You want to make a deal with me? After Wei Zhentian translated, Yi Xian looked at the wood spirit king in his hand in surprise. Just now, this wood spirit king said that it wanted to make a deal with him. Why would you make a deal with me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was out of his expectations. Because I have a strong life aura on me? This time, Yi Xian understood. His body had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so his life aura was very strong. The last time, he used his blood to let the mini sky dragon hatch earlier. Then what kind of deal do you want to make? What benefits can I get? Yi Xian asked again. A deal had to satisfy both parties. If this wood spirit king couldn't give him a satisfactory reward, he wouldn't help unless he had a conscience. Help me save the heavenly treasure tree and give me a heavenly treasure tree holy seed? After Wei Zhentian translated, Xian paused for a moment. Heavenly treasure tree was the name of a heavenly treasure tree. The heavenly treasure tree holy seed was naturally the seed. After planting it, he could plant another heavenly treasure tree. This heavenly treasure tree holy seed shouldn't be of any use to me. No, maybe I can devour it, Xian thought about it. Anyway, his blood didn't cost money. Even if he drained it, he wouldn't die. Moreover, the speed of his blood production was shockingly fast. Bring me to take a look first, Xian said to the Wood Spirit King. Then, under the guidance of the Wood Spirit King, he kept wandering around the Thousand Tree sect. After a while, the Wood Spirit King brought Xian to the depths of the Thousand Tree sect. Here, there was a gigantic tree comparable to a 100-story skyscraper. This gigantic tree was the heavenly treasure tree that the Wood Spirit King mentioned. At this moment, this heavenly treasure tree was yellow in color, decaying to the extreme. It had a lifeless appearance. Beside the heavenly treasure tree, there were countless green lights flashing. They were all wood spirits. In addition, there were a large number of butterflies, mosquitoes, bees, and other strange creatures circling around it. Now, Xian understood why the Wood Spirit King was able to control those giant mosquitoes. It was because these creatures all relied on this heavenly treasure tree to survive, and the reason why this heavenly treasure tree could live for 1,000 years was because of these wood spirits. No, it should be said that they coexisted. If the heavenly treasure tree withered, all the wood spirits would die. Okay, I'll help you save this heavenly treasure tree. Without another word, Xian took out some blood vials and threw them at the heavenly treasure tree. Gotcha, the blood vials shattered, and Xian's blood, which was full of vitality, splashed onto the heavenly treasure tree and was instantly absorbed. It was unknown if it was because the life force in Xian's blood was too dense, or if it was because the heavenly treasure tree was already on its last breath, but after absorbing the blood from the dozen or so blood bottles, a green light began to emit and quickly spread. Seems like it's not enough, Xian looked up. This heavenly treasure tree was at least 3,000 meters tall. If he wanted to save it, he would have to bleed again today. Because the mini sky dragon took away a large number of blood vials, he cut his hand and started to bleed. The life aura of the heavenly treasure tree also began to strengthen and recover its vitality. Seeing this, the surrounding creatures started to get excited. After a whole hour, Xian finally saved the heavenly treasure tree. At this moment, the heavenly treasure tree had recovered from its withered state to its peak. At the same time, the tree trunk stored a large amount of Xian's blood. It would probably surpass its peak in a short while. The surrounding wood spirits and strange beasts began to celebrate. They had accompanied the heavenly treasure tree for 1,000 years, and now that it had been saved, they were naturally overjoyed. Alright, I've saved it. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Xian said to the Wood Spirit King. The latter looked at Xian gratefully and then led the way. After making a big circle, Xian saw a tree hole a kilometer in the sky. Earlier, when he was spraying blood around the heavenly treasure tree, he did not see this tree hole. But now, there was actually another tree hole. In this tree hole, there was a green seed. It was the size of a fist and was emitting a green light. The heavenly treasure tree's saint seed. Previously, with the eye of revelation, he could see that the heavenly treasure tree was on the verge of death, and it would only live for a few months at most. However, he did not see this tree hole, nor did he see any seed. Good Lord, you're giving me a blank check. Xian immediately reacted. This Wood Spirit King really had a good plan. First, let him save the heavenly treasure tree, then let the heavenly treasure tree form a treasure tree saint seed. If he could not save the heavenly treasure tree, then even if the heavenly treasure tree wanted to, it would not have the ability to form a treasure tree saint seed. Although he was a little unhappy, Xian could not be bothered to care so much. He rushed over and kept the treasure tree saint seed. The Thousand Tree sect used to rely on this heavenly treasure tree to survive, but they were in a hurry to leave. After all, if they were a step late, they could have been wiped out. In addition, they already had the treasure tree saint seed, so they left the heavenly treasure tree alone. Now that Yi Xian had saved the heavenly treasure tree and received the treasure tree saint seed as a reward, the deal was considered complete. However, just as Yi Xian kept the treasure tree saint seed into the devouring space. Ding. Host has activated the hidden system, planting system. Ding. Host, do you want to plant the treasure tree saint seed? Suddenly, 2 system notifications rang, making Yi Xian tremble. What's going on? A hidden system? Yi Xian was shocked. He remembered that the only system that he had not activated was the bloodline fusion system. But now, there was a hidden planting system. This was not so simple. What's the use of the planting system? Yi Xian was not in a hurry to answer. He first immersed his mind into the planting system. This planting system was actually a planting space. Inside was a grassland. The size of this planting space would increase as Yi Xian's level increased. Next, Yi Xian could plant heaven and earth treasures in this planting space. When the heaven and earth treasures matured, he could harvest them. Simply put, he would have a moving treasure land in the future. A large number of heaven and earth treasures would be born, and then he could harvest them. These heaven and earth treasures could be used for devouring, alchemy, and so on. However, this was not the most important thing. What attracted Yi Xian's attention was that he could store living things in the planting space. For example, Luolua would not need to stay in the planting space in the future. Haha, good. From now on, I will turn the planting space into a cultivation treasure land. It has more yuan qi of heaven and earth than the outside world. From now on, Luolua can directly cultivate in it. Yi Xian's expression was rippling. However, this planting space had requirements for living things. Humans could not enter, but exotic beasts like Wei Zhentian and the wood spirit could. Yi Xian did not think too much and directly answered in his mind. Yes. Then, he began to plant the heavenly treasure tree saint seed in the center of the planting space. After the heavenly treasure tree saint seed was planted, a small sapling immediately grew. Then, Yi Xian used a blood bottle and used his blood as a water source to water the sapling for a few seconds. This sapling received blood rich with vitality and began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree that was dozens of meters tall. At the same time, after this small heavenly treasure tree grew, Yi Xian also felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the planting space had undergone a tremendous change. Amazing. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the planting space has surpassed the spirit spring of the Hu Manor. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately continued to water the sapling with his blood. The heavenly treasure tree continued to grow and soon reached a height of 100 meters. The density of the yuan qi of heaven and earth had greatly surpassed the spirit spring of the Hu Manor. I have the bloodline of the divine tree of life in my body. If I continue to water this heavenly treasure tree with my blood, will it grow into a divine tree of life? Yi Xian suddenly had this idea. However, judging from how Fairy Luli had asked for the Fountain of Youth that day, even the supreme-grade Fountain of Youth couldn't compare to his blood. Yi Xian tried using the Fountain of Youth. Sure enough, the effect was much worse than his blood. Although the Fountain of Youth was supreme grade, its main effect was to prolong one's life. Otherwise, why would Fairy Luli use it to exchange for his blood? I can't water it anymore, or it will explode. I have to wait for it to digest. Yi Xian temporarily gave up on nurturing the heavenly treasure tree. With such abundant qi of heaven and earth, and with Yi Xian's current realm, the planting space was the size of 2 or 3 large cities. Such a large space naturally had to be filled to the brim with plants. In the exchange system, one could exchange for many seeds of heaven and earth treasures. These seeds were very cheap. Yi Xian directly exchanged for all kinds of seeds and then scattered them. Some of these heaven and earth treasures improved one's physique, some increased one's cultivation, and some gathered qi of heaven and earth. There were all kinds of things. Under normal circumstances, heaven and earth treasures took at least a month to grow before they could be harvested. Some took a year, even 10 or 100 years. Not to mention a year, Yi Xian couldn't even wait a month. Wood Spirit King, I'll make another deal with you. You can listen. Yi Xian said to the Wood Spirit King. The Wood Spirit King blinked and nodded slightly, indicating that it was willing to listen. I have a place with a heavenly treasure tree. Although it's much smaller than yours, the environment and chi of heaven and earth there are much more abundant. Simply put, I want to take you in. I don't know if you're willing to leave here. Yixian said directly. Hearing this, the Wood Spirit King thought carefully for a moment, then let Wei Zhentian translate. Okay, you can go in and take a look first. Yixian nodded and directly used a special method to let the Wood Spirit King enter the planting space. If one wanted to enter this kind of planting space, one only needed the owner's consent. But if one wanted to leave, they had to ask for Yixian's opinion. Yixian stored the Wood Spirit King into the planting space. Then, the Wood Spirit King exploded. The planting space was indeed much better than the Thousand Tree Sect. Even at the peak of the Thousand Tree Sect, the Heaven and Earth Yuan Chi was probably only at this level. If that heavenly treasure tree and the other treasures were nurtured, the Yuan Chi of Heaven and Earth would definitely surpass that of the Thousand Tree Sect. To the wood spirits and other beasts, this was simply heaven. Without another word, the Wood Spirit King immediately agreed to this condition and was willing to move into the planting space. Not only that, but it also suggested to Yixian to transfer the heart of the heavenly treasure tree outside to the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space. Once the heart of the heavenly treasure tree was formed, the heavenly treasure tree outside would wither in an instant. However, the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space would quickly grow. Originally, the Wood Spirit King wanted to transplant the Thousand Tree Sect's heavenly treasure tree in. However, this heavenly treasure tree was too big, so they could only use the method of condensing the heart of the treasure tree. When Yixian heard this suggestion, he was naturally overjoyed. This would save him a lot of time. After the Wood Spirit King left the planting space, it began to organize all kinds of beasts and enter the planting space. That heavenly treasure tree was already sentient. It directly used its newly recovered vitality to condense the heart of the heavenly treasure tree, which was then brought into the planting space by the Wood Spirit King. When this heart of the heavenly treasure tree merged with the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space, this heavenly treasure tree would grow by 1,000 meters, and the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth would expand once again. As there were only so many planting spaces, the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth would start to liquefy, forming a stream of water, which was the so-called spirit spring. Ha ha ha, I profited big time. Yixian could not help but laugh out loud. He had profited big time, he had indeed profited big time. If Luo Luo came to this kind of planting space to cultivate, her cultivation speed would definitely be 10 times faster than in Hu village. Not only that, these beasts were now under Yixian's control. If there was any danger in the future, Yixian could even release these beasts to attack the enemy. Lightning Blade Mantis, Poisonous Bee King, 100-Flower Butterfly, Green Thread Snake, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, and so on. These beasts all obeyed Yixian's orders. Now that Yixian was at the 8th stage of the manifestation realm, the surrounding beasts had already gained sentience. Even an ant could probably understand human language. Even if a mouse here was placed in the Blood Rock continent, it would probably be able to proclaim itself as an overlord. All of this was thanks to the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth. At this moment, this heavenly treasure tree had already withered, and there was not a single living creature around it. They had all been kept into the planting space by Yixian. The wood spirits were originally the totems of the Thousand Tree Sect, and every disciple had to sign the 7 moons pact with them to increase the effects of the manifestation power on the plants. However, the wood spirits could do it by themselves, so Yixian had them help to manage the planting space to increase the production of heaven and earth treasures. Not only that, but Yixian had also previously obtained fire spirits, earth spirits, and other beasts. He had also put them all in. Luo Luo, come. Don't cultivate in the Hu family village anymore. Young master will bring you to a better place. Yixian said in his heart. Then, he broke through the void and returned to the Hu family village. Young master, what better place? Luo Luo, who was sitting beside the spirit spring, blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. However, before she could react, she was already kept into the storage space by Yixian. At the same time, Yixian returned to the Thousand Tree Sect ruins and closed the void door. Ah, what kind of treasure land is this? Why is the Yuan Chi of heaven and earth so abundant? Luo Luo was shocked. This is a new independent space that I, young master, have opened up. From now on, you can cultivate by that spirit spring. I have already set up a spirit gathering formation there. Yi Xian immediately pointed the way for Luo Luo. The spirit spring in the planting space was formed by the liquefaction of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Yi Xian had even set up a high-level spirit gathering formation there to facilitate the gathering of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Furthermore, he had also stored a large amount of fresh blood at the side. His fresh blood was filled with vitality. If it was left at the side for a long time, it would also have the effect of prolonging one's life. Although the yuan qi in the planting space was about the same as the thousand tree sect branch in the past, as long as this new heavenly treasure tree was restored to its peak, then whether it was the yuan qi of heaven and earth or the various beasts, they would all be improved by a level. Yi Xian was finally no longer isolated and without help. From now on, he could summon these beasts to fight for him. Ding! The yuan qi in the planting space has reached the standard. The planting space's level has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously glanced at the interface and realized that the planting space had a level. When the level of the planting space increased, the space would also increase greatly. Not only that, it would also increase the growth rate of the treasures, the abundance of yuan qi, and the growth rate of the creatures in the planting space. In any case, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. If the planting space increased to level 3, it would be able to store Tong Tian beasts. In the future, it could even store people and let them cultivate in it. All in all, this planting space was very good. Yi Xian could save a lot of things in the future. As long as Yi Xian continued to break through, the planting space would be comparable to a continent, and he would be the master of the continent. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had now subdued all the tribes in the Thousand Tree Sect ruins. As long as he wanted to, he could wipe out all the teams in Rakshasa City. Although I didn't get any treasures, I've activated the planting space and a large tribe. Now, even if I meet the city master of Rakshasa City, I won't be afraid. Yi Xian was suddenly full of confidence. In this Thousand Tree Sect ruins, although his strength was not the best, no one could threaten him anymore. Hence, he could walk out openly. If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, the consequences would be very serious. However, just as he re-entered the Tangmen Ocean, a black figure slowly walked towards him from afar. Someone's here. Yi Xian trembled. Those who were able to walk out of the lost forest were either lucky or strong. However, Yi Xian had tens of thousands of beasts. Even if everyone in Rakshasa City gathered, they might not be able to kill him. However, when Yi Xian saw the figure's face clearly, his eyes could not help but shoot out murderous intent. Although the person walking towards him was masked, the aura on him was very familiar to him. "Mo Shui, it's you?" Yi Xian exclaimed. How could he have thought that the person in front of him was the target of his revenge mission? Mo Shui, he was not the only one who did not expect it. Even Mo Shui did not expect it. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You were lucky to be saved by that heavenly dragon last time. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Mo Shui said with a cold look in his eyes. Back then, although his chest was pierced by the mini heavenly dragon, fortunately, the mini heavenly dragon was afraid of him and did not kill him. Now that the mini sky dragon had returned to the life-sacred land, who could save Yi Xian? That day when I was at the same level as Mo Shui, I couldn't beat him. But today, I'm a realm higher than him, and I have a large number of strange beasts helping me. As long as he doesn't set up a space ceiling formation, even if I can't beat him, I can still escape. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he was now one realm higher than Mo Shui was still a reincarnator, so he was only 30% confident. Even with the addition of those exotic beasts, it was only 50%. 50% chance of killing Mo Shui, this was a risk he could take. At this moment, Yi Xian saw Mo Shui's finger lightly shaking. A strand of Zhenqi condensed into a thread and transmitted to the ground. Not good, this guy is setting up a space ceiling formation. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly attacked. He had a 50% chance of killing Mo Shui, but there was also a 50% chance of losing, so he had to ensure his own safety. Once Mo Shui finished setting up the space ceiling formation, the Eye of the Void would be unusable. You found out? Mo Shui snorted coldly. This time, he was determined to kill Yi Xian. Even if the space ceiling formation was not set up, he was confident that he could beat Yi Xian so badly that he could not even use the Eye of the Void. Eye of Glory. Blood Explosion Fist. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. Yi Xian went all out and directly used his divine ability. In the current situation, his fists were more useful. Wei Zhentian, who was in the 9th level of the manifestation realm, also took the lead to break through the air and attacked like a war god. Kid, today is the day you die. Mo Shui roared and grabbed at Yi Xian's attack. Azure Dragon Claw. An Azure Dragon Claw and a golden hand collided, creating a shockwave that sent the vines on the ground flying. This move was similar to Yi Xian's Dragon Catcher Hand, but it was of a higher level. It was an upper-level manifestation martial art. Yi Xian, who'd been using the Eye of Insight the entire time, copied this move down. Ding! Azure Dragon Claw copied successfully. However, this was not the end. After this system notification, there was another one. Ding! Azure Dragon Claw and Dragon Catcher Hand can perform a perfect martial art fusion. Do you want to proceed? This system notification shocked Yi Xian. Martial art fusion? He suddenly remembered that there was an advancement path for martial art fusion in his sword god bloodline. However, this martial art fusion was a huge trap, so Yi Xian had forgotten about it. He did not expect that it would be triggered now. Of course, this was not a normal fusion, but a perfect martial art fusion. The success rate was 100%. Fusion. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly replied in his mind. After the system deducted some super devour crystals, it prompted again. Ding! Azure Dragon Claw and Dragon Catcher Hand have been fused. The fusion martial art will become Azure Dragon Claw 8 powers. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding! Host has learned Azure Dragon Claw 8 powers. System notifications sounded one after another. However, only a moment had passed in the outside world. The shockwave from the collision of Azure Dragon Claw and Dragon Catcher Hand had not yet spread out. However, Yi Xian had now obtained a new martial art, Azure Dragon Claw 8 powers. Moreover, this left Azure Dragon's 8 forces was a nether passage divine ability. Haha, Mo Shui, you're dead meat. Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. His left hand formed a claw and swept at Mo Shui. Azure Dragon Claw 8 powers, first move, Dragon in the Field. A golden heavenly dragon suddenly appeared and clawed at Mo Shui. Mo Shui raised his eyebrows. He found that this move was not Dragon Catcher Hand. In fact, it was much stronger than Dragon Catcher Hand. However, as an assassin, speed was a very important attribute, so he easily dodged this claw. However, at this moment, Azure Dragon Claw 8 powers, second move, double dragons playing with a pearl. Another golden sky dragon appeared, but this time, it was 2 sky dragons attacking together. Although Mo Shui had dodged the previous golden sky dragon's attack, it did not disappear. What? Mo Shui was shocked. He found that the second claw was stronger than the first, but he still easily dodged it. Switching Long Claw, third move, Dragon in the Sky. While Mo Shui was dodging the 2 claws, Yi Xian suddenly jumped up and attacked again. The third golden dragon appeared. Switching Long Claw, fourth move, Dragon Repents. Switching Long Claw, fifth move, Dragon Rages in the Wild. Switching Long Claw, sixth move, 6 Dragons Circle. In the blink of an eye, there were 6 golden figures in the sea of vines. Every time Yi Xian clawed out, he would be able to condense a golden dragon. Moreover, they would all join forces with the previous few to attack together. Switchinglong's 8 power stretching claws had already reached the 6th power. Although Mo Shui's speed was fast, he was not as strong as he wanted to be. Switchinglong Claw, 7th move, Divine Dragon swings its tail. The 7th golden dragon appeared. This time, it didn't attack with its claws, but with its tail. Whoosh whoosh. The 7th golden dragon appeared behind Mo Shui. It swung its body, and its golden tail turned into a stream of light and lashed at Mo Shui. At the same time, the other 6 golden dragons attacked together. 7 golden dragons, plus Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian's blood explosion fist and disintegration eye attack. Mo Shui was already in a terrible fix. Fortunately, as a reincarnator, Mo Shui had the ethereal passage realm's superpower. The 7 dragons couldn't do anything to him. I can't let him summon more golden dragons, or my true chi won't be enough to kill him. Mo Shui's eyes flickered. He was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, and he didn't have the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Using the ethereal passage realm's superpower to dodge the attacks had consumed a lot of his true chi. If he used it again, he would be in trouble. Red blood explodes the sky. Mo Shui gathered a large amount of true chi, and his aura skyrocketed. This move again? Yi Xian's expression froze, and he quickly retreated. He didn't get close to Mo Shui because he was afraid that Mo Shui would use the same move again. Immediately, he summoned Wei Zhentian back and let him out again, covering the brilliant golden armor with Wei Zhentian. Boom! A blood-red light flashed as an extremely powerful aura rapidly spread out. The resulting shockwave spread in front of Yi Xian and sent him flying. Gotcha! Even though Wei Zhentian had already reached the peak of the manifestation realm, he still couldn't block this attack. Fortunately, this time only Wei Zhentian's defense was broken. The glorious golden armor was fine, so naturally, Yi Xian was also fine. This explosion was sudden, but it was much weaker than the previous one. After all, Mo Shui only wanted to get rid of the trouble around him. As the shockwave swept out, he madly dashed towards Yi Xian. His hand was tightly gripping the glowing silver blade as he prepared to cut off Yi Xian's head. He had already witnessed Yi Xian's undying ability, but as long as he cut off Yi Xian's head, Yi Xian's body would no longer be able to move. When the time came, all they had to do was destroy Yi Xian's head. However, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. Haha, Mo Shui, do you think it's that simple? Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly. In the next moment, a petite figure appeared behind him. Luoluo. After this period of cultivation, Luoluo had already broken through to the 6th level of the manifestation realm. She even said that she would break through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm within 3 days. She didn't appear to participate in the battle, but to improve Yi Xian. Eye of Charm. A pink eyeball appeared above Luoluo's head and directly stared at Yi Xian's back. An invisible force supported Yi Xian's body, causing his soul strength to increase greatly. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, Leaderless Dragons. Yi Xian finally used his 8th move, which was also his last move. Then, Mo Shui suddenly saw 8 golden heavenly dragons suddenly appear around him and pounce towards him. It turned out that he had wasted his energy just now. Go! Mo Shui continuously used his ethereal passage to dodge the attacks. Then, he used the ultimate move, Crimson Blood Roaring Sky, so he didn't have much true chi in his body. Thus, he chose to retreat this time. However, this time, he wouldn't leave so easily. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Wei Zhentian had unknowingly appeared behind Mo Shui from under the sea of vines. He instantly transformed into thousands of giant swords and smashed towards Mo Shui. Mo Shui's expression darkened. It seemed that he had no choice but to leave this time. Originally, he wanted to play hard to get and let Yi Xian chase after him. Then, he would suddenly attack and kill him. However, Yi Xian wasn't even close to him now. How was he going to kill him? Boom! 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 The giant swords fell one after another. Mo Shui turned into a bolt of black lightning and moved between the giant swords. However, in the end, there were still too many heaven-shaking giant swords. He couldn't escape this calamity, and was locked inside. Haha, let's see where you can run to now. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Last time, he and his subordinates were utterly defeated by Mo Shui, and he almost lost his life. This time, he actually used a ethereal passage divine ability to beat Mo Shui into running away. It seemed that the revenge mission could be completed. After all, this revenge mission to kill Mo Shui had a reward of 3 devour points. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was extremely excited. He immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Luoluo was already prepared. She threw the 7-colored demonic fire at the spiritual sword formation from afar. Yi Xian also ordered the 8 heavenly dragons to surround Mo Shui. At the same time, he waved his hand. A large group of strange beasts appeared beside him. Then, they split into 2 groups and went around the spiritual sword formation to block Mo Shui's escape route. In the spiritual sword formation, Mo Shui frowned. His right cheek was twitching. As a reincarnator, he was actually defeated by an 8th-level manifestation realm brat. What an insult. He was very regretful now. However, it was not because he did not finish off Yi Xian quickly that day, but because he regretted fighting a ethereal passage realm expert. Damn it. I used a lot of true chi to kill the Thunder Light City Lord. Otherwise, I would have beheaded this brat. Mo Shui cursed in his heart. That's right, just now, he had killed a Nether Passage realm expert, the Thunder Luster City Lord, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the manifestation realm. However, Yi Xian did not know about this, and he did not need to know. Yi Xian only needed to know that Mo Shui was at the end of his strength. He had 100 ways to kill Mo Shui. Brat, you're good today. Mo Shui, will remember this. Mo Shui snorted coldly in the spiritual sword formation. When the voice sounded, there was a huge explosion. It was Luo who detonated the 7-colored demonic fire. However, this move was not able to hurt Mo Shui. Not good, it's that move again. Mo Shui can still use it? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and quickly put Luo into the planting space before retreating. Boom. Another huge explosion broke all of the heaven-shaking giant swords. This time, Mo Shui took a long time to gather his strength, so it was twice as powerful as before. The moment the spiritual sword array collapsed, Mo Shui turned into a streak of blood-red light and rushed towards the lost forest. Tisk, do you think I'm not prepared? Yi Xian snorted in his heart. Earlier, he had already sent out a large number of exotic beasts. Lightning blade mantis, poisonous bee king, 100-flower butterfly, green silk snake, and bloodthirsty mosquitoes were all sent out. There were more than 5,000 of them in total. Even a Nether Passage realm elite would be heavily injured or even killed by such a group of exotic beasts. However, Mo Shui was only stunned for a moment. Brat, Mo Shui, will definitely return today's grudge with both hands. Mo Shui's voice rang out, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. Blood escape, this was a move he used specifically for escaping. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. After all, every time he used it, not only would he have to burn his essence blood, but he would also be weakened for a period of time. However, he had no choice but to use it now. Mo Shui's speed increased to the extreme, almost exceeding Yi Xian's reaction time. If Mo Shui attacked at this time, Yi Xian would not be able to block him. Fortunately, after using blood escape, Mo Shui could no longer use his chi to attack, so he could only escape. F***ck, a reincarnator is indeed a reincarnator. He has so many tricks up his sleeve. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. In the blink of an eye, Mo Shui had already avoided the exotic beasts and left his sight. It seemed that this revenge mission had failed again. No, there was still a chance. Humph, you want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian directly broke through the void and returned to the Lost Forest's exit. He had positioned himself at both the Lost Forest's exit and the Thousand Tree Sect's entrance. Now, he could use it. The current Mo Shui was at the end of his strength, so this was the best chance to kill him. If he let Mo Shui escape, he did not know when he would see him again. However, just as he arrived at the Lost Forest's exit, he sensed 2 extremely powerful auras. Nether Passage Realm. Is it the Thunder City Lord and Luo City Lord? Was the Luo City Lord of Luo? He was Luo City Lord of Luo City and another masked man. Was the Luo City Lord of Luo? Luo. At this moment, Yi Xian finally reacted. Didn't the 9th level Wanxiang realm martial artist and Mo Shui he'd killed earlier wear the same attire? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. If the 2 of them were to join forces, the Thunder Light City Lord would be killed within 10 moves. At that moment, the 2 of them were standing beside a corpse. Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that the headless corpse belonged to the Thunder City's Luo City Lord. The Thunder City's Luo City Lord was dead? That's not right. The Thunder City's Luo City Lord was killed by Luo Luo and the masked assassin. He would have died long ago. Yi Xian sensed this as the Thunder City's Luo City Lord's corpse was no longer warm. It was obvious that he had not just died. At this moment. Luo Luo and Luo Sha turned and noticed Yi Xian, who had just come out of the void door. Kid, I've seen you before. You're from Thunder City. Luo Sha said to Yi Xian. So what? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and began to mobilize his true qi. How did your city lord die? Luo Sha asked curiously. The Thunder City's Luo City Lord was in the Nether Passage realm. Other than him and Luo Sha, there was actually someone who could cut off his head. Hence, Luo Sha was very shocked. Could there be other elites in the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins? I don't know. Yi Xian shook his head. Now, he could confirm that the Thunder City's Luo Sha and the masked assassin didn't kill the Thunder City's Luo Sha. Perhaps, the one who killed the Thunder City's Luo Sha was Mo Shui. No wonder Mo Shui was chased away by him today. It turned out that he had just fought a battle with a Nether Passage realm elite. If that's the case, then go to hell. When Luo Sha heard this, he immediately raised his hand and prepared to kill Yi Xian instantly. Even a 9th level of the manifestation realm could only be killed instantly in front of Luo Sha, let alone Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the manifestation realm. However, this sword was scattered by Yi Xian's blood explosion fist. Oh? Luo Sha was slightly surprised. An 8th level manifestation realm martial artist was actually able to block his attack. This was already very good. If Mo Shui comes later, these two will be a hindrance. I have to deal with them as soon as possible. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. With a wave of his hand, countless mutated beasts appeared. Previously, because the heavenly treasure tree was on the verge of withering, the number of these strange beasts had been greatly reduced. Now that the heavenly treasure tree had recovered, the environment was much better, so it wouldn't be long before these strange beasts multiplied. What the hell is this? Luo Sha and Luo Sha were both shocked. They had just come out of the Lost Forest and found the Thunder City's City Lord's corpse. They had not entered the Sea of Vines yet. Although they did not know how they appeared, they could feel that this group of mutated beasts was not to be trifled with. After all, they lived in the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins. Die, brat. Luo Sha drew his longsword and went forward. His brother Luo Sha also held his sword and was prepared to slaughter this group of mutated beasts. If the two of them worked together, they could deal with all the mutated beasts. However, don't forget that Yi Xian was not just a pretty face. Eye of Glory. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 forces. At that moment, Yi Xian threw out the Skyquake sword. At the same time, his left hand formed a claw and executed the martial arts that he had just learned. Golden heavenly dragons began to appear and pounced towards the black-clothed assassin Luo Sha. Insignificant skill. Luo Sha snorted coldly. He was an ethereal realm elite after all. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, an 8th level manifestation realm brat? Moreover, he was an assassin. Yi Xian had just executed the 5th force of the left Azure Dragon stretching 8 forces when Luo Sha had already arrived in front of him. Die, brat. Luo Sha clenched his fist and stabbed down at Yi Xian's head. He did not know that Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, so this attack could not kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not avoid it. He was prepared to use this opportunity to kill Luo Sha. This move was called loosening the reins to capture. Swish. You've been tricked. Yi Xian suddenly smiled, his eyes flashing. Dissection Eye. 2 dissection rays shot out from Yi Xian's eyes and hit Luo Sha's eyes. In an instant, Luo Sha's eyes were dissected, his vision blurred. Luo Sha didn't expect Yi Xian's eyes to be able to hurt people. He was instantly blinded. Although he could use heaven and earth treasures to repair it, did he have the time? Left Azure Dragon Claws, 6th move of the 8 moves, 6 Dragon Circle. Bam, Luo Sha was sent flying. A large chunk of flesh was torn off his right shoulder, dripping with blood. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Luo Sha roared at the sky. He was in the ethereal opening realm, but he was blinded by Yi Xian and injured his shoulder. His anger soared to the extreme. However, just as he steadied himself, he was surrounded by a black mass of shadows. Lightning blade mantis, poisonous wasp king, 100-flower butterfly, blue thread snake, and bloodthirsty mosquito all surrounded him. Although Luo Sha was in the ethereal opening realm, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian were keeping him busy. Soon, his blood was sucked away. At the same time, the poison entered his body and reduced him to nothing in the blink of an eye. Big brother! Seeing Luo Sha in such a state, Luo Sha immediately roared and ran toward him. You think you can save him? Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he reached out with his left hand again. Left Azure Dragon Claws, 7th move of the 8 moves, Divine Dragon swings its tail. The 7th Golden Heavenly Dragon materialized and whipped its golden tail at Rakshasa. Get lost. Luo Sha also used a Theurgy, and the 7th Golden Dragon collapsed. However, this 7th Golden Dragon bought Yi Xian some time. Left Azure Dragon Claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, Leaderless Dragons. This time, 2 Golden Celestial Dragons were formed. A total of 8 Golden Celestial Dragons attacked Luo Sha. At this moment, Yi Xian's soul strength was at its peak. After all, it had only been 10 seconds since he defeated Mo Shui. Luolua's Eye of Charm was still in effect. 10,000 Demon Fist, disperse. The Rakshasa roared furiously and threw out a black fist shadow, shattering the 3 golden heavenly dragons. However, he was also surrounded by the remaining 5 golden heavenly dragons. Tear them apart. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to this group of exotic beasts. Plop. A muffled sound rang out. He turned his head to look and found that the masked assassin, Luo Sha, was already dead. His headless corpse fell into the sea of vines. Blood flowed out and flowed down. It was the lightning blade mantis that had cut off the Azura demon's head. This was a type of mantis that was extremely fast. Although it was not a heaven-reaching beast and could only be considered a type of mutated beast, every single one of them had strength comparable to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. Now, one of the 2 great Nether Passage realm experts, Luo Sha, had fallen, and his younger brother, Luo Sha, was probably not far from death. Big brother! Seeing that his elder brother was dead, Luo Sha was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He looked at Yi Xian and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Does it matter who I am?" Yi Xian replied coldly, then immediately attacked again. Soon, under the pincer attack of him and the exotic beasts, Luo Sha was also defeated. His body was covered in wounds. His blood essence was sucked away, and the poison invaded his body. With Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian holding him back, Luo Sha was reduced to a corpse in the end. 2 Nether Passage realm experts had been exhausted to death. Although we lost 2,000 exotic beasts reproduce very quickly. We should be able to replenish them soon, Yi Xian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes. If he had to face a Nether Passage realm expert alone, he could fight them with the left Azure Dragon's 8 powers stretching claws. However, if he faced 2 Nether Passage realm experts, then he could only use the 10,000 ancestral swords to trap one of them first. Yi Xian swiftly swept over and put away the 2's universe rings. Although the 2 were here to train, there were still many good things in the universe rings, including more than 100 inner demon pills. Unfortunately, the Thunder Luster City's city lord was killed by Mo Shui. The items in his universe ring were probably taken away by Mo Shui. Inner demon pills. Although they can't directly increase the strength of one's soul after refining, they can purify one's soul, improve one's state of mind, and erase inner demons. Yi Xian thought to himself as he swallowed everything. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. A system notification sounded, and Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He had finally broken through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm. Although I've broken through to the 9th level of the manifestation realm, I haven't reached the peak of the 9th level yet. I wonder if I need a breakthrough item for this breakthrough. Yi Xian thought to himself as he retracted his attention. Now, he had the ability to kill Mo Shui. As long as Mo Shui dared to appear, he would definitely kill him and complete his revenge mission. However, he was very nervous because Mo Shui was a reincarnator after all. He wouldn't be so easy to kill. Just in case, Yi Xian mobilized all the exotic beasts and set up an inescapable net at the entrance of the Lost Forest. Killing Imo Shui and completing the revenge mission would give him 3 Devour points. 3 Devour points could increase his strength by a lot. Imo Shui had to die, however, after waiting for a long time, Yi Xian didn't see Imo Shui's figure. What's going on? Did he predict that I would intercept him on the way? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly thought of this matter. Imo Shui knew that he had the Eye of the Void, so he might not have left through the Lost Forest. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly broke through the void and returned. He found that there was a suspicious passage under the sea of vines that Imo Shui had created. Damn it, Imo Shui actually escaped. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He didn't expect Imo Shui to turn back and leave through the underground. Although the Thousand Tree Sect ruins were protected by a formation, Imo Shui was a reincarnator who had lived for thousands of years in his previous life. How could he be trapped so easily? At this moment, Yi Xian didn't know how long Imo Shui had left, but for the sake of the revenge mission, he naturally had to chase after him. Wei Zhentian, follow this path and find him. Yi Xian immediately sent out Wei Zhentian. He only hoped that Imo Shui hadn't gone far. Wei Zhentian instantly turned into a drilling machine and expanded the passage. Yi Xian followed behind him. Soon, they left the Thousand Tree Sect ruins and arrived on land. However, there was no trace of Imo Shui. F*ck, I finally managed to catch him, but he actually escaped. I don't know when the next time we meet, and what realm he is in. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. After pondering on the ground for a moment, Yi Xian returned to the ruins of the Thousand Tree Sect. Although he didn't manage to catch up to Imo Shui, there were still quite a few people in the ruins of the Thousand Tree Sect. As long as he could control them, then Luosha City and Thunder Light City would be his. When he returned to the entrance of the Lost Forest, a person happened to come out of the Lost Forest. This person was the son of Thunder Light City's city lord, Lei Long's father. When Lei Long came out of the Lost Forest, he saw Lei Guang's corpse and immediately rushed over. Yi Xian also quickly walked over and said, Lei Long, I know who killed your father. Don't worry, I will avenge your father. Hearing this, Lei Long raised his head and fell for Yi Xian's trick. Ding. Control successful. The system notification sounded. Since Thunder Light City's city lord was dead, Lei Long would be the next city lord. Now that Yi Xian controlled him, it was equivalent to controlling Thunder Light City. Master, you must avenge my father. Lei Long's eyes glistened with tears. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately set up a group of mutated beasts outside the Lost Forest. He then broke through the void and returned to the entrance of the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins. Next, he would control all the people in the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins. On Thunder Light City's side, there were 15 people who entered the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins. Among them, there was 1 Ethereal Realm expert and 5 9th-level Manifestation Realm experts. Rakshasa City was about the same, but now there was an additional team of assassins called Underworld. After more than an hour, Yi Xian controlled most of the 9th-level Manifestation Realm experts. There were exactly 10 of them. As for the remaining 8th-level Manifestation Realm experts in Rakshasa City, after seeing Rakshasa's corpse, they all submitted to Yi Xian. This also saved Yi Xian a lot of trouble for the Eye of Control. In the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins, the most precious thing was the dying heavenly treasure tree. There were no other treasures. However, this time, Yi Xian had profited greatly. He brought everyone out of the underground and asked Lei Long to summon the 9th-level Manifestation Realm double-headed flying dragon. Ding. Control successful. Yi Xian also controlled the double-headed flying dragon and had it carry everyone back to Rakshasa City. There were still many good items in Rakshasa City, and there was still a 9th-level Manifestation Realm expert left in the city lord's estate. This person naturally wouldn't be able to escape from Yi Xian's evil clutches. Yi Xian plundered the Luosha City's city lord manor and the 4 great clans. He obtained quite a lot of good stuff, including more than 100 heart devil pills. Lei Long, from now on, you are also the city lord of Luosha City. Luosha City is now under your control. Yi Xian said to Lei Long. Yes, master. Lei Long said respectfully. Subsequently, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to the Lightning Luster City. He also plundered the Lightning Luster City castle and mansion and the three major families. Then, he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the manifestation realm. The system prompted. The peak of the manifestation realm was only one step away from the ethereal opening realm. At the same time, if Yi Xian wanted to break through to the ethereal opening realm, he would need to prepare 500 heart devil pills. The heart devil pills from before had already been consumed by him. Now, after plundering Rakshasa City and Lightning Luster City, he only managed to gather 250 pills. He only needed 250 heart devil pills to break through to the ethereal opening realm. At that time, Yi Xian's strength would at least increase by 3 times. One day later, Lei Long had settled all the matters and succeeded as the city lord. At the same time, he also appointed a vice-city lord in Rakshasa City, who was also manager Xia. As for the assassins from the underworld, they were all killed by Yi Xian. These people were useless. If there weren't enough seats for the Eye of Control in the future, they would be released. At that time, they could threaten Lightning Luster City and Rakshasa City. At this moment, in the Lightning Luster City Lord Manor. Master, do you know who killed my father? Lei Long couldn't help but ask. Although he was already under Yi Xian's control, Yi Xian did not restrict his thoughts. The murderer is called Mo Shui. He is a reincarnator. In his previous life, he was at least a rebirth realm elite. That day, after he killed your father, he fought with me. However, I was unable to kill him. As Yi Xian spoke, he looked at Lei Guang. Don't worry. If I meet him next time, I will definitely avenge your father. Thank you, master. Lei Long's heart trembled as he hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked him. It wasn't that he doubted Yi Xian's strength, but the murderer's background was too big. A reincarnator, his father's murderer was actually a reincarnator. Then, his father's death was not unjust. The matter of the Thousand Tree Sect's ruins had already ended. Yi Xian also asked Lei Long and manager Xia to issue a warrant for Mo Shui's arrest. However, Yi Xian reckoned that it wouldn't have any effect. Hence, he decided to personally search the surroundings and get some demonic pills. Yi Xian left Thunder Light City and prepared to search for Mo Shui. He couldn't be more familiar with Mo Shui's aura. As long as Mo Shui appeared within his range of perception, he would definitely sense it. At that time, it would be the time of Mo Shui's death. After a day of nurturing by the wood spirit in the planting space, the heavenly treasure tree had grown over 10 meters tall. Furthermore, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Presumably, it would not be long before this heavenly treasure tree would surpass the one in the Thousand Tree Sect ruins. Luo Luo cultivated inside. Her cultivation progressed 1,000 miles in a day. In just one day, she broke through to the 7th level of the Wanxiang realm. Yi Xian reckoned that Luo Luo could break through to the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm within 3 days. Then, she could break through to the ethereal opening realm. Furthermore, Luo Luo's cultivation speed would surpass his in the future. Yi Xian began to search around Luosha City. Occasionally, he would kill some monsters and pick some treasures. Although this might be a waste of time, Mo Shui was currently at the 7th level of the Wanxiang realm, 2 levels lower than him. It was the best time to beat him up. If he found Mo Shui, then Mo Shui would definitely die. For the revenge mission's 3 devour points, even if he had to search for half a month, it would be worth it. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he imagined. After Mo Shui left the Thousand Tree Sect ruins, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he was hiding. Yi Xian searched for 2 full days, but to no avail. Sigh, looks like I can't find him. Yi Xian was slightly dejected. In these 2 days, Luo Luo had broken through to the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm. In another 1 or 2 days, she would break through to the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Hence, Yi Xian was thinking, should I find Luo Luo breaking through to the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm? Or should I find Luo Luo breaking through to the ethereal opening realm? Forget it. Anyway, the revenge mission doesn't have a time limit. When I become stronger in the future and surpass Mo Shui, I'll search on a large scale. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. These two auras were actually nether passage experts, and they were no weaker than the Thunder Light City Lord and Luosha City Lord. What's going on? Why are there two more nether passage experts in this area? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows in confusion. Originally, there were only two nether passage realm experts in this area, the Luosha City Lord and the Thunder Light City Lord. Luosha's brother, Luosha, had also come from somewhere else. As for Imo Shui, he had only met Luosha on his way to Luosha City. Now, two nether passage experts had suddenly appeared. This made Yi Xian feel a little incredulous. However, he did not think too much about it. If he caught these two nether passage experts, he might be able to obtain a heart demon pill. At that time, he would be able to break through to the nether passage realm. Very quickly, two figures entered Yi Xian's line of sight. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that they were a man and a woman. The man and woman were both around 25 years old. They're so young. It seems that they came from a higher place. Yi Xian's heart trembled. At this time, he suddenly saw that the man and woman were injured. Their faces were pale, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Not only that, but as the two approached, Yi Xian also sensed that their realms were most likely not at the first level of the nether passage realm, but at the second level. These two people's auras were weak because they were injured. Help! Someone wants to kill us. After seeing Yi Xian, the woman in white hurriedly shouted. If they were not at the end of their rope, she would not have opened her mouth to ask for help. Asking for my help? Yi Xian silently stood in place, slightly surprised. These two people were at the second level of the nether passage realm, but they were being pursued. It seemed that the pursuer was stronger than them. No, these two people are poisoned. Yi Xian sensed that something was wrong. While he was still in shock, the two of them had already approached him. At the same time, he also saw a figure behind the two of them. The second level of the nether passage realm, the pursuer was a black-robed man at the second level of the nether passage realm. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xiao. I was poisoned by a traitor behind my back, and was heavily injured. If you have an antidote, I can pay you handsomely. The young man who was being chased hurriedly shouted. He saw that Yi Xian was only at the 9th level of the manifestation realm. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat the pursuer behind them. He was indeed poisoned. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then took out two heavenly treasures from the devouring space and threw them over. This was one of the harvests of the planting space in the past few days. It was an antidote-type heaven and earth treasure that couldn't be bought in this area. Brat, you dare? The black-clothed pursuer shouted angrily. It wasn't easy for him to poison them. If Ling Xiao and the other two obtained the clear tea grass, although the poison wouldn't be completely neutralized, it would at least be neutralized by a third. At that time, Ling Xiao and the other two's battle prowess would increase by 10 to 20%. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the two stalks of pure white medicinal herbs. He said, "It's the clear tea grass." "Thank you, sir." Then, he took out a cloth bag from his universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. "Sir, here are 100 inner demon pills." "Thank you." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly threw it to Yi Xian. A mere 100 inner demon pills couldn't compare to his life. If he was caught, he would definitely be killed. At that time, what use would it be even if he was rich enough to rival a country? *CK, 100 inner demon pills? Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that these two people had a powerful background. They actually gave him 100 inner demon pills in one go. Even if the clear tea grass was very precious, one stalk was only worth 25 inner demon pills at most. Now, the price had doubled. However, this was understandable. After all, this was a critical moment. "Brat, you're courting death." The black-clothed pursuer was enraged. He directly launched an attack at Yi Xian. "Die, my ass." Yi Xian was also enraged. He directly raised his hand and punched. Blood explosion fist. Bang! The two true chis collided, setting off waves of air that sent smoke and dust spiraling into the air. Ling Xiao and the woman were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Xian, who was only at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, to block the attack of a second-level nether passage realm martial artist. It was practically a miracle. Coincidentally, they had already received the clear tea grass. They immediately consumed it and used their true cheese to speed up the refinement and detoxify the poison. Brat, I worked so hard to poison you, and you actually dared to detoxify it. Today, you will definitely die. The black-cloaked pursuer was furious. His goal wasn't to kill Ling Xiao and his sister Ling Yun. Now that Yi Xian had given him 2 stalks of clear tea grass, he missed the opportunity. So, he transferred his anger to Yi Xian. Die, my ass. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. After a burst of light shot out from his eyes, he raised his hand and clawed. Eye of Glory. Left Azure Dragon stretching claws, first move of the 8 powers, seeing dragon in the field. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, second move of the 8 moves, twin dragons play with a pearl. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, third move of the 8 moves, soaring dragon in the sky. Golden dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at the black-cloaked pursuer. By the time the black-cloaked pursuer approached, Yi Xian had already condensed 5 golden heavenly dragons. So it's the Nether Passage divine art. You have some skills, but you still have to die. The black-cloaked pursuer clenched his fist and stabbed fiercely. Whoosh! A sword ray pierced through the air, directly piercing through one of the golden dragons and striking Yi Xian's shoulder. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all, because his wound would quickly heal. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 6th move of the 8 moves, 6 dragons circle. Yi Xian continued to attack. At this moment, he only needed 50 inner demon pills to break through to the Nether Passage realm. This black-cloaked pursuer was at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. As long as he killed him, it should be enough. Brat, you actually dodged the previous attack by luck. This time, I'll definitely pierce through your head. The black-cloaked pursuer roared and stabbed again with his sword. Not good. Ling Zhao's expression changed drastically. Yi Xian was their savior. If he died here, they would be guilty. Moreover, he saw that Yi Xian's strength was impressive, and he even knew the Nether Passage divine art. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill this black-cloaked pursuer. Sister, join forces and kill. Ling Xiao cut to the chase. He clenched his fists and turned to attack. Yes. Hearing this, Ling Yan also turned around without another word. Whoosh! Bang! Ling Xiao defeated the black-cloaked pursuer's attack with one punch and saved Yi Xian. How dare you turn around and come back? You're walking into a trap. The black-cloaked pursuer's aura surged as he charged forward. Now, it was 3 against 1. Although Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, his true combat strength wasn't any weaker than the black-cloaked pursuer's. Coupled with Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, this black-cloaked pursuer would definitely die. Left Azure Dragon claws 8 powers, 7th move, Divine Dragon swings its tail. Humph, you're so annoying. I'll kill you first. The black-cloaked pursuer was the most annoying person. He used his superpower to dodge the attack and then rushed toward Yi Xian. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yi Xian was very displeased. He clenched his right hand into a fist and his left hand into a claw. Blood explosion fist. Left Azure Dragon claws, 8th move, leaderless dragons. In an instant, the 7 golden heavenly dragons from before disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, 8 golden heavenly dragons suddenly condensed in front of Yi Xian, 1 more than before. Even if the previous 7 were destroyed, they could be formed again after the 8th move was used. The 8 golden heavenly dragons covered the sky and charged toward the black-cloaked pursuer. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, who were injured, were holding the pursuer back. The black-cloaked pursuer was in a dilemma. In the end, he decided to retreat first. Bastard, how dare you disturb me and cause my mission to fail? I'll remember you. The black-cloaked pursuer roared in his heart. However, when he was about to turn around and leave, a shadow suddenly appeared from the ground and directly entered his thigh. Swish! A muffled sound was heard. It was a long sword that pierced through the black-cloaked pursuer's thigh. What? The black-cloaked pursuer was shocked. He did not know where the long sword came from. It actually came from the ground. Who was it? Just as he was surprised. Swish! Swish. Swish. The long sword suddenly changed. Countless spikes grew and pierced the black-clothed pursuer's thigh into a beehive. With his thigh heavily injured, the black-clothed pursuer's speed was greatly reduced. Immediately, the 8 golden heavenly dragons caught up with him. What the hell is this? Get lost. The black-clothed pursuer's face was gloomy. He immediately used the all-creation's force to break all of Wei Zhentian's spikes and pull them out. However, just as he was about to break Wei Zhentian into pieces. Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. A Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was formed in Ling Xiao's right hand. He then threw it at the black-clothed pursuer. Swish. The Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd pierced through the air. What? The black-clothed pursuer's face darkened. He had actually witnessed the Heavenly Thunder Hall's ultimate move, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. This time, he was dead for sure. He wanted to dodge, but the Heavenly Thunder Combat Halberd was too fast. It pierced through his chest in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Heavenly Thunder condensed from the genuine Qi and the all-creation's force instantly turned his chest into charcoal, along with his heart. ZZ. The black-clothed pursuer was killed in one strike. His body was electrocuted by the Heavenly Thunder Combat Halberd and then fell to the ground. Yi Xian, who was not far away, was astonished. This move seemed a little overpowered. Fortunately, he had activated the Eye of Revelation. Otherwise, he would have missed it. Ding, the Heavenly Thunder Halberd has been successfully copied. Do you want to learn it? The system prompted. Yes. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and immediately replied. What a joke. The Heavenly Thunder Halberd was a mid-level ethereal channeling divine ability. It was one level higher than Zhuo Qinglong's 8 claws reaching out. How could he not learn such an ultimate move? At this moment, Yi Xian finally reacted. When Ling Xiao announced his identity, he said that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was a force that was 10 times stronger than the Thunder Luster City and Rakshasa City. It was comparable to the Thousand Tree sect 1,000 years ago. This Ling Xiao actually knew the Heavenly Thunder Hall's top-level divine ability. It seemed that his position was not low. With the black-clothed pursuer dead, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your help. May I know your name? Ling Xiao hurriedly cupped his fists. Yi Xian, it was nothing. Yi Xian replied. Then, he hurriedly rushed over and took the yin and yang ring of the black-clothed pursuer. Although there were not many things in the yin and yang ring of the black-clothed pursuer, there were still 50 inner demon pills. After secretly keeping most of the things, he threw the yin and yang ring to Ling Xiao. This person is an assassin from the underworld. Why did he want to kill you? Yi Xian asked curiously. The divine ability that the black-clothed pursuer used was not much different from that of Rakshasa's brother, Rakshasa. That was why he guessed that the black-clothed pursuer was from the underworld. Of course, the only thing that could confirm his identity was the token in the yin and yang ring of the black-clothed pursuer. The underworld's assassins are all over the world. The two of us must have offended someone before, so we were given a mission. Ling Xiao answered after thinking for a moment. However, he lied. He felt that the black-clothed pursuer did not want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to capture them. Moreover, they did not offend anyone, so no one knew who they were. The reason why he lied was because he had only met Yi Xian once. It was better not to expose his identity. I heard you say that you are a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, I heard that only core disciples can learn the Heavenly Thunder Halberd in the Heavenly Thunder Hall, right? Yi Xian asked again. That's right. The two of us are from the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Ling family. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he threw the yin and yang ring to Yi Xian, saying, this time, it was all thanks to Brother Ye's help. Otherwise, the two of us would have been caught very quickly. This yin and yang ring should be yours. There were not many things in the yin and yang ring, because they had all been taken away by Yi Xian. However, for a 9th level manifestation realm martial practitioner, it was still a considerable amount of income. Then, many thanks. Farewell. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards the two, then prepared to turn and leave. He had already gathered enough inner demon pills. He wanted to immediately find a quiet place to break through to the ethereal opening realm. Although he could immediately break through and control these two core disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Hall was not weak. If these two people had some sort of communication method, then he would become a rat crossing the street. Thus, he decided to give up and not make an enemy out of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. "Brother Yi, please wait." Ling Xiao and Ling Yin glanced at each other and shouted. "What?" Yi Xian swiveled his head in puzzlement. Having yet to break through to the ethereal opening realm, Brother Yi is already able to battle experts at the second level of the ethereal opening realm. Therefore, I, Ling Xiao, represent the Heavenly Thunder Hall to invite Brother Yi to join us. Ling Xiao said solemnly. "Oh? Invite me to join?" Yi Xian was rather taken aback as he asked, "If I join, what benefits would I be able to obtain?" With Brother Yi's talent, as long as you break through to the ethereal opening realm, you will be able to become a core disciple of our Heavenly Thunder Hall and enjoy the benefits. Also, you will have the qualifications to compete for a spot to enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Ling Xiao answered. "What is the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds?" Yi Xian asked once more. Core disciples and whatnot were not really important. Those benefits were not even comparable to what he could obtain from roaming the outside world. Still, this Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds seemed to have some background. Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Yi Xian had also encountered this name on the Blood Rock continent. It was Thunder Island in the chaotic astral sea, where the legacy of the Wind Thunder Emperor was. "Brother Yi, you don't know?" Raising his thick brows, Ling Xiao explained, "The Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Grounds is a great treasure ground of our Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Heavenly Thunder there can temper the body and soul, each strike of Heavenly Thunder equivalent to quite a few inner demon pills. The more one withstands, the greater the degree of tempering. You also know that as long as one's soul is strong, one's future cultivation will also be faster. It is precisely for the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Grounds that we siblings have returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, preparing to break through to the third level of the Nether Passage stage. Withstanding the strikes of Heavenly Thunder, then tempering the body and soul?" Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, suddenly becoming interested. His method of breaking through was different from others, but it was still effective in tempering the body and soul. The strength of his soul far surpassed that of the average 9th level of the manifestation stage, probably being comparable to first-level Nether Passage experts. If it was tempered in the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Grounds, it might even be able to rise to the second level of the manifestation stage. Not bad. Good, I'll join. Yi Xian immediately nodded. He had also joined the City Lord Manor of Thunder Light City earlier. It was not like he needed money anyway. If he grew up in the future, he could just leave straight away. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, Ling Xiao and Ling Yin exchanged glances, smiling. This time, not only had they averted danger, they had even managed to recruit a young genius. They had really profited. While the two siblings were about the same age as Yi Xian, also 2 levels higher than Yi Xian, when they had been at the 9th level of the manifestation stage, they had not even been able to beat a first-level Nether Passage expert, let alone an elite second-level Nether Passage expert. If Yi Xian broke through to their level, he would definitely be many times stronger than them. "Welcome. We are a family from now onwards." Ling Xiao grinned, saying, "Let's go back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The trial of the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder Grounds is about to begin." "Okay." Yi Xian nodded before following them. He was thinking that after becoming a core disciple, he would be able to learn the Heavenly Thunder Halberd. At that time, he would be able to use it legitimately. However, the journey back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall this time was not peaceful. "Yi Xian, the poison within our bodies has yet to be completely purged. Therefore, we wish to find a place to first dispel the poison before returning to the Heavenly Thunder Hall." On the way, Ling Xiao told Yi Xian. "All right, I'll protect you." Yi Xian nodded. The three of them immediately found a mountain and set up an ore-isolating array formation to conceal themselves. Then, the two siblings began to detoxify the poison. As for Yi Xian, he could take advantage of this opportunity to break through. Ding. Host has consumed 500 inner demon pills. Ding. The host has broken through to the first level of the Nether Passage realm. Two system notifications rang out as Xian's aura skyrocketed. Breaking through from the manifestation realm to the nether passage realm didn't increase his physical body by much, but the strength of his soul had doubled. Xian estimated that his current combat strength was 3 times that of before. Even if Ling Xiao and Ling Yun joined forces, they would not be his match. Now that Mo Shui was in hiding, he could make use of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's influence to place a bounty on Mo Shui. This was another reason why he had gone to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Half a day later, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun exited seclusion, the poison in their bodies also cleansed. This was all thanks to Xian. If not for the 2 stalks of clear tea grass that Xian had given them, they would not have been able to detoxify the poison, and might even have been captured by those black-cloaked pursuers. When Ling Xiao exited the cave, he felt that something was wrong as he could not help but let out a puzzled sound. Nether passage realm? Ling Yan also felt it as she cried out in shock. In just half a day, Xian had actually broken through from the manifestation realm to the nether passage realm. He was indeed a genius. I reached the peak of the manifestation realm half a day ago, Xian explained. So that's how it is. It looks like Xian getting a slot is a sure thing, Ling Xiao smiled. He and Ling Yun were members of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Ling family. Thus, they did not need to compete for a slot as they could directly enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land to be tempered by the Heavenly Thunder. Meanwhile, Xian was an outsider. Thus, he had to be tested together with the other outsiders. Now that the Ling siblings had successfully detoxified the poison and Xian had broken through as well, they could continue on their way. With their speed, they should be able to reach the Heavenly Thunder Hall in around 2 days. However, just as they were about to move. Wait. Xian suddenly sensed something as he hurriedly called out to the 2 of them. What is it? Ling Yan blinked rather strangely. There are 2 experts at the 2nd level of the nether passage realm approaching. Xian replied. What? The Ling siblings were very shocked. They were both at the 2nd level of the nether passage realm while Xian had only just broken through. If they had not discovered it, how had Xian discovered it? However, what they did not know was that the range of Xian's eye of perception was 3 times greater than that of his spiritual sense. Very quickly, the Ling siblings sensed it as well. Clap clap clap. Hurried footsteps resounded in front of them as 2 figures entered the vision of Xian's trio. The newcomers were both men dressed in black. Assassins from the underworld again. Ling Xiao frowned as he muttered to himself. However, his expression was extremely relaxed. Previously, he had been chased and beaten up because he had been poisoned. Now that the poison had been cured and his wounds had healed, how could he be afraid of them? Assassins were skilled in concealment and tracking. They had chased after Xian's trio based on their footsteps. However, Ling Xiao still could not understand why someone would pay for his life. It's you assassins again. Who exactly is it that is going against my Heavenly Thunder Hall? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. We're not very sure about that either. Since you've encountered me, please allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless, said the long-haired man of the 2 assassins. Your mission is to capture us, not kill us? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he asked again. So what if it is? The thin man snorted coldly. When did the underworld have a mission to capture people? How strange. Ling Yan could not help but mutter to herself. The underworld had always issued missions to kill people. Now, however, there was actually a mission to capture people. This was really rare. Could it be that the employer wanted to personally take action? You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, your mission rewards are so high that we are tempted, said the long-haired man coldly as he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. There were actually 2 types of assassins. One was to wait for an opportunity to assassinate, while the other was to directly take action. These 2 were obviously the 2nd type. These 2 did not think much of the 1st level of the nether passage stage Xian. After all, they could easily kill an existence like Xian. They focused their attention on Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. These siblings could be considered first-rate geniuses in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. They could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Ling Xiao roared furiously, charging over barehanded. Meanwhile, Ling Yun brandished a sword, following closely behind Ling Xiao. As for Yi Xian, since he had already joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he naturally had to help. As his cultivation base was lower than Ling Xiao's group, he stealthily moved to the side, causing them to think that he was trying to escape. The two assassins did not pay much attention to him as they directly fought one-on-one with Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. Eye of Glory. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 stances. Now, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Numerous golden heavenly dragons appeared, lunging towards the long-haired man currently battling Ling Yun. What? The long-haired man was shocked as he turned to discover several golden heavenly dragons attacking him. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yi Xian. Brat, you're a hindrance. Die. The long-haired man stabbed out with his sword, a cold black streak of light piercing through the air, piercing through the golden heavenly dragons before shooting towards Yi Xian. Watch out. Ling Yun hurriedly roared, but it was still too late. Yi Xian's shoulder was pierced through once more, but it healed at a visible rate the next moment. You dare injure me? Die. Yi Xian could not even be bothered to evade now as he roared, finding his 7th golden heavenly dragon. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 stances, 7th stance, Divine Dragon swings its tail, a massive golden dragon tail whipped towards the long-haired man viciously. The long-haired man's expression darkened as he evaded the attack with his movement technique. However, the next moment, he saw Ling Yun condense a heavenly thunder battle halberd. Not good. The long-haired man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The power of this heavenly thunder battle halberd was not something he could withstand. However, Ling Yun did not throw the heavenly thunder battle halberd in her hand, instead stabbing it into the ground viciously. ZZ. Heavenly thunder shot towards the long-haired man like a slithering snake. Unable to evade in time, his right leg was struck, instantly turning into charcoal. His right leg was crippled. Die. Yi Xian made use of this opportunity to hurriedly execute the final stance of the left Azure Dragon stretching 8 stances, leaderless dragons. The 8 golden heavenly dragons all pounced toward the long-haired man. Rip. 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 The long-haired man was surrounded. Then, he was torn apart by the 8 golden heavenly dragons and died. Not good, let's go. On the other side, the thin and weak man who was fighting Ling Xiao immediately turned around and ran when he saw his companion die. It's too late to run now. Ling Xiao used his genuine qi and all creation strength to form a heavenly thunder halberd. He threw it at the thin man's back. Swish. The heavenly thunder halberd pierced through the air. The thin man turned his head and quickly dodged the heavenly thunder battle halberd. However, when the heavenly thunder battle halberd brushed past the thin man's body, heavenly thunder explosion. Ling Xiao formed a hand seal, and in the next moment, the heavenly thunder combat halberd exploded. Lightning flashed, and with a boom, the thin man was electrocuted into a charred corpse. In the distance, Yi Xian could not help but gulp. So the heavenly thunder combat halberd can be used like this. I've learned a lot. He thought to himself. At the same time, he also secretly memorized these 2 uses. The Heavenly Thunder Combat Halberd was a mid-level ethereal opening mystic ability. To Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, who were both at the 2nd level of the ethereal opening realm, it was extremely taxing. Even at their peak, they could only use it twice. As for Yi Xian, using it once would probably deplete his genuine qi. Therefore, he could only use it as a trump card. He could not use it like the left Azure Dragon's 8 stances. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun quickly walked over and took off the 2 assassins' yin and yang rings. Brother, look at this. Ling Yun took out 2 portraits of them from the yin and yang ring. At the same time, the 2 assassins' mission books were also in the yin and yang ring. Capture the Heavenly Thunder Hall's core disciples, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. They must survive. Those who complete the mission will be rewarded with 20,000 inner demon pills. After Ling Xiao read it out loud, his body shook violently. 20,000 inner demon pills. This was really a huge reward. 20,000 inner demon pills could already create a few 3rd-level manifestation realm experts. They were only 2 2nd-level manifestation realm experts. Why was there such a high price? Who exactly wants to capture us? Ling Yan asked, very confused. With such a high price, I'm afraid even third-level nether passage experts would be moved, or even fourth-level nether passage experts. We must return as soon as possible and have father send people to investigate. Ling Xiao said with a gloomy expression. They still could not understand what kind of person they had provoked. However, the most urgent matter at hand was to avoid these underworld assassins and return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yi Xian did not think too much about it. He only felt that the one who issued the mission should be someone Ling Xiao had once provoked, or an enemy of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Since Ling Xiao and Ling Yan's mission reward was so high, it might attract third-level nether passage experts. At that time, he would also be able to get a share of it. However, they had no way of dealing with fourth-level nether passage experts. Thus, they could only pray that they did not encounter them. After distributing the rewards, Yi Xian's trio hurried on their way once more. Now, they dared not run wildly on the ground, instead flying high up in the air. This way, they could avoid quite a few assassins. The following journey was out of their expectations. Who knew if it was because of their good luck, or if the assassins had all run off to search elsewhere, but the journey was calm and peaceful. No one came looking for them again, and they successfully returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was a massive, solemn and dignified palace, with countless experts within. Before Yi Xian had even approached, he could already feel several powerful auras, at least third level of the manifestation stage, or even fourth level. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun directly brought Yi Xian into the Heavenly Thunder Hall, explaining some matters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to Yi Xian as they did so. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was dominated by the Ling family, with all the previous hall lords also being members of the Ling family. However, due to their 1,000 years of heritage, the Ling family had quite a few members. Just the nether passage experts of the Ling family numbered in the thousands. Amongst them, the most powerful of the younger generation was called Ling Su. She was a girl, a year older than Ling Xiao, but had already broken through to the fourth level of the nether passage stage, being the #1 female genius in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Of course, it was only after undergoing the tempering of the Heavenly Thunder of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land that she had achieved this. It was said that after leaving, she had broken through from the second level of the Nether Passage stage all the way to the fourth level of the Nether Passage stage in a short amount of time. The optimal age for entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land was 25. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun just so happened to be 25, while Yi Xian just so happened to be 25 as well. This time, Ling Xiao had brought Yi Xian to look for his father, Ling Xiong, to have Yi Xian become a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, and then participate in the competition for a spot in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. Ling Xiao's father, Ling Xiong, was an elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall at the fourth level of the Nether Passage stage. "Oh, Xiao Yun you've returned. The Black Chaotic Corner is quite a distance away from here. I had thought that you wouldn't be able to make it to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this time." Ling Xiong was currently handling some documents as he said curiously upon seeing Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. "Greetings, father." Ling Xiao and Ling Yun greeted in unison. "This is?" At this time, Ling Xiong's gaze fell on Yi Xian behind Ling Xiao. "Father, on our way back from the Black Chaotic Corner, we were ambushed by assassins of the underworld. Fortunately, Yi Xian came to our aid, otherwise we siblings might very well have been captured." Ling Xiao began to narrate the events of the past. "The assassins of the underworld only capture people, and not kill them?" Ling Xiao's body shook as he abruptly stood up. "I find it very strange as well. We siblings have not offended anyone, why would they target us?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Alright, I will send people to investigate this matter." Ling Xiong nodded, before continuing, "With little brother Yi Xian's talent, he is indeed qualified to enter my Heavenly Thunder Hall as a core disciple. However, there are quite a few powerful disciples in this time slot competition, and there are only 10 slots. Wanting to obtain one won't be so easy." Ling Xiao understood Ling Xiong's meaning. The latter had underestimated Yi Xian a little. He hurriedly explained, "Father, Yi Xian's strength is probably not below mine." "Oh?" Hearing this, Ling Xiong was rather surprised, not daring to believe it. Yi Xian was only at the first level of the Nether Passage stage, while there were 3,000 core disciples in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. This meant that they were all at the first level of the nether passage stage. However, the number of core disciples who could challenge those at a higher level was probably less than 100. If that is the case, we can fight for it. Little brother Yi, come with me. Saying this, Ling Xiong brought Yi Xian along as well. As the latter had saved Ling Xiao, he easily entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, becoming a core disciple. Very quickly, Yi Xian successfully entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, becoming a core disciple. After that, Ling Xiong brought Yi Xian to the registration point for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands entry battle that would be held 3 days later. Yi Xian glanced at the name list. This time, the Ling clan's disciples didn't need to compete for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands spots and could directly enter. However, those subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as the other disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall would have to undergo a trial before being able to obtain a slot. There were only 10 spots for this year's competition, and the people who participated in the competition for the spots added up to more than 100 people. These hundreds of people were all around 25 years old and were at least in the Nether Passage realm. It was even said that some of them had already reached the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to get a slot, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was not worried about his own slot, instead wondering if he should let Luo Luo join the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well. Within 3 days, Luo Luo would also be able to break through into the ethereal opening stage. It had to be known that she was a 15-year-old ethereal opening stage martial artist, being even more formidable than that legendary figure in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the person who had broken through into the ethereal opening stage at the age of 18 had been the number 1 genius. Forget it. Luo Luo is cultivating in the planting space, so there's no need for her to join. When I enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, I'll summon her out as well, Yi Xian planned in his heart. Luolua's talent was really too heaven-defying. Having reached the ethereal opening stage at the age of 15, she could even attempt to break through into the fulfillment realm in the future. The reason why Yi Xian had dismissed this idea was because that number 1 genius in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had been strangled in the cradle by someone. After registering, Ling Xiao arranged a place for Yi Xian to stay before bringing Yi Xian to stroll around the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Xiao, do I have the qualifications to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd now? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Hearing his words, Ling Xiao nodded, you do. All core disciples can learn our Heavenly Thunder Hall's supreme technique, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. All of them? Yi Xian raised his brows. He had heard that the Heavenly Thunder Hall had a total of 3,000 core disciples and 100,000 ordinary disciples. With 3,000 people able to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, was the Heavenly Thunder Hall not afraid that the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd would spread? Still, very quickly, he knew that the mid-grade ethereal opening ability, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, could not be spread. Because the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was a heaven-connecting artifact. That ability could only be learned through comprehending the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Gazing at that Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd before him as well as the 100 Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples surrounding it, Yi Xian suddenly recalled the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. Wasn't the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique also learned through comprehending the statue of the Devil God? Yi Xian, that is the weapon used by our Heavenly Thunder Hall's founder, our Ling family's ancestor, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Ling Xiao introduced. This Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd is a little damaged, Yi Xian unconsciously said. That's right. When the founder obtained this Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, it was already damaged. The founder said that if it could be repaired, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd could become a 3rd-grade heaven-connecting artifact. It was with this that the founder created the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, Ling Xiao nodded. While the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was only a mid-grade ethereal opening ability, it was extremely close to a high-grade ethereal opening ability. Even if a 1st-level ethereal opening martial practitioner learned it, some might not even be able to use it. Yi Xian, you go and try it out first. There are still 3 days before the entry battle anyway. Even if you can't comprehend it, if you grasp a sliver of the power of Heavenly Thunder, it would still be helpful to your strength. My brother and I had to learn for a whole 3 months before we learned the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, before going to Black Chaotic Corner for tempering, Ling Yan smiled as she said from the side. Alright, I'll give it a try then. Yi Xian nodded. Actually, he did not need to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, because he had already copied it down and learned it. Now, he was just putting on an act here. This way, he could legitimately use the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Afterwards, Ling Xiao and Ling Yan left, leaving Yi Xian to comprehend it alone here. Yi Xian extended his senses, discovering that there were still third-level ethereal opening experts here. These should be Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples with higher cultivation bases, but lower comprehension abilities. At the same time, a white-haired old man was seated in the meditative position in a corner of this palace. This white-haired old man was the guardian of the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, possessing incomparable strength. Yi Xian sat here, carefully comprehending it for 3 days. In these 3 days, Luo Luo successfully broke through to the ethereal opening stage. At the same time, the heavenly connecting treasure tree within the planting space had also grown by several hundred meters, the chi of heaven and earth having more than doubled. At the same time, many natural treasures had been born within the planting space, all of which had been devoured by Yi Xian, increasing his cultivation base. However, today was the day of the entry battle for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, so Yi Xian had to leave. Yi Xian, you've come at the right time. The competition for the slots is about to begin. When Yi Xian left the Halberd Palace, Ling Xiao just so happened to be walking towards him. I'm already prepared. Yi Xian nodded. There were only 3 people at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage, while there were 10 slots. Thus, his chances were very high. These 3 days, I've been investigating for you. Of the 3 participants at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, one is Su Liang from the Su family, one is Gu Han from the Gu family, and the last is Jiao Chong from the Blackwater Lightning Wyrm. I feel that only these 3 would be a threat to you, said Ling Xiao. Profound Water Thunder Wyrm? Yi Xian raised his brows, saying, what is that? Demon race? That's right. My Heavenly Thunder Hall also has a demon race force under its command. They want to use the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land before transforming into dragons, nodded Ling Xiao. The demon race did not only exist in the eastern continent of the Blood Rock continent. There were quite a few of them in the sacred grounds as well. Profound Water Thunder Wyrm, using the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land to transform into dragons? Yi Xian was slightly surprised as he asked, the lifespan of this demon race is longer than that of humans, and they can participate together with humans? The demon race is indeed older than us. 100 years of this Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan is only equivalent to 25 years of our human age. However, they are indeed a problem for us. With their long lifespans, they might threaten our Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh emotionally. Brother, Ling Yan hurriedly reminded him in a small voice. Oh, I forgot. Ling Zhao's neck shrunk as he unconsciously scanned the surroundings. What he meant earlier was to expel the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, lest they become the masters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. Fortunately, no one had heard it, apart from Yi Xian. Let's go, let's go. The competition for the slots is about to begin. Saying thus, Ling Xiao brought Yi Xian towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall's assessment arena. The competition for the 10 spots in the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Thunder was about to begin. There were more than 100 participants, all of whom were at least in the ethereal opening realm. There were a total of 50 people at the 1st level of Nether Passage realm like Yi Xian. Some of them weren't here for a spot, but to find an opponent to battle and increase their strength. Yi Xian naturally did not care about these people. Of course, he didn't care about the rest of the 2nd level Nether Passage realm martial artists. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than him, right? However, he only hoped that he wouldn't run into those 3 geniuses at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. This wasn't because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to use his trump card. Very quickly, Ling Xiao brought Yi Xian to the assessment arena. Thousands upon thousands of people had already gathered here, with some of them being disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as those subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. When Ling Zhao's father, Ling Xiong, saw Yi Xian, he also said, Yi Xian, you're number 7, number 15. This time, there were a total of 150 people participating in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands entry competition. It was just right, so they were divided into 10 groups, each group having 15 people. Still, they still had to be tested before entering battle. The strength of both their physique and soul had to reach the required level. Otherwise, if they entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land and were unable to withstand even a single bolt of heavenly thunder, that would have been a waste of their entry slot, possibly even being struck to death by a single bolt of heavenly thunder. Wanting to enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, one's physique and soul must reach the level of 6 stars. Only then can one advance to the next round. Ling Xiao explained from the side, "My sister and I have already been tested. Both of us are at 8 stars, while my sister's physique is a bit weaker, only at 7.5 stars. So that's how it is. I wonder what mine is." Yi Xian was rather curious. The strength of his soul far surpassed that of most first-level Nether Passage Realm martial artists, perhaps even comparable to second-level Nether Passage Realm martial artists. As for his physique, due to its uniqueness, having devoured so many heavenly treasures, it was also extremely powerful. While he had yet to test it, he estimated that it should be about the same as Ling Zhao's. Of course, the main reason why he was able to challenge those above his level was because of those bloodlines. At this time, a team entered the test arena, and it attracted everyone's attention. "Is this the Profound Water Thunder WYRM clan that joined our Heavenly Thunder Hall a few years ago? They look so powerful. Profound Water Thunder WYRMs are of the demon race. Any random one of them would be older than our grandfather. Them also participating, this is a little unfair. Also, Profound Water Thunder WYRMs are resistant to thunder in the first place. Compared to us, they can withstand even more heavenly thunder, their degree of refinement being higher than ours. The Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land feels like it was formed specifically for them. I heard that this time, the Profound Water Thunder WYRM clan used a large amount of heavenly treasures to produce a genius called Jiaocheng. I wonder if he will be able to successfully transform into a dragon under the bombardment of heavenly thunder." After this team entered, the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples also began whispering amongst themselves. The Profound Water Thunder WYRM was the strongest of all the subordinate powers of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, only inferior to the Ling family. The reason they had joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall was also because of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. "That's Jiaocheng." Ling Yin suddenly pointed over stealthily. At the center of this team of Profound Water Thunder WYRMs was a fair-faced young man. This person looked extremely young, but his true age was already over 100 years old. Third level of the Nether Passage Realm. If he reverts to his original form, his battle prowess will be even greater, Yi Xian also thought to himself. The demon race here was different from the demon race of the Blood Rock continent. They were not cursed, so there would not be any harm in reverting to their original form, being able to revert to their original form as they wished. Yi Xian estimated that this Jiaocheng's strength was ranked first amongst all the competitors. Even he would find it very hard to defeat him unless he joined forces with Luoluo. Within this team, there were also 4 Profound Water Thunder WYRM youths, all at the second level of the Nether Passage Realm. Their battle prowess was probably also amongst the best. This time, the Profound Water Thunder WYRM actually has 5 youths participating. If nothing unexpected happens, they will obtain 5 spots. In a certain corner of the test arena, a middle-aged man said with a frown. 5 is too many. Give them 3 spots. The white-haired old man beside him stroked his beard as he said. "Father, you mean," the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head. The Su family's Su Liang and the Gu family's Gu Han are both already at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Arrange them together with the 2 from the Jiao family. The white-haired old man continued. "Father, this will incur the displeasure of the Jiao family," the middle-aged man reminded. "This Profound Water Thunder WYRM clan is too domineering. In a few more decades, they might catch up to our Ling family. We must suppress them. Even if they guess it, so what? Since they are subordinate to our Heavenly Thunder Hall, we will make the decisions." The white-haired old man said with a resolute and decisive look. "Yes, then I will go now." Not daring to disobey, the middle-aged man hurriedly left. A middle-aged elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall leapt onto that massive ring at the center before taking out a massive stone tablet from his spatial ring, saying, "The physique trial begins. Team 1, all of you, come up onto the ring." Next, 15 people leapt up from below, one of them being a youth from the profound water thunder Wyrm. You are not allowed to use true chi or the power of all manifestations to attack the stone tablet. Number 1, begin the trial, said the middle-aged elder. Number 1 of Team 1's luck was not bad, being able to obtain first place. However, this did not mean that his results were also first. This was a muscular man, a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. His skin was dark, his entire body looking muscular and powerful. He roared loudly, sprinting madly towards the stone tablet before viciously punching out with a fist. Pung! A muffled sound rang out as this person's fist entered the stone tablet. Exactly 3 inches, 6 stars. The middle-aged elder swept his gaze over before recording the results. 3 inches was 10 centimeters. Every nether passage expert had the power to split mountains and split the earth. Even without using true chi or the power of all manifestations, they could still blast through a mountain with the force of their fists. However, this stone tablet was not simple at all. It was cold steel, a material used to forge grade 2 heavenly connection artifacts. Being able to leave a 3-inch fist mark on it, this muscular man could already be considered an elite amongst the first level of the nether passage stage. Next was number 2 of Team 1's trial. 2, 9 inches, not qualified. The middle-aged elder shook his head. 3 inches was the standard for 6 stars. While 2, 9 inches was a little short, they would not bend the rules as they could only wait for the next trial. Number 2 of Team 1 shook his head helplessly, silently blaming himself for being too lax earlier. If he had bitterly cultivated for a bit, he would definitely have been able to pass. As the trial continued, the surrounding people also watched rather impatiently. They wanted to see the strength of that Jiao family expert. Very quickly, it was finally that profound water thunder Wyrm youth's turn. It's here, it's finally his turn. While he's only at the second level of the nether passage stage, unable to compare to Jiao Chong, he should at least be able to reach 8 stars, right? I remember that in the history of our Heavenly Thunder Hall, the most monstrous genius had punched 9 stars at the second level of the nether passage stage. The surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples began discussing softly. Not just that, even Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see just how powerful this profound water thunder Wyrm was. Number 10, begin the test. The middle-aged elder was also curious. Yes. The young man called Jiaoheng nodded. Soon after, he gathered all the strength in his body and punched forward. Bang! His fist sank into the frost steel. 4 inches, 8 stars. The middle-aged elder's eyes lit up as he announced. Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. What shocked them was not the 8 stars, but that Jiaoheng was currently in human form. If he could use the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon, his punch would be at least 8.5 stars, or even 9 stars, right? The Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon was indeed powerful. The Darkwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan is indeed a hidden danger, many elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall thought to themselves. Having only joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall for a few short years, the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan had already become the number 1 clan below the Ling family. They had no choice but to guard against them. Jiaoheng was extremely pleased with himself after obtaining an 8-star evaluation. He raised his nose and looked around before walking off the stage. Very soon, the results of the first group were all recorded. Those who had reached 6 stars were qualified to participate in the second round of the test. Yi Xian did not pay much attention to the following tests as he just glanced over slightly. Those at the second level of the Nether Passage stage were all able to obtain 7 stars at the very least. The stronger ones could even achieve 7.5 stars or even 8 stars, though not a single one managed to do so. Finally, it was time for the third group. That's the Gu family's Guhan. He has already broken through to the third level of the Nether Passage stage. I wonder how many stars he can obtain. At least 8.5 stars, or 9 stars? Anyway, it'll be fine as long as it's not lower than the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon. The disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall quietly discussed amongst themselves again. While the number 1 genius in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had achieved 9 stars at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he had only been 20 at the time. The most suitable age for entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land was 25. This monster had naturally not entered, only having come to test it out. Sadly, not long after the test had ended, he had suffered a vicious blow in the midst of training, thus falling. That Guhan walked before the frost steel, then punched out viciously. 4 inches and 7 stars, 9 stars. The middle-aged elder nodded satisfactorily, announcing. Impressive indeed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to reach 9.5 stars. What a pity. This is only a physique test, it's also not like there are any rewards. Who knows, Guhan might still have been holding back. That's true. Guhan completed his test, then walked off the ring. Below, Yixian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the screen, discovering that Guhan had been holding back just now. Otherwise, 9.5 stars would have been no problem at all. The test continued. In the 4th group, there was also a disciple of the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon clan. Also at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage, he had obtained an 8-star evaluation. I estimate that the other 4 members of the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon clan will all be able to obtain an 8-star evaluation. After Ling Xiao finished speaking softly, he turned to look at Yixian, saying, Yixian, how many stars do you have confidence in obtaining? 7 stars at the very least. Yixian replied. However, he was being modest. He felt that if he punched out with his full power, he would at least obtain an 8-star evaluation. If he used the Beast King's Rampage, 9 stars would be no problem at all. However, there were no rewards for this test, so there was no need for him to reveal his true strength. Using the Beast King's Rampage required a large number of corpses, and it would only increase his strength after using it. For someone like him who possessed the strength of all mammoths, the Beast King's Rampage was eliminated. Thus, there was no need for him to collect the corpses of heaven-reaching beasts, nor was there a need for him to use it. That's right. You just broke through to the Nether Passage stage. If you cultivate for a while longer, 7.5 stars won't be a problem. Ling Xiao didn't think much of it. He just nodded and continued to watch the test. Next was the Su family's Su Liang. He also obtained a 9-star evaluation, the same as Guhan. Finally, it was the turn of Group 7's Yixian. Under the middle-aged elder Zhang's command, the 15 people of Group 7 all jumped onto the ring. There was another disciple of the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon clan in the same group as Yixian, and he just happened to be in front of Yixian. Of the first 13 people, some passed the test, while others failed. Soon, it was the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon youth in front of Yixian. Ha! This youth from the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon clan struck the Frost Steel Stone tablet with all his strength. 4 inches 3, 8.5 stars. The middle-aged elder announced with some astonishment. 8.5 stars. This was the highest score amongst those at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage, second only to Guhan and Su Liang. Too frightening. He actually managed to hit 8.5 stars, second only to our Heavenly Thunder Hall's #1 genius. If this Jiao Lai reverted to his original form, he would at least reach 9 stars, right? Humph. This Jiao Lai is of the demon race and has lived for 100 years. How can he compare to that genius of our Heavenly Thunder Hall? That's right. While the demon race has a long lifespan, cultivation is difficult and requires time to settle down. Moreover, their reproductive abilities are poor. We humans are blessed by the heavens, and our cultivation speed is much faster than theirs. The test is over. Get out of the way. The middle-aged elder chased him away. What's with the arrogance? If I become a dragon, I'll definitely trample all the geniuses of your Ling clan. Jiao Lai said unhappily and retreated. Now, it was Yixian's turn. Because he was only at the 1st level of the ethereal opening realm, not many people paid attention to him. Everyone was talking among themselves. There's no reward for this test. I'll just give him 6 stars. Yixian didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he directly threw a punch. However, he regretted it when his fist entered the Frost Steel Stone tablet. Not good. Yixian's expression changed greatly. Because he wanted to hide his strength, he held back. This punch actually didn't hit 3 inches, it was only 2. 8 inches. 3 inches was the standard for 6 stars. If one didn't reach 6 stars, they would be eliminated. 2, 8 inches, Tao, the middle-aged elder felt it and said. However, before he could finish, Xian suddenly attacked. What are you doing? The elder was furious. Everyone was only tested once, but Xian dared to throw 2 punches. Was he ignoring him? Pung, another punch appeared, and the crowd suddenly fell silent. This brat is in trouble. He actually ignored the rules. Does he think he can pass with one more punch? Elder Ling Chong is very old-fashioned. This brat ignored the rules. Even if he's a core disciple, he can't avoid a scolding. Sigh, I pity him. Some of the surrounding disciples revealed sympathetic expressions, while others revealed gloating expressions, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. Below the stage, Ling Xiao and Ling Yan's expressions changed greatly. They prepared to jump onto the stage. Trash will always be trash. Does he think he can get rid of trash by testing again? Jiao Lai had a disdainful expression as he muttered to himself. However, when he swept his gaze over the second fist imprint that Xian had struck out, his expression instantly became unsightly. What? 4, 3 inches? 8.5 stars. Elder Ling Chong also noticed and raised his eyebrows. What the hell was going on? Xian's first punch was 2, 8 inches, which didn't even reach 6 stars. However, his second punch had actually reached 4, 3 inches, reaching 8.5 stars. Elder, I'm sorry. My first punch was wrong. Xian smiled guiltily. This, Elder Ling Chong froze. Was it possible for someone at the first level of the Nether Passage realm to get an 8.5 star evaluation? It must be known that the first person in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to have achieved a 9-star evaluation at the ethereal opening stage. However, Xian had actually set another record. Just now, Xian had made a mistake and hurriedly followed up with a punch. Although he did not use Beast King Rampage for the second punch, he did use his full strength. 8.5 stars, exactly the same as Jiao Lai from the previous test. However, Jiao Lai was a level higher than Xian. He was at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. How is that possible? He must have cheated. Jiao Lai immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately jumped out and pointed at Xian's nose and shouted. He was a Blackwater Thunder Jiao, a demon. Demons were proficient in refining their bodies. While they had not returned to their true forms, they were still stronger than ordinary humans. After all, he had lived for 100 years. However, now, Xian, a human of around 25 years of age, whose cultivation was even lower than his, had actually given him the same evaluation. This was impossible. Not only did he not believe it, even the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were the same. Elder Ling Chong raised his brows, also rather doubtful as he said to Xian, try punching again? Yes. Xian wiped away his cold sweat, then punched viciously towards the frost steel stone tablet once more. 4 inches, 8-star evaluation. The middle-aged elder frowned. This time, Xian's score actually fell. My apologies, elder. I have only just broken through to the Nether Passage stage and have yet to get used to my strength. Thus, I accidentally used my true qi. Xian hurriedly explained. With his reminder, the surrounding people also widened their eyes in realization. True qi, it must have been true qi. So that's how it is. Ling Chong nodded slightly. That earlier scene had been too sudden. Perhaps he had sensed wrongly, not sensing that Xian had used his true qi. That was why he had given him an 8.5-star evaluation. However, this time, he had clearly sensed that Xian had not used his true qi. Thus, this 4-star evaluation was valid. Like I said, how could he possibly surpass me? Beside him, Jiao Lai snorted coldly. Elder Ling Chong glanced at him, saying, all right, you tested it one more time. Originally, it would not have counted, but seeing that your results are not bad, this matter will be dropped. Even a Ling family disciple at the first level of the Nether Passage stage would only be 7.5 stars at most. For Xian to actually be able to achieve 8 stars, this was still a new record. Many thanks, elder. Xian cupped his fists in gratitude, heaving a sigh of relief inwardly before walking off the stage. Xian, you really are something. actually the same as me. Seeing Yi Xian come down, Ling Xiao could not help but remark. As a Ling family disciple at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he was only given an 8-star evaluation. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had only just entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall as a core disciple and was only at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Yet, he had been given an 8-star evaluation, much more impressive than him. However, at this moment, in a corner of the assessment arena. "Father, what's wrong?" that middle-aged man asked, puzzled. "Do you recognize that kid?" the white-haired old man asked. "He doesn't seem to be a disciple of our Ling family, but he seems to be friends with Ling Xiao." The middle-aged man shot him a glance, then shook his head. "Based on my spiritual sense, I can see that he did not use his true chi just now." "That 4 inches 3 is real," the white-haired old man murmured. "What, real?" The middle-aged man was very surprised. A first-level Nether Passage expert with an 8.5-star evaluation, there was not a single person in the entire Ling family who could do so. He probably doesn't want to provoke the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan, thus concealing his strength. This kid is a talent that can be molded. Go investigate his background. If he is clean, we can nurture him. The white-haired old man instructed. Yes. The assessment continued. Originally, everyone had thought that another monster had appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Not having thought that he had just accidentally used his true chi, they did not take it to heart. Achieving 8 stars in the physique assessment was nothing much. After all, it was just a test. The third round was actual combat. With Yi Xian's cultivation at the first level of the Nether Passage stage, he probably would not be able to enter the top 30. The 4 from the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan had all completed their assessments, of which Jiao Lai had an 8.5-star evaluation, while the other 3 were all 8 stars. As for that Jiao Chong at the third level of the Nether Passage stage, he was in the 10th group, the last group. Finally, the physique assessment was nearing its end. That Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan's Jiao Chong also finally ascended the arena. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to see exactly how capable this number 1 genius of the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan's younger generation was. How many stars could a third level of the Nether Passage stage achieve? Very quickly, it was Jiao Chong's turn. Begin the assessment. Let's begin the test. Elder Ling Cheng also focused his attention to see how capable this Jiao Chong was, and whether he was hiding his true strength. After all, he was a member of the Ling family, and the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan was about to threaten the Ling family. Thus, he wanted to see if the number 1 genius of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan surpassed the number 1 genius of the Ling family, or was he slightly inferior. This Jiao Chong didn't say anything else, and directly punched out. Pung! A fist imprint was left on the frost steel stone tablet. 4 inches, 9.5 stars evaluation. A light flashed through Elder Ling Chong's eyes. Just a bit more, and it would be 10 stars. This was indeed a bit different from the number 1 genius of the Ling family. After all, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, Ling Zhantian, had scored 5.1 inches when he was at the third level of the Nether Passage realm, surpassing 10 stars. But don't forget, Jiao Chong was only in his human form, and hadn't returned to his original form. This Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan is indeed a big threat. The surrounding Ling family experts' eyes all flashed as they thought to themselves. The group of Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan experts below also sighed in their hearts. This brat has already lived for 100 years, and still doesn't know how to endure. If we become a thorn in the side of the Ling family, we will definitely be the first to be eliminated, or suppressed. The leading demon race expert was very annoyed, but this Jiao Chong was the son of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's head, and he didn't dare to reprimand him. Good, let the test continue. Elder Ling Chong shouted. Soon, the physique test was over. Of the 150 people, only 70 passed. Next was the soul strength test. This soul strength test was rather simple, and could be completed in one go. Everyone jumped onto the stage, and then stood in a circle. Even those who didn't pass the physique test could. After all, it was only a test. Of course, the actual combat test required both physique and soul strength to pass. Then, Ling Chong took out a large golden bell from his yin and yang ring. This is our Heavenly Thunder Hall's soul toll bell? Definitely not. This is only a replica. Even if it is a replica, it is still a very powerful artifact. It is said that it can directly attack one's soul. The soul strength test requires one to withstand 12 rings. Some of the surrounding disciples recognized the golden bell. At this time, Elder Ling Chong said, "Everyone stand properly. Next will be the soul strength test. I will ring the bell every 3 breaths, and every time you survive 1 ring, you will gain half a star. Only those who can survive 12 rings will pass the test. In addition, you are not allowed to use true qi or wanxiang force to resist this test." The surrounding testers nodded, indicating that they understood. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and stood quietly. He did not know how long his soul could last. "Alright, let the test begin." Elder Ling Chong looked around and then smashed his fist on the soul chime bell. Buzz. The sound of a bell rang out. Although it sounded ordinary, the sound of the bell was soul-stirring. If a person at the first level of the manifestation realm heard this bell, their soul would probably be immediately shattered and they would become an ownerless shell. Fortunately, this arena was big enough. Those who had not been tested were very far away, so it would not affect them. The first bell sound was only a half-star evaluation, and only 6 stars were considered to have passed. Therefore, the surrounding people did not show any signs of discomfort. Buzz. After 3 breaths, Elder Ling Chong punched again, and the sound of the bell resounded once more. The second ring. Buzz. The third ring. These were all just appetizers. However, when the bell sounded for the 10th time, some people began to feel dizzy. Without true qi or wanxiang force, these bell sounds directly attacked their souls, and some people had already begun to sway. Buzz. When the bell sounded for the 11th time, some people's eyes rolled back as they fell backwards. Seeing this, Heavenly Thunder Hall experts immediately rushed in from outside the arena, carrying the fallen people away. If these fallen people continued to stay on the arena, their souls would be heavily injured, or even extinguished. After a Heavenly Thunder Hall disciple who was carried away was brought out, he also slowly recovered. He looked around and sighed helplessly. He did not survive the 11th ring, so it was still a 5-star evaluation. Only by surviving the 11th ring would he receive a 5.5-star evaluation. It looked like he had to focus on cultivating his soul. Buzz. When the bell sounded for the 12th time, quite a few more people fell. As long as they could survive this bell, they would be considered to have passed the soul trial. Of those participating in the trial, some focused on the cultivation of the physique while some focused on the cultivation of the soul. Of course, those who cultivated the soul were still in the majority. After all, the soul was linked to wanxiang force. Therefore, the number of people who survived this round was actually much more than those who passed the physique test. However, what followed next was people falling in droves. Buzz. When the bell sounded for the 13th time, yet another 10-odd people's eyes rolled back as they fell onto the arena. Currently, there were still over 50 people standing, virtually all of them at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, with a few at the first level still holding on, their figures swaying. Oh? Not bad, there are actually still a few at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Elder Ling Chong was rather surprised. Actually, those at the first level of the Nether Passage stage who could survive 10 bell chimes would already be considered exceptional amongst those at the same level. However, as this was a test for entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, the requirements were naturally higher. 1 breath. 2 breaths. After 2 breaths of the 13th bell chime, yet another person fell onto the arena. Immediately, Ling Chong used the power of wanxiang to directly fling this person out of the arena. The trial continued. Buzz. The 14th bell chime sounded. As long as one could last past 3 breaths, they would be assessed with 7 stars. The people outside were all guessing inwardly. How many first-level Nether Passage stage examinees would be able to achieve such an assessment? A breath passed. Thump. Someone fell. 1. 2 breaths passed, and 2 of them fell. On the 3rd breath, all of the first-level Nether Passage stage examinees had fallen. No, there was still one more. The hell, that person is still not falling. Wasn't he the one who obtained an 8-star assessment in the physique test just now while at the first level of the nether passage stage? So strong, both his physique and soul being so strong. His battle prowess definitely isn't weak, right? The person the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were discussing was precisely Xian. A mere 14 chimes of the soul bell were still nothing to Xian. Up till now, he didn't seem to have any problems at all. Buzz. As the 15th bell chime sounded, Xian still persisted. Thump. In just 2 breaths' time, another few Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples of the second level of the nether passage stage had fallen. That person is so strong. Even those at the second level of the nether passage stage have already fallen, but he is still standing there. The strength of his soul comparable to the second level of the nether passage stage, his physique also reaching 8 stars. How is it that I have never heard of this person before? I saw him together with senior apprentice brother Ling Xiao earlier. Could he have just joined recently? The surrounding people all began to speculate. A genius like Xian should not be unknown. The 15th bell chime defeated 6 Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples at the second level of the nether passage stage. Wang. The 16th ring of the bell sounded. As long as he could hold on for 3 breaths' time, he would be able to attain an 8-star evaluation. It's about time. If it's too high, I'll be targeted a little. I'm only here to be tempered by the heavenly thunder. Xian thought to himself. He was prepared to pretend to fall down in the second breath of time. However, just at this time. Everyone listen up. All disciples who reach an 8-star evaluation will be rewarded with 3,000 inner devil pills, 3,000 for each higher evaluation, and so on. Suddenly, a foreign voice entered everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the source of the voice, discovering that the speaker was a gray-clothed middle-aged man. Perhaps some might not recognize him, but it was impossible for Ling Chong and the other higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to not recognize him. Greetings, Hall Lord. Everyone shouted in unison. The one who had issued this reward was the current Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong. What, an 8-star evaluation reward of 3,000 inner devil pills? Hearing these words, whether it was those present or those outside, their eyes all lit up. It was the same for Xian. The hell, wasn't there supposed to be no reward? Rather perplexed, Xian quickly pondered for a moment. 3,000 inner devil pills was not a small sum to him, but to others, it was even more of a huge fortune. This 16th ring of the bell, should he hold or not? TCH, a bastard who doesn't earn money when there's money to be earned. Let's go all out. Xian immediately made his decision. Hold, after 3 breaths of time, there were only a dozen people left on the arena. These dozen or so people had all reached an 8-star evaluation. Some of them were even able to hold on because they were stimulated by the heart demon pill. Otherwise, they would have already collapsed. Among them, only Xian was at the first level of the nether passage realm. The rest were at least at the second level. How is this possible? This brat's soul strength has actually reached an 8-star evaluation? Holy shit, could it be that the palace master's words have strengthened his mind and allowed him to hold on? Money really does make the world go round. This brat is really going all out for the heart demon pill. That's not right. Look, he seems to still have some energy left. Everyone's gazes were focused on Xian. Indeed, Xian still had some energy left after the 16th bell. Good boy, try the 17th bell. Ling Chong's eyes lit up. Then, he punched the soul-ringing bell. Buzz. The 17th ring of the soul bell spread out slowly. Some of the people in the field immediately went limp after hearing the sound, unable to hold on. Thump. Thump. In just 1 breath, 3 people collapsed. In the second breath, another 3 people collapsed. At this moment, there were only 8 people left on the arena. In the third breath, there were only 6 people left on the arena. Jiao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang, the 3 geniuses at the third level of the nether passage realm, were still fine. Jiao Heng and Jiao Lai, the 2 disciples of the Blackwater Lightning Wyrm, were from the demon clan and had lived for 100 years, so their soul strength was also stronger than normal people. However, Yi Xian, who was at the first level of the Nether Passage realm, was actually able to hold on. It was practically a miracle. Inconceivable, simply inconceivable. However, Yi Xian was actually already at the end of his strength. The 17th bell was his limit. Even if he lay down now, he would still have an 8.5-star evaluation, which was a full 6,000 heart demon pills. If he could hold on for another bell, then he would have 9,000 heart demon pills, which was enough for him to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Impossible, why is this brat still not lying down? Jiao Lai didn't dare to believe that there was still a first-level Nether Passage realm martial artist who hadn't collapsed, and he was also at the end of his strength. However, if he collapsed before Yi Xian, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Even if my body and soul are destroyed, I still won't fall before you. Jiao Lai gritted his teeth and prepared to continue. Elder Ling Cheng looked around, and finally his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Pung! He didn't forget his duty, and punched the soul-tolling bell. Wang! The 18th sound of the bell rang out. Jiao Lai and Jiao Heng couldn't hold on any longer, and they fell limply to the ground. However, Yi Xian didn't fall. He just swayed there. Impossible, Jiao Lai didn't dare to believe that he had lost to a human. Moreover, this human's cultivation level was lower than his, and he was more than 70 years younger than him. At this moment, if he were awake, he would definitely bang his head against the wall. Everyone present held their breaths, waiting to see if Yi Xian would be able to survive this 18th bell. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The strength of Yi Xian's soul is actually even stronger than mine. If he can survive this bell, he will be evaluated as a 9-star. Outside, Ling Xiao said in shock. He had never thought that he would actually bring back such a monster to the Heavenly Thunder Hall this time. A mere first-level Nether Passage martial artist already having the strength of a third-level Nether Passage martial artist's soul. His battle prowess shouldn't be too weak, as he would definitely be able to challenge those of a higher level. Elder Ling Cheng's gaze fell on Yi Xian, saying, "This brat said to have just broken through to the Nether Passage stage, but his soul is already so powerful. If it were a normal first-level Nether Passage martial artist, they would definitely not be able to refine so many inner devil pills at all, instead falling into cultivation deviation. How exactly does this brat cultivate?" At this moment, Yi Xian had already survived past a breath's time, at the same time becoming the focal point of all gazes. Jiao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang were also looking at Yi Xian. They especially hoped that Yi Xian would fall now so that they could regain some face. However, Yi Xian just did not fall. What the hell? If I had known earlier, I would have let Luo Luo use the Eye of Bewitchment. That way, I would have been able to last till the 19th bell, or even the 20th. What a pity, Yi Xian thought with his last remaining shred of consciousness. The 19th bell would be an evaluation of 9.5 stars, a total of 12,000 inner devil pills. At that time, not only would he be able to break through, Wei Zhentian would also be able to improve greatly. Forget it, I'll just give up. Yi Xian tottered a few steps before suddenly stomping hard with his feet, his entire person leaping off the arena. Now, it was 2 breaths' time. The entire place was silent. However, Yi Xian still knew his limits. After the soul chime bell rang, there would be unceasingly echoing sounds attacking his soul. He definitely would not be able to last until the 19th chime. After distancing himself from the soul chime bell, his soul stabilized, no longer suffering from the attacks as it began to recover. Compared to the others, he had a very good image. At the very least, he had not collapsed, instead remaining standing. Huff huff, still not able to last. Only 8.5 stars, but the reward of 6,000 inner devil pills is still there. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, looking completely exhausted as he tottered on the brink of collapse. It had to be said that this soul chime bell was very powerful, because Elder Ling Cheng had only used an ordinary attack. If Elder Ling Cheng had used his true qi and the power of all manifestations, the soul chime bell might have been able to instantly disperse the souls of several thousand people. Wah, Yi Xian, you're really too awesome. You're my idol. Ling Yun shot over to Yi Xian's side with a look of adoration on her face, supporting him. Ling Xiao swiftly approached as well. Yi Xian, who would have thought that you had hidden your strength so well? Whether it was in terms of physique or soul strength, you have already surpassed mine. Did you really just break through to the ethereal opening stage? Cough, Xian smiled awkwardly, weren't you two present when I broke through as well? When he had broken through that day, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun had been in the midst of detoxifying him. It had only been 5 days since then. Now, Ling Xiong could be sure that Ling Xiao had not been lying that day. Yi Xian's strength was indeed on par with Ling Zhao's. Yi Xian is only at the first level of the ethereal opening stage, but his overall results are in the top 10. Then, he might be able to take one of the slots for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this time, Ling Xiong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded silently before looking towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord. Currently, he was still thinking about those 6,000 inner devil pills. As long as he specially devoured these 6,000 inner devil pills, his strength would be able to increase greatly once more, taking one of the slots not a problem at all. If this kid's foundation is clean, he will definitely become a great battle force of our Heavenly Thunder Hall in the future. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong thought to himself. At the same time, noticing Yi Xian's gaze, he smiled, the soul strength test is complete. Everyone, rest for an hour. An hour later, we will begin the actual combat test to vie for a slot. Also, this is your reward. Without another word, Ling Xinglong began to distribute the heart devil pills, and then threw them to the core disciples whose soul strength had reached 8 stars. They're here. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the pouch flying towards him. Inside the pouch were 6,000 devil's heart pills. At this time, he had already recovered a little and had no problem moving around. He caught the pouch and swallowed all 6,000 inner demon pills in one go. The strength of his true energy, his physique, and the strength of his soul all soared in an instant. If he had another 2,000 or 3,000 inner demon pills, he would probably be able to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Before the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong had spoken, the soul strength test on the stage had already ended. Jiao Cheng, Gu Han, and Su Liang, the 3 geniuses at the third level of the Nether Passage realm, had all received 9 stars, slightly better than Yi Xian, receiving 9,000 devil's heart pills. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that it would be great if they could snatch things in the upcoming actual combat test. Sadly, this was only a test, and probably would not allow it. What came next was time for everyone to rest, allowing their souls to recover. Otherwise, they would not be able to deal with the upcoming actual combat test. After 2 rounds of tests, there were over 60 people whose physique and soul strength had both reached 6 stars. Of these 60-odd people, only 10 could enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land and be tempered by Heavenly Thunder. Yi Xian's physique was 8 stars, and his soul strength was 8.5 stars. However, this was merely a test. It was unknown whether the top 10 of the actual combat test would be rewarded. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but look at the Deputy Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the past, there had virtually never been any rewards in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land entry test. For there to actually be one this year, there must definitely be something that had attracted the Deputy Hall Lord's attention. Could it be me? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Thinking of it this way, it really was possible. Since that was the case, he would just amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in this actual combat. Very quickly, an hour passed. After this hour of recovery, the competitors had virtually all recovered to their peak condition. That had only been a test earlier, so their souls had recovered quickly. If their souls had been heavily injured, it would not have been so easy to recover. Yi Xian and the other 76 began drawing lots once more. Yi Xian drew number 25, which was a good number, matching his age. Of the 76 people, only 38 remained after the first round of 2-on-1 battles. Then, in 2-on-2 battles, there would be 19 people left. Finally, one person would get a bye, leaving 9 people. That would make a total of 10. Simply put, other than that person who got a bye in the third round, everyone would have to fight 3 battles. That Jiao Cheng is number 66, Gu Han is number 73, Su Liang is number 27, Yi Xian secretly noted down the numbers of these 3, because only these 3 geniuses at the third level of the ethereal opening stage could pose a threat to him. As for the others, they were all at the first and second level of the ethereal opening stage, not much to him at all. Because there were a little too many people, the first round of battles was held in the side arenas. At the center of the arena, Elder Ling Chong's eyes flashed, and the next moment, the entire arena changed. Crack! The massive arena suddenly descended, merging with the floor. At the same time, 38 smaller arenas rose up around it. The hell, is this a lift? Yi Xian was shocked, not having thought that this arena would actually be so high-tech. However, he quickly reacted. This arena should be some sort of mechanism that could be activated with the power of all forms. Even he could do it. Yi Xian, your opponent is number 23, Gu Xian. Now, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Gu Xian, then he's from the Gu clan. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had some recollection of this name, because this was the person who was in the same group as him in the first round, who was at the first level of the ethereal opening stage. It seemed that this first round would be an easy win. The order of battle has been announced. All candidates, enter the arena. Elder Ling Chong shouted from the air. Hearing this, Yi Xian and Gu Xian also jumped onto their designated arenas. This Gu Xian was at the first level of the ethereal opening stage, 2 years younger than Yi Xian, only 23. When he saw that his opponent was Yi Xian, his expression became extremely ugly. However, he was only 23 years old, and had only come this year to test his skills, so it didn't matter who his opponent was. How did the strength of your soul rise to such a level? Gu Xian could not help but ask. It was just a fortuitous encounter earlier. It would not be easy for one to cultivate to such a level normally, Yi Xian said humbly. I see. Then let us begin. Gu Xian brandished a sword. All right. Yi Xian nodded as well. The 38 arenas all began their respective battles. However, the outcome of Yi Xian's arena was decided in the blink of an eye. Eye of control. In just an instant, this Gu Xian was controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian directly punched out. This punch was extremely ordinary, not using true qi or the power of all manifestations, just the wind of the fist. The wind of the fist struck Gu Xian's body, directly sending him flying. Thump. Gu Xian landed outside the arena. Defeated. What's going on? Why isn't that Gu Xian retaliating? That's too fake. Was he intentionally going easy on him? No, that's not right. That Yi Xian used illusions. Illusions? Right, this Gu Xian's soul has yet to recover, falling for illusions extremely easily. That's why he was defeated. While it was said that there were 38 arenas, most of the people's gazes were only focused on a few of them, Yi Xian being one of them. At the same time, there were also a few arenas where the outcome was instantly decided, namely Jiaocheng, Gu Han, and Su Liang. This kid actually has a soul-type ability as well. Impressive. Spectating from the side, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord narrowed his eyes. He too believed that Yi Xian had used illusions to bewitch Gu Xian before sending him flying out of the arena with a single punch. Then, his gaze swept across the arena, finally landing on that profound water thunder Wyrm's Jiao Heng and Gu Han. Noticing his gaze, Elder Ling Chong nodded slightly in understanding as well. The Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord's intention was to have Jiao Heng and Gu Han battle in the next round. Jiao Heng was a genius of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon and was at the second level of the Nether Passage Realm. Although Gu Han was a human, he was at the third level of the Nether Passage Realm, one level higher than Jiao Heng. When the two of them fought, Gu Han had a 90% chance of winning. This was because this Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land had a rule, and that was that the demonic beasts were not allowed to transform into their true forms. They had to fight in their human forms. If Gu Han won, then there would only be 4 Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragons left. At that time, one more person would be eliminated in the third round, and that would be 3 people. Out of the 10 spots, the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon occupied 3. This was already a good number. If the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan occupied 5 of them, then it would be half of them. This would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the other clans. Yi Xian, congratulations on your first victory. Ling Xiao smiled as he watched Yi Xian return. I didn't expect you to be able to use soul attacks as well. You've really hidden your strength well. Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned and said, I'm going to relieve myself. Since there were still over 20 rings that had yet to be completed, he wanted to make use of this chance to do something. Just now, he had already used the Eye of Control to control quite a few Heavenly Thunder Hall core disciples at the first level of the Nether Passage stage. Sadly, not a single one of these core disciples had achieved an 8-star evaluation in the soul strength test, thus not being rewarded with those 3,000 inner devil pills. Still, when all their wealth was gathered together, it would still be considerable. Xian ordered these people to make use of this time to leave the ring, before going through all of their spatial rings. Bloody hell, it's only around 2,000 inner devil pills in total. I'm still a little short. Xian was very helpless. He had still been preparing to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage stage in order to give the Heavenly Thunder Hall a pleasant surprise. Forget it, let's go back. Xian continued issuing orders. Currently, he was already at the peak of the first level of the Nether Passage stage. With a few more heavenly treasures or inner devil pills, he would be able to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage stage. When he returned to the ring, he found that the battles had already ended, those who had won already beginning to recover. 10 minutes later, the second round of battles began. Xian, your opponent for the second round is the Su family Su Changdong, second level of the Nether Passage stage. Seeing Xian return, Ling Xiao said. Second level of the Nether Passage stage, huh? Hearing this, Xian's eyes flickered. Almost all of the first level of the Nether Passage stage participants had been eliminated in the first round, with very few making it into the second round. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would have to challenge someone of a higher level. This Su Changdong's strength is not bad. Still, he seems to have yet to learn the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Xian, you don't have to worry, Ling Yun said. Yes. Xian nodded. Actually, it didn't matter if he was strong or not. As long as he was at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, he had nothing to fear. A while later, the second round was about to begin. Elder Ling Chang activated the mechanism once more, instantly reducing the 38 rings to 19. Enter the ring. Following Elder Ling Chang's order, Xian and Su Changdong both leaped onto their designated rings. This Su Changdong had been dissatisfied with Xian from the start. With his cultivation at the second level of the Nether Passage stage, his physique was 8 stars, and his soul strength was also 8 stars. This was already the same as Ling Xiao. However, Xian, a first-level Nether Passage stage martial artist, actually had the same physique as him and a soul strength of 8.5 stars. This made him very unhappy. Brat, the test of physique and soul strength doesn't mean anything. You can't beat me because of the difference in realms. If you know what's good for you, then go down yourself. Su Changdong looked at Xian with a face full of contempt. Facing an opponent one level higher than him, Xian had a calm expression. When he heard Su Changdong's words, he also subconsciously said, "Give me 100,000 inner demon pills, and I'll go down." 100,000 inner demon pills? Are you kidding me? Su Changdong was furious. He knew that Xian was obviously looking down on him, so he didn't say anything and directly attacked. Since you want to leave the ring so quickly, then I'll fulfill your wish. Xian's eyes flashed, and his left hand abruptly turned into a claw. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Burning Eye. Against someone of this level, Xian didn't even need to use the Eye of Glory. Although more than an hour had passed since the start of the test, this Su Changdong had endured until the 16th ring of the bell, so his soul hadn't recovered yet and was directly affected. However, as a second-level Nether Passage stage martial artist, even if he fell into an illusion, he could still use his spiritual sense to fight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A fierce gust of wind swept up on the ring. Several true Qi heavenly dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Su Changdong. Heaven-destroying cross-slash. Relying on his spiritual sense, Su Changdong aimed at these true Qi heavenly dragons and launched an attack. A cross-cut cut through the air and hit the true Qi heavenly dragon, but it was scattered by the claws of the true Qi heavenly dragon. How is this possible? Su Changdong felt his attack being defeated and cried out in alarm. You really don't have good eyesight. This is a Nether Passage spirit art. Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 6th move of the 8 moves, 6 Dragons Circle. The 6 True Chi Heavenly Dragons pounced forward, but Su Changdong managed to hold on for a while. However, when Yi Xian executed the 7th Claw Divine Dragon swings its tail, Su Changdong, who had been trapped in an illusion, was sent flying out of the arena by the dragon's tail. Yi Xian, victory! What a fellow! He actually succeeded in challenging someone of a higher level with just a low-grade ethereal passage divine ability. Elder Ling Chong's eyes lit up as he muttered. But it's not that simple. Even I couldn't see how he used that illusion technique of his. I'm guessing that it's also a ethereal opening divine ability. After Su Changdong fell for it, he couldn't break out of the illusion. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Lord Ling Xinglong said softly from the side. Even the Patriarch can't tell? Ling Chong was rather taken aback as he said, my Heavenly Thunder Hall does have a soul-type ethereal opening mystic ability, but it shouldn't be to this extent. This might be a mid-grade ethereal opening mystic ability. I'm not sure. However, Su Changdong's soul hasn't recovered to its peak. That's why he fell. Ling Xinglong didn't care. After looking at the white-haired old man in the corner, he said in a low voice, let this kid fight with Jiao Lai in the next round. Jiao Lai? Elder Ling Chong shuddered. Jiao Lai was ranked second among the 5 from the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan. His strength was second only to Jiao Chong. This Jiao Lai could be considered strong. Even without transforming, he was still stronger than Su Changdong. He could probably fight Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Would Yi Xian be able to handle it? This is father's idea. He feels that this kid is not using his full strength. Let's give it a try. If he loses, we can always try again next year, Ling Xinglong said softly. Entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, 25 years old was the best. There wasn't much difference between 26 and 24 years old. However, when Yi Xian was 26 years old, he might break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, he would be able to withstand even more heavenly lightning, and the effects would be even better than those at the 1st level. Understood. Elder Ling Chong nodded. On the other side, a few unlucky core disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who encountered Jiao Chong's trio were quickly defeated, one of them being Jiao Heng. The 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm Jiao Heng had encountered the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm Guhan. This caused those of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan to grit their teeth. They knew that this was the arrangement of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's lord, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Not long after, all the battles were over, and only 19 people remained. That kid actually won. Is he going to enter the top 10? So powerful. In the last match, he used the ethereal passage ability once, so his Jin Chi consumption was not that great. If he were to encounter a weaker opponent, he might really be able to make it into the top 10. TSK, let's see how lucky he is. Who knows, he might even get a bye. Very soon, the rest time was over. Elder Ling Chong had already selected one of the participants with a bye. 9 out of the remaining 18 would be chosen. It had to be said that this person's luck was extremely good, because he didn't need to fight anymore and directly obtained a spot. Rumble. The layout of the arena changed again. Only 9 of the 19 arenas remained. Next, Elder Ling Chong began announcing the order of the battles. Jiao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang would each face a 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. As for Yi Xian, he would actually face Jiao Lai of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan. After the announcement of the order of the battles, the entire arena boiled over. It looked like Yi Xian was going to be killed in the cradle, only able to enter the Forbidden Heavenly Thunder grounds next year. Of course, there was also a small number of people who thought that Yi Xian might be able to create a miracle, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun being one of them. Although even Ling Xiao didn't have complete confidence in defeating Jiao Lai in human form. So it's you, kid. Looks like your luck has come to an end. Gazing into the distance, Jiao Lai's gaze fell on Yi Xian. However, he definitely wouldn't have thought that Yi Xian actually had absolute confidence in his victory. This Jiao Lai has been at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm in both battles, his Jin Chi consumption being considerable. Also, he collapsed a breath before me just now, so his soul isn't at its peak. Finishing him off shouldn't be too hard, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, even if he were to face Jiao Chong, he would probably be able to defeat him, let alone Jiao Lai, who was at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. Enter the arena. Elder Ling Chong shouted at this moment. 18 candidates leaped onto the arena. Kid, just admit defeat. If you let me attack, you'll definitely lose a few parts of your body, Jiao Lai said to Yi Xian with a haughty attitude. Killing was not allowed in this competition, as long as it didn't harm one's life. As for losing an arm or a leg, it was still a common occurrence. Then you can come and try. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes gleaming. Alright, since you want to die, I'll naturally fulfill your wish. Jiao Lai shouted, directly charging at Yi Xian with his bare hands. A mere second level of the Nether Passage realm dares to yell in front of me? You're courting death. Yi Xian's left hand immediately formed a claw and reached out. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. At the same time, he also used the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Jiao Lai. Jiao Lai's soul had not recovered, but he had lived for 100 years. Under the suppression of his realm, the effect was not as good as the previous candidate. Using a claw art in front of me? You're looking down on me. Jiao Lai was furious, his hands grabbing at the air. Whoosh whoosh. 2 black claw shadows, one from the left and one from the right, grabbed the true Qi Heavenly Dragon and exploded it in an instant. Jiao Lai was a Blackwater Lightning Wyrm, born with a unique understanding of claw arts. Yi Xian actually used a claw art in front of him, provoking him. Looks like I won't be able to kill you if I don't show some ability. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Wearing the brilliant golden armor, his entire aura changed. Left Azure Dragon stretching 8 powers. His left hand quickly waved, and golden heavenly dragons appeared one after another, pouncing toward Jiao Lai. At the same time, Wei Zhentian had somehow circled behind Jiao Lai. Rolling Thunder Armor. Jiao Lai felt that Yi Xian's techniques were a little complicated, so he had to make sure his defense was strong enough. As his true Qi and all creation strength surged out, Jiao Lai's body was covered by a layer of thunder and lightning. Wei Zhentian had just pierced in when he was electrocuted and cracked. Now, Wei Zhentian was only at the first tier of the ethereal opening realm, but this rolling thunder armor was a ethereal opening divine ability. However, the moment Wei Zhentian shattered, it turned into countless sharp blades and stabbed toward Jiao Lai. Although it could not hurt Jiao Lai, it could consume the true Qi and all creation strength on the rolling thunder armor. Kid, I want your hands. Jiao Lai did not care at all. He reached out with both hands, and 2 black claws appeared, ready to tear off Yi Xian's hands. But at this moment, is that so? ZZ. Thunder rumbling armor. What? That's impossible. Jiao Lai was greatly shocked. The thunder rumbling armor was their profound water thunder flood dragon clan's ability. Why did this Yi Xian know it as well? What's impossible about it? I know this move too. Yi Xian smiled once more, executing the left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances with his left hand while his right hand executed the heaven-ripping hand that Jiao Lai had just used. Bang! On the arena, waves of Qi roiled. Yi Xian and Jiao Lai clashed, unable to determine the victor. Impossible. How could he know the thunder rumbling armor and the heaven-ripping hand? Below the arena, the profound water thunder flood dragon clan experts were all shocked. Not just them, even the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord and the others were the same. The most bewildered of all were Ling Xiao, Ling Yun and Ling Xiong. They knew that Yi Xian had only just joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall. How could he know the profound water thunder flood dragon clan's ability? Brat, you actually dare to secretly learn the abilities of my profound water thunder flood dragon. Go die. Jiao Lai no longer cared as he directly attacked. However, having learnt these 2 abilities, Yi Xian was already in an invincible position. Having fought 2 battles earlier, Jiao Lai's soul had yet to recover to its peak. To Yi Xian, he would have been able to finish him off within 3 seconds. Now, only a single second had passed. Left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances. Yi Xian calmly began summoning the Golden Heavenly Dragon. Both the left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances and the Heaven Ripping Claw were low-grade Nether Passage abilities. The first 4 stances would be weaker than the heaven-ripping claw, but at the 6th stance, its power would double that of the heaven-ripping claw. Without a leader at the end, it would be at least twice as powerful as the heaven-ripping claw. Yi Xian had only used the heaven-ripping claw to stall for time, that was all. Left Azure Dragon stretches out 8 stances, 6th stance, 6 dragons revolve. Finally, this move was executed by Yi Xian to its 6th stance. Now, the 6 heavenly dragons on the arena already surpassed the heaven-ripping claw in power. Not only that, but Jiao Lai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. This was because he was constantly being tortured by the burning eye. No, impossible. It's impossible that I can't even take care of a first-level Nether Passage Realm martial artist. I don't believe it. Jiao Lai roared and began to madly use Heaven-Tearing Claw. However, Yi Xian easily blocked all of them. Sui Qinglong stretches its claws, 7th move of the 8 moves, Divine Dragon swings its tail. A golden sky dragon turned its body and whipped its tail toward Jiao Lai. The power of this move was more than twice as strong as the Heaven-Tearing Claw. Jiao Lai could not block it at all and was directly blasted, flying out backward. However, he didn't fly out of the arena. He relied on the thunder armor to hold on. You do have some ability. Try this move again. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and his left hand reached out again. Sui Qinglong stretches its claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, Leaderless Dragons. This time, 8 golden sky dragons attacked together. At the same time, they were assisted by the Heaven-Tearing Claw and Megatron. Although Jiao Lai was very unwilling, he really did not have the ability to block this move again. With a bang, he was blasted out of the arena. The clothes on his body were already torn to pieces, almost blinding the eyes of the people around him. Jiao Lai, defeated, the entire arena was silent. Yi Xian defeating Su Changdong was one thing, but now he had even defeated Jiao Lai of the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm family. His strength was a little terrifying. Look, his feet haven't moved at all. Damn, it's true. He stood in the same spot and defeated Jiao Lai? This brat can't be a reincarnator, right? Otherwise, how can he be so strong? The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Yi Xian's strength was indeed so strong that it was suspicious, but it was not at the level of a reincarnator. Reincarnators were not simple people. Take Mo Shui for example. Mo Shui was only at the 7th level of the manifestation realm, but he was able to kill a Nether Passage Realm martial artist. This was 3 levels higher than him. Also, due to his low cultivation level, he was unable to use many things. For Yi Xian to be able to beat him into a retreat was already an extremely good battle result. This brat indeed hides his strength deeply. Also, he still has strength to spare. His true battle prowess is probably at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, thought to himself. Right now, Yi Xian had already passed 3 rounds. Amongst the 10 spots, he had a seat. Impossible. That Jiao Lai who had been blasted out of the arena by Yi Xian crawled up from the ground, pointing at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian glanced at him, revealing an extremely disdainful look on his face. Defeat was not a true defeat. It was only those who did not admit it that were true defeats. He would not spare such a person a second glance. Big brother, take revenge for me. Jiao Lai's voice suddenly resounded from behind him, closely followed by the howling of the wind. What? Within the range of Yi Xian's eye of perception, someone had acted against him. This position belonged to that Jiao Chong. Stop. Those of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan hurriedly roared. What a joke. With the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall present, Jiao Chong actually dared to enter him. This was not arrogance, but stupidity. However, Jiao Chong had acted too quickly such that even Elder Ling Chong was unable to react in time. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall reacted. With his strength, he could receive this blow of Jiao Chong's. However, he did not, because he wanted to see Yi Xian's true strength. At this moment, Yi Xian did not even turn as he directly condensed his true qi and the power of all manifestations. Heaven Shocking Armor. Glorious Golden Armor. Thunder Rumbling Armor. With 3 great defenses on him, Yi Xian would not be killed so easily. Bang! That punch of Jiao Cheng's landed directly on Yi Xian's back, directly dispersing the thunder-rumbling armor as well as shattering the armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. However, by the time it landed on the glorious golden armor, there was already not much force behind it as it only sent Yi Xian flying a little. Pa. Yi Xian stabilized himself before pretending to spurt out a mouthful of blood, abruptly turning and glaring furiously at Jiao Cheng. Why did you launch a sneak attack on me? Yi Xian roared furiously. This scene was so sudden that everyone present was dazed. This Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan was actually arrogant to such an extent, launching a sneak attack on a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall right in front of the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Most importantly, the sneak attack of the third level of the Nether Passage stage Jiao Cheng had actually been blocked by the first level of the Nether Passage stage Yi Xian. This is impossible. Jiao Lai had originally thought that Yi Xian was dead for sure, but now, seeing that not only was Yi Xian not dead, he was even able to turn around and angrily rebuke Jiao Cheng, this Jiao Lai was already completely speechless. The experts of the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm clan were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly shot towards Jiao Cheng. Even if Jiao Cheng continued attacking now, they would be able to block him. However, that earlier strike could not be taken as having never happened. He does indeed have some ability. The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, thought to himself before glaring furiously at Jiao Cheng, who gave you the guts to actually launch a sneak attack right in front of me. Please forgive me, Lord, please forgive me. Seeing his younger brother injured, Jiao Cheng unconsciously acted. Subconscious? If not for Yi Xian having some ability, wouldn't he have died under that blow? Ling Xinglong glared furiously at this grey-clothed old man. The grey-clothed old man was rendered speechless by these words. He could tell that Jiao Cheng had wanted to kill Yi Xian earlier. If Yi Xian did not have some ability, he might already have been killed. There were quite a few experts present, and they could all tell. What should they do now? I will take responsibility for my own actions. Now, Jiao Cheng suddenly roared. These words frightened the grey-clothed old man as he hurriedly rolled his eyes, roaring furiously in a low voice, "Shut up." This Jiao Cheng was someone painstakingly nurtured by the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon, and was also the son of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family's head. Now that he had launched a sneak attack on Yi Xian, if the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord was enraged and forbade Jiao Cheng from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, that would be a huge loss. Currently, the grey-clothed old man was cursing Jiao Cheng furiously within his heart as well. Already 100 years old, still so unruly. Is your Heavenly Thunder Hall the Jiao family? Good, you will take responsibility for your own actions. You have guts. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong's eyes lit up. This way, he would have a reason to punish this Jiao Cheng. But just at this moment. Hall Lord, this is the fault of our Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family. Please show mercy. We are willing to compensate, the grey-clothed old man hurriedly said. Compensate? Do you think, before the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong had finished speaking, another voice resounded. Fine, compensate. This voice entered everyone's ears. As they looked towards the source of the voice, they discovered that it was Yi Xian who had spoken. Right, we are willing to compensate. Little brother, we were in the wrong in this matter. How much do you want? Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the better, the grey-clothed old man hurriedly said. 2,000 inner demon pills. Yi Xian directly said. He had only spat out a bit of blood, and that was just an act. Now that his internal injuries had already recovered, 2,000 inner demon pills should be enough. However, him stepping forward caused the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong to be a little puzzled. This brat is really a money grubber. Now that I'm here to uphold justice for him, he's actually scared? Ling Xinglong raised his eyebrows. He thought that Yi Xian didn't want to provoke the Xianshui Lightning Jiao family, so he chose to compromise. However, he didn't know that Yi Xian deliberately didn't fight back because of this compensation. 2,000 inner demon pills were enough for Yi Xian to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. As long as he broke through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, the benefits at that time would not be as simple as 2,000 inner demon pills. Is this kid stupid? He actually chose to compromise? Now that the hall master is clearly standing up for him, he is actually terrified. I really don't understand. That's right. The surrounding people were confused. 2,000 inner demon pills. When the gray-robed old man heard this number, he muttered to himself and immediately revealed a smile. 2,000 inner demon pills were nothing to him. As long as he could protect Jiao Chong, even 5,000 or 10,000 inner demon pills would be worth it. Immediately, the gray-robed old man took out 2,000 inner demon pills before tossing them to Yi Xian. As Yi Xian caught the inner demon pills, light shot out from his eyes. As long as he broke through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, he would be able to crush this Jiao Chong to death with a single hand. 2,000 inner demon pills have already been given to you. This matter can be considered settled. The gray-robed old man emphasized as he glanced at the Heavenly Thunder Hall Master. Alright, let's leave it at that. Yi Xian smiled slightly. His objective had been achieved. However, at this time, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Master Ling Xinglong suddenly spoke. Jiao Chong's death sentence can be spared, but he cannot escape punishment. I had originally wanted to restrict Jiao Chong from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Now, your Xianxia Lightning Jiao family should eliminate one of your people. When Jiao Chong had ambushed Yi Xian, the other two had also obtained victory, so the Xianxia Lightning Jiao had obtained 3 spots. Now, one had to be eliminated. The gray-robed old man was rather troubled. He understood that this was Ling Xinglong's fury. He had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, it was only eliminating one person. He had the final say. At most, he could just come back next year. Alright, Jiao Yu. Come back next year. The gray-robed old man's gaze finally landed on one person. Yes. This Xianxia Lightning Jiao youth called Jiao Yu nodded. He knew that he had become Jiao Chong's scapegoat. However, Jiao Chong was the young master of the Xianxia Lightning Jiao family. When he returned, he would still be compensated. It was only a year's time, he could afford to wait. Now, there were only 2 spots left for the Xianxia Lightning Jiao. Since that is so, let's leave it at that. Just this once. Ling Xinglong snorted coldly. Originally, he had wanted to forbid Jiao Chong from entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. However, thinking that if Jiao Chong were to be restricted, the Xianxia Lightning Jiao family would definitely come to make trouble, he decided to leave it at that. However, he had caught sight of the crafty expression on Yi Xian's face after obtaining those 2,000 inner demon pills. This kid is definitely not someone who is afraid of trouble. Ling Xinglong thought to himself. However, all in all, this matter could be considered to have come to an end. That Jiao Lai did not expect things to escalate to this point. He was a little regretful that he had almost ruined Jiao Chong's future. If this matter really got out of hand, he would definitely be whipped to death. Jiao Chong was carefully nurtured by the Xianxia Lightning Jiao family. After entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds and enduring the attacks of the Heavenly Lightning, he might be able to transform from a Xianxia Lightning Jiao into a dragon. At that time, Jiao Chong could be considered to have soared into the sky. Alright, the 9 spots for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds have been chosen. Everyone can disperse. Tomorrow, you will enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds with my Ling family's team. Seeing that the examination had ended, Ling Xinglong loudly announced. Soon, the people in the examination arena left one after another. Yi Xian, you are too awesome. You actually blocked Jiao Chong's attack. After entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, your body and soul will receive the baptism of the Heavenly Lightning. I estimate that you will break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm very soon. Ling Xiao immediately went up and said in shock. Hearing this, Yi Xian bitterly smiled in his heart. Without the baptism of the Heavenly Lightning, he could immediately break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. However, with so many experts around, if he suddenly broke through, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Thus, he felt that it was better to go back first. In any case, he had already obtained what he wanted, so he could break through whenever he wanted. However, after he left, Jiao Chong and Jiao Lai also looked at his back with resentment. Big brother, how could this kid be so strong? Jiao Lai said unwillingly. This kid's sword is a good thing. Jiao Chong muttered. He felt that it was Yi Xian's sky-shaking sword that could transform into tens of thousands of forms that protected Yi Xian. Otherwise, just relying on the thunder armor and brilliant golden armor would not have been able to block that punch of his. Big brother, are we just going to let this matter go like this? I am unwilling. I should have entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds this year. Originally, Jiao Lai would definitely have been able to obtain a slot. However, this Yi Xian had appeared out of nowhere, kicking him out of the top 10. This meant that he would have to wait another year before being able to enter. While this was nothing much to the demon race, where would they vent their anger? No rush. We are only competing for a slot into the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds now. This does not mean that he will not meet with danger there. As long as we enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, I will be able to transform into my true form. At that time I will be able to casually crush him to death. Jiao Chong had a disapproving look on his face. While it was he who had ambushed Yi Xian earlier, Yi Xian had kicked Jiao Lai out. This grudge could not be left unavenged. With the competition for the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds over, Yi Xian returned to his lodgings. Breaking through to the second level of the Nether Passage stage only required around 1,000 inner devil pills. However, Yi Xian still went to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall, exchanging all 2,000 inner devil pills for forging materials. Ding, the host has broken through, currently at the second level of the Nether Passage stage. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. 2 system notifications resounded consecutively. After breaking through, Yi Xian's strength had skyrocketed. He was confident that he could defeat that Jiao Chong, even if the latter transformed into his true form. In fact, it might even be 1 against 3, simultaneously battling Jiao Chong, Gu Han, and Su Liang, 3 great geniuses at the third level of the Nether Passage stage. We will be entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds tomorrow. I hear that there are some lightning-type Heavenly Connection beasts there, namely thunder beasts, Yi Xian thought to himself. This was something that Ling Xiao had told him earlier. Still, with his strength, rampaging through the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds would be no problem at all. Very quickly, a day's time passed. When the next day arrived, Yi Xian went to meet up with Ling Xiao and Ling Yun. This time, the Ling family also had 10-odd people entering the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. Yi Xian, you've come. Waiting outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall, seeing Yi Xian emerge, Ling Xiao called out as well. Although Yi Xian had already broken through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm and could control Ling Xiao, the latter treated him as a friend, so he felt that it was best to forget about it. Currently, there were already quite a few people gathered outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall. 16 from the Ling family and 9 from the other clans added together. That was to say, 9 from Yi Xian, making a total of 25. The one leading the team this time was Elder Ling Chong. This brat dares to make so many people wait. Jiao Chong's eyes flickered. Yi Xian ignored Jiao Chong's murderous glare and glanced at the Ling family team on the other side. The Ling family also had 3 experts at the third level of the Nether Passage realm. The one in the lead was called Ling Mutian, and he was the younger brother of the number 1 genius of the Ling family, Ling Zhantian. This time, he wanted to use the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. While some of them had not been present that day, the matter of Yi Xian had spread throughout the entire Heavenly Thunder Hall within a single day, directly becoming famous. So this is Yi Xian? He doesn't look like much. I heard that he received a blow from Jiao Chong. TSK, Jiao Chong's strength is basically not worth mentioning in front of Brother Mutian. That's not bad. After all, he's only at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm, 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm? As soon as these words were said, everyone else was simultaneously shocked as well. They could feel that Yi Xian had actually already broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. How was this possible? Yesterday, Yi Xian had still been at the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm, seizing a spot in the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds. Now, Yi Xian had actually broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. This was really too much of a coincidence. Yi Xian, you broke through? Noticing that something was not right, Ling Xiao asked in shock. That's right. This is all thanks to that punch of senior apprentice brother Jiao Chong, Yi Xian grinned. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the first level of the Nether Passage realm to the second level of the Nether Passage realm. This was really inconceivable. Your previous battle prowess was probably not inferior to mine. Now that you've broken through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, then, as Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly shut up as he unconsciously glanced at Jiao Chong. He saw Jiao Chong gazing in their direction with a dark expression, his gaze seemingly saying, even if I've broken through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm, I can still crush you to death with a single hand. Alright, while it's not time yet, everyone is already here. Let's be on our way. Elder Ling Chong retracted his gaze from Yi Xian. After sending a signal towards the skies, a figure descended from the sky. This was a large eagle whose entire body flickered with the light of lightning, large enough to carry 50 people. Alright, everyone get on the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle and prepare to depart. Elder Ling Chong was the first to leap onto the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle. Yi Xian and the others did the same. This Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds was not within the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Instead, it was somewhere else, roughly a day's journey away from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Meanwhile, this Thunderbolt Eagle was a Heavenly Connection beast comparable to a 4th-level Nether Passage realm martial artist. It would only require 1 or 2 hours to reach the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds. Yi Xian and the rest of the 26 set off. On the way to the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds, Elder Ling Chong explained, I believe that everyone already knows that the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds is not without danger. There are also some Heavenly Connection beasts. If you can slay these lightning beasts, you can come here to exchange them for Heart Devil Pills. A first-level Nether Passage Heavenly Connection beast is 100 Heart Devil Pills, a second-level Nether Passage Heavenly Connection beast is 500 Heart Devil Pills, a third-level Nether Passage Heavenly Connection beast is 2,500 Heart Devil Pills, and so on. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had not thought that there would still be such a way to earn money. Ling Xiao had actually forgotten to tell him about it. With his strength, slaying a third-level Nether Passage Heavenly Connection beast was no problem at all. This was all money. The corpse of a third-level Nether Passage Heavenly Connection beast, even if the beast soul was included, would still not be able to reach 2,500 Heart Devil Pills. This could be considered a benefit of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Elder Ling Chong paused for a moment before continuing. Also, there are some spots of lightning within the Forbidden Sky Thunder Grounds. These spots of lightning change every day. You have to stand within these spots of lightning, using the power of all manifestations to guide the heavenly lightning. Only then can you temper the strength of your physique and soul. According to the past calculations of my Heavenly Thunder Hall, the strength of one's physique and soul will be the lesser. If one's physique and soul are respectively at 6 stars and 7 stars, they will be able to guide 6 streaks of heavenly lightning to temper their body. If one is at 6.5 stars and 7 stars, they can instead try 7 streaks of heavenly lightning according to their own circumstances. They just have to use the power of all manifestations to resist it for a while. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but think of his own results. While his physique was only at 8 stars, this was because he had concealed his strength. If he truly tested it, he would be able to reach 8.5 stars, and his soul would also be at 8.5 stars. In other words, he would be able to receive at least 8 streaks of heavenly lightning. However, one must not forget that he had already broken through. If he were to test it again, 9 stars would not be an issue. Therefore, he was guaranteed to receive at least 9 streaks of heavenly lightning. He also did not know how much his physique and soul would improve after being tempered by 9 streaks of heavenly lightning. Very quickly, 2 hours passed, and Ling Chong's group arrived at a lightning prison on the Lightning Eagle. This was the Forbidden Lightning Grounds. It was pitch black inside, surrounded by the formations of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Elder Ling Chong let the Thunderhawk land outside the Forbidden Heavenly Lightning Grounds. He then said, "Alright, everything has been explained clearly. You have 3 days to enter the Forbidden Heavenly Lightning Grounds. If you don't come out after 3 days, you can use these broken thunder stones to leave the formation and return." Saying this, he distributed the lightning-breaking stones. These things could break through the defensive formations of the Forbidden Lightning Grounds, but could only be used once. Next, Elder Ling Chong broke through the formations of the Forbidden Lightning Grounds, allowing everyone to enter. Yi Xian was also among them, entering the forbidden lightning grounds. As soon as he entered, he felt a berserk yuan qi of heaven and earth, with lightning appearing in the air from time to time. This place was extremely terrifying, but to the mystic water lightning serpent, it was a pretty good place to live. Alright, everyone be careful. Ling Mutian yelled, leaving everyone behind as he left by himself. The lightning of the forbidden lightning grounds all had a fixed number of times. If they were all gathered together, it would be impossible to completely temper them in 3 days, so they had to split up to search for them. Yi Xian, let's go together. At this time, Ling Xiao glanced at Jiao Chong, then said to Yi Xian. He was afraid that Jiao Chong was plotting something, and he was also a member of the Ling family. With him here, Jiao Chong wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but a mere Jiao Chong is nothing to me. You guys go first. Yi Xian directly rejected Ling Xiao and Ling Yan's invitation. Indeed, his strength was already at the peak of this group. If that Jiao Chong came knocking on his door, he wouldn't mind taking care of him. Moreover, he was also preparing to let Luo Luo undergo the tempering of the heavenly lightning, so it wouldn't be convenient for Ling Xiao and Ling Yan to follow. Yesterday, he had also taken a piece of frost steel, then secretly let Luo Luo test it. Luo Luo's physique was also 8.5 stars, but her soul strength was about the same as Yi Xian's. In other words, she could also test 9 bolts of heavenly lightning. Alright, we'll take our leave first. Ling Xiao glanced at Jiao Chong and left with Ling Yan. At this time, most of the people who had passed the examination and entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land had already left. Gu Han and Su Liang had also left. Now, only Jiao Chong, another disciple from the Blackwater Lightning Jiao clan, and Yi Xian were left. Brat, you better not let me see you inside, or you'll die miserably. After Jiao Chong said those words, he left with the other person. This was the entrance to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds, and with a Heavenly Thunder Hall elder behind him, Jiao Chong would not dare to act rashly. However, if they were to meet inside, it would be a different story. Killing Yi Xian and then feeding Yi Xian's corpse to the Heavenly Connecting Beast, even if someone suspected it, there was no evidence. After all, many people had died in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land over the years, including the Ling clan. Right now, Yi Xian was the only one who hadn't left. However, before Jiao Chong left, he controlled the lackey beside him. Let's not care about this Jiao Chong for now. Let's find a lightning strike point first. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with anything else as he directly left. While there were dangers in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, as the Heavenly Thunder Hall would send people in every year, the lightning beasts inside maintained a balance. Yi Xian ran for a full 10 minutes, yet did not see a single bolt of heavenly lightning. It was like the calm before the storm. Finally, half an hour after he had entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. Rumble. A rumbling sound resounded from the horizon. Yi Xian swiveled his head, immediately rushing over. Very quickly, he saw an area that had been charred by lightning. Heavenly lightning is currently condensing in the sky. My luck is pretty good. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly leapt into the lightning strike point. Rumble. A streak of white light flashed across the sky. Raising his head, Yi Xian saw a bolt of lightning descend. He immediately used the power of all manifestations to guide this bolt of heavenly lightning. ZZ. The heavenly lightning struck his body, stimulating every single cell in his body as well as his soul. So this is the tempering of heavenly lightning? Not bad. If I were to completely absorb this power of lightning within my body, I would be able to raise my strength by quite a bit. Yi Xian felt like this trip had been worth it. The number of bolts of heavenly lightning in a single lightning strike point was not fixed. Thus, Yi Xian directly called Luo Luo over. Luo Luo, finish it first. Yi Xian gave the lightning strike point to Luo Luo, letting her finish it first before anything else. Sadly, this lightning strike point only had 3 strikes. Earlier, when Yi Xian had received 1, Luo Luo had only received 1. Young master, if I were to receive 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, I would more or less be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage. Luo Luo said. Alright, let us continue on our way. Yi Xian nodded. According to Ling Xiao, The closer they got to the depths of the heavenly thunder forbidden land, the more concentrated the lightning strikes would be. Very quickly, he found the second lightning strike point. Luoluo received another 2 strikes of heavenly lightning. However, he did not encounter a single heavenly beast. Why was that? Could they all be hibernating? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had originally planned to make a fortune here. When he left, perhaps he would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. However, he did not encounter a single heavenly beast. This was a little strange. Forget it. Let Luoluo finish first. Without another word, Yi Xian continued on his way. The lightning strikes were indeed as Ling Xiao had said. The closer they got to the depths, the more concentrated they were. In just half a day, Luoluo had already received 9 bolts of heavenly lightning. Whether it was her body or the strength of her soul, they had both greatly improved. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of Luoluo's soul had already surpassed Jiao Cheng's, and perhaps even Ling Mutian's. Then, it would be his turn next. However, after he finished receiving the lightning strikes, there was a sudden change in the heavenly thunder forbidden land. At this time, it was a day after he entered the heavenly thunder forbidden land. Rumble. 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 In the distant horizon, lightning suddenly intersected. Bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning struck the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 bolts of heavenly lightning had struck the ground. Something seems to have happened there. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Curious, he decided to go there and take a look. However, when he was halfway there, an explosive roar sounded. It was like a dragon's roar, but it was not. So it's some powerful heavenly beast. Yi Xian immediately reacted. However, there seemed to be a battle erupting there, but he did not know who it was. When Yi Xian got closer, he discovered that a beast tide had erupted. Countless heavenly beasts rushed out in all directions like ripples. That was the corpse of a blue dragon, its entire body crackling with electricity. Meanwhile, in the air above it were several figures. Yi Xian recognized all of them. Jiao Cheng, Ling Mutian, Gu Han, Su Liang. Sweeping his gaze over, Yi Xian actually discovered that there were so many 3rd-level ethereal opening experts, a total of 6 of them. Now. Roar. Jiao Cheng suddenly roared towards the heavens, instantly transforming into a blue flood dragon. Next, he swooped downwards, biting down on the neck of that dragon corpse as he began madly absorbing its essence blood. That dragon seems to be the rather rare Thunder Roar dragon. Is this Jiao Cheng thinking of transforming into a dragon with its essence blood? Yi Xian immediately reacted. He guessed that Jiao Cheng had come to an agreement with the others that as long as they helped him kill this Thunder Roar dragon, they would be rewarded. They had probably already planned this from the very start, thus having arrived here earlier than Yi Xian. Those heavenly connection beasts had all come to protect him. However, following the death of the Thunder Roar dragon, these heavenly connection beasts had all scattered. This Ling family is actually helping the Jiao. If the Hall Lord were to learn of this, would he vomit blood? Yi Xian could not help but think to himself. The Heavenly Thunder Hall still felt that the profound water thunder flood dragon was too strong, fearing that it would turn the tables on them in the future. Now, however, Ling Mutian and the others were actually helping Jiao Cheng. Should they be called ignorant or greedy? Still, Yi Xian could not be bothered with that. That Thunder Roar dragon was a 4th-level ethereal opening heavenly connection beast. If it were to be exchanged, it would be worth 12,500 inner devil pills. While these inner devil pills would not allow Yi Xian to break through, they would be able to raise his strength by a great deal. At the same time, Wei Zhentian would be able to break through to the 3rd level of the ethereal opening stage at the very least, perhaps even the 4th level. TSK, let's go snatch the corpse. Yi Xian grinned. Since he had already formed a grudge with this profound water thunder flood dragon clan, he might as well blow things up a little more. Azure Dragon Claws extending 8 stances. Yi Xian immediately summoned a few sky dragons to open up a path for him. Those sky-reaching beasts that he had killed along the way were all sucked into his devouring space without exception. At this moment, Ling Mutian and the others in the distance raised their brows. They did not notice Yi Xian. Instead, they saw the changes in Jiao Cheng's body. The essence blood of the Thunder War Dragon is really effective. It seems that Jiaocheng can really transform into a dragon this time. Ling Mutian said with a frown. Senior brother Ling, if we do this, will the Hall Master be unhappy? Gu Han asked. It's fine. Even if this Jiaocheng succeeds in transforming into a dragon, he should still be unable to threaten our Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Mutian shook his head. Even if the Mystic Water Thunder Jiao transformed into a Mystic Water Thunder Dragon, Jiaocheng was the only one. Although his descendants could also be dragons, there was still a long gap. The Heavenly Thunder Hall would not allow the profound Water Thunder Flood Dragon to rise like this. When the time came, some measures would be taken. At this moment, visible changes were currently occurring in Jiaocheng's body. His scales began to fall off before new scales grew out, his flesh becoming firmer as well. Electricity unceasingly leapt about his entire body as a pair of massive wings even sprouted. Most importantly, his aura was currently skyrocketing. From this, he is going to break through into the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage in a single go. Ling Mutian's eyes lit up. This time, he had come for the sake of breaking through as well. However, in order to help Jiaocheng, he had yet to undergo the tempering of a single bolt of heavenly thunder. If Jiaocheng broke through and successfully transformed into a dragon, it would probably not be a problem for him to take on the 5 of them alone. Jiaocheng's aura was still skyrocketing as his dragonization had yet to complete. However, at this moment, some activity drew the attention of Ling Mutian and the others. Swiveling his head, Ling Mutian discovered that the newcomer was actually Yixian. It's this kid. Ling Mutian did not make any movements at first. However, seeing Yixian rush straight towards Jiaocheng, he reacted as well. Not good, this kid wants to interrupt his dragonization. Stop him. Hearing this, Gu Han and Su Liang's expressions changed as well, and they attacked together. Their mission was to help Jiaocheng kill this powerful Thunder War Dragon. Although they had already completed their mission, what if Jiaocheng's dragonization was interrupted and they were blamed for it? Kid, I know you have a grudge with Jiaocheng, but this Thunder War Dragon was killed by us. You should leave. Gu Han shouted at Yixian. The strong deserve the share. If you don't dodge, I'll beat you up. Yixian didn't say anything else and directly went forward to welcome him. Behind him were 7 golden dragons. Left Azure Dragon stretches its claws, 8th move of the 8 moves, leaderless dragons. Yixian executed the last move, and the 8th heavenly dragon appeared. Since you don't have eyes, then I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Gu Han's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, Su Liang attacked as well. Both of them were at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. It was a little embarrassing for them to team up against a 2nd level Nether Passage realm martial artist, but they were prepared to team up just in case. However, when they exchanged blows with Yixian, they realized that there was a huge difference between them and Yixian. After all, Yixian had already been tempered by the heavenly lightning, while they had only received 1 or 2 bolts. Yixian's soul strength had already surpassed theirs. Bang! In just one move, Gu Han and Su Liang, both at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, were sent flying. So strong. In the sky, Ling Mutian's heart trembled. He said to the 2 Ling family geniuses behind him, you 2 go as well. Yes. The 2 nodded and went up to greet him. Right now, it was 4 against 1. For 3rd level Nether Passage realm martial artists fighting Yixian, a 2nd level Nether Passage realm martial artist. If word got out, people would die of laughter. But in this situation, even 4 of them were probably not Yixian's match. Boom. 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 For 3rd level Nether Passage realm martial artists working together couldn't do anything to Yixian. They were even beaten back by Yixian. 4 pieces of trash can't beat him even when working together. In the sky, Ling Mutian muttered in his heart and then charged down explosively. If he didn't take down Yixian, it wouldn't be good if he disturbed Jiaocheng. After all, Jiaocheng had promised to give him 20,000 inner demon pills. Right now, it was 5 great geniuses working together. Seeing Ling Mutian come down, Yixian's expression changed. Ling Mutian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than Jiaocheng's from before. Although it was his first time seeing Ling Mutian, he had heard Ling Xiao boast before. He just didn't know if it was true. Come at me. Yi Xian shouted loudly. Now, he was going to go all out. However, his goal wasn't to kill Ling Mutian's group of 5, but to collect the Thunder Roar Dragon's corpse. Therefore, it was fine as long as he kept the 5 of them busy. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly channeled his true qi and 10,000 mammoths power to form a lightning spear. Heavenly Thunder Combat Halberd? Everyone was shocked. Right at this moment. Heavenly Lightning Domain, go to hell. Yi Xian suddenly stabbed the Heavenly Lightning Combat Halberd into the ground. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning entered the bodies of Ling Mutian and the others. The 5 of them hadn't been tempered by heavenly lightning many times, so their resistance to lightning was extremely low. They were instantly paralyzed and couldn't move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly rushed out. Not good. Ling Mutian's face darkened, but he was paralyzed and couldn't move, so he naturally couldn't stop Yi Xian. But when Yi Xian broke through Ling Mutian's group of 5, roar. A deafening roar rang out, followed by another flash of lightning. The one who let out this roar was Jiao Chong, who'd just succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Damn, I was one step too slow. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but his target was the corpse of the Thunder Roar Dragon. However, when he approached, Jiao Chong kept the Thunder Roaring Dragon's corpse into his interspatial ring. Kid, you're walking right into a trap. Jiao Chong's main body spoke, his dragon eyes glaring angrily at Yi Xian. 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm? Yi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. Jiao Chong's current aura had already reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm, and he was in his main body. His strength was probably not to be underestimated. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian wouldn't take him seriously, but don't forget that Ling Mutian and the other 3 3rd-level Nether Passage Realm experts were behind him. If he was surrounded, he'd probably die 9 times out of 10. Go, Yi Xian made a prompt decision and immediately turned to leave. Kid, since you're here, then stay. Jiao Chong's main body roared, lightning flashing on his body. These were heavenly lightning formed by the power of 10,000 elephants, which struck straight at Yi Xian. Boom. 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 Yi Xian had no choice but to use the thunder armor because it had an inexplicable resistance to lightning strikes. What he wanted now was to lure Jiao Chong away. If Ling Mutian and the others didn't follow, then he could kill Jiao Chong. At this moment, Ling Mutian and the others looked at Jiao Chong, who had successfully transformed into a dragon and was chasing after Yi Xian. They all revealed a trace of pity. Yi Xian's talent was indeed not bad, as he had been able to intimidate the 5 of them all by himself. If he were to mature in the future, he would be a great battle force of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Unfortunately, what did this have to do with them? Jiao Chong has broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm and successfully transformed into a dragon. This brat is dead for sure. Let's go and accept the heavenly lightning striking the body. Ling Mutian shook his head and left in the opposite direction. In his heart, Yi Xian was already a dead man. All right. Everyone nodded and left one after another. There was only 1 day left, which was more than enough time for them. As Yi Xian evaded the attacks of the heavenly lightning, he used his eye of perception to detect that Ling Mutian and the others were not pursuing him. This was exactly what he wanted. At the same time, he also knew that this black water thunder dragon behind him was currently toying with him. Brat, aren't you very arrogant, actually daring to interrupt my dragon transformation ceremony? Run some more. Jiao Chong's voice resounded unceasingly. He had already finished enduring the tempering of the heavenly lightning, just that he had not successfully transformed into a dragon. Fortunately, he had heard that there was a thunder-roaring dragon in the heavenly thunder forbidden land earlier, thus wanting to use its essence blood to stimulate the dragon bloodline within his body. Flood dragons actually still possessed the bloodline of dragons within their bodies, just that it was extremely thin. It just so happened that the thunder-roaring dragon and the black water thunder flood dragon were of similar attributes. After absorbing the essence blood of the thunder-roaring dragon, Jiao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon. If he completely refined the essence blood he had just absorbed, his strength would increase yet again. This talent already surpassed the past geniuses of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. I'll turn you into dragon slices in a while. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Behind him, Jiao Chong was also still adapting to his strength. Thus, he was constantly using heavenly lightning to chase Yi Xian away, enjoying this very much. When he was done playing, it would be Yi Xian's time of death. The two swiftly left that area from earlier. Left Azure Dragon stretching claw 8 stances. As Yi Xian ran, he attempted to obstruct Jiao Chong with his golden heavenly dragon. Of course, he did not think that this would be able to injure Jiao Chong, merely exhausting the latter's true chi. Brat, it's no use. The difference in strength between us is too great. You will definitely die today. Jiao Chong laughed coldly, his tone extremely confident. If a normal person saw this, they would probably think the same as Ling Mutian's group of 5. Yi Xian was dead for sure. However, Yi Xian did not think so. This Jiao Chong was currently slowly walking into his trap. With Jiao Chong chasing after him, his aura exploding, Yi Xian did not encounter any heavenly connection beasts blocking his path. Soon, Jiao Chong adapted to his strength and was satisfied with his playful nature. Next, it was Yi Xian's time of death. Alright, brat, accept the punishment of heavenly lightning. Jiao Chong suddenly roared at the sky. A surge of true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength gathered in his mouth, then fiercely spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Yi Xian. This dragon breath was not the same as other giant dragons. This dragon breath was completely made of lightning, and its power was even comparable to the mid-level ethereal passage ability, Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered. Without turning his head, he directly opened a void gate in front of him. Then, he did his best to avoid it. Boom, the giant dragon breath passed through the void gate and reappeared in another place. What? Jiao Chong was shocked. What kind of technique was this? How could it absorb an attack? No, it was not absorbing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. An aura suddenly appeared. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck Jiao Chong's back, and it just so happened that this bolt of lightning was unleashed by Jiao Chong himself. Earlier on, Yi Xian had been constantly using void positioning. That was why when the dragon breath entered the void gate, it appeared behind Jiao Chong. This is impossible, Jiao Chong's dragon body trembled in disbelief. Fortunately, he was a black water thunder dragon and was resistant to heavenly lightning, not to mention that it was an attack he had unleashed. Even so, he was seriously injured by his own attack, and his aura instantly dropped. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly formed the Heavenly Thunder Halberd and viciously swung it at Jiao Chong's abdomen. Whoosh, a cold light flashed and directly sank into Jiao Chong's body, piercing through it. Ha ha ha, do you think this move will work on me? Jiao Chong was immune to most of the lightning. The injury he suffered was only a hole in his body. This could only be blamed on Yi Xian's low level and 10,000 mammoth strength. Otherwise, he would have electrocuted Jiao Chong to death. Isn't it easy to deal with you? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. This time, he was going to look for Jiao Chong. Return of all swords. What? Jiao Chong was frightened by this scene. Previously, he felt that the heaven-shaking sword was extraordinary and wanted to kill Yi Xian to seize the treasure. Now that he saw so many heaven-shaking giant swords, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Destroy for me. Jiao Chong's entire body erupted with countless lightning, shattering the heaven-shaking giant swords around him. However, due to the large number, he was still blasted to the ground by the heaven-shaking sword. Bang! 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 Jiao Chong's body was much bigger than the heaven-shaking giant swords. Fortunately, there were many heaven-shaking giant swords. When Jiao Chong was smashed to the ground, the heaven-shaking giant swords were like falling stones, ruthlessly smashing down. Hiss! 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 One heaven-shaking giant sword after another pierced Jiao Chong's body, causing him to roar towards the sky in pain. Stinking brat, I will definitely kill you. However, the heaven-shaking giant sword's sealing ability was very strong. In the blink of an eye, only Jiao Chong's head was left outside. Sigh, I originally wanted to spare your life. Who asked you to court death? Yi Xian walked over with a harmless look. Don't be hypocritical. If you want to kill me, then kill me. My Blackwater Lightning Wyrm clan will not let you go. Jiaocheng shouted angrily. Alright, since you are in such a hurry to die, then I will naturally. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, Jiaocheng opened his mouth and spat out another lightning dragon breath. You still don't understand the situation? I missed the first time, will I miss the second time? Yi Xian once again opened up a void door, and this dragon breath was once again absorbed by Jiaocheng. Roar! Jiaocheng roared towards the sky, the pain was heart-wrenching. However, the moment he opened his mouth, a silver slash entered his bloody mouth. Nirvanic slash! Hiss! With a continuous crisp sound, Jiaocheng's entire head was chopped off, and he instantly died. Because Jiaocheng was from the demon clan, his corpse was of no use to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian directly stored it in the planting space. With the current level of the planted space, living people could not enter, but dead people could. Yi Xian wanted to use Jiaocheng's body as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree to promote its growth. As for the carcass of the Thunder Roar dragon, Yi Xian decided to devour the beast soul and give the carcass to the heavenly treasure tree as fertilizer. Ling Mutian and the others all knew that the Thunder Roar dragon's corpse was in Jiaocheng's hands. If he took out the Thunder Roar dragon's corpse to exchange for the Heart Devil pill, wouldn't that be admitting that he killed Jiaocheng? There's nothing in the interspatial ring. You're the young master of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan. Yi Xian sighed. However, he also knew that the rich ones were only the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan, not Jiaocheng. Now that Jiaocheng was dead and he had accepted the tempering of the 9 bolts of lightning, the next step was to start earning money. Their targets were the heaven-reaching beasts in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. However, just as he was about to leave, young master, there is a dragon pearl in that Thunder Roar dragon's body. Luolua's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Dragon pearl? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Something like a dragon pearl was rare. He sank his mind into the planting space and saw that Luolua was holding a blue electric ball in her hand. Presumably, this was the dragon pearl. Ding, the dragon pearl can be used as the artifact spirit of a magic treasure. The system suddenly reminded him carefully. Magic treasure? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He remembered that refining a magic treasure required an artifact spirit and an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit was something with consciousness. However, since the system reminded him like this, then the dragon pearl could be used as an artifact spirit. As long as he found a carrier, he could refine another magic treasure. He quickly looked at the magic treasure system and found that this Thunder Dragon Pearl could be refined into a magic treasure called the Thunder Pearl. The effect was very simple. It was to throw it out and explode. This magic treasure is easy to refine, but my cultivation level rises quickly, so I need to sign a mutual growth contract. Yi Xian sank his mind into the exchange system again. Wei Zhentian had already signed a mutual growth contract with him. As long as he devoured ores or weapons, Wei Zhentian would also increase in strength. A mutual growth contract required a single devour point to be exchanged for. Currently, Yi Xian did not have any devour points, so he could only put it aside. This Thunder Pearl is not bad. As long as it is refined into a magic treasure, it can be used countless times. At that time it will become another trump card of mine. Yi Xian thought to himself. He only needed to ask someone from the Heavenly Thunder Hall to refine a Thunder Pearl. Thus, he decided to first refine a magic treasure before signing the contract. Refining a heaven-connecting artifact required money. Thus, Yi Xian had to start earning money, and then get someone to forge a mid-grade second-grade heaven-connecting artifact. With his current strength, there were already no humans or beasts in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone who could threaten him. Thus, he directly attacked from both sides, his main body and his clone killing together. The Heavenly Thunder Hall gave a benefit to the geniuses who entered the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, which was to exchange the corpses of heaven-connecting beasts for inner devil pills. As Yi Xian prepared to return to the entrance, he had already collected heaven-connecting beast corpses worth around 10,000 inner devil pills. Afterwards, he left. Yi Xian. As Yi Xian hurried back to the entrance of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, he found that quite a few people had already exited. Seeing Yi Xian, Ling Xiao also hurriedly greeted him. However, amongst these people were Ling Mutian and the others who had assisted Jiao Chong in slaying the Thunder Roar Dragon that day. How is this possible? This brat is actually not dead? Ling Mutian and the others were all stunned. They had all thought that Yi Xian had already been slain by the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage Jiao Chong. Yet, Yi Xian had actually appeared before them, alive and kicking. Could it be that Yi Xian had knelt down and begged for mercy, and then Jiao Chong had spared him? In their hearts, it was impossible for the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage Yi Xian to defeat the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage Jiao Chong. Or could it be that Yi Xian had joined the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan? This was indeed possible. However, Ling Mutian and the others definitely would not have thought that Yi Xian had already slain that Jiao Chong. This brat is rather lucky. Ling Mutian and the others did not mind, because 3 of them had already broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. Besides Ling Mutian, there was also Guhan and Su Liang. As for the other 2 of the Ling family, they had yet to break through. Ling Xiao, congratulations on breaking through. After glancing at Ling Mutian and the others, Yi Xian cupped his fists in greeting. Using this trip to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Zone, Ling Xiao had successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. While Ling Yun had not, she would probably be soon. Haha, just lucky, just lucky. Ling Xiao broke into a grin. Seeing Yi Xian take it out, that elder Ling Cheng also sighed in relief. He had still been afraid that Yi Xian had been killed by Jiao Chong. It seemed like he had worried too much. It will be time in another hour. We will return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall after that. Yes. Yi Xian nodded, then walked over. The Heavenly Connection beasts of the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands all carried the lightning attribute, and were rather rare as well. Yi Xian passed over the prepared yin and yang ring. Receiving it, Elder Ling Chong exclaimed in shock, "Not bad, not bad. There are 2 corpses of 3rd level Heavenly Connection beasts, a total of 13,000 inner devil pills." He did not waste words, directly retrieving a certain amount of inner devil pills for Yi Xian. "Many thanks, Elder." Yi Xian thanked him, keeping the inner devil pills. When he returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he would use these inner devil pills to get the Heavenly Thunder Hall's forging master to forge a Heavenly Connection artifact, then gather some materials to forge the Thunder Rumbling Pearl artifact. Very quickly, an hour passed. During this hour, a few more people came out, but what puzzled Ling Mutian and the others was that Jiao Chong was still nowhere to be seen. Before Jiao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon, he should have already been tempered by the Heavenly Thunder. Logically speaking, he should not have been late. But now, why was he still not out? This Jiao Chong, is he unceasingly slaughtering Heavenly Connection beasts before exchanging them for inner devil pills for us? Now that he is late, Elder Ling Chong will definitely not let him do so. Ling Mutian thought to himself. Alright, the time is up. There are still 6 people who have not come out. Let them return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall on their own. Elder Ling Chong roared before leaping onto the back of the Thunderbolt Eagle, the others not daring to tarry as they followed suit. The Thunderbolt Eagle took off, shooting towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Before leaving the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands, however, that Jiao Chong still had not appeared. This elder Ling Chong also found it rather strange as he unceasingly appraised Yi Xian, yet was unable to discover anything out of the ordinary. Jiao Yang, why hasn't Jiao Chong come out? Ling Chong suddenly asked. This Jiao Yang was also a genius of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan, and was also the only other demon in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Lands party apart from Jiao Chong this time. Elder Ling Chong had seen Jiao Yang leave together with Jiao Chong back then. I met senior apprentice brother Jiao Chong in the wee hours. He has already successfully transformed into a dragon, having broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm and is currently consolidating his foundation. Jiao Yang said truthfully. He really succeeded in transforming into a dragon, and broke through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage? Ling Chong narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. However, what he didn't know was that Jiao Yang was already under Yi Xian's control. Everything he said was a lie. He was trying to absolve Yi Xian. Yesterday, Jiao Chong had tried to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had not died. Now that Jiao Yang had met Jiao Chong in the wee hours of the morning, it proved that Jiao Chong was still alive. When Ling Mutian and the others heard this, they were certain that Yi Xian was really begging for mercy. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Now, they were just waiting for Jiao Chong to return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall before giving them the promised reward. Very quickly, they returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. He's back. He's finally back. Outside the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a group of people were waiting. The Thunderhawk landed, and everyone came forward to welcome it. Where's Jiao Chong? The gray-clothed elder from the mysterious Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan glanced around, but did not find Jiao Chong's figure, and hurriedly asked. Grand Elder, he has already successfully transformed into a dragon, also breaking through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. He is currently consolidating his cultivation base in the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land, Jiao Yang replied once more. He was also a member of the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan, so the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan members naturally believed his words. Successfully transformed into a dragon? Good, truly great. From today onwards, our Mysterious Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan can be called the Mysterious Water Lightning Dragon clan. The gray-clothed elder was extremely happy. Now, his gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian, and he was rather surprised as well. According to Jiao Chong's personality, if he had encountered Yi Xian would definitely have died. Still, it didn't matter whether Yi Xian was alive or not. This was of no importance to them. On the other side, after hearing the news that Jiao Chong had successfully transformed into a dragon, the people of the Ling family also frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Alright, everyone go back and rest. Make use of this chance to quickly enter secluded cultivation and strive to improve further, Elder Ling Chong shouted. Yes. They all nodded, leaving one after another. Yi Xian also returned to his lodgings, but left very quickly, directly heading for the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was also skilled in artifact forging. The heavenly connecting artifacts they forged were slightly better than those of other places, at the same time also containing the attribute of thunder, their offensive power greater. After entering the artifact forging hall, Yi Xian said to a disciple, "This senior apprentice brother, I would like to forge a mid-grade 2nd grade heavenly connecting artifact." Mid-grade 2nd grade? This Heavenly Thunder Hall disciple raised his head, glancing around before saying, Elder Ling Yao is currently free. He felt that Yi Xian was rather unfamiliar to him, but being able to forge a mid-grade 2nd grade heavenly connecting artifact, he must definitely be very wealthy. After all, most people would just go straight to the point, not going to custom make them. Alright, many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Yi Xian thanked him before heading towards Elder Ling Yao's lodgings. While he could forge as well, a forging blueprint would be too expensive. Thus, he had come to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. He only wanted to forge an ordinary heavenly connecting artifact. It was not very complicated, and any random elder would probably be able to forge it. Very quickly, Yi Xian found this Elder Ling Yao. Oh? It's you? This Elder Ling Yao was in the midst of forging a heavenly connecting artifact. After seeing Yi Xian, he too was stunned for a moment. He had also just happened to be present during the examination that day, thus recognizing Yi Xian. Greetings, Elder. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. It looks like you have already returned from the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Grounds. What, you want to forge a weapon? Elder Ling Yao asked. Yes, but my request is very simple. Yi Xian nodded before handing over a blueprint. Glancing at it, Elder Ling Yao raised his brows, asking, That's it? Yes. Yi Xian replied. This blueprint was the simplest one that Elder Ling Yao had ever seen. It was just a round ball on which sharp spikes could extend and contract around it, resembling a sea urchin. As for the rest, there was nothing else. You want me to forge something like this as well? Elder Ling Yao was rather displeased. This was a little too much of a waste. This thing is very important to this little one. I ask for Elder's help. I have already prepared the materials, Yi Xian said. Since you have prepared the materials yourself, I'll take 5,000 inner devil pills then. While Elder Ling Yao felt that this was a little unreliable, he would not reject money. Alright. Yi Xian nodded, directly taking out 5,000 inner devil pills and handing it over along with the materials. Something like this can be forged in 2 days. Come and get it tomorrow, Elder Ling Yao said. All right. Yi Xian responded before directly leaving. As long as this artifact was completed, Yi Xian would be able to forge the rumbling thunder pearl for himself. After entrusting the task to Elder Ling Yao, Yi Xian returned to his own residence. Very quickly, 2 days passed. Yi Xian returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall's artifact forging hall. Kid, your item has been forged. Take it. Seeing Yi Xian return, Elder Ling Yao tossed him a yin and yang ring. Within the ring was a purplish-blue sphere that was half the size of a basketball. There were strange patterns on its surface. Yi Xian took it out and activated it with the power of all manifestations. In the next instant, the sphere emitted a clang as countless spikes extended from it. These spikes were something that Yi Xian used to confuse others, making them think that this heavenly artifact was extremely ordinary. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him and quickly left. Looking at his departing figure, Ling Yao shook his head helplessly. Previously, when Yi Xian said that this item was very important to him, Ling Yao didn't take it seriously at all. As Ling Yao saw it, this item was completely useless. After leaving the artifact forging hall, Yi Xian immersed his consciousness into the artifact system. Ding! Will the host begin forging the artifact Thunder Pearl? Yes. Ding! Artifact Thunder Pearl has been successfully forged. The system notification sounded. After hearing this, Yi Xian took out the Thunder Pearl from the Devouring space. This artifact's appearance didn't change much. However, when Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation, he discovered that the lightning-type Dragon Pearl had entered the interior of the Thunder Pearl. At the same time, this Thunder Pearl also had 2 abilities. Thunder Dragon Roar, cooldown time, 1 day. Heavenly Lightning Apocalypse, cooldown time, 1 day. Yi Xian didn't expect that there would be an additional ability, which was the Thunder Dragon Roar. At the same time, this Thunder Pearl was equivalent to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, a level higher than Wei Zhentian. This Elder Ling Yao is really something. He gave me 5,000 inner devil pills, and he still isn't refining properly. Yi Xian looked a little helpless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm, it meant that the Thunder Pearl was only a low-grade divine artifact of the 2nd level. Once it reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, it would become a mid-grade divine artifact of the 2nd level. In other words, Elder Ling Yao was slacking off. Fortunately, the Thunder Pearl had one more growth attribute than Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian could be improved by relying on weapons and ores, so could the Thunder Pearl. At the same time, the Thunder Pearl could also be improved by relying on thunder-attributed items, making it easier than Wei Zhentian. However, what Yi Xian wanted to do the most now was to find a place to test the power of the Thunder Dragon's Roar and the Heavenly Lightning Devastation. Immediately, he left and prepared to go outside to try it out. But at this moment, someone suddenly walked towards him. Are you Yi Xian? A strange voice rang out. Yi Xian looked up and realized that he had seen this person before. He remembered that this middle-aged man was part of the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragons team. He was probably a member of the Jiao family. Is something the matter? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Did you see Jiao in the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Lightning? The middle-aged man didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I did. At that time, I angered senior brother Jiao. After he taught me a lesson, he forgave me and let me go, Yi Xian answered with a nod. Let you go? The middle-aged man didn't believe it. Based on his understanding of Jiao, there was no way Jiao would let Yi Xian go, unless the Ling family was present at that time. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, thinking that the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon's family must be suspicious because Jiao still hadn't returned. Senior, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the middle-aged man and left immediately. The middle-aged man frowned. Jiao hadn't returned yet, so he guessed that Jiao was still consolidating his cultivation. However, he just felt that things were a little strange. Previously, when he had gone to look for Ling Mutian and the others, he had also understood that Yi Xian had appeared at that time. He also knew that Xian had actually broken through the encirclement of Ling Mutian's group of 5. In the end, Jiaocheng had succeeded in transforming into a dragon and began pursuing Xian. Afterwards, Ling Mutian and the others didn't know, because they were certain that Xian would be killed by Jiaocheng. There's something strange about this kid, the middle-aged man thought to himself. Seeing that Xian was about to leave, he wanted to follow him. With his strength, following a person wasn't a problem at all. After all, he was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage. Very quickly, Xian left the Heavenly Thunder Hall, heading towards a mountain range near it. There were quite a few heavenly connection beasts here that he could experiment with. However, not long after he left, he sensed an aura. It's that Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon expert. He's following me? Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. The two maintained a very ingenious distance. Xian's spiritual sense was unable to find this middle-aged man, but the middle-aged man's spiritual sense encompassed Xian's. Therefore, as the middle-aged man saw it, he was following him perfectly. However, what he didn't know was that Xian's eye of perception was 3 times more powerful than his spiritual sense. Could it be that he didn't find Jiaocheng and guessed that I killed him? A sinister light flashed in Xian's eyes as killing intent stirred within him. He decided that he would act as soon as he entered the mountain range. It just so happened that this middle-aged man could experiment with his rumbling thunder orb. Half a day later. It's about time. There's no one here. Capture this kid. The middle-aged man widened his eyes, beginning to secretly condense his true qi and the power of all manifestations. His objective was to capture Xian, but once he did, he had no intention of letting Xian leave. After all, this matter couldn't be leaked. However, just as he was about to act, Xian up ahead suddenly stopped. He stopped? The middle-aged man's heart trembled, thinking that Xian had discovered him. However, he recalled that he was 2 realms higher than Xian, so that shouldn't be the case. Since that was the case, he might as well take this opportunity to approach and launch a sneak attack under the pretext of asking about something. Previously, Ling Mutian had said that Xian's strength wasn't that simple since he had broken through the encirclement of 5 people, so he had to be careful. Little brother, wait a moment. The middle-aged man shouted. Xian turned around and pretended to ask, so it's senior. What's the matter? I have some things here that I need to ask in detail, the middle-aged man said as he approached. Alright, let's go over there. Xian nodded, looking as if he didn't suspect anything at all, then turned around. Good chance. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he immediately attacked. Sky-tearing claw. A black claw appeared, ready to grab Xian, but before that, Xian dodged it. What? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, because he was launching a sneak attack. Senior, what are you doing? Xian pretended to be shocked and asked. Humph. You want to kill me? Not so easy. Xian snorted and put on the glorious golden armor. At the same time, a sword and a ball were thrown at the middle-aged man. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Get lost. The middle-aged man did not care. In his opinion, sword-wielding skills were all unorthodox. However, when he was about to use the All Creation's force to knock the Thunder Pearl away, the pearl suddenly extended countless spikes and pierced through the All Creation's force. Elder Ling Yao did not go all out in terms of forging, but he strengthened the Thunder Pearl in other aspects. For example, the spikes could effectively destroy the All Creation's force. The Thunder Pearl dispersed the All Creation's force and attacked the middle-aged man. Interesting. The middle-aged man did not think much of it. He was indeed careless just now. This time, he used more All Creation's force. However, at this moment, Xian's eyes flashed in the distance. Thunder Dragon Roar. He moved his mind. In the next moment, the Thunder Pearl surged with the power of thunder and lightning and then condensed into a blue sky dragon. Roar. The blue sky dragon opened its big mouth, and a dangerous aura was released. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. Only then did he realize that this pearl was not as simple as he thought. Boom! The Thunder Dragon Roar collided with the All Creation's force of the middle-aged man and easily defeated it. The thick electric snake wrapped around the middle-aged man and a burnt smell spread. The middle-aged man's face was gloomy. At this critical moment, he used the thunder armor and a large amount of genuine chi and all creation's force. However, the thunder dragon roar was extremely powerful. Countless electric snakes rushed into the middle-aged man's body and paralyzed him. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was a Blackwater Thunder Wyrm and was naturally resistant to the thunder attribute. "Stinking brat, I'm going to kill you." The middle-aged man's skin was burnt in many places and his insides were in a mess. After cursing, he changed back to his original form while enduring the thunder dragon roar. Roar. A roar similar to a dragon's roar spread. The moment the middle-aged man changed back to his original form, the thunder dragon roar also finished erupting. After transforming, the middle-aged man still had many injuries on his body. Many of his dragon scales had disappeared, and some of his flesh was badly mangled. These were all caused by that move just now. If it had been a normal human at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, they would have already died from that attack. However, the middle-aged man was a demon and a Blackwater Thunder Wyrm at that, so he had survived. At this time, the middle-aged man flashed and directly grabbed the Thunder Pearl, holding it in his hand. This Thunder Pearl had caused him to be covered in cuts and bruises, so he wanted to crush it. Too naive. In the distance, Xianxia shook his head. Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. The moment the middle-aged man grabbed the Thunder Pearl with his dragon claw, the Thunder Pearl once again emitted countless bolts of lightning, followed by a rumbling sound. Boom. A power that was even stronger than the Thunder Dragon's roar exploded out. The middle-aged man cried out in pain as his entire dragon claw was blown apart. There was a large hole in his dragon body, and it was almost disconnected from his lower body. The middle-aged man fell into Xianxia's trap one after another, and the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. However, Xianxia had already finished testing the power of the 2 new skills. Now, it was time to send the middle-aged man on his way. The power of the Dharma treasure is indeed not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied. He looked at the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm, who was shocked and on the verge of death, and formed the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd. Whoosh! The Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd pierced through the air with a sharp sound. No! The Blackwater Thunder Wyrm roared at the sky. How could he have imagined that he would die at the hands of Xianxia? Poof! The Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd sank into the Blackwater Thunder Wyrm's body, but it did not cause a fatal blow. However, after the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, there was a silver slash. Rip! The Blackwater Thunder Wyrm's head was chopped off, and his headless corpse fell from the sky. Xianxia hurried over and collected the corpse along with the interspatial ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The system notified. Currently, Wei Zhentian was at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage like the Thunder Orb. However, Xianxia was still at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage, still a bit off from the 3rd level. With this Thunder Orb, Xianxia's strength had also increased by quite a bit. If this Thunder Orb was used in conjunction with the Spirit Sword formation, the effects would definitely be great. After testing the power of the Thunder Orb, Xianxia returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, carefully planning his next move. On the way back, Luoluo had also broken through to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage in the planting space. Now, they could both contend against 4th level Nether Passage experts. If they joined forces, they would be virtually invincible against 4th level Nether Passage experts, and could even battle 5th level Nether Passage experts. However, when he returned to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he found Ling Xiao waiting for him outside his lodgings. Xianxia, you've returned. I have something to tell you, Ling Xiao went up to him. What is it? Xianxia asked rather quizzically. It's regarding me and my younger sister being hunted down. Ling Xiao said, previously, my father sent people out to investigate. With this investigation, they discovered a great scheme. As it turns out, there were quite a few capture missions on the Underworld's mission board. The targets were all blood siblings or siblings who were close in age. Oh? Xianxia raised his brows, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu. Blood siblings. At this moment, Xianxia could not help but think of the Yin-Yang ancestor. This matter might be related to the Yin-Yang ancestor. And then? Yi Xian continued asking. A few pairs of siblings have also gone missing in our Heavenly Thunder Hall, including the grandson and granddaughter of an elder. They have probably all been captured. That is why this time, our Ling family is preparing to send people to investigate, said Ling Xiao. I am rather interested in this matter as well. I can help, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, asking, where are you going to investigate? This mission seems to have first appeared in the Black Chaos Corner. That is why our Ling family has already sent people there. If anyone can find the mastermind behind these missions, they will be rewarded with 100,000 inner demon pills, replied Ling Xiao. 100,000 inner demon pills was not a small amount. If it were given to Yi Xian, he could at least break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian's focus was not on this reward, but rather the mastermind behind the mission. This matter might really be related to the Yin-Yang ancestor. Alright, then I will also go take a look at the Black Chaos Corner. 100,000 inner demon pills is very tempting, Yi Xian grinned, making Ling Xiao think that he was going there for the reward. I originally wanted to go as well. However, because I am on the Underworld's assassin list, going would be walking right into a trap. I can only obediently stay in the Heavenly Thunder Hall for this period of time. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had just returned from the Black Chaos Corner. That place was very much to his liking. It was just a pity that he would not be able to go there in the near future. Once this matter is settled, you can leave. In Yi Xian's estimation, Patriarch Yin-Yang was at least in the Nirvana realm, and he was just in the Nether Passage realm. There was still the Fulfillment realm and the Fragmentation realm behind him. The difference between their realms was too great, so he felt that it was unlikely that Patriarch Yin-Yang was the culprit. However, as long as there was a suspicious clue, even if the probability was only 1%, he would continue to investigate. Yi Xian's top priority was to ask Ling Xiao about the chaotic Black Corner. After all, Ling Xiao had trained there before. At the same time, somewhere in the Heavenly Thunder Hall, a group of experts from the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon family gathered together. I have already asked Elder Ling Hongxing, who is close to my Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon clan, to go to the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land to investigate, but I did not find any trace of Jiao Chong. The gray-robed old man said. Could it be that Jiao Chong has already left the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land? I remember that those who enter the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land all have a thunder-breaking stone. Even if they are delayed in returning, they can still leave on their own. A white-haired old man said. No, according to what Elder Ling Hongxing said, Jiao Chong might already be dead. The gray-robed elder shook his head. What? Dead? Once those words were spoken, the entire crowd was shocked. Elder Ling Hongxing, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Heavenly Thunder, near the place where the Thunder Roar Dragon was killed, another battle site was found. There were traces of dragon blood and giant dragon flesh there. I'm afraid it was Jiao Chong. The gray-robed elder continued. But, Jiao Yang said that he saw Jiao Chong in the wee hours of the morning when he left the Heavenly Thunder Forbidden Land. Someone asked. That's right. That's why I'm guessing that Jiao Yang has already been bribed. The gray-robed elder nodded. Everyone was in disbelief. The Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon family was very united, but now there was actually a traitor. Everyone did not dare to believe it. In order to prove it, I found a person who is proficient in the soul and prepared to search his memory. The gray-robed old man continued. What? Memory search? Everyone was shocked. Memory search. At the very least, the soul will be severely injured. At the very most, the soul will be destroyed. However, in order to find out what happened, Jiao Yang must be sacrificed. The gray-robed elder continued. Great Elder, are we not going to wait any longer? Someone suggested. Yes. Instead of searching Jiao Yang's memories, why don't we use it on that brat? That's why Elder Jiao Kongtai has already gone to follow that brat, preparing to secretly capture him. The gray-robed elder nodded. But just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly barged in. It was Jiao Lai, who had been defeated by Yi Xian back then. Great Elder, that brat has returned. Jiao Lai hastily said. What? Everyone present was shocked. Didn't they say that Elder Jiao Kongtai had gone to capture Yi Xian? Why was Yi Xian suddenly back? Could it be that Elder Jiao Kongtai had failed? Elder Jiao Kongtai is at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, while that kid is only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage. If he fails, perhaps he encountered a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall on the way. If he dies, the grey-robed old man muttered with a solemn expression. Dead? When everyone heard this, they could not help but shudder. If Elder Jiao Kongtai had been killed, then Yi Xian would have the ability to kill Jiao Chong. Great Elder, that brat is preparing to go out again, and to the Black Chaos Corner to investigate the case of the recently missing siblings, Jiao Lai continued. Going out again, huh? The grey-robed old man fell into deep thought. Great Elder, let me go this time, said an elder as he stood up. He was an expert at the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage. Dealing with Yi Xian would be a piece of cake. That won't do. I'm afraid that the Ling family will find out. We can't do it ourselves. The grey-robed old man shook his head. Then who will do it? The underworld. The grey-robed old man replied, recently, the underworld's people have switched to capturing people. Also, wasn't the most talented person in the history of the Heavenly Thunder Hall also assassinated by the underworld? Elder Jiao Konghai, immediately go and issue a mission for the underworld's people to capture this brat. Good idea. That elder who had stood up nodded and immediately rushed out the door. The underworld was a super force that spread throughout the world. They had assassins from the manifestation realm to the nirvana realm. Of course, this area only had assassins of the manifestation realm and nether passage realm. Just as the Blackwater Thunder WYRM clan was discussing, Yi Xian had already left the Heavenly Thunder Hall and was heading towards the Black Chaos Corner. According to Ling Xiao, this Black Chaos Corner was a place filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was said that even Fulfillment Realm experts had come here before. At the same time, the Black Chaos Corner was a place where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. There were many gangs and factions there. There was still some distance between the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Black Chaos Corner. With Yi Xian's current speed, it would probably take him 2 days. However, before going to the Black Chaos Corner, Yi Xian wanted to raise his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. After all, that place was filled with crooks and honest folk, with countless vicious people. If he wasn't careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It just so happened that there was a Viper Valley on the way to the Black Chaos Corner. A large amount of poisonous creatures resided there, and Yi Xian just so happened to have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. Thus, it was quite a good place for him to train. After being nourished by the Heavenly Treasure Tree, the strange beasts in my planted space have all broken through to the 1st level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, they have multiplied quite a bit. Then, with the nourishment of the Heavenly Treasure Tree and my blood, they will quickly mature. If I release all of these strange beasts, it will be like a cheat to farm monsters. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. There were already over 10,000 strange beasts in the planted space that had reached the Nether Passage realm. This was an extremely terrifying army. Even if they swept through the entire Viper Valley, it would probably not be a problem. Immediately, Yi Xian headed for the Viper Valley, preparing to break through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm before heading to the Black Chaos Corner. It would only take him a day or 2, but it would give him a great deal of protection. A day later, he arrived at this incomparably sinister Viper Valley. There were no birds or beasts here, only large amounts of poisonous fog. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified just as Yi Xian approached. There were too many poisonous creatures in the Viper Valley, and the poisonous fog would even spew out poisonous fog. Thus, those who entered had to take antidote pills, and they had to prepare a lot of them. However, antidote pills were not cheap things, and the Viper Valley was more dangerous than normal places. Thus, no one dared to come to the Viper Valley, or rather, no one was willing to come. Yi Xian did not even need to take antidote pills, and directly stepped into the Viper Valley. Under the eye of perception, there were quite a few poisonous creatures waiting for an opportunity to move, and they had already set their sights on Yi Xian. Megatron, Thunder Pearl, go! Yi Xian directly threw out the 2 transcendent artifacts. Megatron had its own consciousness, but the Thunder Pearl did not, so he had to control it. This thunder pearl was quite useful. It could release heavenly lightning attacks, and most importantly, it could attack groups of people without worrying about death. It was very much to Xianxia's liking. Luo Luo, it's time for you to show off your skills. Xianxia released Luo Luo. Luo Luo hadn't fought in a long time, so she could no longer hold back. 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. The moment Luo Luo appeared, she took a high-grade detoxification pill and created 100 doppelgangers. Among these 100 doppelgangers, there were 60 true Qi doppelgangers, and only 40 doppelgangers. It was extremely terrifying. With her help, Xianxia's leveling speed greatly increased. As for the mutated beasts in the planting space, Xianxia didn't release them, because they were also a trump card. Moreover, they would be even more frightening than 10,000 returning to origin swords, so he wouldn't use them if he could. Just like that, he started a massacre, and Viper Valley immediately stirred up a storm of blood. However, just as he was leveling up in Viper Valley, several figures quietly followed him. They were 3 assassins dressed in black. They had just accepted a mission from the underworld. I really don't understand. This brat's mission rating is actually 4 stars. He's only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. How can he have the strength of a 4th level Nether Passage Realm expert? One of the assassins in black said disdainfully. Let's not talk about the mission rating first. This brat is very valuable. As long as we capture him alive, we'll actually get 30,000 inner demon pills. The 3 of us can split them equally. Although the 3 of us discovered this mission first, it's not unique. If you don't, others will see it and accept it. We need to move quickly. Looking at the direction, this brat seems to be heading to Viper Valley to train. Hurry, don't let him die there. The 3 assassins talked as they flew toward Viper Valley. Soon, they arrived at Viper Valley. One of the assassins felt around on the ground and said, about 10 minutes. It shouldn't be far. Split up and search. The 3 of them were at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. After splitting up, their spiritual senses were even stronger than those at the 4th level. Finding one person wasn't a problem. However, at this time, somewhere in Viper Valley, Xianxia was still unaware of the approaching danger. No, this couldn't be considered dangerous to him. After all, they were only 3 assassins at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. As long as these 3 assassins stepped into the range of his perception, he would immediately know and then counterattack. The 3 assassins followed the traces left behind by the battle and heard the sounds of battle. It must be him. Let's go together. The 3 assassins had already worked together on quite a few missions. Even if their opponent was only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm, they would still attack together, just in case. However, when they got closer, they realized that it was not a human, but a flying sword. What the hell is this? A sword can fly by itself? An assassin couldn't help but ask. The sword they were referring to was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had also noticed them and hurriedly informed Xianxia. In another place. What? Little Tian, you saw 3 assassins? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Assassins coming to Viper Valley, he immediately realized what was going on. Did the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan invite assassins from the underworld? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. There was a 99% chance that these 3 assassins were coming for him. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. After licking his lips, Xianxia madly dashed in Xianxia's direction. He estimated that the assassins who came for him were at least at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. If he killed these 3, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Soon, he sensed the 3's auras, but they couldn't sense him. Regardless of what this thing is, it's more important to find the person first. One of the assassins retracted his attention from Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia was harmless and looked at them for 2 seconds. Let's go. The other 2 had the same thought. However, at this moment. Whoosh! Xianxia suddenly transformed into a god of war the moment they turned around. He swung the greatsword in his hand, preparing to cut off their heads. Whoosh whoosh. However, the sound of something breaking through the air was exposed. Careful. One of the assassins in black shouted and hurriedly lowered his head. However, not everyone reacted in time. Rip! Wei Zhentian swung the greatsword in his hand, and a head flew up. One of the assassins couldn't react in time and was directly beheaded. Now, only 2 of the 3 were left. It was the first time these 3 assassins saw a sword that could transform. However, they were in a hurry to find Yixian, so they couldn't be bothered to tangle with Wei Zhentian. Unexpectedly, they suffered a great loss. Kill him! The assassin in black who just reacted shouted angrily and charged toward Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the side. What? The assassin in black didn't expect someone to be hiding in the surroundings. Then why didn't he sense it with his spiritual sense? In that case, this figure directly crossed the distance of his spiritual sense. What a fast speed! Die! Yixian, who had concealed his aura with the help of the face-changing mask, directly charged over and stabbed the heavenly thunder halberd in his hand into the assassin's chest. Sizzle! The assassin in black's chest was penetrated, and the heavenly thunder halberd electrocuted his body into charcoal. He died instantly. The heavenly thunder halberd was a middle-grade ethereal opening super ability. Even a 4th-grade ethereal opening realm expert could be killed if struck by it, let alone this assassin in black. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 3 assassins was left. Sizzle! When Yixian killed that person, the heavenly thunder halberd released a dazzling electric light. Electric snakes flew and entered the last assassin's body, directly paralyzing him. Burning eye! Eye of illusion! Eye of control! This assassin was frightened and had a strong sense of crisis. He even smelled the scent of death, so there were too many flaws in his mind and he was directly controlled by Yixian. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Out of the 3 assassins, 2 were dead, and 1 was captured alive. This happened in the blink of an eye. This was the result of going against Yixian. Yixian directly took the 3 people's interspatial rings and swallowed the items inside. Unfortunately, it didn't help him break through. Then, he found the mission scroll inside. Capture me and the reward is 30,000 inner demon pills? Yixian's eyes lit up. With so many rewards, he wanted to capture himself and exchange them for himself. He didn't expect that they would be worth so much money. However, the Underworld's mission couldn't specify who issued it. However, he had only provoked one party here, and that was the Blackwater Lightning Jiao family. That middle-aged man had already made a move on him, so this bounty mission must have been issued by the Blackwater Lightning Jiao family. There was no doubt about this. Are there other assassins who accepted this mission? We were the first to discover this mission. However, this mission isn't unique. Since we accepted it, others can accept it as well. The black-cloaked assassin replied. Yixian wasn't too affected by the fact that he had become a bounty target. Since the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan wanted to capture him, the moment he returned from the Black Chaotic Corner would be the time for the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan to be destroyed. However, before that, Yixian still had a lot of things he wanted to ask about. Where are we going to send those missions to capture our siblings after we complete them? Yixian asked again. They're all sent to the Black Chaotic Corner. The black-cloaked assassin replied honestly. Black Chaotic Corner, as expected, it was the Black Chaotic Corner. Yixian paused for a moment. Previously, Ling Xiao had said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall had sent people to investigate said that these missions first appeared in the Black Chaotic Corner. Now, it seemed that the mastermind behind these missions should be in the Black Chaotic Corner. Alright, there's one more thing. Yixian nodded slightly and said, is there an assassin called Mo Shui in the underworld? Mo Shui? The black-cloaked assassin raised an eyebrow. After thinking carefully for a moment, he shook his head and said, I've never heard of this name because we don't know each other. At least, I haven't heard of this name before. Hearing this, Yixian helplessly shook his head. How long had it been, and he had already broken through from the manifestation realm to the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Moreover, the higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. Even if this Mo Shui was a reincarnator, it shouldn't be that fast, right? However, At this time, the black-clothed assassin suddenly remembered something and said, "Recently, there's a blood hangman with a mission completion rate of 100%. However, I've only heard of this name. I don't know if it's the one Master is looking for." "What?" Xian was shocked and suddenly had the urge to slap this guy. Blood hangman, could it be Mo Shui? Mo Shui is his real name, while assassins usually use codenames. This blood hangman might be Mo Shui's codename. Thinking of this, Xian's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he had lost track of Mo Shui, but now it seemed that was not the case. This blood massacre, which city's underworld branch did he last appear in? Xian asked again. Just as the assassin in black was about to answer, Xian's body shook. He could feel someone approaching him at an extremely fast speed. This aura, if it were a normal person, Xian would not have bothered, but this aura was very familiar to him. "Brat, I know you found me. How have you been?" Xian heard a familiar voice. "Mo Shui." Xian could not help but exclaim. "Speak of the devil and he will appear." He didn't expect that Mo Shui would see the mission that the Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon had issued and learn of his whereabouts. "That's right, it's me." A black shadow slowly walked out of the forest, almost blending into the darkness. Even the assassin in black beside Xian felt terrified by this method of concealment. If not for Xian's perceptive eye and insightful eye, he definitely would not have discovered this black shadow. This was the strength and terror of the reincarnator Mo Shui. Second level of the Nether Passage realm, the same as me. Xian's expression changed. He had a bad feeling about this. Back then, he had suppressed Mo Shui's realm, and Mo Shui had also fought with the Thunder Light City's city lord and consumed a lot of energy. Today, he and Mo Shui were at the same realm, and Mo Shui was coming for him. Therefore, this battle would not be easy. "I didn't expect you to break through to the second level of the Nether Passage realm in such a short time. Your talent is already at the top in this area." Mo Shui had no intention of making a move. He slowly said, "I am a reincarnator. Even with thousands of years of memories, I am only at the second level of the Nether Passage realm. You are worthy of my attention." In his previous life, he had seen geniuses who were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more talented than Xian. However, one should not forget that there was a difference in the area. For a reincarnator like Mo Shui, the land he was standing on was extremely barren. In his previous life, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was countless times denser than here. Even if he went to a restaurant to eat, he could easily create a nirvana realm expert. It was to the extent that the women in this kind of place were all in the immortal realm. "Be valued by you? Should I thank you?" Xian did not feel any glory. Instead, he felt like he was being targeted by a wolf. "I, Mo Shui, have reincarnated. It is your honor to meet me. Although I don't want to kill you, as it would be less fun, I will do my best." After Mo Shui finished speaking, he raised his hand and said, "Last time we fought, I was unable to kill you and had to run away. Today, I only want you to take one of my moves. If you can survive, I will let you go." "What a big tone," Xian said in dissatisfaction. At the very least, he was at the same realm as Mo Shui, and he could challenge those above him. Now, Mo Shui actually said that he would only attack once. This was simply underestimating him. He had the Eye of Eternity. As long as both eyes were not destroyed at the same time, he could use the Tree of Life bloodline to recover. However, Mo Shui had tried all kinds of methods to kill Xian, but to no avail. Therefore, he knew that he had to turn Xian into ashes. "Are you ready?" Mo Shui's true qi surged. His aura became extremely dangerous. Even Wei Zhentian could not help but tremble. The black-clothed assassin was so scared that he retreated. "Young master, I am here." At this moment, Luo also sensed it. She immediately used the Eye of Charm to strengthen Xian's soul. "This little girl is troublesome. However, take this move of mine first." Mo Shui suddenly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a flame dragon condensed from true qi and 10,000 mammoth force flew out and swept towards Xian. Xian opened his eyes wide. He had been using the Eye of Revelation to observe Mo Shui, but he was unable to copy this martial art. Therefore, this move was not ordinary at all. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian hurriedly turned Wei Zhentian into a hard shield. At the same time, he put on the brilliant golden armor and used the rolling thunder armor. Not only that, but the rolling thunder pearl also turned into a thunder dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out a huge pillar of lightning. Thunder dragon roar. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Rumble. The 10,000 mammoth force was all-encompassing. After fusing with true qi, it could form lightning, fire, and so on. Lightning and fire were two very domineering attributes, but the reason why Mo Shui was so confident was because this was his favorite technique in the past. Later on, he continuously improved this move until it became a reincarnation ability. It was called the Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. It had once burned an ocean dry. Although he was not using the Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash and was only using the original ability, even a 5th-tier ethereal opening expert would probably die under this move. Even with the support of Lualua's Eye of Charm, the Thunder Dragon Roar could not block this attack. However, the moment the Thunder Pearl was about to be destroyed, another burst of energy erupted. Heavenly Lightning Annihilation. Boom! A wave of chi that had never been seen before swept out, shaking the flame dragon. However, this power was not enough to destroy the flame dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crack. The thunder pearl was swallowed by the flaming dragon and shattered into powder. The flaming dragon swept forward, swallowing Yi Xian. This scorching aura instantly burned Wei Zhentian into ashes and easily destroyed Yi Xian's thunder armor. Even the brilliant golden armor melted. Fortunately, this flaming dragon was weakened by the thunder dragon roar and heavenly lightning annihilation. In addition, Wei Zhentian was a 3rd-tier ethereal opening expert and was extremely tough. Yi Xian survived, but he lost more than 10 years of his life. Just now, in order to block the flaming dragon's attack, he used true qi, the 10,000 mammoth force, and the supreme great immortal spring water to form a protective barrier. The unparalleled flaming dragon slash was fierce and domineering, but it was countered by water. Yi Xian thought of this method in the nick of time, and thus survived. You actually blocked it. A voice rang out. Yi Xian looked forward and saw Mo Shui looking at him in shock. Mo Shui did not expect that his strongest attack would not be able to kill Yi Xian. He did not expect Yi Xian to have the supreme great immortal spring water. This was a fatal temptation to martial artists below the immortality realm. You want to kill me with your abilities? Yi Xian's burned wounds began to warm up. And the brilliant golden armor, as well as Wei Zhentian and Thunder Pearl were treasures, revived. I told you, if you can withstand this attack, it is your ability. You can leave now. Mo Shui said with a righteous look. Is that so? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he said, don't think that I don't know. That move just now almost exhausted all of your true qi. Can you still fight me next? The Eye of Insight could see through everything. Indeed, after using the Flame Dragon Peerless Slash, Mo Shui had only 1/5 of his Jin Qi left. This was a good opportunity for Yi Xian to make his move. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the expression of Mo Shui, who was pretending to be calm, changed. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Brat, the next time we meet, it will be your death. Hearing this, Yi Xian cursed in his heart, F***ck, this move again. Mo Shui was so hard to deal with. He ran away immediately after his attack failed. Who knew how long it would take to kill him and complete his revenge mission? Mo Shui knew that Yi Xian had the eyes of the void, so he ran towards the depths of Viper Valley. Yi Xian hurriedly chased after him. He knew that Mo Shui's escape technique was flawed. However, the speed of this escape technique was simply off the charts. Yi Xian was one realm higher than Mo Shui. Now, he was only at the same level as Mo Shui. It was impossible for him to catch up. This Mo Shui must have successfully refined the Jade Blood Gold pellet. He is also a reincarnator. If I don't kill him, there will be endless trouble in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. What was the most terrifying enemy? It was those hidden enemies that you could not find. Mo Shui was a veteran assassin who had lived for thousands of years. It was not fun to be targeted by him. Yi Xian knew that Mo Shui was using him as a stepping stone. Only by failing again and again would he be able to increase his realm quickly. No matter what, this was a waste of effort. Not only did he use up 2 of the Thunder Pearl's abilities, but he also used up a dozen years' worth of immortal spring water. What a loss. The revenge mission has no time limit. It's not that easy to complete. It's really hard to get 3 devouring points. The next time we meet, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xian unwillingly said in his heart. Just now, he did not have time to use 10,000 returning to origin to defend or suppress Mo Shui. Mo Shui's blood escape was too fast and could not be trapped. He was also worried that Mo Shui would come back after he recovered, so he had to keep a trump card. However, the best trump card was his realm. I have to break through quickly. Every time Mo Shui appears, his realm can keep up with mine. If I fall behind too much, I'll be dead. Yi Xian did not care about anything else and continued to hunt heaven-reaching beasts. After that battle, Mo Shui did not appear again. An hour was not enough for him to recover. An hour later. Ding. Host has broken through. Current realm is level 3 Nether Passage realm. The system notification sounded. Immediately, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. Even if I break through, I don't have the confidence to deal with Mo Shui. When he recovers, I won't be able to block that move without a trump card. I have to retreat. With a thought, Yi Xian immediately left Viper Valley. Just now, he had used many trump cards. Lualua's Eye of Charm, Thunder Dragon Roar, Sky Thunder Annihilation, and the Immortal Spring Water. If Mo Shui came again, he would have to break through the void and leave immediately. After that, he did not dare to travel on land and could only fly in the air. It was unknown whether Mo Shui had turned back or because he had lost track of Yi Xian. In any case, Yi Xian did not encounter Mo Shui again. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Black Chaos Corner. Black Chaos Corner was a place where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Among them, there were 3 top gangs. The first was the Mad Dragon Gang, the second was the Phantom Gang, and the third was the Righteous Yang Gang. The rest of the gangs belonged to these 3 gangs. These 3 gangs kept each other in check and stabilized the situation in Black Chaos Corner. Otherwise, Black Chaos Corner would be littered with corpses. Yi Xian entered Black Chaos Corner's main city. With his eye of perception, he found many experts with powerful auras. These people were at least in the Nether Passage realm. There were even level 3 or level 4 Nether Passage realm experts. Yi Xian had come to Black Chaotic Corner for 2 reasons. First, to investigate the siblings' case, and second, to see if the mastermind behind this was related to the Yin Yang ancestor. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had many disciples training here. They had also sent many new disciples to investigate, all for the reward of 100,000 inner demon pills. Thus, this mission was practically an independent investigation, with very few clues being shared with others. Yi Xian did not need any clues, as it was more convenient for him to investigate on his own. The underworld's branches were spread throughout the world. However, one would not be able to find this branch without some connections. There were countless vicious people in Black Chaotic Corner. Their killing auras were not weak at all, making it very difficult to distinguish who was an assassin. That black-clothed assassin from before was not from Black Chaotic Corner, and he did not know where the Black Chaotic Corner branch was located. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had the Eye of Control. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian entered the city. With a casual glare, he controlled a passerby at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. Master! This unlucky fellow, who was controlled by Yi Xian, respectfully greeted him. Do you know where the underworld branch of Black Chaotic Corner is located? Yi Xian asked. I don't know, but I know someone who should be able to lead you there. This unlucky passerby shook his head. All right, lead the way. Yi Xian answered. Then, this unlucky passerby led Yi Xian in search of someone. Along the way, Yi Xian found out that the person he was looking for was a 4th-level Nether Passage realm law enforcer of the Phantom Gang. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived in front of a manor. All right, you can go. Yi Xian said to this unlucky passerby. There were many servants in the manor, some of whom were at the first, second, and third levels of the Nether Passage realm. However, the strongest was at the fourth level. In Black Chaotic Corner, Xian did not dare to directly knock on the door. Thus, he could only pay a visit. "Sir, is something the matter?" When Xian approached, a first-level Nether Passage realm martial practitioner guarding the door asked. "I have some matters to discuss with Law Enforcer Yao. Please inform him." Xian went straight to the point. "Protector Yao is currently resting and is not receiving guests." He knew that Protector Yao had been injured in a battle some time ago and was currently recuperating. Although he felt that Xian had a strong background, he would be in trouble if Protector Yao was angered by his sudden interruption. "That's not up to you." Xian's eyes flickered as he took control of him. "Master, please." After being controlled, this martial artist's hostility instantly dissipated, and he respectfully led Xian into the Yao manor. Shortly after, this cultivator led Xian to Protector Yao. "Zhou Huarong, who is this?" A tall and sturdy man suddenly blocked Xian's way. "They're only at the third level of the Nether Passage realm, but these people from the Phantom Gang specialize in soul attacks and defense. My eye of control might not succeed immediately. Once it fails, I might end up provoking the entire Phantom Gang." After pondering for a moment, Xian decided to give up and said, "I want to ask Protector Yao about the location of the Underworld's branch." "I see. I know. Give me 1,000 inner demon pills, and I'll tell you," the tall and sturdy man said. "All right." Xian didn't say anything else. He directly took out 1,000 inner demon pills and tossed it over. Straightforward. "The Underworld's branch of the Black Chaotic Corner is under the Drunken Poplar restaurant. Enter the secret code, kill," the tall and sturdy man said. "Secret code, kill?" Xian muttered in his heart. He immediately turned around and left. He thought to himself, isn't it too easy to earn money? 1,000 inner demon pills with just one sentence. However, the things he obtained from the two controllers alone were worth more than 1,000 inner demon pills. It didn't matter. "Zhou Huarong, come find me after you send this friend away," the tall and sturdy man shouted. "Yes." The martial artist called Zhou Huarong nodded. Xian left Protector Yao's residence and headed straight for the Drunken Poplar restaurant. After Zhou Huarong sent Xian away, she turned around and went to find the tall and sturdy man. "Protector Yao ordered that no one is to be brought in. You dare to disobey the order? Are you a traitor?" When the burly man saw Zhou Huarong, he took a big stride forward and grabbed Zhou Huarong's throat. "No, no," Zhou Huarong opened her mouth with difficulty. Her face was filled with horror. Protector Yao was seriously injured by a sneak attack a few days ago. I suspected that there was a traitor in the residence. You brought people in this time. Could it be that you want to attack Protector Yao again? The tall and sturdy man clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. He looked like he wanted to eat someone. No, there is, Zhou Huarong still shook her head. I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me who your accomplice is. Otherwise, die. The tall and sturdy man ignored her answer and shouted angrily. I didn't, rip. A crisp sound was heard. A head was thrown up and blood splattered on the wall. The burly man killed Zhou Huarong with a single chop of his hand. He showed no mercy at all. Even if you don't say it, I can find out. The tall and sturdy man snorted. Just after Zhou Huarong's death, a door behind the burly man opened, and a slightly weak old man walked out from inside. Protector Yao. The tall and sturdy man hurriedly greeted him. The traitor finally couldn't sit still. Unfortunately, he's a tough man. Protector Yao said as he walked over and picked up Zhou Huarong's interspatial ring. He guessed that there might be some clues in this interspatial ring. He wanted to know who wanted to kill him. After checking for a moment, he shook his head helplessly. There's no clue. Did you send someone to follow that kid? Yes. The tall and sturdy man nodded. Very good. Report to me as soon as you find a clue. Protector Yao nodded and turned around to return to his room to continue healing his injuries. However, the moment he turned around, there was the sound of wind. Whoosh whoosh. The tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked. With a chop, he directly stabbed Protector Yao's left chest. Puff. The large hand sank into Protector Yao's body and touched his beating heart. Protector Yao's eyes widened. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard a poochie sound. His heart had been crushed. He did not expect that he would be killed by the person he trusted the most. One had to know that he was the one who raised the tall and sturdy man. Although they were not related by blood, he was equivalent to a father. He did not expect that the tall and sturdy man was actually the traitor. Just now, it was just a show to make him reveal a flaw. I'm sorry, Protector Yao. Your head is worth 30,000 inner demon pills. With these, I can break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. The tall and sturdy man grinned and hurriedly put away Protector Yao and Zhou Huarong's bodies. Then, he cleaned up the scene. Protector Yao's death could be completely pushed to the young man just now. This young man was Yi Xian. Dead? Yi Xian was a little surprised, his brows furrowed. He sensed that the person who had brought him into Enforcer Yao's residence had been killed. How long had it been? Less than a minute. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly sensed that 2 people were following him, both of them at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. It seemed that he had been targeted. Although we're in the city, it's not like there haven't been killings on the streets of Black Chaos Corner. It's better to be careful, lest we get ambushed. Yi Xian only reminded himself, then suddenly leaped into the air. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications rang out, and the 2 people following him were instantly controlled by him. You 2 are from Enforcer Yao's residence, right? Why are you following me? Yi Xian asked with a frown. A few days ago, Enforcer Yao was ambushed and heavily injured, so Lord Xiong sent us to follow you, thinking that you were also here to ambush Enforcer Yao, one of them answered. Lord Xiong, is it that brawny man from before? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. So he had been misunderstood. Since that was the case, then he couldn't be bothered to go back for revenge. It was better to investigate the Drunken Poplar restaurant first. After taking the items in the 2 people's universe rings, he continued on his way. Soon, he found the Drunken Poplar restaurant. The Drunken Poplar restaurant looked very ordinary, but Yi Xian used his eye of perception to sense it and found that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons inside. There were many experts eating inside. At the same time, there was a hidden formation in a corner that led to the underground. It seems that Lord Xiong wasn't speaking nonsense. This Drunken Poplar restaurant is indeed a branch of the underworld. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he stepped into the Drunken Yang restaurant. Immediately, a 9th level Wanxiang realm waiter came forward to greet him. Sir, do you want to have a meal or stay in the restaurant? The waiter asked with a smile. Kill. Yi Xian muttered. The waiter immediately understood. Sir, this way please. Then, the waiter led Yi Xian to the corner with the array. The waiter thought that Yi Xian was a frequent visitor, so he didn't ask any questions and let Yi Xian leave. Below the Drunken Poplar restaurant was a branch of the underworld. Here, one could accept and issue missions. Before Yi Xian came in, he wouldn't be able to sense the aura below due to the superior concealment of the formation. Only after Yi Xian went down did he realize that this was a place with many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Quite a few of them at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and even some at the 6th level. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of Nether Passage realm. However, he wouldn't be able to handle several of them at once, let alone someone at the 6th level of Nether Passage realm. However, he was not worried because he was only here to investigate. Sir, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time here? An attendant from Hell stepped forward to greet them. Yes. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at him, then immediately restrained the attendant at the 2nd level of Nether Passage realm. Normally, when entering the underworld, regardless of whether they accepted or issued a mission, they would have to hide their identity. Yi Xian, on the other hand, showed his true appearance. Of course, it could also be a disguise. Sir, are you here to issue a mission, or to accept a mission as an assassin? Although the attendant was restrained, he put on an act so as not to expose himself. "Let me see the list of missions," Yixian said. Then, the attendant took out a booklet and handed it to Yixian. It had to be said that the number of missions in this underworld branch was explosively high. There were at least 10,000 of them. One had to know that almost all of the missions in the underworld were missions to kill people. This meant that there were at least 10,000 people on the bounty list. Yixian copied the entire booklet, then skimmed through it. There are more than 200 missions to capture siblings? Yixian shuddered. The targets of these 200 missions were all blood-related siblings. Moreover, their age difference was less than a year, and they were all at least at the 9th level of Nether Passage Realm. Originally, there were still those at the 1st level of the Manifestation Realm. However, these missions were too easy to complete, so they had all been snatched up. These missions are not issued by the same person, but they all have information on these siblings. As long as the underworld assassins find them and capture them, it's considered a mission. Yixian noticed this. There was definitely something fishy that required so many pairs of siblings. Anyone could guess. These rewards added up to more than 4 million inner demon pills. This was enough to create a martial artist at the 7th level of Nether Passage Realm. Previously, Yixian had guessed that the Yin-Yang Temple had captured the siblings and brought them back to nurture them. Now, it didn't seem like it. That was because the Yin-Yang Temple could just casually send anyone down. If they had this information, they could just do it themselves. Why ask the underworld for help? Of course, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the Yin-Yang Temple's demand was too high, so they issued the missions layer by layer. After capturing the target, they would send it up layer by layer. If that was the case, it would be an astronomical figure. He just didn't know which was the case. However, no matter what, Yixian had to investigate thoroughly because this was his purpose in coming to the Glazed Light Sacred Land. "Can I take this mission list with me?" Yixian turned and asked. "Yes, it's all about killing and capturing people. As long as you complete it, you can bring the token to turn in the mission." The attendant nodded. There were as many mission lists as one wanted. As for the token he spoke of, if it was to kill someone, then it would be a corpse. If it was to capture someone, then it would naturally be to bring the person. However, Yixian's purpose in coming here wasn't to accept or issue missions, but to investigate. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly entered the underworld branch. Among the 3, one of them was dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat and a face scarf to hide his identity. He held 2 chains in his hands. These 2 chains bound a man and a woman behind him. "Someone's here to complete the mission." Yixian's eyes lit up. He could sense that this assassin was in the 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm, while the man and woman behind him were in the 1st level of the Nether Passage Realm. "No, don't hand us over to the underworld. I beg you, we'll gather the 15,000 inner demon pills. Please let us go." The brother and sister pair begged for mercy, but the black-clothed assassin holding them didn't budge at all. What a joke, how could an assassin be merciful? "Buddy, turn in the mission." The black-clothed assassin lowered his voice. An attendant of the underworld walked up to him. After checking the mission list, he said, "Mission number 173, brother and sister Zhu Xingqiang and Zhu Xinglin. Reward, 15,000 inner demon pills. However, identity needs to be verified." No problem. It was possible to disguise one's appearance, but there were some things that couldn't be changed. There were still many ways to verify one's identity, such as the mole on one's butt. However, before the 2 were taken away, Yixian used the Eye of Control to control them. This way, he would be able to sense the 2 siblings under his control. When the time came, he would be able to know whose hands the siblings were handed over to. "My luck is not bad." Yixian grinned and pretended to look at the mission list in the underworld's branch. Soon, that attendant came out and brought out 15,000 inner demon pills as a reward for the black-clothed assassin. "Sir, your mission is complete. There are some new missions recently." "Do you need a list of missions?" asked that attendant. "Give me one." The black-clothed assassin nodded. Then, he left the underworld's branch with the new mission list. Capturing a pair of siblings at the first layer of the Nether Passage realm and a reward of 15,000 inner demon pills. This is too easy to earn. It's no wonder that assassins have changed their profession to become human traffickers. Yi Xian licked his lips. If Ling Xiao and Ling Yun knew about this, they would probably be very sad. After all, they were at the second layer of the Nether Passage realm, and the two of them only received 20,000 inner demon pills as a reward. It should be known that they were core disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The underworld in this area probably didn't want to provoke the Heavenly Thunder Hall, so they purposely pocketed some of the rewards. The siblings are starting to move. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. There was a back door in this underworld's branch. However, it was used by the underworld's internal personnel. The pair of siblings that were captured earlier were sent away from this back door. Yi Xian immediately left the underworld's branch and began tracking the siblings based on his senses. The siblings were escorted into a carriage, and Yi Xian followed behind it. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a large mansion. The Ethereal Palace? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had heard that the Ethereal Palace was the residence of the Phantom Gang's leader. Could it be that the one who issued the mission was the Phantom Gang's leader? At this time, the two people in the carriage were escorted to the Ethereal Palace. The gang leader of the Phantom Gang is at least at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, and there are countless experts in the matter. It would be very unwise to recklessly go in and investigate. Yi Xian shook his head and prepared to return to the underworld to wait. He wanted to see if his master had captured any new siblings. He felt that this matter was not that simple, because this carriage was too ostentatious. It was most likely not some secret. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked towards Yi Xian. 5th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he prepared to take a detour. Halt! A loud shout made Yi Xian stop in his tracks. An old man dressed in black walked over and said, "What are you doing sneaking around outside the Ethereal Palace?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He wanted to use his previous method to avoid this tribulation, or perhaps use his identity as a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall to cover it up. He turned, looking at this unfamiliar black-clothed old man. "I am a core disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. I have come here to investigate the case of those siblings in the underworld." The Heavenly Thunder Hall again. When did the Heavenly Thunder Hall become so nosy? This black-clothed old man was very displeased as he prepared to chase Yi Xian away. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly raised as a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. "Isn't this brat the one the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan wanted me to take note of?" The black-clothed old man was shocked. He had just received news that the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan wanted him to take note of a person. This person was precisely Yi Xian. "I heard that the first dragonized descendant of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan was killed by someone. Then, they wanted me to search through my memories to confirm if this really happened. TSK, this brat really sent himself to me." The black-clothed old man cracked a smile. He was that person who was proficient in soul techniques that the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan's Grand Elder had spoken of. Originally, the matter of capturing people was to be done by the assassins of the underworld. However, since he had encountered it, then he would do it for him. When the time came, all he had to do was extort a sum of money. However, this black-clothed old man's gaze was caught by Yi Xian. "This old fellow, he knows me?" Yi Xian's mind trembled. His intuition told him that this black-clothed old man did not come with good intentions. "Brat, I do know one or two elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Let's forget about this matter. You can go," the black-clothed old man suddenly said. "Let me go?" Yi Xian was very surprised. Although the Phantom Gang was one of the 3 great powers of the Black Chaotic Corner, and this black-clothed old man was an elder of the Phantom Gang, there would not be any problems in making a move within the city. However, the matter of the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan requesting the black-clothed old man could not be too conspicuous. Thus, he had to be captured in secret. "That's right. You can go. Don't come again. This matter is not something you can manage." The black-clothed old man nodded. "Since that is so, then farewell, Yi Xian cupped his fists, preparing to turn and leave. However, before he had finished speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, "It's him." "Oh?" Yi Xian and the black-clothed old man turned, discovering 3 people walking towards them. These 3 were all wearing the uniform of the Phantom Gang. "The 3 of you recognize him?" The black-clothed old man's eyes flickered as he asked. "Elder He, Guardian Yao was assassinated in his own manner. Lord Chiu asked me to spread the portrait around." The person in the lead retrieved a portrait from his Qianquan ring. This portrait just so happened to be that of Yi Xian. These words frightened Yi Xian. What did Guardian Yao's death have to do with him? However, he instantly reacted. He had been framed, and the one who had framed him was probably that Lord Chiu. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly as he immediately turned around. "How dare you kill a guardian of the Phantom Gang? You must have a death wish," the black-clothed old man shouted. He had been looking for an opportunity to capture Yi Xian earlier, but now, he had a legitimate excuse to do so. The moment Yi Xian turned around, 2 rays of light shot out from the black-clothed old man's eyes. These 2 rays of light entered Yi Xian's eyes. Soul attack? Yi Xian's body trembled. The members of the Phantom Gang specialized in soul attacks and soul defense. They were extremely difficult to deal with. "Humph, you are not qualified to use a soul attack in front of me." Yi Xian's eyes also released a ray of golden light. Brilliant eye. As long as one's eyes were covered, the other party would not be able to use a soul attack. However, even if Yi Xian closed his eyes, his combat power would not be reduced in the slightest. "Have a taste of mine." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Burning eye, forbidden eye of illusion." "What? This kid knows how to use it too." The black-clothed old man was slightly surprised, and his face twitched violently. This was because Yi Xian was unaffected by the attack just now. The strength of his soul was not ordinary, however, he was affected by Yi Xian's 2 soul attacks. "I didn't want to cause a ruckus. But now, don't blame me." Yi Xian's face turned gloomy. He held the Skyquake sword in his hand tightly and formed a huge golden sword. Overlord's limitless sword. Boom, the golden sword fell to the ground. The old man in black's shoulder bones cracked. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. However, the 3 members of the Phantom Gang behind him were not so lucky. All of their bones were shattered and they died on the spot. "Kid, how dare you kill the members of the Phantom Gang? You're courting death." The old man in black could no longer sit still. Since the soul attack was useless, he would use force. "Wei Zhentian, Thunder Pearl, go." Yi Xian threw out 2 magic treasures. At the same time, he formed a heavenly thunder battle halberd. "Humph, sword manipulation is useless against me." The old man in black snorted and used his manifestation force to push Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl away. "Heavenly Thunder territory." Yi Xian stabbed the Heavenly Thunder battle halberd into the ground. Suddenly, lightning flashed and countless electric snakes shot out. However, most of them were blocked by the old man in black. In terms of combat power, Yi Xian was definitely stronger than the old man in black. However, he was fighting at the entrance of the Phantom Gang. Therefore, he had to end this quickly. While the old man in black was distracted, Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl quickly transformed. Wei Zhentian transformed into a god of war and slashed his sword at the old man in black. The Thunder Pearl also extended countless spikes, preparing to explode the old man's head. "Kid, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Get lost." The old man in black shook his body. A powerful manifestation force sent Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl flying again. However, at this moment, "You're finished." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In an instant, the Thunder Pearl spat out a strand of heavenly lightning that condensed into a thunder attribute flying dragon. Thunder Dragon Roar. The thunder flying dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. What? The old man in black did not expect the Thunder Pearl to have such a transformation. He had been careless. Now, he would pay the price for his carelessness. ZZ. Boom, a huge pillar of heavenly thunder descended, drowning the old man in black. This roar of the Thunder Dragon was one of Yi Xian's trump cards. Its power was extraordinary. Yi Xian reckoned that the black-clothed old man was dead meat. Bastard, stop. How dare you kill Elder He? You're courting death. Stop him. Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out. Within the range of Yi Xian's senses, the experts of the Phantom Gang were charging at him. All three of them were at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since you've mobilized so many experts, I can't let you down. Yi Xian formed a claw with his left hand and began to swipe out rapidly. Switching Long's 8 stances, at the same time, a figure appeared behind him. Luo had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm thanks to the planting space. Seeing that there was a battle, she giggled and summoned her 100-fold fox doppelganger. Hold them back. Yi Xian said to Luo. No problem, young master. Luo said confidently. The black-clothed old man was still somewhat capable. He was able to withstand the Thunder Dragon's roar, but he couldn't do anything other than defend. But Yi Xian could. I'll send you to the afterlife with this attack. A silver slash tore through the air. The black-clothed old man, who was resisting the Thunder Dragon's roar, was beheaded in an instant. Then, the Thunder Dragon's roar electrocuted him into a charred corpse. A 5th-level Nether Passage realm expert was dead. Although he had used his trump card, he had to act quickly because he was causing trouble in front of someone else's home. After the black-clothed old man died, Yi Xian swiftly rushed over and took the old man's interspatial ring. There were many things in the interspatial ring, many of which could improve one's soul. Yi Xian benefited from this. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. A system notification rang out. After Yi Xian devoured the ores and weapons in the interspatial ring, Wei Zhentian leveled up and reached the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now that the black-clothed old man was dead, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the 3 elders of the Phantom Gang. 3 5th-level Nether Passage realm experts. So what? Let's fight. Yi Xian roared loudly. This time, he wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. In addition to the 3 elders, there were many 3rd and 4th level Nether Passage realm experts in the Netherworld. Yi Xian and Luo could use them to delay the situation. I have control. Yi Xian started to control them, allowing them to sneak attack the 4th level Nether Passage realm Phantom Sect protectors beside him. Young master, let me do it. Luo suddenly said in his mind. In the next instant, Yi Xian saw a pink eyeball form above Luo's head. The Eye of Enchantment. Before, Luo had used the Eye of Enchantment to increase the strength of Yi Xian's soul. Today was the first time she used it against others. What the hell is that? A fox. That little fox belongs to the Fox clan. Be careful of her charm bang. Not good. Someone's been charmed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had been charmed by the Eye of Enchantment and attacked the sober experts of the Phantom Gang. Holy shit. Mass enchantment? Yi Xian was shocked. The Eye of Enchantment was indeed powerful. It had charmed so many people in one move. Kill that little fox. One of the Phantom Gang elders roared angrily. The 3 of them all charged at Luo. Humph. You dare to touch the young master with just the 3 of you? Luo looked at them with disdain. Her 6 tails unfurled behind her. With a wave of her slender hand, 7 flames floated in front of her chest. Then, the 7 flames suddenly merged into one, forming a 7-colored lotus flower. Luo threw the 7-colored fire lotus at the Phantom Gang elder in the middle. The Phantom Gang elder's face was gloomy as he dodged with difficulty. He could feel that the 7-colored fire lotus contained a lot of energy. If he was hit by it, there would be nothing left of him. But at this moment, the 7-colored demonic flame suddenly bloomed when it brushed past the Phantom Gang elder's shoulder. 7-colored demonic flame, 7 consecutive explosions. A powerful aura instantly spread out, causing everyone to tremble. Boom. 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 There were a total of 7 explosions, and the sounds were so continuous that they almost merged into one. The cultivators who were watching from afar couldn't help but tremble. This move was too cool. This move was Luolua's new skill. It looked very cool and its power was beyond imagination. After the 7 explosions, the Phantom Gang elder was blasted into smithereens, leaving behind only a pile of broken limbs. Not only that, the other 2 elders were also affected and were seriously injured. Young master, it's your turn. Yi Xian also recovered from his shock, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. While he was shocked by the power of Luoluo's move, he didn't just stand there and watch. The Thunder Pearl had already flown over. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Another big explosion. Yi Xian's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed. Thunder Pearl, Heavenly Lightning Annihilation. The Thunder Pearl also released a dazzling light. Lightning flashed, and it temporarily blinded those with lower realms. However, the Thunder Pearl wasn't a flash bomb. Its power wasn't any weaker than Luoluo's move. Rumble. Another loud rumble resounded in the sky. The 2 elders of the Phantom Gang who had been heavily injured by Luoluo both died. Haha, what Phantom Gang? So weak. Yi Xian was very disdainful in his heart. He quickly flew towards the 3 corpses. These were the interspatial rings of 3 5th-level nether passage experts. If he gathered all the items together, he might be able to break through to the 4th level of the nether passage realm. At that time, who would be a match for him? However, at this moment, brat, how dare you kill my men? You're courting death. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded, and at the same time, it entered Yi Xian's ears. The leader of the Phantom Gang, Phantom, when Yi Xian entered the chaotic black corner, he had heard of the leader of the Phantom Gang. This person was proficient in soul attacks, and he was best at illusions. As long as he glared at you, you might not wake up even if your limbs were chopped off. Therefore, the leader of the Phantom Gang could be said to be the most difficult of the 3 gang leaders to deal with. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Phantom Eye, penetrate. The leader of the Phantom Gang's eyes flickered. He actually managed to penetrate Yi Xian's brilliant helmet, causing Yi Xian to fall into an illusion. This strength was several times stronger than that of the black-robed elder. In an instant, Yi Xian's surroundings changed dramatically. At this moment, he was on an isolated island. This isolated island was very small, and he could see the other end with a single glance. In the ocean beside the isolated island was a huge and terrifying sea beast. These sea beasts had the ability to swallow this isolated island in one gulp. This soul attack was the strongest one Yi Xian had ever encountered. However, one shouldn't forget that Yi Xian's bloodline. TCH, I have another nickname, the Terminator of Illusions. Yi Xian coldly snorted and instantly broke through the illusions around him. The huge sea beast that opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow the island was also instantly destroyed. What? You broke my illusions in one shot? This is impossible. Yu Huan couldn't believe it. Even the leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, Tai Long, or the leader of the Righteous Yang Gang, Frivolous Scholar, couldn't break the illusions in such a short time, let alone Yi Xian, a brat at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm. While Yu Huan was still in shock, Yi Xian had already thrown the 3 corpses into the planting space. At the same time, he devoured everything in the universe ring. Ding! The Thunder Orb has broken through. The system notified. Unfortunately, Yi Xian himself couldn't break through. He knew that he was still a little short, so he used all the ores and divine weapons on the Thunder Orb. The Thunder Orb didn't have a co-growth contract with him, so Yi Xian didn't devour it. Instead, he used all the ores and divine weapons on the Thunder Orb, spending a lot of Super Devour crystals. He spent a lot of ores and divine weapons. If Yi Xian devoured them himself, his cultivation would improve. However, the Thunder Orb's power would increase greatly from the 3rd level to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. After all, it was immortal. Under such circumstances, it was much more useful to strengthen the Thunder Orb than to increase his own strength. Leader of the Dark Illusion Gang, as long as I kill you, I can break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian's fighting spirit soared. His entire body was boiling with excitement. Who was the leader of the Dark Illusion Gang? He was one of the 3 gang leaders of the Black Chaos Corner. He was extremely powerful and had tens of thousands of gang members, all of whom were Nether Passage realm experts. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him. At this moment, Yi Xian still had one more trump card, 10,000 ancestral swords. Wei Zhentian, come. Yi Xian was already prepared to fight to the death with Yu Huan. However, at this moment, another figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. Kid, I'm here to help you. A familiar voice rang out and entered Yi Xian's ears. He turned around and saw a familiar person with a powerful aura rushing toward him. Elder Ling Yao? Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This Elder Ling Yao was the forging master who had helped him forge the Thunder Orb artifact. He couldn't understand why Elder Ling Yao would appear in the Black Chaos corner. Yu Huan, how bold of you to dare capture this old man's grandchildren. Hand over your life. Elder Ling Yao roared furiously as he charged towards Yu Huan. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood why Elder Ling Yao was here. So it was because he was that Heavenly Thunder Hall elder whose grandchildren had been captured. He was the one who had offered the reward of 100,000 inner devil pills, with the help of a 5th-level nether passage Heavenly Thunder Hall elder like Ling Yao. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. He suddenly changed his mind, no longer using 10,000 ancestral swords. Wei Zhentian, Thunder Orb, go. Yi Xian immediately had Wei Zhentian lock onto Yu Huan. 10,000 ancestral swords was a trump card, because there were still a few people in the city who could threaten him, such as the chief of the Wild Dragon Gang, the chief of the Righteous Yang Gang, the chief of the Frivolous Scholar, and the chief of the Underworld Branch. Of course, the one he was most wary of was that Mo Shui who came and went without a trace, able to escape death every single time. A mere 3rd-level nether passage martial artist dares to commit such atrocities in front of me? Die. Yu Huan directly ignored the heaven-shocking sword and thunder orb, suddenly transforming into a streak of light as he shot towards Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian had killed a few 5th-level nether passage elders, Yu Huan knew that Yi Xian had used his trump card. Since it was a trump card, it shouldn't be used so easily. However, as he shot towards Yi Xian, a 7-colored lotus suddenly floated over. 7-colored demonic fire, 7 consecutive explosions. Boom. 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 7 more explosions resounded. Fortunately, Yu Huan had long since been prepared for this. Added on to the fact that his cultivation base was higher at the peak of the 6th level of the nether passage stage, he was about to break through into the nether passage stage. After Luolua's attack, he was completely unscathed. However, at this moment, the sound of air splitting resounded from the side. Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd, Heavenly Thunder Explosion. Rumble. Yet another explosion resounded. The entire main city of Black Chaos Corner was already in an uproar as over 10,000 spectators had gathered around. Meanwhile, Yu Huan had been injured by the Heavenly Thunder explosion right in front of so many people. How formidable. Elder Ling Yao's strength is probably unrivaled amongst 5th-level nether passage martial artists. He is much more powerful than that person I just killed. Yi Xian could not help but sigh emotionally to himself. The Heavenly Thunder Hall was no ordinary power. The reason Elder Ling Yao had been able to become an elder was not because he was a member of the Ling family but because of his strength. Old man, you're courting death. Yu Huan glared at Elder Ling Yao, preparing to use Yu Huan's eye on him. However, Elder Ling Yao suddenly closed his eyes. Soul attacks usually had to pass through the eyes. As long as one closed their eyes, it would be difficult to be hit. Fortunately, a martial artist would possess a spiritual sense after reaching the manifestation realm. Although the speed of the spiritual sense was slower than the eyes, it could still be used in battle. So what if I close my eyes? Yu Huan snorted and used his spiritual sense on the people behind Elder Ling Yao. In an instant, a few martialists launched attacks at Elder Ling Yao's back. Yu Huan had made these people fall for his illusions, and Elder Ling Yao was their enemy. You're quite capable. Scram. Elder Ling Yao snorted. With a wave of his hand, these people were sent flying. What a joke. He was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm. How could these martial artists at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm be his match? However, Yu Huan reminded Yi Xian and Luoluo. Try this, sect leader Yu Huan. Luoluo suddenly laughed. In the next instant, the Phantom Gang members surrounding the Phantom Gang's gang leader started to attack him. A bunch of trash. Go to hell. Yu Huan did not care that these people used to be his subordinates. He threw a few palm strikes and smashed them into pieces. What a bastard. He even killed his own people. Yi Xian was shocked. However, these people were already under Luolua's control. If he did not kill them, it would only be more troublesome. At this moment, he was thinking to himself and Elder Ling Yao to hold Yu Huan back while Luoluo collected the interspatial rings. As long as he collected enough interspatial rings, he would be able to break through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. At that time, it would be easy to deal with Yu Huan. However, right at this moment, an aura that was not any weaker than phantoms suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, Elder Ling Yao, who was about to attack Yu Huan, could not help but stop. The sect leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, Tai Long? Elder Ling Yao's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Yu Huan was also very surprised. He asked, Tai Long, why are you here? The newcomer was a bald man. This person was none other than the leader of the Wild Dragon Gang, one of the 3 great gangs of the Black Chaotic Horn, Tai Long. His cultivation level had also reached the peak of the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. His strength was not much weaker than Yu Huan's. You made such a big move, how could I not come and take a look? Tai Long said with a grin. Although she said that, Spectral Illusion felt that Iron Dragon was not here with good intentions. It was very likely that he was here to take advantage of the situation. The death of 4 5th-level Nether Passage realm elders in the Dark Illusion Manor had greatly reduced the strength of the Dark Illusion Gang. If the Wild Dragon Gang were to attack at this time, the Dark Illusion Gang would be in danger. Tai Long, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Do you think that my phantom is easy to bully? Even if I die, you won't have it easy either. Phantom used a threatening tone to remind Tai Long not to act rashly. As for Yi Xian and Ling Yao, he could deal with them himself. TSK, I already knew about that matter of yours. Originally, I didn't want to say it, but now that they've come knocking on my door, if I don't take advantage of them, wouldn't I be letting down those brothers you killed? Tai Long suddenly took out a broad-backed machete. This time, the Dark Illusion Gang had discovered an accident, so he wanted to add insult to injury. As long as he could use this opportunity to eliminate the Dark Illusion Gang, there would only be 2 of the 3 major forces left in the Black Chaotic Corner. If the world was divided into 3, it would become a 2-legged tripod. Then, the Dark Illusion Gang's territory and manpower would be divided between the Wild Dragon Gang and the Righteous Sun Gang. Wild Dragon, it seems that you're determined to interfere. If that's the case, then come. Spectral Illusion was also prepared to fight to the death. He glared at the crowd angrily. Too late. Just in case, I found a helper. Tai Long carried the broad-backed machete in his hand on his shoulder and said slowly. Helper. Spectral Illusion's expression changed when he heard this. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Helper? Could it be? Yu Huan cried out in surprise, but before he could say the name, a person rushed over. It was a scholarly young man dressed in white with a crown on his head. However, his appearance made Spectral Illusion's heart tremble violently. His twitching face fell into everyone's eyes. This scholarly young man was the leader of the Righteous Sun Gang, one of the 3 major gangs in the Black Chaotic Corner, Frivolous Scholar. Frivolous Scholar, you're late. Tai Long looked at the young man and said. The scholarly young man smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry, I was just helping the little sister next door write a couplet, so I was a little late. It was hard to imagine that this scholarly young man, who looked only a few years older than Yi Xian, was the leader of the Righteous Sun Gang, Frivolous Scholar. The Black Chaotic Corner was a place where good and bad people mixed together. However, in the main city of the Black Chaotic Corner, there was one person who was highly praised, and that was Frivolous Scholar. The Righteous Sun Gang was different from the other 2 major gangs. This gang would not bully others with their power. The gang members were also a group of virtuous martial artists. It was rare for them to kill others for their treasures. To put it simply, the Black Chaotic Corner was where it was today because of the Righteous Sun Gang. If it were not for the Righteous Sun Gang, people would be killed on the streets at any time. The Black Chaotic Corner would not have such good order. Frivolous Scholar, it really is you. You're working with Tai Long? Spectral Illusion could not believe it. Frivolous Scholar had been neutral since the Black Chaotic Corner was established. Only the Spectral Gang and the Wild Dragon Gang were locked in a fierce battle. But now, Frivolous Scholar wanted to interfere? Gang leader Spectral Illusion, you spent millions of inner demon pills to capture so many pairs of siblings. Your actions have inadvertently offended many people. Frivolous Scholar said to Spectral Illusion. Those missions were not issued by me. I was only entrusted by someone to imprison these people. Spectral Illusion hurriedly replied. He knew that this was the reason why Frivolous Scholar had appeared. Now, everyone knew that after the mission to capture the siblings was completed, the siblings would be sent to the Nether Palace. Naturally, they would think that Spectral Illusion was the mastermind behind this mission. If they thought about it more deeply, why did Spectral Illusion not use so many inner demon pills on Cultivation? If that was the case, Spectral Illusion would have broken through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm long ago. You don't have to explain. You must be cultivating a demonic art. Otherwise, why would you use so many inner demon pills to capture people? Tai Long snorted coldly. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the surrounding people lit up. Yes, he was cultivating a demonic art, otherwise, why would he capture so many people? Moreover, they were all siblings. When demonic arts were mentioned, the surrounding people would think of Frivolous Scholar. This was because Frivolous Scholar hated people who cultivated demonic arts the most. I didn't. Spectral Shadow's expression darkened as he defended himself. These people are all alive and well. Every half a month, there would be an expert bringing them away. I didn't use them to cultivate in my demonic arts. Expert? Who? The Frivolous Scholar frowned. If Spectral Shadow was speaking the truth, then the mastermind behind the scenes was cultivating in his demonic arts. I'm not sure. They are all highly skilled in disguise and are much stronger than I am. Spectral Shadow shook his head. Humph, that's just your lie. Apart from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who else would be stronger than you? Come here. Iron Dragon snorted coldly, disbelief written all over his face. Still, he had forgotten that a Fulfillment Realm expert had once descended here. While this was a remote place, experts had still appeared here before. There was no concrete evidence for Spectral Shadow's words. Still, everyone already knew that he had accepted those siblings. As for whether those siblings were still alive, no one knew. Of course, even if they were, it was possible that Spectral Shadow had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of his demonic arts and was temporarily unable to use them. In any case, Spectral Shadow was done for today no matter what. Frivolous Scholar, let's not waste words. The Spectral Gang is notorious in the Black Chaotic Corner. Let's cripple them first. Iron Dragon gripped his broadsword tightly as he turned and said to the Frivolous Scholar. All right. The Frivolous Scholar felt the same as well as he drew out a 3-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. No, you must believe me. Those siblings are locked in a prison deep within the ethereal palace. Spectral Shadow panicked as he hurriedly defended himself. Facing two experts at once, he had no confidence at all. If it was just Iron Dragon, he would be able to deal with them. However, now that even the Frivolous Scholar had come, he was done for. Because the Frivolous Scholar was so powerful, his spectral eye was ineffective against him. Originally, the Frivolous Scholar had thought that Spectral Shadow had cultivated in a demonic art. Now, however, he suddenly changed his mind. The Spectral Gang had the worst reputation amongst the 3 great gangs. There was a need to change the atmosphere of the Black Chaotic Corner. Kill. Tai Long was determined to annihilate the Phantom Gang. Naturally, he would not allow Phantom to escape. He immediately rushed to the back and sealed off Phantom's path of retreat. Now, it was impossible for the Phantom to escape. There was a wolf in front, a tiger behind, and 2 venomous snakes, Yi Xian and Ling Yao, eyeing him covetously from both sides. You dare to touch me? You're all dead. Yu Huan was flustered and exasperated. He knew that he was done for, but he didn't want to die, so he could only use threats, hoping to make Frivolous Scholar and Tai Long retreat. Iron Dragon might be afraid because of this, but the Frivolous Scholar was impossible. No matter what kind of backer you have, today will be the day of your Phantom Gang's destruction. After the Frivolous Scholar finished speaking, he immediately attacked. On the other side, Tai Long was the same. Looking at the 3 figures in front of him, Yi Xian revealed a helpless expression. Originally, this phantom was his target, but now two people had suddenly appeared. His kill had actually been stolen. His intuition told him that it was best not to get involved in this battle. It was better for him to find trouble with some of the Phantom Gang's protectors and elders. Yi Xian, let's not do anything. Let's go. At this time, Elder Ling Yao suddenly said. His purpose in coming to Black Chaos Corner was to find his grandson and granddaughter who had been captured. Just now, Yu Huan said that those people were locked in a prison deep within the netherworld, so he immediately rushed over. Yi Xian nodded silently. After glancing at the three people fighting in the air, he collected the spoils along the way and killed his way into the netherworld. At this time, on top of a tall tower in the distance, a man in black clothes looked around. Damn it, this Phantom Gang is really trash. The man shouted in a low voice. Gang Master, should we help? Suddenly, a middle-aged man flashed to his side and asked. If the frivolous scholar hadn't attacked, we could have helped, but this frivolous scholar, the man in black clothes showed a wary expression. Gang Master, why are you so wary of this frivolous scholar? The middle-aged man asked in puzzlement. Humph. The man in black snorted and said, do you know that the Fulfillment Realm expert who came to Black Chaos Corner before is related to this frivolous scholar? What? The middle-aged man was shocked. The frivolous scholar was related to a Fulfillment Realm expert? Now, he finally understood why the gang master of the Black Chaos Corner Underworld branch was so afraid of this frivolous scholar. That's right, this black-clothed man was the gang master of the Black Chaos Corner Underworld branch. He was at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. He was also the one who issued the mission to capture the siblings, however, he wasn't the one who spent the heart demon pill. Someone else was the one who received the mission. The two of them quietly looked at the three figures fighting in the sky above the netherworld. In the end, they decided to give up on helping. They could only swallow this broken tooth themselves, in the sky above the netherworld. Tai Long, frivolous scholar, stop. They're already out. Yu Huan hurriedly shouted. He saw that Elder Ling Yao had already rescued them. This should be enough to prove his innocence, but Tai Long and the frivolous scholar still didn't stop. Yu Huan, we're determined to destroy your Yu Huan gang today. Give up resisting. Tai Long shouted as he attacked, don't worry, I won't take your life. You can find a place to spend your old age in peace. Tai Long, I'll *CK your mother. Yu Huan couldn't help but curse when he heard this. How could he not know that Tai Long wanted to cripple his cultivation? A martial artist's cultivation was their second life. If it was crippled, then what was the point of living? What was the purpose of martial artist's cultivation? Wasn't it to pursue a higher realm? If Yu Huan's cultivation was crippled, he might as well kill himself. Wah, I'll fight you to the death. Yu Huan's entire person suddenly turned sinister. Black true energy surged out of his body and circled around him. He hadn't touched the captured siblings, but he had lied when he said that he didn't cultivate demonic arts. The cultivation method of demonic arts was different from ordinary ones. Some required sucking human blood, some required eating human flesh, and even brain matter, bone marrow, and so on. It was extremely cruel. Therefore, when the surrounding people found out that the captured siblings were sent to the netherworld, they all guessed that Yu Huan cultivated demonic arts. Yu Huan, you really do cultivate demonic arts. Frivolous scholar's gaze turned cold. Before Yu Huan finished using his technique, he gathered true energy in his throat and shouted. Break! A sound wave attack spread out, but the surrounding people didn't react at all. This was because this move was specifically targeted at those who cultivated demonic arts. Buzz. No, this is impossible. Yu Huan was shocked. He had cultivated a demonic art for several decades, yet it was destroyed by a single word from the frivolous scholar. How was this possible? When Tai Long saw this, he was also shocked. This frivolous scholar was no ordinary person, he thought to himself. Who exactly was this frivolous scholar? Yu Huan, I'm going to shatter your demonic veins now. As the frivolous scholar finished speaking, another sound wave entered Yu Huan's body. Then, a series of muffled sounds rang out. The meridians in Yu Huan's body that were nurtured by demonic chi began to shatter inch by inch. Yu Huan's true energy leaked out, and his cultivation began to fall. 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, fourth level of the Nether Passage Realm, third level of the Nether Passage Realm, second level of the Nether Passage Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yu Huan was only left with the second level of the Nether Passage Realm. Before this, he was at the peak of the 6th level, and was about to break through to the 7th level. The difference was due to the demonic art he cultivated. Now that his demonic veins were shattered, his cultivation fell as well. No, impossible. Frivolous scholar, who are you? Yu Huan couldn't believe it. The frivolous scholar had only opened his mouth twice to shatter all the demonic veins in his body. It was impossible for someone with this kind of ability to only be at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. The frivolous scholar didn't answer Yu Huan's question. Instead, he put away his sword and said indifferently, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that the demonic veins in your body have all been shattered. You should obediently surrender." Yu Huan was currently only at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Even a 4th level Nether Passage Realm protector would have the ability to kill him. Tai Long immediately turned into a ray of light and captured Yu Huan in an instant. "I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I, Yu Huan, have actually fallen to such a state. I can't accept this." Yu Huan roared at the sky. Although the 2nd level of the Nether Passage Realm was only 4 levels away from the 6th level, some people couldn't reach it even if they cultivated for their entire life. Fortunately, his meridians weren't completely destroyed, so in comparison, even if he cultivated again, his cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary people. As long as he had time, he could cultivate to the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm again, at this time, in the depths of the Ethereal Palace. While Yu Huan, Tai Long, and Frivolous Scholar were fighting, Yi Xian and Ling Yao rushed in. Sure enough, they found the imprisoned 100 pairs of siblings in a courtyard. That frivolous scholar with the 2-word demonic breaching vein is too terrifying. Just what is his background? Yi Xian was also shocked. However, he could tell that if Spectral had not exposed himself, the frivolous scholar would not have been able to do this. To put it simply, Phantom was courting death. However, Elder Ling Yao still managed to find his grandson and granddaughter in the prison below. In this prison, there were 100 pairs of siblings, which added up to more than 200 people. Moreover, this was a recent capture. My lord, please save us." Someone suddenly knelt down and said. "Sir, please save us. We will definitely be captured again." Right. "Sir, please accept us into the Heavenly Thunder Hall." A group of people begged bitterly. These people did not have much of a background. It was already not easy for them to be able to cultivate to such a level. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Thunder Hall just so happened to be a life-saving straw. Therefore, they wanted to follow them there. This, Elder Ling Yao frowned, feeling rather troubled. If so many people were to go to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it would be a very large expenditure. Still, these people's talents were not bad as well. Therefore, after careful calculation, it should not be a loss. "Alright, you guys wait here. When this is over, I will escort you back." Elder Ling Yao finally agreed. After all, his grandson and granddaughter were involved in this as well. The ones who had captured these siblings previously were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Nether Passage Realm. Now that they were escorted by Elder Ling Yao, who even dared to battle Yu Huan, who would dare come looking for trouble? Thank you, my lord." The group knelt down in thanks. Now, the 3 people in the distance shot them a glance before Iron Dragon asked, "Yu Huan, how many pairs of siblings did you kill in order to cultivate such a devilish art?" "My devilish art does not require siblings like them. I only cultivate purely by absorbing essence blood. I do not have so many requirements," Yu Huan replied, his face pale. "Oh? This means that what you said earlier was true?" Iron Dragon did not dare to believe it. "That's right. Everything I said was true. In another 3 days, those bigwigs will come to Black Chaos Corner and take these siblings away. If you dare to let them go now, you will be making an enemy out of them." Yu Huan suddenly revealed an expression of schadenfreude. There was not a single lie in what he had said earlier. Therefore, this Iron Dragon and the frivolous scholar had really gotten themselves into big trouble. Hearing Yu Huan's confirmation, Iron Dragon's expression changed greatly. Yu Huan was at the peak of the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm. His aura was stronger, being at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. And what Yu Huan meant was that there was more than one 7th level Nether Passage realm martial artist. Iron Dragon's strength was slightly weaker than Yu Huan's. Therefore, he had gotten himself into big trouble. Humph. Since it has come to this, there is no room for negotiation. I, Iron Dragon, am not a joke. Iron Dragon snorted coldly as the broadsword in his hand flashed. That's right. The frivolous scholar nodded. However, he did not take Yu Huan seriously. He was not afraid at all. Then, the matter came to an end. The winner takes all. Since I, Yu Huan, have lost, Black Chaos Corner will be yours from now on. Yu Huan was very magnanimous. However, this was something that could not be helped. Was he supposed to fight Iron Dragon, who was at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, with his strength at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm? What a joke. Therefore, he could only watch as the Wild Dragon Gang and the Righteous Yang Gang divided up the Dark Illusions brothers and territory. Not only that, but there was also Yu Huan's interspatial ring. The two of you, this interspatial ring is yours. At this moment, the frivolous scholar suddenly threw Yu Huan's interspatial ring to Yi Xian. This was the interspatial ring of the gang leader of the Dark Illusion Gang. Yu Huan was suspicious by nature. Therefore, he did not hide the interspatial ring and kept it in his interspatial ring. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He hastily caught the interspatial ring. Yu Huan had been trying to break through to the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, so there were not many things in the interspatial ring. However, it was enough for Yi Xian to break through. The moment Yi Xian caught the interspatial ring, he moved all the good things in the interspatial ring into his devouring space and threw them to Elder Ling Yao. On the surface, he did not do anything, but in reality, he had already gotten a lot of things. Many thanks, Elder Ling Yao. Hearing this, Yi Xian expressed his thanks as well. Still, he was unaware of Elder Ling Yao's wishful thinking. He had just become famous in a single battle, slaying 4 5th-level ethereal opening elders of the Phantom Gang as a 3rd-level ethereal opening martial artist. Such strength was not something that just anyone could possess. If he were to mature in the future, he would become the #1 expert of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Thus, Elder Ling Yao was trying to curry favor with Yi Xian in advance. Elder Ling Yao, I'll send some people to escort you back, the frivolous scholar suddenly said. Alright, many thanks then. Elder Ling Yao expressed his gratitude. There were more than 200 people here. If he was the only one here, it would be a little troublesome. This chief of the Righteous Yang Gang, the frivolous scholar, was rather trustworthy. I'll help as well. Yi Xian said. He had obtained many benefits this time as well. As long as he devoured what he had obtained from the Phantom Universe Ring, breaking through to the 4th level of the ethereal opening stage would definitely not be an issue. At that time, even without using his trump cards, he would be able to clash with the Phantom Gang. Escorting them back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall would not be a problem at all. Alright. Elder Ling Yao nodded. He suddenly felt like hurrying Yi Xian back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, wanting to see the expressions of those experts after hearing of Yi Xian's battle achievements. Afterwards, the Righteous Yang Gang and the Wild Dragon Gang split up the Phantom Gang on the spot. From today onwards, there would no longer be a Phantom Gang in the Black Chaotic Corner. Elder Ling Yao, my 3 brothers are all at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage. They will escort you back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Just at this time, the frivolous scholar suddenly said to Ling Yao. 3 at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage? Hearing those words, the people present were all shocked. How could the Righteous Yang Gang be so powerful? It had to be known that the Phantom Gang was only at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage himself, and he was the only one in the Phantom Gang. Still, why did the Righteous Yang Gang have 3 at the 6th level of the ethereal opening stage? If the frivolous scholar was added on, wouldn't that be 4? Frivolous scholar, you, hearing this, Iron Dragon, did not really dare to believe it either. Why didn't the Righteous Yang Gang, which had 4 6th-level Nether Passage realm martial artists, swallow up the Mad Dragon Gang and unify the Black Chaos Corner? Haha, don't worry, I'm not that ambitious. I'm all about balance. The frivolous scholar laughed. At this moment, 3 figures flew over. They were all scholars in white robes. So young? Everyone was shocked. Not only that, but even Xian was the same. He hadn't sensed anything before, but now that these three had appeared, he immediately released his aura. They were indeed at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. The most important thing was that these three people were in their early 20s, and one of them might not even be 20 yet. Isn't he too young? How did he reach the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm? It shouldn't be from the Heavenly Thunder Hall? Only the Heavenly Thunder Hall possesses such an expert. No, that can't be. The auras of these three people are very similar to Frivolous Scholar. They should be from the same sect. The surrounding people were all speculating. Elder Ling Yao was also extremely shocked. He had thought that the Heavenly Thunder Hall was already very powerful. Now, three experts with talents that surpassed the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had suddenly appeared. This was simply inconceivable. Northern Heavens Academy. Frivolous Scholar, you're a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy? Elder Ling Yao cried out in shock. Haha, I never thought that Elder Ling Yao would know of the Northern Heavens Academy. The Frivolous Scholar was slightly surprised, but didn't deny it. The Northern Heavens Academy. I've only heard of it. Because no disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy has ever appeared, outsiders also don't know of its location. Elder Ling Yao said slowly. The Frivolous Scholar nodded, that's right. Previously, my Northern Heavens Academy had always been secretly accepting disciples, focusing on studying diligently. Now, the academy has already been opened. It's just that the news has yet to spread. Now, Elder Ling Yao understood. No wonder the Frivolous Scholar didn't place the background of the mysterious world in his eyes. It was because he was a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy. The scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy are full of righteousness, the nemesis of the evil Tao. No wonder you could so easily break through. A helpless expression appeared on Elder Ling Yao's face. Don't underestimate him just because he was an elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, there were 4 disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy in front of him, all of whom were stronger than him. To be honest, my aptitude is already considered poor. My 3 junior apprentice brothers all far surpass me. The Frivolous Scholar sighed slightly. He was already nearing his 30s, and was only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, the 3 junior apprentice brothers behind him were all around 20 years old, and had already reached the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. This was completely incomparable. Hearing these words, one of the scholars hurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother, you're too modest. You've already cultivated the upright young scripture to the 3rd stage. Even evil Tao experts at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm might be killed by you. As these words rang out, the bodies of everyone present shook. Holy shit, a 6th level of the Nether Passage realm killing a 9th level of the Nether Passage realm? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Just now, he had felt that this Frivolous Scholar's background wasn't small. Now, it was indeed so. There was probably a fulfillment realm expert within the Northern Heavens Academy. Junior apprentice brother overpraises me. Since you've come to my place, I'll impart to you what I've learnt. I can guarantee that you'll be able to cultivate the upright young scripture to the 3rd stage within 3 years. The Frivolous Scholar laughed. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Hearing these words, the eyes of the 3 scholars lit up. Even within the entire Northern Heavens Academy, there weren't many people who were able to cultivate the upright young scripture to the 3rd stage. Amongst them, the Frivolous Scholar's realm was the lowest. However, he had the deepest understanding of the upright young scripture. Okay, you 3 escort them to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The Frivolous Scholar said. Yes. The 3 scholars nodded in response. Elder Ling Yao also felt relieved. At the same time, he also had thoughts of forming a good relationship with these 3 people. After all, the other party's background was the Northern Heavens Academy. With them escorting them, who would dare to come? Many thanks, let's go. Elder Ling Yao cupped his fists towards the Frivolous Scholar. Shortly after, he soared into the sky and left. Seeing this, the captured siblings hastily followed. This time, they were lucky. Not only were they safe, they even managed to join the Heavenly Thunder Hall. It could be considered as a blessing in disguise. As for Yi Xian, after shooting a glance at the Frivolous Scholar, he followed behind the large group. Very quickly, this large group left the chaotic black corner. Looking at their departing figures, Spectral didn't know what to say. This time, he had been utterly defeated. He never thought that the frivolous scholar would have such a great background. Even those experts who had entrusted people to be imprisoned here wouldn't dare to provoke the frivolous scholar. Spectral, you should leave as well. The frivolous scholar said to Spectral. Farewell. Although Spectral's cultivation had dropped to the second level of the nether passage stage, it wouldn't be that easy to take him down even if there were people at the third, fourth or even fifth level. However, he still had to be careful. After all, the Spectral gang had caused quite a lot of trouble and had made quite a few enemies. Now that he had lost his protection, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many. After Spectral left, the leader of the Wild Dragon gang, Tai Long, said in shock, "Frivolous scholar, then don't worry, I'm a scholar. I don't have much ambition. As long as you don't become the second Spectral, it's fine." The frivolous scholar replied, then continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, my Northern Heavens Academy is now open. If there's anyone interested, you can go to the Zhou city in the northeast of the chaotic black corner. My Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment point is there. My Northern Heavens Academy doesn't have a cultivation requirement. As long as you have good conduct, you'll be fine. Of course, you still need to pass some tests." In the past, the Northern Heavens Academy had closed its doors to recruit students. Therefore, its influence wasn't that great. Anyone who entered the Northern Heavens Academy would bitterly cultivate within. After thousands of years, there were even some people who had forgotten about the Northern Heavens Academy. Now that the Northern Heavens Academy had reopened, it was a good thing for some people. However, for those who cultivated demonic arts and committed heinous acts, it was a nightmare. At this moment, on a tower in the distance. "Sect Master, this frivolous scholar is actually someone from the Northern Heavens Academy," the middle-aged man said in shock. "You don't have to worry. Although you cultivate demonic arts, as long as you don't reveal it, this frivolous scholar won't know," the black-cloaked man reminded. Although he said that, the middle-aged man was still extremely afraid. This frivolous scholar was an existence that could even kill a 9th-level nether passage stage expert. "Sect Master, what should we do now?" the middle-aged man asked. With so many siblings released, they had lost over 1 million inner demon pills. It was too much of a loss. "I can only accept this loss, unless..." Before the black-cloaked man finished speaking, a figure shot towards him. "Chao Zhixing, what's going on?" Another black-cloaked man appeared. However, the aura on his body wasn't any weaker than the sect master of the chaotic black corner underworld branch, Chao Zhixing. "You've come at the right time. Those siblings have been released, and the person who saved them is a disciple of the Northern Heavens Academy. What do you think we should do now?" The underworld branch sect master then recounted what he had just seen and heard. "Humph, this Yuhuan is incompetent. Damn it, send someone to kill him." The black-cloaked man gave a cold snort and said, "I never thought that there would actually be a scholar in the black chaotic corner. So what if it's the Northern Heavens Academy? Anyone who goes against the underworld will not have a good ending. Then what are you going to do?" The underworld branch sect master inquired. "Send the message and refresh these missions." The man in black replied coldly. "Refresh these missions?" After the underworld branch sect leader heard this, he swallowed his saliva. That was millions of inner demon pills. Moreover, with so many siblings gathered together, it would probably cause quite a commotion. "Why did you capture these people?" The underworld's branch sect leader couldn't help but ask. "You don't have the right to know. You didn't do your job well this time. Come with me," the black-robed man said to the underworld branch sect leader. "Do we really want to become enemies with the Northern Heavens Academy?" Chao Zhixing still asked. "What Northern Heavens Academy? In the underworld, there are even rebirth stage assassins. What is there to be afraid of with a mere Northern Heavens Academy?" The black-cloaked man was extremely disdainful. Very quickly, the two began to move. At this moment, Yi Xian had already followed the large group and left Elder Ling Yao. Not only that, there were also many disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who had come to the black chaotic corner. Thus, they also joined in and escorted the large group back. Ling Mutian and the others were among them. Ling Mutian was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, but he could only barely deal with the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage. After seeing Yi Xian kill 4 5th level Nether Passage stage experts in succession, he no longer dared to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aptitude was already top-notch in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Even Ling Zhantian couldn't do this when he was at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage stage. Along the way, the 3 scholars had been following them. However, they were discussing academic matters in low voices. There are also poems and such in this world. If I were to use the poems from my previous life, would it cause a commotion? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. However, now wasn't the time to be so calculative, because he had a feeling that things weren't so simple. The value of these siblings is at least 1,000,000 inner demon pills. If the underworld refreshes a new mission, it will definitely attract many assassins, Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, the frivolous scholar had revealed his background in order to make the escorting a little safer. However, people would die for wealth and birds would die for food. There would definitely be many people watching. Although he could use the Eye of the Void to directly send these people back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Eye of the Void was his escape ability. How could he expose it just like that? If it was exposed, there would be people who could set a trap for him in the future. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. The realms of these siblings were low, so their speed was very slow. At the very least, it would take 3 to 4 days. Very quickly, a day's time had passed. During this day, there weren't any unusual movements. Yi Xian's skills had also refreshed their cooldowns. Adding that he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage stage, he could even fight against 7th level Nether Passage stage opponents, and even kill them. However, just as they had been traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian's expression changed. He could feel people approaching, and there were quite a few of them. Elder Ling Yao, there are 100 people approaching us. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. As these words were spoken, Elder Ling Yao's expression turned solemn. His realm was higher than Yi Xian's. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian had discovered it, it was clearly true. It should be those assassins from the underworld. A scholar put away the book in his hand and took out a long sword. The other 2 people did the same. Although they were scholars from the Northern Heavens Academy, that didn't mean that they didn't kill. Since these assassins dared to find trouble with them, they were courting death. Seeing Ling Yao, Yi Xian, and the others stop, the 100 pairs of siblings also revealed astonished expressions. Everyone, don't be afraid. Elder Ling Yao is powerful, and there are 3 geniuses from the Northern Heavens Academy. We'll be fine. Right. The Northern Heavens Academy is very powerful. We'll definitely be fine. These assassins are after us. It's best if they all die. Those people were discussing in low voices. Very quickly, a large group of people appeared before everyone's eyes. 3 7th level ethereal opening stage? Yi Xian's brows twitched as he couldn't help but shudder. Without mentioning the 100 assassins at the 3rd level of the ethereal opening stage and above, just these 3 7th level ethereal opening stage were enough to make him suffer. Other than these 3 7th level ethereal opening stage assassins, there were 6 6th level ethereal opening stage and a dozen 5th level ethereal opening stage assassins. This lineup had frightened Yi Xian. Looks like I'll have to fight to the death this time. Yi Xian felt a little helpless in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid. Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he be able to escape? If this went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the ethereal opening stage. Who are you? At this moment, a scholar shot over and shouted loudly. Don't you know who we are? The black-clothed leader of the assassins held a sword as he sneered. What guts, you actually dare to find trouble with us? The scholar coldly snorted. I know that you're scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. However, in the eyes of the underworld, your Northern Heavens Academy isn't worth mentioning. If you're tactful, hand over those siblings to us. That way, I can spare your lives. The black-clothed leader said. 3 people? The 3 scholars glanced at each other. This meant that the black-clothed man didn't plan to spare Yi Xian, Ling Yao, and the rest of the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples. However, this was still acceptable. After all, if not for Yi Xian and Ling Yao, how could such a thing have happened? Humph, with just the three of you? The leading scholar had a fearless look on his face. Who were they? They were the elites of the Northern Heavens Academy. Even if they were to challenge someone of a higher rank, it wouldn't be a problem for the three of them to restrain the 3 7th-level ethereal opening stage assassins. From the looks of it, you really want to fight with us. I'll say the ugly words first. Don't think that I'll show mercy just because you're scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. In the eyes of the underworld, the Northern Heavens Academy is nothing. The black-cloaked man kindly reminded them. Yi Xian, we can hold these three back. The rest will depend on you and Elder Ling Yao, the leading scholar said to Yi Xian. No problem. As long as you guys can hold off those three, I can handle the rest. Yi Xian said confidently. Previously, he had been worried that the three of them would only be able to hold back 1 or 2 assassins at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Now that he saw how confident they were, he let out a sigh of relief. But don't forget, Yi Xian also had a lot of trump cards. Although there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, they could still fight. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Everyone, let's do it. If anyone dares to hurt those siblings, don't blame me for being merciless. The leader of the black-cloaked men shouted in a low voice. There was a good chance that one of these siblings was someone that the higher-ups of hell were looking for. If any of them were to be harmed, then even 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough. This group of assassins was also hired. This was the first time they had been hired by their peers. However, the reward for this mission was extremely generous. Moreover, it seemed that they had the upper hand in this situation. This was a complete bargain. Under the command of the leader of the black-cloaked men, the two sides finally started fighting. Junior brothers, form the tripartite sword formation. The leader of the scholars shouted. Yes. The other two answered. The tripartite sword formation was a sword formation that could be used by 3 people. Even if they were only at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, they could easily deal with 3 at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. These 3 people's mission was to hold back the 3 7th-level Nether Passage realm assassins. As for the others, they would leave them to Yi Xian. Those at the 3rd and 4th level of the Nether Passage realm were easy to deal with, but those 6 at the 6th level and a dozen at the 5th level were troublesome. There aren't enough mutant beasts in the planting space. If we use them all up now, their reproduction speed will greatly decrease. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then let Luoluo out. Although Luoluo hadn't broken through to the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm yet, she wasn't far from it. When Yi Xian sensed this group of assassins, he immediately informed Luoluo. Bewitching Eye. As soon as Luoluo appeared, she used her ultimate move. A pink eyeball appeared on top of her head. Careful, close your eyes. Someone from the assassin's side immediately shouted. However, there were still some who reacted too slowly. Those at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm were all bewitched, and even those at the 4th level fell for it. In an instant, the assassin group was reduced by half, and internal strife broke out. The Fox Charm clan is truly terrifying. That was what everyone thought. In the blink of an eye, half of the assassins had turned traitor. The assassin group hadn't even charged when internal strife broke out. That little fox is in the way. Kill him. Several 6th-level Nether Passage realm assassins set their sights on Luoluo, but she had a powerful protector. You want to touch my people? Have you asked for my permission? Yi Xian was furious. He immediately sent out Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl. There were still many experts ahead. If he rashly used his ultimate move, it would be blocked by them, so he couldn't let it go to waste. However, he still had one move he could use right now. Brilliant golden armor. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. A giant golden sword appeared and slashed at the newcomers. Too slow. The assassins quickly dodged. They thought that the golden sword was only used for attacking. Bang! The golden sword fell to the ground. They joined forces and attacked Yi Xian. However, at this moment, a sudden impact from above caused their bodies to tremble violently. Crack! Some of them had gathered their true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength on their feet to increase their speed. However, their defenses were weaker, and the tyrannical emperor's boundless sword shattered their bones. 6 5th-level nether passage experts had been killed in an instant, and 1 6th-level nether passage expert had been heavily injured. Ha ha ha, don't think that I'm still the same 3rd-level nether passage realm expert from back then. Yi Xian laughed loudly in his heart. Breaking through was difficult for others, but for him, it was fine as long as he had enough resources. Back then, he had caused a huge ruckus and killed 4 5th-level nether passage realm experts in succession. He had even fought with Yu Huan a few times. Today, he was at the 4th level of the nether passage realm. His strength had skyrocketed many times over. These assassins were not well informed as they had been caught off guard by him. As long as he killed these assassins, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the nether passage realm. At that time, he would join forces with the 3 scholars and kill off the remaining 3 7th-level nether passage realm experts. This was his plan. On the other side, the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples and those 100 siblings were also using the power of 10,000 mammoths to battle. While their cultivation bases were low, with the power of 10,000 mammoths condensed together, it was still not an issue for them to contend against some 5th-level nether passage realm experts. However, Yi Xian had overlooked something. An old acquaintance of his had mixed into this group of assassins. With so many of them together earlier, their auras had been too chaotic. As a result, even Yi Xian had not discovered him. Very quickly, this person approached Yi Xian. "Brat, how have you been?" A familiar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned to look, and his face twitched. Mo Shui, this guy had actually mixed in with the team and tried to assassinate him. Before Mo Shui could attack, Yi Xian sent out a nirvanic slash, but Mo Shui dodged it. Currently, Mo Shui was at the 4th level of the nether passage realm. Damn, as expected of a reincarnator. He actually caught up to my level in just a few days. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. It seemed that he was in trouble this time. Fortunately, he still had a few trump cards. Since Mo Shui had mixed in with the team, he might as well kill him as well. But just as he was about to attack again, Mo Shui suddenly laughed dryly and said, "Brat, don't be in a hurry to attack. I'm here to cooperate with you this time." Cooperate? This sentence frightened Yi Xian. Mo Shui, instead of assassinating him now, was actually here to cooperate with him? What kind of joke was this? This time, there might be an 8th-level nether passage realm assassin. You won't be able to stop him no matter what. So before he comes, I'll cooperate with you and kill everyone. Mo Shui said in a low voice. You're really here to cooperate with me? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. He had fought with Mo Shui several times, and it was already a battle to the death. But today, Mo Shui was actually here to cooperate with him. This was a bit unbelievable. However, if what Mo Shui said was true, then the consequences would be severe. There was no one present who could stop an expert at the 8th level of the nether passage realm. Cooperate? What do you need? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew. Brat, die. A 6th-level nether passage realm assassin rushed over and attacked Yi Xian. Hindrance. Without waiting for Yi Xian to attack, Mo Shui attacked first. He stabbed out with his sword, and a flame dragon rushed toward the 6th-level nether passage realm assassin. What? This expert at the 6th level of the nether passage realm was devoured in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a corpse. Damn it, so strong. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he estimated that he only had a 30% chance of winning against Mo Shui. After all, Mo Shui was in the same realm as him, at the 4th level of the nether passage realm. The reason why Mo Shui had escaped that day was because he didn't have enough true qi after using the unparalleled flame dragon slash. If Mo Shui was still his enemy, not to mention whether that expert at the 8th level of the nether passage realm had really come, the current situation would be difficult to grasp. It was very likely that they would all be wiped out. Let's work together. I'll help you kill a 7th-level nether passage realm martial artist. Once we're done, I only want these siblings. Mo Shui immediately laid out his terms. But before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said, No. Don't worry, I don't want all of them. I'm too lazy to take the lives of these ants. As long as there are the two people I'm looking for, I only want them. Mo Shui hurriedly explained. The two you're looking for? Yi Xian's mind shuddered. The underworld was looking for people, and Mo Shui was also looking for people. Who exactly was he looking for? Brat, do you still need to hesitate? I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths, if you don't agree, you should know the consequences. Mo Shui urged. Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Who Mo Shui was looking for had nothing to do with him. He only wanted Mo Shui's life. However, if that expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm appeared, then Elder Ling Yao and the Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples would be in danger. No, even if that expert didn't appear, they would probably be in trouble. After all, there was still Mo Shui. Alright, let's work together this time. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although he said that, he would still continue to be on guard against Mo Shui. After all, the other was also an assassin. Assassins would do anything to complete their missions. Straightforward. After Mo Shui gave a low shout, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the 3 7th level Nether Passage Realm experts. These 3 7th level Nether Passage Realm experts were being held back by the 3 scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy. Mo Shui's strength was very strong. If he joined the battle, the situation would be one-sided. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. An orange light shone from Mo Shui's hand as he ruthlessly stabbed towards one of the 3. The person he was targeting was the head of the Black Chaotic Corner Underworld branch, Chao Zhiping. He thought that Mo Shui had come to help, but he didn't expect him to be a traitor. Rumble. The flame dragon instantly engulfed Chao Zhiping. However, Chao Zhiping was still at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. He didn't die, but he was still heavily injured. You have some ability. The corner of Mo Shui's mouth slightly raised. Challenging someone 3 levels above him, just thinking about it made him excited. The other 3 scholars originally wanted to attack Mo Shui, but when they saw Mo Shui attacking Chao Zhiping, they suddenly restrained themselves. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict? The leading scholar was very confused, but he immediately reacted. This Mo Shui was very likely charmed by the little fox that suddenly appeared. 2 junior brothers, put in more effort and kill them. The leading scholar shouted. Yes. At this time, in the distance, Yi Xian was on guard while fighting with the others. Originally, he wanted to use his trump card to kill everyone, but after hearing Mo Shui's words, he restrained himself. If an 8th level Nether Passage realm expert came, he would need to have a trump card to fight against them. Fortunately, this battle wasn't too difficult, because Luo Luo had charmed several dozen people. Adding on the fact that he had the Eye of Control, his opponent's true battle prowess was only at the 5th and 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Left Azure Dragon Claw's 8 powers. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Yi Xian continuously attacked. With the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, his true chi was completely able to withstand this consumption. Rumble. At this time, a loud sound came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a headless corpse floating in the air. An assassin at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm had been killed. The situation had changed. Kid, it's up to you now. I have to check these people. Mo Shui used a secret technique to whisper in Yi Xian's ear, then shot toward the 100 pairs of siblings. Although this Mo Shui is only at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, he's a reincarnator. If he attacks, these siblings will die in an instant. Yi Xian's heart was also fluttering, but he had agreed to cooperate with Mo Shui. As long as Mo Shui kept his promise, he wouldn't attack Mo Shui. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Mo Shui rushed into the crowd at lightning speed and began to check. What is he doing? Yi Xian frowned as he recalled Mo Shui's words. He knew that Mo Shui was looking for someone, but he didn't know what kind of person. While he was pondering, Mo Shui actually checked all of them. Among the 100 pairs of siblings, there was no one he was looking for. Brat, it was a pleasure working with you. I won't take advantage of you today. The next time I see you, it will be your death date. After Mo Shui said this, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he had only killed 2 people. One was that unlucky 6th-level Nether Passage Realm cultivator, and the other was Chao Zhiping, the leader of a branch of the underworld. Motherf *Ker, those old monsters who have lived for thousands of years are all crazy. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, in this situation, he didn't have time to deal with Mo Shui. He had to deal with him as soon as possible. On the assassin's side, the leader of the black-clothed men had an extremely gloomy expression after Chao Zhiping's death. Originally, the 3 of them had the upper hand against the 3 scholars. However, after Chao Zhiping's death, they were at a disadvantage. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that half of their people had betrayed them. Those 5th and 6th level Nether Passage Realm cultivators were no match for Yi Xian. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be the ones to lose. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? The leader of the black-clothed men cursed. Just in case, he had notified a super expert. However, this super expert was late. Let's go. The black-clothed man shouted and turned to run. Junior brothers, stop him. Remember, don't let the tiger return to the mountain, the leading scholar shouted. If I want to escape, you can't stop me. The black-clothed man was very disdainful and quickly distanced himself from the 3 scholars. However, the other assassin was entangled by the 3 scholars. Don't go, let's fight together. The other assassin hurriedly shouted. However, the black-clothed man ignored him and turned to leave. It had to be said that the black-clothed man had become the leader's bait. *CK your mother. The unlucky assassin roared at the sky. Although his realm was higher than the 3 scholars, they were the elites of the Northern Heavens Academy. Furthermore, they had even displayed a sword array. In just 3 moves, he was defeated. Tripartite Sun Piercing. Xiao. 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 3 cold gleams flashed as 3 long swords pierced into the body of the unlucky assassin. His heart was pierced by the 3 long swords, and he died instantly. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. At this moment, there were only 3 experts at the 6th level of the Nether Passage Realm and 4 experts at the 5th level of the Nether Passage Realm left. As for the others, they were either controlled by Luoluo or killed. The situation was very clear. However, right at this moment. How dare you? Suddenly, a roar came from the sky and fell into everyone's ears. When the escaping assassin in black heard this, he also showed the light of victory. His reinforcements had finally arrived. Not good. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the 8th level Nether Passage expert Mo Shui had mentioned would actually come. This was going to be troublesome. It seems that I can only use the Eye of the Void to escape. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was only at the 4th level of the Nether Passage Realm. If he gathered everything, he might be able to break through to the 5th level. However, this 8th level Nether Passage expert was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he would meet up with the black-clothed man. He didn't have time. What a powerful demonic aura! The leading scholar's eyes lit up. If the newcomer was a demonic cultivator of the demonic path, then they still had the strength to fight. Immediately, the leading scholar took out a long painting from his yin and yang ring. Mountain River Treasure Map, suppress. The leading scholar used his true energy and 10,000 mammoth strength to activate the long painting in his hand. In the next moment, a floating image appeared above his head. The long painting in his hand was enlarged. When the illusionary images of mountains and rivers appeared, the aura of the expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm instantly weakened. Damned Northern Heavens Academy, I'll kill you all. The expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage Realm was enraged. The demonic vein in his body had been greatly suppressed by the Mountain River Treasure Map, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 6th level Nether Passage scholars. Once the Mountain River Treasure Map appeared, the 3 scholars once again formed the tripartite sword formation and charged forward. The black-cloaked assassin, who had originally fled, quietly circled to the side, preparing to destroy the floating Mountain River Treasure Map. However, at this moment, your opponent is me. Yi Xian suddenly appeared and intercepted him. Brat, a mere 4th level Nether Passage expert dares to oppose me? You're courting death. The black-cloaked assassin was extremely furious. Just now, Mo Shui was also at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, but he had killed the head of the Black Chaos Corner underworld branch. Now, another Yi Xian had appeared, so he was prepared to vent his anger on Yi Xian. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. Megatron and the Thunder Pearl had already pincer attacked the black-clothed assassin from the left and right. Brat, die. The black-clothed assassin ignored the 2 treasures and stabbed with his hand. An incomparably sharp sword light shot towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian didn't care and allowed the sword light to enter his chest. Pooh. Yi Xian's heart had been pierced, but he wouldn't die because of it. Heavenly Thunder Halberd. Heavenly Thunder Domain. A lightning spear had unknowingly condensed in Yi Xian's hand, and he fiercely stabbed it into the ground. Bzzz. Boundless lightning, the black-cloaked assassin was shocked. Yi Xian's heart had been pierced, so why wasn't he dead? Because of this, he had been careless, and the lightning serpents of the Heavenly Thunder Domain had entered his body, causing his speed to decrease. However, the true killing move had yet to come. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled. The black-cloaked assassin turned his head and saw a pillar of lightning coming towards him. No matter who it was, as long as they saw the Thunder Pearl, they would think that it was just an ordinary divine artifact. However, the power of the Thunder Pearl was incomparably strong. Boom! The black-cloaked assassin was engulfed by the lightning and disappeared. However, he was 3 realms higher than Yi Xian, so he wouldn't be killed so easily. Taste this move again. Yi Xian suddenly drained all the true qi in his body and stabbed out with his left index finger. Parting Heaven Sword Finger, a red light flashed and entered the black-clothed assassin's chest. He had just learned this move from the fallen underworld branch leader, Chao Zhiping. It was a superior-grade ethereal opening divine artifact, and its power was extraordinary. Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, had copied many martial arts techniques. The black-clothed assassin knew about the Parting Heaven Sword Finger, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to know this move as well. With his heart pierced, the true energy in the assassin's body leaked out. His all-creation strength also disappeared, and he was turned into a charred corpse by the Thunder Dragon's roar. Yi Xian rushed over and took the universe ring. However, there wasn't much inside, so he couldn't break through. Ding! Megatron broke through. Ding! Thunder Pearl broke through. Since that was the case, he would use it to strengthen Megatron and Thunder Pearl. Now, these 2 treasures were at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. Go! Yi Xian hurriedly controlled the 2 treasures and attacked the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. As for the remaining assassins, Luo Luo, Ling Yao, and the rest could deal with them. Don't forget, they had more people. On the other side, the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert who had just arrived saw the assassin's death, and his expression changed greatly. Damn it, this Northern Heavens Academy is truly my nemesis. Let's go. This expert didn't dare to delay and immediately turned around. Want to leave? Tripartite Sun Piercer. The leading scholar roared and stabbed out with his long sword. However, the opponent was still a step faster than him. All 3 long swords struck empty air, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had been pulled apart. Yi Xian, who had just arrived, looked at the departing figure and prepared to use 10,000 returning swords to stop him. Of course, the opponent's speed was too fast, and he might not be able to stop him. However, as long as he stayed, he would definitely be able to break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yi Xian, don't chase. The 3 of us don't have much true energy left, the leading scholar hurriedly shouted in a low voice. In the battle just now, they had used a high-level sword formation, and had used up too much of their true energy. Even with the Mountain River treasure map, they couldn't beat the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert. Sigh, if only Senior Brother was here. Senior Brother would definitely be able to kill him easily. The younger scholar sighed. They had used their full strength in this battle. Fortunately, the 8th level Nether Passage realm expert who had arrived at the end had cultivated a demonic art. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. Since the opponent had retreated, the remaining assassins were quickly killed by Yi Xian. We won, we won. Haha, I told you we would be fine. But why did that assassin take our clothes? A girl asked with a red face. Just now, when Mo Shui was inspecting them, he took off the left side of their clothes and left. This made everyone think that Mo Shui was a thief. However, they had personally witnessed Mo Shui helping the three scholars kill a 7th-level Nether Passage realm martial artist. Young master, the interspatial rings are inside. Luoluo hurriedly collected the universe ring and threw it to Yixian. The three of you, if it weren't for the three of you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Take these cosmos rings as compensation. Yixian tossed the pouch containing the universe ring to the leading scholar. Alright, thank you, Brother Yi. The leading scholar didn't refuse. They had almost died this time, so it was only right for them to get some reward. Although there weren't many things here, it was enough for them to cultivate for a period of time. As for Yixian, he had naturally left some things for himself as well. These things could help him break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, but there was no need for that at the moment. This battle had been extremely intense as several dozen people had perished, including a few Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples. Yixian also distributed some things to Elder Ling Yao and the others before continuing on their way. They were still a day or two away from the Heavenly Thunder Hall. It would be best if they hurried back immediately. What if the assassins gathered another wave of people? However, Yixian wasn't afraid now, because as long as he wanted to, he could immediately break through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. If the assassins dared to come again, they would be courting death. As he had expected, the rest of the journey was peaceful. Those assassins didn't come again. Those assassins charmed by Luoluo also took on the role of escorts. However, those charmed by the Eye of Bewitchment would automatically be dispelled a day later. Thus, they were all killed by Yixian. However, with the help of the all-manifestations power of these people, this massive group spent a day to hurry back to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yixian, Elder Ling Yao, the three of us will be taking our leave first. After seeing the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the leading scholar cupped his fists towards Yixian. You three, won't you come in and have a seat? Elder Ling Yao hurriedly asked. No, the commotion caused by the underworld is too great. We must return immediately. The leading scholar shook his head. Indeed, the underworld had wantonly captured people. Something must have happened. Thus, they had to report back to the Northern Heavens Academy. Since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Take care of yourselves. Elder Ling Yao cupped his fists as well. Then, the three scholars of the Northern Heavens Academy left. All of you, follow me in. Elder Ling Yao said to the 100 pairs of siblings. Originally, even if he was an elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he couldn't allow so many people to enter. However, one shouldn't forget that Yixian had returned with him this time. When he had met Yixian that day, the latter had only been at the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm. However, now, Yixian was already at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. He had already surpassed the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Zhantian. Most importantly, Yixian had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, it was 2 levels. Even 3 levels might not necessarily succeed. Yixian's strength was probably not any weaker than the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Elder Ling Yao led the group into the Heavenly Thunder Hall. After letting Ling Mutian and the others make arrangements, he himself hurriedly left. Yixian knew that he had gone to look for the higher-ups of the Ling family. Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan, I have returned. Very soon, it will be the day of your destruction. The corner of Yixian's mouth raised slightly as he walked towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Could it be? Seeing Yixian leave, Ling Mutian's heart trembled slightly. He hurriedly chased after him and asked, Yixian, are you going to look for the Jiao family? That's right. Yixian turned, directly nodding. This profound water thunder Wyrm entrusted the netherworld to kill me. How can I not take revenge for this? Hearing this, Ling Mutian's figure shook as he asked in shock, then, you killed Jiao Chong as well? Right now, he was already intimidated by Yixian's strength. Even an expert at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm was killed by Yixian, so what did Jiao Chong, who was at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm, count for? Yes. Yixian nodded in reply. It was Jiao Chong who had wanted to kill him first anyway. Also, with his current cultivation level, even if he exterminated the Profound Water Thunder Wyrm clan, it would still be fine. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, Ling Mutian was already at a loss for words. He had yet to receive Jiao Chong's reward even now. So it turned out that Jiao Chong was already dead. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not pursue the matter of that day. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. The Grand Elder of the Blackwater Lightning Wyrm clan was an expert at the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, this level of cultivation was nothing to Yi Xian, who was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the residence of the Blackwater Lightning Wyrm clan. At this moment, someone walked out and bumped into Yi Xian. "It's you?" Jiao Lai looked at Yi Xian in shock. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually return to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. How was this possible? One had to know that they had already entrusted the underworld to capture Yi Xian and sent him to an expert in the Black Chaotic Corner to search his memories. However, Yi Xian had actually appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. This meant that the underworld had failed. "Stinking brat, you still dare." Before Jiao Lai could finish speaking, his body trembled. Ding. Control successful. The system notified. After this notification, Jiao Lai directly became Yi Xian's slave. "Master, this way please," Jiao Lai said respectfully. Behind Yi Xian, Ling Mutian was completely stunned when he heard this. A second ago, Jiao Lai looked like he was going to eat someone. In the next second, he had become Yi Xian's slave. However, when he thought of how Yi Xian could suddenly summon a little fox and control dozens of people, Ling Mutian calmed down. Back then, even those at the 4th level of the Nether Passage realm had been controlled and those at the 7th level had been killed. What more, Jiao Lai, who was at the 2nd level, Yi Xian was led by Jiao Lai into the residence of the Blackwater Lightning Wyrm clan. Before this, Yi Xian had already sensed several auras inside. 1/6th level of the Nether Passage realm, 3/5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and more than 10 4th level of the Nether Passage realm. As for those at the 3rd level of the Nether Passage realm and below, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to count. "Blackwater Lightning Wyrm, get out here." Yi Xian's roar shook the entire residence. This voice spread to every corner of the residence, and even the people nearby were alarmed. Who is causing trouble here? Let's go out and take a look. You really don't want to live anymore. You dare to cause trouble in my Blackwater Lightning Flood Dragon clan? You're courting death. A group of Demon Clan experts walked out angrily, but they saw a familiar face. Yi Xian. How could it be him? The group of experts was shocked. They had clearly placed a bounty on Yi Xian's head and didn't care if Yi Xian lived or died. So why was Yi Xian able to appear here now? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent's first elder also heard the commotion and came out. After seeing Yi Xian, he was extremely shocked and angrily shouted, "Bastard, how dare you shout in my place? Do you want to die? How dare you put a bounty on my head in the underworld? Today is the day you die." Yi Xian had a murderous look on his face. He had always sought revenge for the smallest grievance. Since this Blackwater Lightning Serpent wanted to kill him, then it had to be prepared to be annihilated. "You?" The eyes of the Blackwater Thunder Flood Dragon clan's Grand Elder flickered. A junior actually dared to threaten to annihilate them. He was truly courting death. But at this moment, Grand Elder, he's at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. A Demon Clan expert closer to Yi Xian said in shock. The moment he said this, the entire place fell silent. What? Everyone was shocked. How was the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm possible? How many days had it been? How could Yi Xian have broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's first elder couldn't believe it. He hurriedly stepped forward and sensed. Sure enough, he was at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. No, this is impossible. The first elder couldn't believe that Yi Xian had broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm from the 2nd level of the Nether Passage realm in just a few days. Was this a freaking reincarnator? Now, I have the right to annihilate you, right? Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. At this moment, several figures suddenly rushed over. Yi Xian, wait. Elder Ling Yao hurriedly rushed over with several people. Yi Xian turned and saw that the person following behind Elder Ling Yao was the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Hall Lord Ling Xinglong. Yi Xian, what do you want? Ling Xinglong hurriedly asked. After hearing Elder Ling Yao's words, he was extremely shocked and hurriedly rushed over. However, he didn't know about the enmity between Yi Xian and the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Hall Lord, you've come at the right time. Yi Xian directly took out a sheepskin scroll from his universe ring, saying, the underworld previously put a bounty on my head for a total of 20,000 inner devil pills, and the one who issued this mission was the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Thus, I have come today for revenge. What, the underworld? Ling Xinglong was shocked. He took the sheepskin scroll and read it. It was indeed correct. He immediately glared at the group of Demon Clan experts, saying, Jiao Clan, how dare you? Slander, this is definitely slander. A 5th-level Nether Passage Demon Clan expert stood out, saying, this must have been fabricated by him. How could our Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan harm our fellow clansmen? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan had joined the Heavenly Thunder Hall in recent years, and thus could be counted as a part of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Meanwhile, harming fellow clansmen was an extremely huge crime in the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If this crime was confirmed, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan would be finished. Is that so? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled slightly. The next moment, Jiao Lai beside him said loudly, Lord Hall Lord, this is true. This was the Grand Elder's idea. Boom, when these words entered everyone's ears, it caused them to tremble. Jiao Lai had actually betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Jiao Yang had already betrayed the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan earlier, saying that Jiao Chong was still alive and clearing Yi Xian of suspicion. Now, even Jiao Lai had betrayed them. What exactly had happened to the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan that had always been united? Bastard, what did you say? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder cursed furiously, preparing to send Jiao Lai flying with a slap. However, at this moment, someone else spoke up. This is true. I can bear witness to it as well, a muscular man said loudly. Right, this is true. I can also bear witness to it. The bounty mission was issued by the Grand Elder. Not only that, the Grand Elder has also invited an expert of Black Chaotic Corner to prepare to search Yi Xian's memories. The surrounding people all spoke up. What's going on? The Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder was already rendered speechless. In just the blink of an eye, he had already been found out by over 10 people? No, that's impossible. It was this brat's doing. After pondering for a moment, the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan's Grand Elder instantly reacted as he rebuked furiously, Brat, you controlled them? That's right, they are all under my control. Yi Xian grinned, revealing a confident smile, not just them, there are also these 3. Saying thus, he abruptly swiveled his head, gazing at those 3 5th-level Nether Passage experts of the Blackwater Lightning Serpent clan. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. Ding, control successful. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. I can also testify that it was the Grand Elder who ordered me to go to the underworld to issue this mission. Me too. Right, it was the Grand Elder. The 3 of them echoed in agreement. This time, Ling Yao and the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord Ling Xinglong were already shocked to the point of being speechless. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had actually controlled 3 experts of the same level. Wasn't this a little too strong? The Blackwater Thunder Fled Dragon clan's Grand Elder was already speechless. In the entire residence, he was probably the only one left who hadn't been controlled. You controlled them just to slander me? Where's the proof? The Blackwater Thunder Fled Dragon clan's Grand Elder still refused to admit it. Haha. Yi Xian knew that the other party would never admit it, and he didn't want to take out any proof. Still, since he was already here, did he still need proof? I don't have proof. However, I, Yi Xian, am the proof. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he said coldly. In this world where the strong were respected, the fist was the proof. As long as the fist was hard, the person was innocent, this was the unchanging truth. Good proof. You. The Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan's Grand Elder was so angry that he pointed at Xian's nose. However, before he could finish, Xian interrupted, "Hall Lord, this Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan wants to kill me. I can't not take revenge. My apologies." As his voice fell, Xian walked out. The Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord was just about to speak when he suddenly recalled Elder Lingyao's words. Xian was someone who could even kill a 7th-level Nether Passage expert. Why not make use of this chance to weaken the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan? What big words. You're courting death. Seeing that the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord was ignoring him, the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan's Grand Elder directly shot towards Xian. Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, while he was at the 6th level. As long as Xian was killed, everyone would wake up. Sadly, Xian was no longer the same as before. Take one of my moves. If you don't die, it'll be your skill. Xian let out a low roar and suddenly thrust out his left hand. High-grade Nether Passage Divine Ability, Parting Heaven Sword Finger. Swish. Pooh. This cold light was so fast that it made one's heart palpitate. In an instant, it entered the head of the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon Clan's Great Elder, piercing through his brain. Plop. The corpse of the Black Water Thunder Flood Dragon Clan's Great Elder fell halfway, and his aura began to dissipate quickly. A 6th-level Nether Passage Realm expert had been killed in one strike. Behind Xian, the Heavenly Thunder Hall Lord, Elder Lingyao, Ling Mutian and the surrounding Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples were already rendered speechless, some even shuddering. Even I wouldn't be able to withstand that move, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, shuddered as he swallowed his saliva. In just a few short days, Xian had grown to a level where he was even stronger than him. Could this Xian be a samsara traveler? The Heavenly Thunder Hall's influence was not small. There were several 6th-level Nether Passage Realm experts in the hall, as well as 2 7th-level Nether Passage Realm ancestors. Meanwhile, while the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon Clan did not have a 7th-level Nether Passage Realm expert, they still had 2 6th-level Nether Passage Realm experts. If they were to mature, they would be a rather great threat. Now, however, their threat had directly decreased by half. No, it should be said that they were no threat at all. What was a mere 6th-level Nether Passage Realm ancestor of the Yao clan worth? Swish. 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 Now, Xian suddenly stabbed out a few more times, slaying the other 3 5th-level Nether Passage Realm experts, weakening the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon Clan's influence once more. Hall Lord, may I ask where the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon Clan is established? Xian walked over, picking up the yin and yang rings of the 4 corpses before turning and asking. You want to exterminate them? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, frowned. After pondering for a moment, Xian decided to forget about it. With the addition of the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's strength had increased by quite a bit. If they were to exterminate this clan, the Heavenly Thunder Hall's strength would regress. It's not to the extent of exterminating them. I just want some compensation, Xian shrugged, deciding to let them off. How much? The Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, let out a sigh of relief, asking. 1,000,000 inner devil pills. Xian directly said. As soon as these words left his mouth, the group of disciples behind him were all stunned. 1,000,000 inner devil pills, what the hell? It had to be known that 100 inner devil pills was already a fortune to them. 1,000,000, that was a whole 10,000 times the value of 100 pills. However, for a Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan that had a legacy of several hundred years, this was still something they could take out. After all, they would have to take it out even if they were to rummage through their chests. Otherwise, they would face the calamity of having their clan exterminated. Alright, I can pay them first, the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Xinglong, suddenly said. Pay them first? Xian raised his brows. He guessed that Ling Xinglong wanted to temporarily suppress his fury. Otherwise, if the Black Water Lightning Flood Dragon clan really was exterminated, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would suffer a huge loss. Then I thank the Lord. Also, if it is convenient, please help me exchange half of these inner devil pills for ores and the other half for natural treasures. Said Xian. Ores? Ling Xinglong and Ling Yao exchanged glances. Exchanging for natural treasures was understandable, but what was the point of exchanging them for ores? Still, they did not ask too much. After all, Yi Xian was no fool. 500,000 inner devil pills worth of ores would definitely be useful to him. Alright, I will be able to gather it for you within 3 days, Ling Xinglong nodded. If the Lord has no other matters, I will be returning to rest first. Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Ling Xinglong before turning and leaving. At this moment, he had become the center of attention. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the 2nd level of the Nether Passage stage to the 5th level of the Nether Passage stage, and was even 10 years younger than the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Ling Zhantian. Yi Xian was definitely a samsara traveler, this was what everyone was guessing in their hearts. There were even quite a few female disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who were throwing flirtatious glances at Yi Xian. If Yi Xian was able to take a fancy to them, they would definitely soar to the heavens. If they could spend a night with Yi Xian, even if they had to lose 10 years of their lifespan, they would still be willing. After such a huge matter had occurred, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had all gathered together. However, Yi Xian had closed his doors and refused to meet them these 3 days. The Ling family guessed that Yi Xian was cultivating, and thus did not disturb him. Of course, the higher echelons of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were also discussing how to form a relationship with the frivolous scholar of the Black Chaotic Corner. After all, behind the frivolous scholar was the Northern Heavens Academy. Whoever was able to enter the Northern Heavens Academy would definitely be extremely awesome. Very quickly, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Ling Xinglong personally brought ores worth 500,000 inner devil pills and natural treasures worth 500,000 to Yi Xian's residence. These things were rather attractive to Ling Xinglong himself. However, to Yi Xian, they might not be able to help him break through. Thank you, Palace Master. After sensing the aura outside, Yi Xian hurriedly opened the door and thanked him. I still have a few things here. Ling Xinglong gave the items to Yi Xian and said, do you have any relationship with that frivolous scholar? No. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. I heard from Elder Ling Yao that the Northern Heavens Academy is currently recruiting students. Why don't you go and take a look? If you can enter the Northern Heavens Academy, it will be much better than the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Ling Xinglong said. Yes, I also want to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian nodded. However, he didn't want to join the Northern Heavens Academy. He only wanted to investigate a few things. The underworld and Mo Shui were both looking for someone. It was fine if they were looking for someone, but they were looking for a pair of siblings. Therefore, this attracted his attention. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy and see if there were any clues regarding this. Good, that's even better. I'm also preparing to send some knowledgeable disciples over. Ling Xinglong smiled with satisfaction. Yi Xian's talent was outstanding. Leaving him in the Heavenly Thunder Hall was too much of a waste. Therefore, Ling Xinglong felt that the Northern Heavens Academy was the most suitable for Yi Xian. Of course, Ling Xinglong had another reason for looking for him this time. Yi Xian, actually, I want to ask. Is your cultivation speed so fast because you have unlocked your inherited memories? Ling Xinglong asked again. This question stunned Yi Xian for a moment. However, he reacted in the blink of an eye. Palace Master, you've misunderstood. I'm not a reincarnator. Otherwise, I would definitely pass on some longevity divine ability and reincarnation divine ability to you. Yi Xian was also slightly helpless. However, he took out a yin and yang ring from his chest and handed it to Ling Xinglong, saying, inside are some martial arts that I obtained, including the high-grade ethereal opening divine ability, parting heaven sword finger. Hearing this, Ling Xinglong's eyes lit up. In the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Halberd was the one that was closest to the high-grade ethereal opening divine ability. Now, he actually obtained a high-grade ethereal opening divine ability. This was a huge gain. After thanking Yi Xian repeatedly, he left, not wanting to disturb Yi Xian's cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he returned to his own room. Luo, your cultivation resources are here. Yi Xian moved 500,000 inner demon pills worth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the planting space. With these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Luo would be able to break through to the 6th level of the Nether Passage realm, or even the 7th level in a short amount of time. As for the remaining 500,000 inner demon pills worth of ores, they were all devoured by him. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Ding! The Thunder Pearl has broken through. 2 system notifications rang out. Right now, Wei Zhentian and the Thunder Pearl were both at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Even if Yixian didn't make a move, they could still fight against a 7th level Nether Passage expert. However, because the Thunder Pearl and Yixian did not have a co-growth contract, half of the ores were wasted. Now that he had finished increasing his strength, it was time for Yixian to move on. In the past 3 days, he hadn't been staying in his room. Instead, he used the Eyes of the Void to travel around. He found out that the captured siblings had all been sent to Zhou Huaqing. This 100 Things city was also the one that the frivolous scholar had mentioned. Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment point was also located in Zhou Huaqing. Immediately, he tore through space and left the Heavenly Thunder Hall, arriving at Black Chaotic Corner once more. Then, he headed towards the northeast direction of Black Chaotic Corner. He estimated that it would take him around 2 days to reach Zhou Huaqing. In these 2 days, Luo had broken through to the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm by relying on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as the abundant yuan qi of heaven and earth in the planting space. With her and Yixian working together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight against 8th level Nether Passage experts. 2 days later, Yixian arrived at Zhou Huaqing. The city lord of Zhou Huaqing was only at the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm, but it was said that the underworld here was very active. As soon as Yixian entered, he saw a scholar in white putting up a notice. Yixian curiously walked over to take a look. It turned out that he was looking for someone. However, the price on it was actually a full 1 million inner demon pills. What the fuck? After sighing in his heart, Yixian focused his gaze on the portrait. Tang Hanshan, 23 years old, 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. Yixian was speechless. A 23-year-old 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. This talent was truly terrifying. However, it was still acceptable. After all, she was a member of the Northern Heavens Academy. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out from the city. After sensing this aura, Yixian also looked over and discovered that the person who'd arrived was someone he knew. Frivolous scholar? Yixian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He never imagined that the frivolous scholar would be in Zhou Huaqing. It's you? The frivolous scholar also recognized Yixian and was slightly surprised. Are you also here to participate in my Northern Heavens Academy's test? The frivolous scholar asked. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to take a look. Yixian shook his head. At this moment, he discovered that the frivolous scholar had already broken through and reached the 7th level of the Nether Passage realm. So it's like this. The frivolous scholar nodded his head. Turning his head to look at the other scholar, he said, Is everything done? Senior brother, it's done. The scholar replied. Could it be that she was also? Yixian suddenly thought of something and asked. That's right. She should have also been captured. Tang Hanshan is my cousin. Before this, my cousin was also captured. The frivolous scholar nodded his head helplessly. Cupping his hands, he said, That's right. I'm called Tang Yuanlong. Yixian. Yixian cupped his hands and said. Brother Yi, I heard from my junior brothers that day. You're powerful, powerful. The frivolous scholar couldn't help but sigh. Brother Tang is overpraising me. I only had a fortuitous encounter. Yixian replied modestly. Since Brother Yi is here, why don't you take a look? My Northern Heavens Academy is currently recruiting students. As long as Brother Yi passes a small test, you can enter my Northern Heavens Academy and find a teacher. The frivolous scholar said intentionally. Okay. Yixian nodded his head. Originally, he only wanted to investigate. However, thinking that it might be easier to investigate if he had the identity of a Northern Heavens Academy disciple, he wanted to take a look. What's more, the Northern Heavens Academy had many high-grade Nether Passage divine abilities. There were even heart's desire divine abilities. This way, please. The frivolous scholar politely led the way in front. After a while, Xian arrived in front of a mansion. There were already several long lines outside the mansion's entrance. These people were all here to register. The strength of these people varied. Some were only at the manifestation realm, while others were at the 5th level of the nether passage realm. With the frivolous scholar leading the way, Xian directly entered the northern heavens manor under the envious gazes of the crowd. Greetings, Senior Brother Tang. Greetings, Senior Brother Tang. Along the way, many disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy greeted him. It had to be said that this frivolous scholar was pretty popular. Although this frivolous scholar isn't strong, and his aptitude isn't high, his 3 disciples have said that he's cultivated the upright yang scripture to the 3rd stage. From the looks of it, he's pretty powerful. It seems that the things inside aren't things that can be learned with good aptitude. Xian secretly said this in his heart, then followed the frivolous scholar into a room. Junior brother, this is my friend. He's here to participate in the examination. Tang Yuanlong said to a scholar at the 6th level of the nether passage realm. Yes, senior brother. The scholar nodded and immediately stopped what he was doing. Xian's actions could be considered as cutting the queue. However, the person who was in the examination just now didn't dare to have any objections. To be able to befriend a scholar from the Northern Heavens Academy, he definitely had some ability. He wasn't someone that he could provoke. After that, the scholar took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Xian. Xian took a look at the paper and inwardly shouted, "Damn, a guessing riddle?" That's right, the Northern Heavens Academy's examination was a guessing riddle. It was extremely simple. However, this scholar gave Xian a very simple riddle on account of Tang Yuanlong. There were only 2 words on the paper, 1 person. The answer to the riddle is big. Xian blurted out. He felt a little embarrassed that he had actually given him such a simple riddle. This was doubting his intelligence. Brother Yi, please don't be offended. This guessing riddle is just for fun. Of course, if you can't even guess the riddle, how can you enter my Northern Heavens Academy? Tang Yuanlong said with a smile. However, the riddle was only the first segment. There was still one more. Please place your hand on this crystal. The scholar in charge of the examination said to the transparent sphere on the table. Oh. Xian didn't think too much about it and directly placed his hand on it. Then, clouds of black aura appeared in the transparent sphere. Seeing this, Tang Yuanlong and the examiner furrowed their brows. Their expressions were not good. Brother Yi, your killing intent is a bit heavy. Tang Yuanlong said slowly. Yes, I killed a lot of people. Xian nodded. This killing intent has already surpassed my Northern Heavens Academy's recruitment standards. However, it's not that my Northern Heavens Academy won't accept you. You can first cultivate in the outer court for a period of time. As long as you pass the test, you'll be able to enter the inner court. Tang Yuanlong continued. All right. Xian didn't have any objections. In any case, he just wanted to take a look at the Northern Heavens Academy. What are you looking at? After all, he had the insightful eye. If he could learn a wishful divine ability, it would be a huge gain. This crystal can be used to test not only killing intent, but also demonic veins. Brother Yi, since you don't cultivate demonic arts, you can enter the outer court, Tang Yuanlong continued. After that, the exam scholar passed a token and a letter to Xian, saying, you can enter the Northern Heavens Academy at any time. Many thanks. Xian received the token and letter and kept them in his universe ring. With this, he passed the test and could enter the Northern Heavens Academy to cultivate. However, he also knew that the outer court of the Northern Heavens Academy wasn't that great. After all, even someone like him, who was filled with killing intent, could enter. The outer court was probably a mix of crooks and dragons. There might even be assassins from the underworld mixed in. Brother Tang, I want to ask, where is the branch of the underworld located in Zhouhua City? After Xian left the room, he asked. The branch of the underworld? Why do you ask? Tang Yuanlong asked with a frown. I have 2 friends who were captured by the underworld's assassins. I don't know where they were transferred to, but I've been investigating. If not, I wouldn't have fought with the Phantom Gang that day. Yi Xian said truthfully. Tang Yuanlong recalled for a moment. Indeed, he heard that Yi Xian had fought with the Phantom Gang because of this matter, which led to the destruction of the Phantom Gang. The branch of the underworld in Zhouhua City was destroyed by a teacher from the Northern Heavens Academy a few days ago. A few people were captured and brought back to the Northern Heavens Academy. Tang Yuanlong replied. Destroyed? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he could investigate this matter on the way. Immediately, he bid farewell to the frivolous scholar and left. On the letter, there was a map from Zhouhua City to the Northern Heavens Academy. It turned out that there was an illusion array outside the Northern Heavens Academy, which was why it wasn't discovered. Now that it was open, it was easy to find. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 2 days to catch up with others and arrive at the Northern Heavens Academy. The Northern Heavens Academy was built on a mountain and surrounded by clouds. Looking from afar, it looked like a fairyland. Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy was at the foot of the mountain. It covered a large area and there were already many people who came from all over the place. Sir, may I ask what's the matter? One of the scholars leaned over. I passed Zhouhua City's test and am here to report. Yi Xian said directly. Oh, the reporting area is there. I'll bring you there. The scholar said in an extremely friendly manner. Many thanks. Yi Xian thanked him. Soon, he arrived at the reporting area. The teacher reporting is actually at the 8th level of the Nether Passage stage. Yi Xian couldn't help but shiver. This Northern Heavens Academy was indeed formidable. You're here to report, right? Give me the letter. The old man extended his hand without raising his head. Yi Xian passed the letter over. The old man glanced at it, then threw it to the side. However, in the next instant, he suddenly thought of something and picked up the letter. This date, was it 2 days ago? You only spent 2 days to get here from Zhouhua City? The old man said with some astonishment. Oh, this brat has a flying mount. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. If it was an ordinary 5th level Nether Passage stage, it would take at least 5 to 6 days to get here from Zhouhua City. However, Yi Xian had only spent 2 days. Oh, so it's like that. The old man didn't think too much about it. Taking out another crystal, he said, test your killing intent again. He didn't believe that such a young person like Yi Xian would possess such a vigorous killing intent. Yi Xian extended his hand to test it again. Sure enough, it was the same as before. Brat, kill less and study more. The old man said sincerely. I will. Yi Xian nodded his head. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy was a place for people to cultivate their mental state. Only by improving their mental state and decreasing their killing intent could they enter the inner courtyard. What, Mo Shui? Hearing this, Yi Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. He actually heard this name in the Northern Heavens Academy. Should he say that he was lucky or unlucky? He never thought that Mo Shui would also enter the Northern Heavens Academy. Could it be that he was also investigating that matter? Mo Shui is a reincarnator. He has lived for thousands of years in his previous life. Moreover, he is an assassin. The number of people he has killed in these thousands of years is probably more than the number of rice I have eaten. Yi Xian also trembled. Then, he took some things and left. Junior, since you have entered the Northern Heavens Academy, we are on the same side from now on. No matter what you have done in the past, or who you have killed, I hope that you can cultivate a life of righteousness. This will be very helpful for your cultivation in the future. The scholar that led the way for Yi Xian reminded him. Thank you, senior. Yi Xian thanked him. Among the things he took, there was something called the meditation record. If he wanted to enter the inner courtyard, he had to completely understand the meditation record. Oh right, if you have time, you can go to the meditation lake. Sometimes, there will be some zither music. It will be very helpful for you. After the scholar finished speaking, he turned around and left. Zither music? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't interested. He only had one goal in entering the Northern Heavens Academy, and that was to investigate. But now, he had to find Imo Shui and see if there were any clues. He really didn't expect that Imo Shui would also investigate this place. This Imo Shui, did he also come here to investigate? Who is the person that Imo Shui and the underworld are looking for? Yi Xian had many questions in his heart. He also didn't know if he would start a fight if he met Imo Shui here. After all, there were fulfillment realm experts in the Northern Heavens Academy. If he made a scene, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The outer courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy had just been established, surrounding the entire mountain. In front of Yi Xian, there were already thousands of people who had joined the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian didn't even go back to his own residence and began to wander around. With his extraordinary perceptive eye, as long as Imo Shui appeared nearby, he would immediately sense it. This time, the Northern Heavens Academy was recruiting students. Practically anyone could come, ranging from 60 years old to 6 years old. Naturally, the younger ones were called book boys and were brought to other places by the teachers of the Northern Heavens Academy to be nurtured. While Yi Xian was searching for Imo Shui, he encountered quite a few people. There were also quite a few who looked extremely vicious. However, they didn't dare to cause trouble in the Northern Heavens Academy. Yi Xian circled around the foot of the mountain but could not find Imo Shui. Could he have gone out? Yi Xian frowned, slightly puzzled. Helplessly, he stopped by the side of a lake and prepared to look at the meditation record that he had just obtained. This meditation record is really a strange thing. Even with my memory, I can only remember a paragraph. Yi Xian didn't dare to believe it. Along the way, he heard quite a few things. Most people entered the outer courtyard. If they wanted to advance from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, they would have to thoroughly understand the meditation record. In other words, they would have to memorize the entire record. Memorizing was an extremely easy task for someone of Yi Xian's level. Even if it was 10,000 words, he would be able to memorize it without missing a single word. However, this meditation record was very mysterious. After looking at it for a while, Yi Xian could only remember a paragraph, about 100 words. The more murderous a person was, the less content they would remember. Only when their heart was calm would they be able to remember. Simply speaking, this was the cultivation of the state of mind. My murderous aura is too strong, so memorizing this meditation record is too slow. Some people can memorize a few pages of content after entering the outer courtyard. Yi Xian was very helpless. This meditation record had 100 pages of content, and each page had at least 5 paragraphs. However, Yi Xian could only memorize a paragraph. How long would it take him to memorize it? This is too scary. Even if I read it aloud, I would forget it in the blink of an eye. If I had to memorize it, I probably wouldn't be able to finish memorizing it in a year. Yi Xian shuddered. If he wanted to advance from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, he would have to memorize the entire meditation record without missing a single word. If Yi Xian was given time, it would take at least 5 years. However, he still had a cheat. Ding! Meditation record successfully copied. The system prompted. Now, even if Yi Xian couldn't memorize it, he could still peek at it in his mind. So as long as he wanted to, he could immediately advance to the inner courtyard. However, there was no need for that. At this moment, the melodious sound of a zither suddenly entered his ears. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly sensed many people rushing in his direction and gathered by the lake. The zither is here. The zither is here. Everyone, come quickly. This is a good opportunity to improve your state of mind. The people from the outer courtyard all gathered around. The zither? When Yi Xian heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered what the scholar had told him. If he had the chance, he could go to Meditation Lake. If he could hear the zither, it would be a good opportunity to improve his state of mind quickly. Among this group of outer courtyard disciples, there were people who stayed here every day and didn't return at night just to hear the zither. Yi Xian turned his head in the direction of the sound. He realized that the sound was coming from the island in the middle of the lake. There was some kind of array on the island that blocked his spiritual sense and perception. Who's playing the zither? Yi Xian was very puzzled. However, after listening for a few seconds, he felt much calmer. The zither's sound did have a significant effect on his state of mind. It seemed that a powerful person was playing the zither and using the power of all creations to release the sound. It calmed the surrounding scholars and improved their state of mind. It had to be said that after listening to the song, it was really effective. Xian felt that he had memorized 1 or 2 more lines of the meditation record. If he listened to it a few more times, he would be able to memorize the entire page. However, this was useless to Xian. Soon, the song stopped and the song ended. Sigh, that's it again. But my state of mind has improved a lot. After a while, I'll be able to memorize 30 pages. That's fast. I haven't even finished memorizing 25 pages. The group of scholars shook their heads helplessly. The most helpless one was Xian. Among these outer courtyard scholars, there were probably people who had killed 10 times more people than him. However, his killing intent was ranked second. This puzzled him. Forget it. I'm just here to investigate anyway. When the time is right, I'll pass the test and enter the inner courtyard. Then, I'll use the Eye of Revelation to steal some divine abilities. There were many methods to suppress demonic arts in the Northern Heavens Academy. For example, the 3 scholars in the escort team had taken out a mountain and river treasure map drawn by an expert to suppress the expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. In the future, he might encounter many enemies who cultivated demonic arts. When that time comes, the Northern Heavens Academy's divine abilities would come in handy. However, just at this moment. Everyone, come and take a look. The nobleman in the lake has suggested that everyone compose a poem. If you're chosen as one of the top 3, you'll be able to obtain at least 300,000 inner demon pills. Suddenly, someone shouted. As those words rang out, the eyes of the surrounding scholars lit up. Turning their heads, they discovered that the speaker was an old scholar from the inner courtyard. This old scholar was at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm and was extremely powerful. As his voice rang out, quite a few people gathered over. There were at least a few thousand people. However, there were only a few dozen people who had started composing poems. There weren't even 100 of them. Killing people, I know, what the hell is composing poems? Among these people, there were even some who couldn't recognize words. How could they compose poems? Furthermore, the scholars from the inner courtyard are not allowed to join. The old scholar reminded. The scholars from the inner courtyard were originally students of the Northern Heavens Academy. These people were extremely knowledgeable and could casually compose poems. If they were to join, the others wouldn't be able to play anymore. At this moment, Xian's interest was piqued after hearing those words. At least 300,000 inner demon pills? This is a good opportunity. Xian's eyes lit up. Composing poems, he didn't know, however, even if he hadn't eaten pork, wouldn't he have seen a pig run? Even if he was a bad student, it was impossible for him to forget a poem. Immediately, he took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote on it. Naturally, he didn't forget to write his name. Senior brother, this is mine. Xian rushed over and passed the paper to the old scholar. Oh? The old scholar was astonished. He could feel the killing intent from Xian. However, he never thought that Xian could actually compose such a poem. Truly, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Not bad, not bad. The old scholar nodded slightly. Among the thousands of outer courtyard scholars, there were quite a few young masters who were born in clans. They had to learn when they were young, so they could compose some poems. However, they were probably not very good. Xian was very confident in the poem he had written. Although it was not his work, this was a different world, so it was possible to steal it. The poem he took out was the work of the immortal poet Li Bai, Quiet Night Thoughts. Soon, the old scholar finished collecting all the works and flew towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Everyone was curious. With so many entries, who would be able to take the top 3 and obtain the 300,000 inner demon pills reward? After a while, the old scholar returned. It seemed that the results were out. Who were the 3 lucky ones? Alright, the top 3 have been decided. They were personally chosen by the nobles of the lake. Without saying anything, the old scholar began to read, 3rd place, Ko Yao's Annal Fu. Then, he began to recite the Annal Fu. Second place, Li Yang's journey to the north. The old scholar continued. Third place, 300,000 inner demon pills. Second place, 400,000 inner demon pills. As for first place, it's 500,000 inner demon pills. After hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. 500,000 inner demon pills was not a small amount. It was enough to create an expert in the 7th tier of the Nether Passage realm. Who would take first place in the end? It's me, it's definitely me. Li Yang's journey to the north was compared to mine before. The elders of the clan all said that mine was better. A scholar thought to himself. At this time, the old scholar slowly opened his mouth. First place, Yi Xian's quiet night thoughts. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes gathered on the white figure in the air not far away. They all remembered the names of the people who went up just now. Moreover, Yi Xian's killing intent was so strong that it was impossible not to remember him. Therefore, they all recognized Yi Xian. Who would have thought that the person with the strongest killing intent would actually take first place in the poem competition? It was simply unbelievable. Haha, it's really me. Poetic immortal bless me. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly. Of course, he said this in his heart. Quiet night thoughts. Before the climax, the moonlight is bright, suspected of frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, I lower my head and think of my hometown. The old scholar read the poem and sighed. Good poem, good poem. I'm afraid even I can't compose this. Junior brother Yi is amazing, amazing. Senior brother, you flatter me. Yi Xian said somewhat shamefully. At this time, what he wanted most was for the old scholar to quickly give him the reward. 500,000 inner demon pills, however, at this time. F***ck, this poem is awesome. I've only heard it once and my state of mind has improved. Yes, I improved too. This is incredible. Quick, write it down. Recite it every night. It can speed up the improvement of your mental state. Haha, we've profited. This effect is not inferior to the previous one. The crowd boiled over again. When the old scholar heard this, he was deeply surprised and said in shock, this poem has such an effect. Junior brother, may I know where your hometown is? Oh, my hometown is Earth Village. It's far away. Yi Xian casually replied. Earth Village, huh? If there's a chance in the future, I can go and take a look. The old scholar nodded with a smile. Soon after, his expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, this poem has no effect on me. However, it can actually raise their mental state and give them spirituality. If this is written on a special piece of paper, it may be able to be made into an extremely powerful tool to suppress demons. Damn, you can do that? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was really shocked. A poem could be made into a divine artifact to suppress demons. Wasn't this too amazing? He suddenly remembered the Mountain River treasure map that the 3 scholars took out that day. It was also a very special divine artifact. However, he knew that the person who drew the Mountain River treasure map was definitely not weak. He was probably an expert in the fulfillment realm. Junior brother, this is your reward. As for your poem, I want to submit it to the academy. Is that okay? The old scholar asked. Of course. Take it. However, I hope to sign it as Li Bai, Mu Zili, bye-bye, Yi Xian said. The old scholar paused for a moment, then reacted and said with a smile, no problem. He suddenly remembered that the scholars all had 2 names. Yi Xian should only be their real name, so he didn't ask any further. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian took the bag of inner demon pills. The joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. However, at this time, his expression suddenly froze. He sensed that a familiar aura had entered the range of his perception, and then disappeared. Mo Shui, I found you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he left his original spot. That aura belonged to Mo Shui. After searching for so long, he finally found him. Immediately, he chased after him. However, before he could take a few steps, a beautiful figure blocked his path. Yi Xian, my family's young miss invites you. This was a young lady around 25 years old. She had a pretty face and wore white clothes. However, don't underestimate her. She was actually at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm. Xian was curious about this person's identity. No, it should be said that he was curious about the young miss that this lady spoke of. To be called a young miss by an expert at the 8th level of the Nether Passage realm, could it be that she was the pride of the Northern Heavens Academy's inner courtyard? Sorry, I'm busy right now. I don't have time. Xian couldn't be bothered with her and directly replied. What, you don't have time? Do you know who my family's young miss is? This lady was so angry that she almost choked. Her family's young miss wasn't someone that just anyone could meet. However, Xian actually dared to refuse, which made her furious. Sorry, I really have something urgent right now. Xian didn't slow down and directly brushed past this lady. Seeing Xian's appearance, the lady in white didn't chase after him. This was because she felt that Xian really did have something urgent to do. Perhaps, he had to go to the toilet. Therefore, she decided to wait here because she knew that Xian would definitely return. After shaking off this lady in white, Xian chased after Emo Shui. However, Emo Shui's speed was extremely fast. He only flashed past his senses, so he could only use the Eye of Revelation to track him. This Emo Shui actually snuck into the Northern Heavens Academy and even pretended to be a scholar. Xian suddenly felt a deep sense of disharmony. Who was Emo Shui, a reincarnator, an assassin that had lived for thousands of years, actually pretended to be a scholar? This was truly shameless to the extreme. However, this Emo Shui might have some clues, so Xian could use him to investigate. Is Emo Shui going up the mountain? Xian's eyebrows twitched as he watched Emo Shui rush towards the Northern Heavens Academy's entrance. On the mountain was the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. Most importantly, scholars from the outer yard were not allowed to enter the inner yard. Is Emo Shui trying to force his way in? Thinking about this, Xian felt that it was a little unrealistic. There were fulfillment realm experts in the Northern Heavens Academy's inner courtyard, and Emo Shui was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he barged in, coupled with the powerful killing intent leaking from his body, he would definitely die without a burial ground. No matter what Emo Shui was going to do, Xian had to follow him. Very quickly, Emo Shui arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Northern Heavens Academy. Only after passing through this mountain gate could one enter the Northern Heavens Academy. The outer courtyard at the foot of the mountain was only recently established. However, what surprised Xian was that Emo Shui was actually preparing to challenge the trial. Emo Shui directly rushed into the mountain gate and ran up the mountain. F***ck, this is crazy. Xian was shocked. Emo Shui's life or death was related to his revenge mission. If Emo Shui did not die by his hand, then the 3 devour points would be wasted. F***ck, I hope he doesn't get killed by those teachers of the Northern Heavens Academy. Xian prayed in his heart. It would be best if Emo Shui was beaten half to death, then he would be the one to do it. Killing people in the Northern Heavens Academy was a big crime, but Xian could use the Eye of the Void to leave and then come back with a disguise. For the 3 devour points, it was worth it. However, in the next moment, he was completely shocked. The few old scholars guarding the Northern Heavens Academy's entrance only glanced at Emo Shui and let him go. What's the situation? Were those old scholars bribed by Emo Shui? They actually let him in? Xian was very puzzled and hurriedly followed. I heard that the moon-worship demonic sect is ready to make a move again. They even joined hands with the underworld and started to make a move on our Northern Heavens Academy. Yes, I also heard that. I'm afraid that among the scholars in the outer courtyard, there might be many spies from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld. I don't understand. Why did the dean order to open the Northern Heavens Academy? Isn't this what they want? Not necessarily. Didn't they catch a lot of people from the moon-worship demonic sect and the underworld a while ago? Maybe they are playing hard to get. A few old scholars in the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy were chatting. At this moment, they saw another figure dashing over. The scholar in the lead hurriedly stopped him. Junior brother, you can't enter the inner courtyard. The leading scholar shouted at Xian, who was rushing over. Xian knew that he would definitely be stopped, so he hurriedly asked, "Senior brothers, may I ask why that person can enter the inner courtyard?" "Just now?" The leading scholar frowned. Mo Shui has already passed the entrance exam and is now a scholar in the inner courtyard. What, he passed the entrance exam? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. If he wanted to pass the entrance exam, didn't he have to memorize the entire meditation record? According to the teacher who reported, Mo Shui's murderous aura was stronger than his. He was the #1 existence in the outer courtyard. Such a person probably couldn't even memorize a section of the meditation record, so how did he pass the entrance exam? "Junior brother, you also think it's impossible, right?" A tall scholar walked over. "The murderous aura on his body is stronger than yours, but he still passed the entrance exam. Even the examiner didn't find any clues." This, Yi Xian was still shocked. However, he knew Mo Shui's background. Mo Shui was a reincarnator, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. He should have no problem passing this kind of exam. "Junior brother, if you want to enter the inner courtyard, you have to pass the entrance exam. The exam hall is over there." The scholar pointed to a small palace not far away. "Okay, thank you senior brother." Yi Xian nodded, then immediately turned around and left. This junior brother's murderous aura is so strong. Is he also going to take the entrance exam? Impossible, there's already Mo Shui. If there's another one, it'll be strange. Maybe they have some method to avoid the examiner's eyes? That won't work now. Ever since Mo Shui passed the entrance exam, the examiner in charge of the entrance exam is an academician. That's a fulfillment realm expert. The scholars felt that it was unlikely, so they began to talk about themselves. As for Yi Xian, he quickly arrived at the examination hall. Such a strong aura, a fulfillment realm expert? When Yi Xian approached, he found that there was only one person in the exam hall. How terrifying. In front of a fulfillment realm expert, it's hard to pass even if you cheat. Yi Xian's heart sank, but he still stepped forward and walked in. He had already copied the meditation record. Although he couldn't memorize it, he could sneak a peek. Of course, there was a second way to cheat, and that was to have Luo Luo recite it from afar. Luo Luo could communicate with him mentally. As long as Luo Luo recited the meditation record during his test, Yi Xian would pass. However, this method was too troublesome. It was easier to just cheat. Yi Xian entered the test palace. There was a white-haired old man behind a desk in front of him. The white-haired old man didn't even raise his head. "The killing intent on your body is too thick. You should go back and improve your mental state. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting time. Don't try to cheat." "Teacher, I've already memorized it," Yi Xian said to the white-haired old man. "Humph, you want to cheat again?" The white-haired old man snorted coldly. He raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. "All right, then I'll see what you've got." Originally, the test palace was supposed to be a teacher at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, but after Mo Shui's example, a fulfillment realm scholar was sent. The white-haired old man had Mo Shui test again, but he still didn't find any clues. Now that he saw Yi Xian come to the test so confidently, he wanted to see what Yi Xian had up his sleeve. For the advancement test, you just need to recite the meditation record word for word, right? Yi Xian asked. That's right. Just recite it. The white-haired old man was only a few dozen meters away from Yi Xian. However, there was no one else in the palace, and there was no one outside, so the white-haired old man didn't have to worry about someone sending a message to Yi Xian. All right, then I'll begin. Yi Xian nodded and then began to recite the meditation record. His slaughtered chi was so strong that he could only memorize one paragraph of the tranquility record. However, with the help of the tranquility record, it wouldn't be a problem for him to memorize 100 books. According to the white-haired elder's estimation, Yi Xian would only recite 1 or 2 paragraphs. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already finished reciting an entire page. Impossible. This is impossible. Stop. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it and hurriedly shouted. Yi Xian stopped and looked at the white-haired old man. How can you carry so many? This doesn't make sense. The white-haired old man asked in disbelief. In teacher's eyes, is it impossible for someone with a strong murderous aura to recite the meditation record? Xian asked in return. Hearing this, the white-haired old man didn't reply. Instead, he quickly approached the young man and began to carefully size him up. Could it be that someone outside is using some kind of voice transmission method to help you cheat? The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and asked. No. Xian shook his head. The white-haired old man also thought that it was unlikely because he was a fulfillment realm expert. If someone had sent a sound transmission to Xian, there was no way he wouldn't have discovered it. Fake, too fake, he looked at Xian's expression and knew that he was cheating. However, he couldn't find any clues. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked curiously. I didn't cheat. I really memorized it, Xian slowly replied. Impossible. The white-haired old man immediately denied it. Teacher, why don't you set up a formation yourself? Xian suggested. The white-haired old man hesitated, but still used his true energy and manifestation strength to set up a layer of defense. Without another word, Xian began to recite the meditation record. In the blink of an eye, another page had passed. I can't believe it. There was already a Mo Shui, and now there's another one. I don't believe that I can't find a clue. The white-haired old man's emotions were stirred. He had to find a way to cheat Xian. Xian was very helpless. He continued to recite the meditation record. Soon, he had memorized the entire meditation record word for word. After hearing it, the white-haired old man was so shocked that he was speechless. With his strength, he couldn't find a clue. This was too fake. How did you do it? The white-haired old man asked again. Teacher, I have a photographic memory, so this isn't difficult for me at all, Xian lied. Impossible. Even if you have a photographic memory, as long as you've killed someone, you can't memorize the meditation record in one go. The white-haired old man was still skeptical. How about this? Teacher, take out another book and I'll memorize it for you, Xian suggested. Hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out a new book from his universe ring. The Compassionate Record? Xian took the book and began to flip through it. The white-haired old man looked at Xian and watched him quickly flip through the Compassionate Record. He thought of something and said, if you can really memorize this book, I'll give you 500,000 inner demon pills. The Compassionate Record was something that inner court students studied. He estimated that Xian could barely memorize the first sentence. He didn't believe that Xian could recite the more difficult Compassionate Record in front of him. 500,000 inner demon pills? Hearing this, the corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. No one could resist a gift from the heavens. All right. When the white-haired old man finished speaking, Xian closed the Compassionate Record. All right, you memorize it. The white-haired old man quietly looked at Xian, trying to find a clue from Xian. Xian directly ignored his gaze and began to recite the Compassionate Record. He had only recited a paragraph when the white-haired old man's expression became very ugly. This kid actually memorized it. This is impossible. The Compassionate Record is more difficult and longer than the meditation record. Even an inner court scholar might not be able to memorize it all. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. This was even more unbelievable than Mo Shui passing the test. However, Xian did it flawlessly. He cheated perfectly. The white-haired old man looked at Xian and listened to Xian recite the Compassionate Record. After a while, Xian stopped because he had finished reciting it. I can't believe that you actually did it. Could it be that you have some special constitution? The white-haired old man muttered. I'm not sure. Xian shook his head. Please help me pass the test, teacher. The white-haired old man paused for a moment, but still took out a bag of inner demon pills from his yin and yang ring. At the same time, he also took out a proof of passing the test. You're quite capable, kid. Let's go. The white-haired old man decided to give up. He couldn't help it. He couldn't see anything wrong. Xian was only at the 5th level of the Nether Passage realm, and he was at the Fulfillment realm. The difference was too big, and he couldn't see anything wrong. Maybe Xian really didn't cheat, and it was just his constitution. Thank you, teacher. This student will take his leave. Wait, what's your name? The white-haired old man suddenly called out to Yixian. Yixian. After Yixian reported his name, he immediately left. Now that he had passed the exam, he had to enter the inner courtyard to investigate Mo Shui. However, just as he was about to leave, the old scholar from Soothing Heart Lake suddenly paid him a visit. Teacher, this student wishes to see you. The old scholar shouted from outside the palace. I'm free right now, come in. The white-haired old man's voice came from inside. The old scholar walked in and got straight to the point. Teacher, I just received a poem, please take a look. The white-haired old man took the paper from the old scholar and read it. Quiet night thoughts, bright moonlight before the autumn leaves, suspected of frost on the ground, looking up at the bright moon, looking down at home. Anne, not bad, not bad. Was it written by you? No, it wasn't written by the student, it was written by a junior brother named Yixian. Moreover, this poem has the effect of improving one's state of mind. Just now, when the junior brothers listened to it, the effect was no worse than junior sister Naylan's calm heart song. The old scholar shook his head. What, improve one's state of mind? The white-haired old man felt that it was inconceivable. Currently, there were no more than 10 disciples in the Northern Heavens Academy who could create poems that could improve one's state of mind. How could an outer courtyard student do it? Wait, Yixian? At this time, the white-haired old man suddenly thought of something. Wasn't the person who passed the exam called Yixian? Teacher, you know him? The old scholar asked in astonishment. Not only do I know him, the person who passed the exam was called Yixian. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, let me ask you, is the person who wrote this poem, Yixian's killing intent second only to Mo Shui? That's right. The old scholar nodded. I never thought that it would really be him. A person with such killing intent could actually write such a poem. Could it be that he wants to walk the path of the slaughtering scholar? The white-haired old man muttered. Slaughtering scholar. Upon hearing this name, the old scholar shuddered violently. The 4 words slaughtering scholar were widely known within the Northern Heavens Academy. He was an anomaly within the Northern Heavens Academy, and at the same time, a legend. That was because he was the founder of the Northern Heavens Academy, and also the first dean. It was also because of this that the Northern Heavens Academy's advancement test was conducted according to the recitation of the meditation scripture, and not according to the slaughter aura on one's body. After all, there were still some unusual creatures who could ignore the effects of the tranquil record. At this moment, Yixian had already left the examination palace and arrived at the mountain gate of the Northern Heavens Academy. Junior brother, why are you here again? The few old scholars from before said with some surprise. Senior brothers, I have passed the advancement test. This is the proof. As Yixian spoke, he approached and took out the proof of passing the test. How is that possible? The few old scholars looked at each other in disbelief. How long had Yixian been gone? Not even 3 minutes had passed, yet he was able to obtain a certificate for the advancement examination. Could this examination certificate be fake? The few old scholars carefully sized it up, and were even more shocked. This proof of examination is indeed real. Junior brother, you actually passed? One of the old scholars said in surprise. Yes. Yixian nodded. With Mo Shui as a precedent, there shouldn't be any problems for him. At this moment, he was thinking of getting these old scholars to move aside and let him enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy to investigate. The few old scholars looked at each other, and returned the examination certificate to Yixian. Junior brother, you can go in. Hearing this, Yixian cupped his hands towards the few people, and passed through the mountain gate and went up the mountain. However, to be safe, one of the scholars hurried to the examination palace and asked the examiner. It didn't matter, since Yixian had really passed the examination. I never thought that Mo Shui would pass the advancement test so quickly and enter the inner courtyard of the Northern Heavens Academy. Yixian thought as he ran up the mountain. Just now, he had wasted a few minutes to go to the examination, and in those few minutes, Mo Shui had long disappeared. For convenience, Yixian hurriedly went to the inner courtyard to report, and changed into the inner courtyard scholar's attire. This way, he wouldn't be stopped during the investigation. After seeing the examination certificate for Yixian, the inner courtyard scholar who registered for him was stunned for a long time. Previously, when he registered for Mo Shui, he was also shocked. Now, after seeing Yixian, he was shocked. However, since Yixian had obtained the teacher's approval, he had the qualifications to enter the inner courtyard. Soon, Yixian finished his registration and left. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention, because the old scholars could feel the murderous aura on his body. Yixian could also feel the wary gazes of the people around him. This person, could he be a spy from the moon-worship demonic sect or the underworld? Many people thought so in their hearts. The moon-worship demonic sect was the Northern Heavens Academy's archenemy. Previously, the Northern Heavens Academy had gone into hiding after eliminating the moon-worship demonic sect. Now that the moon-worship demonic sect had revived, the Northern Heavens Academy opened up again. Although Yixian had only been in the Northern Heavens Academy for less than a day, with his outstanding perception, he had heard many things. Anyway, I'm only here to investigate, and my identity is clean. What are you afraid of? Yixian wasn't worried at all. The Northern Heavens Academy had the best atmosphere amongst all the influences that he had joined. The disciples of the Northern Heavens Academy were all very harmonious, with very few conflicts occurring between them. Under normal circumstances, they would all be cultivating, studying, or interacting. Yixian had joined the Northern Heavens Academy with a purpose, and that was to investigate the brother and sister's case. Previously, he had heard from the frivolous scholar Tang Yuanlong that the Northern Heavens Academy had destroyed the underworld in Zhou Huaqing and captured many people. This was a clue. Of course, there was another clue. The underworld and Mo Shui seemed to be looking for people. Coincidentally, Mo Shui had also infiltrated the Northern Heavens Academy, so Yixian felt that it would be better to ask Mo Shui directly. However, he didn't know where Mo Shui had run off to. At this time, a group of people attracted Yixian's attention. This group of people gathered in front of a stone wall and talked enthusiastically. Originally, this wouldn't have attracted Yixian's attention, but he heard some interesting things. I never thought that there would be someone with such literary talent in the outer court. Truly unexpected. This silent night thought is indeed amazing. I feel that my state of mind has improved a little. I reckon that if a scholar in the fulfillment realm copied this silent night thought and made it into a heavenly artifact, it might have the effect of exorcism. I wonder which family this Li Bai was born in. End of chapter 1194. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.